Yes, ma'am. No, just rolling. Did you sleep? Okay, that's ma'am.
You going to bed, Rabbi?
Nope. Just set my stream.
Welcome back to Tim Mr. Shop. Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the Patreon, join the Reddit, join the Discord. On the Patreon, you get early access of this show. But that is not why you're here, Daddy. They're here to watch Tim Mr. Shop. So let's go ahead and start the timer. Pledging clip. Alrighty, dude. As you can tell, I'm not Mr. Whole Foods. Oh, yeah. So I was going to say, we're going to do the fucking name the water. Oh, shit, really? Yeah, look at my hat. I got my name the water. Oh, yeah, dude. That hat is perfect. Yeah, sure. The thick boy water. I got the thick boy jelly donut on my shirt. And I'm going to name the water. How deep are you in the water? So I can show you exactly how deep I am. By the way, this is 100% serious. I'm far too deep. 10 toes down. I'm balls deep into the water. I swear to God, I forgot about balls deep. Dude, look at this redacted this I made. Oh yeah, this is one of the greatest things. This is something I posted on the Jags. I just posted it. Did you just post it yourself? I posted myself about it that day. Yeah, so I was like, dude, I worked way too one night making Joe Rogan over and over again with the Condensella thing. And it wasn't even that made me want to post it, dude. You know what made me want to post it, dude? It's this moment at the end where I have Joe Rogan singing Condensella. That's right here, dude. That right there, dude. I was like, James just makes like art, you know, it's like it makes you want to do art and go deeper. You know, like you get into it and you're like, how do I make Joe Rogan sing the song? And then, you know, that's what I bet a lot of chefs can relate to you. Yeah. You're a chef, pretty much. It's not a matter, obviously, but I never. It's not a matter, but Bobby, he's one of my closest friends. that matter, but I do appreciate the kind words people are saying. And guess what, dude? I never thought I would like working the fryers. But I will say I do enjoy it. And does anybody understand? Doesn't matter. No. No. I mean, I saw the comments too. I mean, unfortunately, I never read them, but I saw them. And they were so nice. I don't know if we talked about this before, but I want to thank the Reddit. What they say about you is not true. You know, I mean, sure, some of you are evil. You know, like most of you are good guys. What does he say? Most of you are all sad. We're all sad. You're all sad, and like a lot of you, it's because like, look, we get it. Like Brennan Shaw, he's a fighter, and like he owns a bunch of trucks. We've heard all that. Okay, he can give trucks away, and he's got a big house in Texas. Huge, like a dog Adonis. And listen, I get it. He was in the NFL and all that stuff, but at the end of the day, it's like you guys are haters, and you don't count. And he's on my so, what are you gonna do, Nate? What are you gonna do, Nate? I started saying that to people when they're pissing me off. It doesn't matter what their name is. What are you gonna do, Nate? I do want to say thank you to the moderators because they've been highlighting my shit every week, dude. Oh, I thank them every week. So now I know when I do a bad song because they're not going to highlight it. Oh, fun. But shout out to you guys. And so the first book you got here is posted by DJ Don't Join. And it's an opinion piece. First time I've seen an opinion piece on Jennings, dude. An op-ed. Opinion, I can be the only one. You want to read this here? Okay, go for it. Best kid is ruining making fun of Bob was what united us all. He's unique, regarded, completely delusional, with an unbelievable amount of moments failing in epically embarrassing ways. He gives the chefs in this kitchen the finest ingredients to cook delicious dishes for all of us to enjoy. Mexican, on the other hand, has absolutely nothing unique about her. She's unbelievably boring and pedestrian. I can appreciate the chefs and the menu, but you just can't create the same level of flavors using poor quality produce and ingredients. Like many, I've enjoyed this for years, but it's been hard to keep coming back regularly, only to see more and more of her movie face with me. It feels like I'm now eating grocery store deli Chinese food that's been marked down to get rid of it. Couldn't have said it better myself. You think this? Yes. I mean, we've called it one of the reasons why I stopped this week because the amount of Mexican. Yeah. Let me tell you something. What's my great expense? Here's what I'm saying. Okay. I understand what this chef is doing. What he's doing is smart. He's playing for Asians. Okay? You and me, we're the same guy. We don't want to see Mexican on the sub, not because we have a problem with Mexican. There's not a Mexican problem here. It's the least problem. The issue is that we don't want to see her get destroyed on the sub because she's a family. She's like a family member. We prefer not to see his family strong enough in the comments, you know? Like, we don't want to see his wife. So what he's doing, she didn't fight the heavyweight class. She can't take it. True, Leah, she's not the one flipping drugs or selling drugs. She didn't get a whoop over my No, she didn't have anything to do with the Gringo Poppy other than probably lies. Like crop out the uglies. Her other blog speaks no English. We're always trying to tell her. But, it's 40 years. Like, hey, let's stop doing it all the time. Right? Because we're on the podcast. We discuss the podcast here. I don't particularly enjoy everything. Just so ends of her ass, And when I'm in the break room, I don't want to see girls' ass. I just want to work out your chicken petty. That's a damn lie. You're right. Come on. Guess that. Actually, that's not what I want. Guess that. What's all these? But anyways, you get it. I get it. This is posted by Carnival. It's called We're Getting Close. Right? Close to what, my man? Tell my man goodbye before he goes to work. You didn't see me. And, she's thick. Influencer, I mean, I guess guess it's just the thing to do. Is it my cup of tea? No, I like Wheels and Joe. This next one's posted by I forgot how to say that, but shots fired at rapist. Let's see. I'm with her that I'm not necessarily in favor of pornography. We don't necessarily want. My issue is they should be much more willing to the idea that like all the well-beers guys are just moving their heads into people's fingers. That does not strike me as the strongest analysis I've ever heard. So I'm kind of between her and then maybe Jimster.
No, I'm opposite her about this. It's like, that's why we made a rule that guys just can't take their piece out in front of chicks like casually or randomly like you're Brian Gallen, because like it doesn't matter the accidental intent or you walk.
That's the randomness of it. That's what makes it so funny. It's like a stretch. It's such a huge stretch. It's like this can piss off this far into the bit, like away from what they're talking about. But Brian is so funny that he's like, I got one, dude. Like it's a replacement they've got to be working at future. Hopefully, you gotta continue the tradition.
No, I don't. It just happened to be out. Like, no, that's inappropriate, brother. Okay, like,
oh man, that's the face they used to make. Wheels and Joe. Until you had full redact. I love how happy he is, dude. Yeah.
right, like that is not the direction we're looking to go with this show. I will be here with you. Thank you. Yeah, this is the retirement tour. That's good. Okay.
I mean, it's just so funny when he goes to the strongest analysis I've ever heard. So I agree. He's gets a bit accent. He cuts into him. He's already smiling. You can tell, like, he changes. He likes I don't know if you saw this video. Hey, Tozy, I watched the whole thing also, and you know, it's 11 minutes here too. We don't need to watch the whole thing, do we? I went onto the YouTube after I wrote like a dash hater, a dash apostrophe hater, me. But that's a great video. Tozy Tozy breaks down Brenda's truck giveaway grift by Hickey Fresh. Go check out the Tozy, dude. And comedians are podcasts. Cutting spurs from party boys that seem less than legit. Tozy brought what's the over-under on Bappa calling out a Tozy by name? I'm gonna say zero. I wish he would. Here's my argument. Tozy's big. That's true. He's a big name. He talked about Steve will do it, but who's bigger, Steve will do it or Tozy? Yeah. I mean, maybe for the younger generation, it's Tozy.
On social media, this isn't real.
You're right. It's also not real. Yeah. Steve will do is probably one of the most important entertainers of this generation. No, it's still Lord Daddy. All right, let's see what else we got here. Appropriate Dude 930 posted this one. Our boys didn't get the invite. By the way, I say, let's see. Or what is that thing they call me out for? Oh, I forget, dude. Let's see what else we got. Our boys didn't get the invite. Shock. And then I've seen other social media is not real, but that's all our social media is talking about humiliating. You know, what you mean? Is that funny? I'm going to assume it's on the right as well, right? I think so. You know? Yes. I've never seen it. I mean, I guess you mean the ones where you're going to... It's like the making of it, right? Yeah. I bet people have talked about this before, but Lincoln looks kind of sad, right? Because that's properly, right? He's like, this is a real thing. He's like, fuck, I'm the closest thing going here right now. He's gonna fuck. That's what Lincoln said. Just trying to look at him in the eyes when he's thinking about this. He was thinking of the bit for fucking Lincoln's face. Here's what Abraham was thinking,
That's not a machine
oh,
song, but
drive
it's a
me
huge
myself.
fucking number three.
And then I get fucked in the mouth by driving
Hey,
really
boss.
close.
From
Alright,
the
let's see. Let's see.
okay, Judas. Who said this to you for a book? And not only that,
That would probably be the funniest thing to do when you walk into the Oval. It's just hump the shit out of it. So busted. That's like almost too funny. It actually is funny. It's too funny to do. If it was too old, it's too old. But you go in the Oval Office, you're like, hey, look at this trip. Look at what's he doing? How's your proclamation in his face? I'm good for the uranium. Donald Trump. Let's see here. Next one is posted by Fill Your Guts. He's doing the thing. I didn't really understand this too much. I mean, the thing is, I'm taking off your shirt, I guess. AWP. I just wish you would keep your shirt on, but that's been said ad nauseam. I'm in your shape, though. Yeah.
Some element of a domicile association. Either you have to walk
Fancy yourself a fisticuffs.
And when you carry a hammer, everything you see are screws.
the whole club of ASO, guys from the Spanish, but some
Just got me a little bit. He seems unhealthy too, right here. This is not a good look. I'm worried about it. Yeah, it does look like he's rude. Oh, he's sanding it up a bit. Pulling the nip out, a little sand out. You know,
7 years
he's
ago,
got to think about his health
that is
more.
not enough. Obviously,
Yeah, he might need my face.
But also,
Maybe.
some aspects
Tops
of
on it.
some aspects of the domicile.
Think
You
about
know,
it.
what's my thought?
Let's see here. Empire of the Cat, my Mr. Majesty. Shout out to you guys for liking it. Here we go. Cool man. Posted by Terp Exclusive. Hopefully this is his politics show because he goes about how little. Yeah. Let's see here. I'm not even saying it's bad. I'm just saying.
He's over there. Sido Imba Ella Board. Decía como
I'd be lying if I told you I cared much. All right, here I go, man. Oh, here's Bert Kreischer.
He's like a water source. Like, yeah, but you have a system
Look at
as
Bert.
well.
Does he have a drink in his hand? This
That's
fucking
enough
drunk.
to allow you to carry this
Loudmouth.
side. You're
gonna start crying and taking your shirt off, you fucking overweight oaf.
Is that each of them bother requires a watchman's hut or that the country is close to the city.
Is Michael Irvin talking about the U on Fuck TV again?
Inside of that carpet and you are good to go. But if you are given says
Suddenly Skulls is very glittery.
even without doing the sofa. And he even says you
Alright,
don't
I like how she's
need
not
anything
talking
in
to
the
Bert
I
at
don't need a
all.
hut, I don't need electricity, I don't need a
Hell
boss,
yeah.
I don't need
Hell yeah, they cucked Bert on this media shit. Look at Bert mouth breathing. You're gonna start crying, you fucking oaf.
So as long as
Look
you
out that
are
like a drunk Shrek with no charisma.
Yep.
God forbid you get fucked with liquid death.
All you need to do is
It's
run,
fucking
make
weird.
sure the area is closed.
How about that, Mr. Holmes?
So that's all. There's nothing else that
They fucked you up.
you know, as your owner,
They didn't get one word for that fucking oaf. Fucking calls him a oaf. Oaf is funny. I like that. I really like that impersonation.
By the
That was
way,
good.
also in order for the car state to work,
Hell
like
yeah.
ultimately
Great
again,
job,
has to
Sibley
be
Skulls.
meaning
Hell
that
yeah. They didn't get
if
shit
the
from him.
length is only
Fuck
greater
yeah.
than the width,
Yes.
even one hammer, thereby throwing off the
Hell
square
yeah.
proportions, imitates from the sofa. You may
They're
not
like, yo, I want to hear from everyone in this group circle except for this fat motherfucker. Yes. I said, fuck yeah.
I thought that the new
I was hitting you with the
Arca
cause nice right hand there from where I want to, especially the right hand there from, oh god, I'm fucking this up, y'all. I was too busy just hating on Bert.
The aim of Kula elevation.
I mean, I'm gonna guess
in
what
the
it
open
was
to
for
the
this,
Rubu who showed up on a hip of
Joshua, Jake Paul fight, and then some sort of media thing. I'm talking more about like, oh, where does it come from? Yeah, what's the origin story?
in Rosengarten residential area.
That's social
And
media.
Frankly,
This is
one of the
okay.
things that
It
the
might be social
legislature
media,
was
but you
the
basically
only
talking
thing
to
square. Hawaii is that one with you might have
I guess that means pull the fuck up.
And therefore, again, if it's not a square,
That's the narrative.
even if again, I will say it's the same.
Yeah, I would. That's funny. Like
70 and
Luke and
$2
Bert fight. Yeah.
by 70 and $2.
Yeah, I mean, Bert is just one of those guys that makes everyone hate him.
Or
because he's so obnoxious. Yeah. What do you think? What do you think first reaction to all the taxes? That's a good question. What did I do? What did I do? Base off for non-residential purposes. It's only a matter of time for birds. At a square. Not only is there a square animal limitation, but it has to be. That would be so fun. I hope so. I hope it's just like when he was like, dude, Roman called me and he said that Mayor was talking shit. But then it wasn't Mayor, or it wasn't, it was Dave Pell. Oh, yeah. God knows. Alright, so this one's sponsored by Texas. Is there a Sun 187? It's dicey. It's a picture of Epstein with. I'm Rabbi. Is that? So Rabbi says, Shamati Rabbi Lozo. I heard from Rabbi So like, this island though, like, even if the car fee is larger than 2 days off, even if it's a tour, Snapchat area, so you can be so in a much larger area. I'm glad you said that. Let's go to the comments. These comments are making me. Talking about birds of a feather traffic the underage together. We got some poets that are stuck in China, dude. Really, dude, life ribs. Oh, really, dude. There's like a couple good ones. There's an island with a secret sex cabal that traffics underage girls. Oh, really, dude? And then, his famous doesn't exist. Hollywood full of great guys. Like, that's why
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, right. This is what I voted to. The flight logs go away, right?
Waiting on the nurse come. Okay, but I don't think that okay. And they came and got him and felt him, and they said that they were gonna get him. They said that they could go close. So we're trying to wait till the nurse comes. And when the nurse comes, hopefully she'll pronounce him dead. Okay?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here for you.
Whatever the reason.
No, I don't know about it. I don't know yet. So he's still on oxygen and everything. So just please stay up for me.
Most certainly.
And soon as she comes.
I'm here for you, Mr. Aquarius, all day, all night. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Everyone else is permitted to go ahead and bring items from their home into his culture, from their home into the culture, from the culture into their homes, and back and forth into this guy's home as well. Also, if you get into this studio, it's going to be the fascinating discussion of Bikkur Rishos. That sometimes if the person forgets to participate or wasn't able to participate in the it could be thoughtful their Rishos to the rest of the culture. Essentially, they cede their ownership rights in their Rishos, giving up to the rest of the culture, allowing everyone else to be able to carry back and forth in the undertaking. And then we'll see it again. V'chein shamati menu also heard from Eliezer, shiyotzim b'har kabolim b'pesach. I heard from Eliezer that you could yotze with har kabolim. We'll see har kabolim will say some type of motor that comes from a palm tree. We can go ahead and use this har kabolim from Mara. Pesach. The Chazankat Motamidov, and I asked all the Tamidim of Rabbi Eliezer. Because he recovered, I tried to find a friend, a little Sas, and I will say this is not that we really have a social issue. It's rather, again, I tried to find someone else. I heard all of these rulings in the name of Rabbi Eliezer. I tried to find someone else who could just corroborate what I knew, but I was unable to find anyone else who heard these things from Rabbi Eliezer as I. Okay. We'll say it's a really riveting machlokas. Really riveting machlokas in the Mishnah about the din of a carpet. So again, just so we're clear. So we have, let's begin. So right kind of the Tani Ba'ol. So the first thing is to be most fascinated by is the style of the Mishnah. The Lashon of the Mishnah is Ba'od Amar Rabbi Yehuda ben Baba. Rabbi Yehuda ben Baba also said. Now then the Mishnah launches in Rabbi Yehuda ben Baba's chumras regarding a carpet. Remember again. Every Rabbi Yehuda ben Baba is saying 72 Bergamas, 72 Bergamas, enclosed by a Mechitza, but even with that, Rabbi Yehuda ben Baba requires you to have some type of domicile identity, either just the hut inside of it or close to the sea. So the Gemara says, why does it say Ba'ol from Rabbi Yehuda? Just so remember, I want to point out, Rabbi Yehuda ben Baba was in the last Mishnah. Like he was the last statement in the last Mishnah, and where he said, "In Osim Pasim Ela Be'Arab," even though he said, "If you only use Pasim Miros,"
for a be'er that belongs to the public. It says here, my son, the Tani Ba'od, Ilay Mishum, the Tani Rekadu L'Chumra, Rekatani Achirisi, Yishum Haki Katani Ba'od. So we'll say very simple, because Rabbi Yehuda ben Baba is kind of rattling off the Chumras. In the last Mishnah he was Machmir, he said that Hasibi Laos only applies to a be'er of the Rabbi. And in this Mishnah he's saying another Chumra, that an enclosed carpet must have some type of domicile identity. So the Va'od is coming along to say another Chumrah of Rabbi Yehuda ben Baba. So the Gemara says, 1 second. Va'od Rabbi Yehuda, the Tanei Chadu Chumrah. Yet Rabbi Yehuda also had a Chumrah, right? Rabbi Yehuda also had a Chumrah in the previous Mishnah. Right, the most remember again, Rabbi Yehuda was 2 Mishnayos ago. Rabbi Yehuda by Yoel, that's what it does. Rabbi Yehuda 2 Mishnayos ago. Also had a Chumrah. This Chumrah was that a carpet should be no more than 2 days soft. That's the cap. That's the cap on a carpet. And yet again, then Rabbi Yehuda had another Chumrah. Was also another Chumrah. His other Chumrah was 2 Mishnayos ago, where again, which was yesterday, where Rabbi Yehuda said that if the rabbin walked through the Paseli rows, you must reroute the traffic in order to maintain the identity around the well as it is correct. So I have 2 Chumras of Rabbi Yehuda, and yet again on the Mishnah of Aleph, it didn't say Ba'od. So of course, it was just a very simple question. Why does it say Ba'od Rabbi Yehuda ben Baba? So again, the Gemara is very simple, because Rabbi Yehuda ben Baba gave us a Chumrah at the end of the last Mishnah. He's giving us another Chumrah at the beginning of this Mishnah. So Ba'od, another Chumrah. Really? So every single time you find that, who goes and he gives 2 Chumras, you're going to use Ba'od. Well, Rabbi Yehuda gave a Chumrah 3 Mishnayos ago, and then he gave another Chumrah 2 Mishnayos ago. But yet in the second Mishnah, which was the Mishnah of Chazon and Aleph, it didn't say Ba'od Rabbi Yehuda. Which the Gemara says no. So the Gemara says, "Ma'od Bahar Rabbi Yehuda Chadu Chumrah the Tanei Achlis V'Lot Tanei Ba'od Hasam Achsik Lo Rabbanan." We'll say that's because again it was Rabbi Yehuda Bar Ilai, the position of the Rabbanan interrupted his position, and therefore again the Mishnah couldn't say Ba'od. Chacha Lo Achsik Lo Rabbanan. They will say here the Rabbanan did not interrupt Rabbi Yehuda ben Baba. They will say again, look at it stylistically. Right, the first Mishnah we just discussed was at the end of 12 days on the 30s. Right? Ultimately, again, Rabbi Yehuda ben Baba says, and then again, we go right into that Mishnah for Chazon and days, to Mishnah of Krimal Valley. And it's Rabbi Yehuda ben Baba quoted both times. So there's no interruption. There's no one else interrupting with another Shita. So because that we say Va'od, to which the Gemara says, beginning at any time, stylistically, at any time you have a position that is uninterrupted by another position, that the Gemara will use Rothschild of Ba'od, Ba'od giving example as Nashuvahar, Rabbi Eliezer the Sukkah, the Aksukuh of Rabbanan B'Sachmani Ba'od, but the case of Rabbi Eliezer and Sukkah, where both say he was interrupted by the position of the Rabbanan, yet the Gemara still used the lesson of Ba'od. We'll take a look at that. Bahar Rabbi Eliezer the Sukkah, Yisman the Mistaka Sukkah Rabbi Eliezer Omer Gud Salmon Silos Chayes Adam Racha B'Sukkah. Let's listen to this. Rabbi Eliezer holds that Allah provides a person who has 14 meals over the course of Sukkah. Rabbi Eliezer holds that the din of Sukkah requires you to eat 2 meals a day in your Sukkah. If the Chum say, aim a double kiss. The Chum say no. There's no set amount or number of meals you have to eat over Sukkah. So all of Rabbi Eliezer, Mishalo Acha Mini Yom Tov. Furthermore, the Eliezer said, Furthermore, the Gemara said that Rabbi Eliezer said that whoever did not eat his meal on the first night of Yom Tov, it's okay to be mashed to make up for it by Shmini Atzeret. What do you see from here? So you follow the flow. Rabbi Eliezer, you have to eat 14 meals. The Chachamim say, there is no set amount. Then it says, Ba'od Rabbi Eliezer also said that what? If you miss a meal on the first days of Yom Tov, you can make it up over the last days of Yom Tov. So you see where we'll say a case where Rabbi Eliezer said something, the Rabbanan quote unquote interrupted, and yet when Rabbi Eliezer resumed, the lesson of the Gemara was Va'od. So you saw that even when you're interrupted, you can use both. So what's going on over here? To which the Gemara says no. Awesome. The middle thing is the Aksukuha. We'll say there in Sukkah, the Rabbanan didn't interrupt. It's all the same discussion. How we must talk about the Milsa Akisi. We'll see here, Rabbi Yehuda ben Baba were quote interrupted with different topics. So essentially, the Gemara says it as follows: whenever you have one Tana giving multiple piskei halacha, multiple teachings, the Mishnah will often employ lashon of ba'od as long as we've stayed on topic. So therefore, when we stay on topic, we'll use ba'od. Or, let me say it differently. There are two kinds stylistically that a Mishnah will use ba'od. Either when we're quoting the same person over and over, as is happening here. We quoted Rabbi Yehuda ben Baba. He was the last at the end of Days and Days. He is the first position mentioned on Gimel Amud Aleph. So therefore, even though they're two different topics, right? Days and Days is possibly Rose. Gimel Amud Aleph is Harpy. Two different topics, the same person speaking will use Va'od. Or the other possibility is when ultimately again we're on topic. When we're staying on topic and the same person is delivering multiple opinions, even if there's another opinion infused there or injected there, inserted there, we use both. So for example, in Sukkah, Rabbi Eliezer says 14 meals, the Rabbanan say no limit. Then Rabbi Eliezer says you can make up a lost meal. Because the Rabbanan didn't interrupt with an extraneous subject or the same subject, we could use both. But by Rabbi Yehuda ben Baba, even though again he's commented multiple times in the middle of his comments with other topics, therefore he can't use both. But Rabbi Akiva Omer Akiva in Ba'echa Mikalela Metal B'Yisrael. That's when Rabbi Akiva does the opinion. Halacha myself, as long as the carpet is 70 and 2 derzamas by 70 and 2 derzamas, even if there's no domicile, even if it's not close to the city, even if there's no bar Ma'ara, you can carry inside of it. It says the Gemara on the days, Rabbi Akiva and Tanakama, Rabbi Akiva and Tanakama are saying the same thing. So we'll say the difference between them is the small amount. You look at Rashi. Rashi says, "Shabes sign Yesra al Shivin Ama B'Shirayim." We'll say we're not going to use technicalities. We're using the terms 2 base saws and 70 and 2 derzamas by 70 and 2 derzamas interchangeably. In fact, the Gemara explains that in fact 2 base saw is a bit larger. Is a little bit larger. So whereas the Tanakama holds that the shear for a carpet is 2 base saw, Rabbi Akiva holds that it's 70 and 2 derzamas by 70 and 2 derzamas. So where they differ ultimately again is in a very small amount. The Sanya, Rabbi Yehuda Omer, Zohar Muashi, Shal Shivim Amad there is a little bit of a difference between 70 and 2 derzamas by 70 and 2 derzamas and an area of 2 base saw. Although Nasnu Kafamim both here, something with the shear associated with it. Hamashir, Sasayim Kepasa Hamishra. And we'll say ultimately again, what is the general shear? Ultimately again, of 70 and 2/3, Hamas by 70 and 2/3, Hamas by 2 days saw. We'll say, why is 2 days saw? We've been happening with this amount this entire time. Why is that significant? 2 days saw the size of the Chutzner of the Mishkan. We'll say the courtyard of the Mishkan. Remember again, everything in Shabbos, almost everything comes from the Mishkan. Even when it comes to a non-residential area, which is enclosed, so we'll say, what is the hydrodynamic example of a non-residential enclosed area? The Chutzner of the Mishkan. How large is the Chutzner of the Mishkan? 2 days saw, right? Or 5,000 square meters. So we're not having to from where do we know this? Already we does or a Chutzner Me'aba'ama, the Rochav, Hamishin, the Hamishin. We'll say so ultimately again, the length of the Chutzner is 100 amis, and its width is 50 by 50. We'll say, so what does that mean? Its width is 50 by 50. So the Gemara says, on the Torah, whole Hamishin is sub-8 Hamishin. What it means to say is when it dies, when it is Rochav, Hamishin, the Hamishin. And it says, Shabbos purposes, we're trying to figure out the maximum area on a non-residential area. What we do is we take a square of 50 amas, and then we take another square of 50 amas, and we wrap that second 50 amas around the first square of 50 amas. We'll say, what happens when you wrap a square of 50 amas along the perimeter of a square of 50 amas? You get a square of 70 and 2/3 amas by 70. They'll say that's where the shear of the carpet comes. So we'll say, so essentially, if you go ahead and you convert the Mishnah instead from a rectangle into one square wrapped around another square, you get a square Thomas, which becomes the shear for carpet. So Kashke becomes next year. That's fine. By the way, what's the Pashat Pshat? What's the Pashat Pshat in the Pasuk? So this Rabbi, the Pashat Pshat will say as follows. The Pashat Pshat, Rabbi, Hamid Mishkan, Asfas Hamis. So what's this one again? The length of the Mishkan was 50 yards. So what does it mean when it says, Orach HaChad Sheneba Amagolocha Hamishim the Hamishim? What does it mean when it says that its width was 50 by 50? What does that mean? Oh, you know, I'll tell you what it means. It means it's okay. Remember, the culture of the Mishkan was the courtyard. Inside of the courtyard was everything. Was the Mizbeach. There was also what we call, see, when we use the word Mishkan. So we use the word Mishkan to include the entire Mishkan complex. But the Mishkan also refers to the actual structure which stood inside of the courtyard, which held our own like local, also known as the oral mold. This is what it is as follows. Handmade Mishkan Asfas Hamishim was the weightiest position and structure of the Mishkan within the courtyard, 50 amas into the end of the courtyard. So essentially walking 50 amas into the courtyard, and the front of the Mishkan structure should begin right there at the 50. So therefore, today she was Hamishim Amalapana. We'll say therefore again there'll be 50 amas front of the Mishkan structure. So there's 50 amas courtyard. You can walk into the courtyard so you can take the Mishkan structure. There's 50 amas of space. The extra Amalapana will introduce 20 amas of space around the Mishkan structure in all directions. Rabbi Eliezer Omer Haisa Arka. Let's remember again. And then we have the next not focus in the story as follows. Rabbi Eliezer said that if the length of the carpet is longer than the width, even by 1 amma, in the Talmud Muslim. Also, Rabbi Eliezer's shita was that halakha l'maisa, the carpet must be a perfect square in order for you to be able to carry inside. Said the Gemara, and Rabbi Eliezer, Omer Haisa Arka Yesa, in the Talmud Muslim. So let's say so. Again, Rabbi Eliezer said that if the length is more than twice the width, even by 1 amma, you can't put and carry inside of it. Rabbi Rabbi, so what's it? That sounds like this. Rabbi Eliezer does allow it to be a bit rectangular. He just holds that halakha l'maisa, the length can't be more than twice the width. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Rabbi, change the gear for the Mishnah. It should say that the Eliezer holds that as long as the length is not more than twice the width, it's okay. Ihaki in Rabbi Yossi. The chance is Eliezer is given is Rabbi Yossi. Ikabinai Rubuya, Rubuya. The Gemara says, Rabbanon. So we'll say, Ikabinai Rubuya, Rabbanon. We'll say, the Machlokas of Yossi and Rabbi Eliezer is as follows. According to Yossi, that halakha l'maisa, if possible, to structure your carpet as a square, that is absolutely preferable. It's just for halakha l'maisa, if you did it as a rectangle, it's also okay. According to Eliezer, even with Hafchila, it is okay to structure the carpet as a rectangle. Rabbi Yossi says, if not, Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yossi. So we'll say one opinion says that the halacha follows Rabbi Yossi, namely that halakha l'maisa, the carpet could be a rectangle as well. Rabbi Bar Amar Yehuda Amar Shmuel halacha Rabbi Akiva. Now halacha follows Rabbi Akiva. Now we'll say, remember, what was Rabbi Akiva shita? Rabbi Akiva shita was that halakha l'maisa, only if the carpet is enclosed, even if there's no domicile identity associated. In other words, there's no heart, it's not close to the city, there's no bar, all that's totally okay. So we'll say, so which one is it? The Tarai or the Kula? And we'll say, both of these statements are true. And we'll say that we hold, both like Rabbi Yehuda, both like Rabbi Yossi and like Rabbi Akiva. Like Rabbi Yossi, namely that a carpet could be a rectangle, and like Rabbi Akiva, that it need not have any domicile identity associated. And both of these statements, why? Yes, we're not Rabbi Yossi, because this was the Salah of Rabbi Yossi, Hadamina Adivika, Shaliro based Pira. I'm at a thought that while it's true that the carpet could be rectangular, then maybe it does need some type of domicile identity. Mashmallah, halacha Rabbi Akiva. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, the Gemara says, halacha Rabbi Akiva, i.e., it doesn't require any type of domicile identity. Yes, we know. Halacha Rabbi Akiva. What if you said halacha Rabbi Akiva? I would have thought what? How about the ayat is cutting low. I would have thought the ayat only if it's square, but if it's rectangular, no. Mashmallah, halacha Rabbi Akiva. Therefore, again, the Gemara told us that halacha Rabbi Akiva. Where the Gemara is holding right now is that we're adopting both of these tulas. Number one, that as long as the carte is 70 meters down and 70 meters down, 5,000 on the square, you can enclose it. Even if it has no domicile identity, so it's just a big open space, not next to the city, nothing, it works. That's halacha Rabbi Akiva. And halacha Rabbi Yossi, that as much as the model for a carte comes from the Mishnah. And from the Mishnah perspective, ultimately we're looking at a square, not a rectangle. Nevertheless, halacha l'maisa, a rectangular carpet will work as well. Good. So carpet, she also makes us say. No, it's actually we're gonna step over here. We'll pick up in here that's some of this case. Here it's also tomorrow. God bless us. Incredible.
Kids living in the United States without protection from measles. And health officials say the best way to protect yourself is to get that shot.
Studies show it's 97% effective at preventing infections, and also that it's the best way to prevent future outbreaks. Lovebirds will have to adjust their Valentine's Day plans because the holiday process is Saturday. LA average by post office is really closed, but in Orange and San Diego counties, folks are getting special accommodations for couples still wanting to say I do on February 14th. Let's go to Crash on the telephone in LA.
Just outside of the Tan Center, right at Crenshaw Boulevard, you get the bridge just clearing off the right-hand shoulder, west 10, heading towards Monica. Stop and go. Still average yields to Robertson Boulevard. Have a downturn sweeping operation on the eastbound side of the dam on right-hand lane. For the 609 the whole Avenue, as approximately as 4 p.m. today. No delays on the east end. It's actually a good ride by the Lockwood Park, just before the Kellogg Philip area. The NBA All-Star Game festivities continue to be free point contest. That's going to be held at the Inglewood Mall in Inglewood starting in an hour from now. If you'd like details on how to use the Metro to get to the event, just visit KFI.com/MVP. Onto the 210 westbound past 8 Free Boulevard. If you give a crash corner to the right-hand lane, back up to the 15. Up ahead on the west 210, just past Sunflower Avenue to Solo. This was ordered on the shoulder, back up to the 270 freeway. The Southern California State Traffic reports on Michael Road.
So now weather for Cleveland, mostly cloudy and rain, and that's why we have mid-upper 60s at the beaches, upper 70s to 80s, valleys and IE, mid-50s to mid-60s in the high desert. Tonight, mostly cloudy with lows in the low 50s, tomorrow, mostly cloudy with highs in 60s. Right now, it is 68 in Lagoon Beach, 67 in Cypress, 64 in Santa Clarita, and 68 in Correa. Live from KY 24-hour newsroom, I'm Maxine Sullivan.
Listen to the 6 Bureau on America's #1 podcast network. Follow the 6 Bureau and start listening to the free iHeartRadio app.
It's your politics of a bygone era. Say innocent Julian Hudson prison for 2 decades. The podcast Mark with Guilt explores that injustice and the unlikely friendship born from the truth and murders.
I was going to tell the truth. You might see my picture on the front page of the New York Times. It's this horrible monster.
Listen to Mark with Guilt, America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Mark with Guilt and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
A faith that defied segregation. A mysterious man who became a local legend. And a community without violence. Join us Kids enough to watch that TV show a jillion times, but live enough to make sure they're in the right car seat for their age and size. Show them love. Visit nhtsa.gov/rightseat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the NHTSA. Talk about it's on the website richontech.tv. Earlier before the break, Andy Gray is blind. He said that his phone, specifically on Pixel, was dialing phone numbers that you would hear on TV. And so I was looking for a way to stop that from happening. And sure enough, clearly he's not the only one. There is a specific setting inside the Pixel to keep this from happening. So, here's where you go. You open up the Gemini app on your phone, and you go to settings, and there's a setting that says Gemini on lock screen. And the one that says Gemini without a lock screen, you can still ask a question and answer everything to do. But top off the switch next to make calls and send messages without unlocking. So that means when you want to dial a phone number and Greg mentioned that he uses his voice to dial numbers a lot, you will have to just unlock your phone first. And that's going to keep you from dialing those numbers, those international numbers, and getting charged for them from the commercials and things that you hear that your phone is misinterpreting. So again, you go into Gemini, go into settings, Gemini on lock screen, outgoing calls and messages, turn off the top next to make calls and send messages without unlocking. Somehow that must have gotten turned on under threats. Good question. Always good to find out.
Shout out to Papa. Had a wonderful run. And hopefully it's not over, but if it is, rest in peace, baby.
I like that really quick. He looks a lot like the guy in the Elephant Breaker video. Oh yeah, the cold dude. That's how bad it's. Mike Graves is like that guy, you know, the one that does the stuff. He has a podcast. The white boy that works a lot. Let's see here. This one's called. What's going on? This one's posted by Danny Kaufman too. It's called More Relatable Content, in quotes, about their sex life. First of all, I want this to be on the record. I am not interested. Yeah, no. In Brendan. Let's see here. Oh, does that make sense? Yes. So my husband at 9:59, his bedtime at 10 p.m. Cute, funny. Here's my problem. So when the sexy window closes exactly at 10 p.m.
Nevertheless.
Yeah, not the Ice Age in you. Yes. What's sexy about getting tickled? Is this like a window into their sex life? A little bit. That's it. I didn't even think about that yet, but no, I don't really want to be tickled before.
Ahead of us today, I want to begin by thanking our sponsors. To thank Ed and Faith Wolf for being our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Elul. in memory of beloved father, grandfather, and great-grandfather Cyrus Wolf Shalom Ben Seifert, Zichron Lebracha. We thank our week of learning sponsor, Joe and Dahlia Berry, in honor of their 43rd anniversary, Hashem, and their successful Aliyah 3.5 years ago. We also thank Howard and Aileen Friedman for dedicating the show this morning in memory of Howard's father, Shalom Ben Hillel Tzvi, the American Art Torah, also in Shalom, and the family's in the Chama. And with that, we let us begin. The people that heard of us today, that's Chaf Aleph 21, and we are picking up in Hashem on the bottom of Chaf Aleph days. And we are picking up at last 3 lines, the last 2 lines of the daf. Amr of Yitzchak Bar Ada. The Yitzchak Bar Ada says as follows. What's incredible Gemara. So just to first not close out, but to find a little bit of the halachos of Hasididos. Remember again, as we've been seeing since the beginning of the chapter, the Chazal instituted an incredible leniency regarding drawing water on Shabbos. That although the well itself is technically speaking categorized as a Rishus HaYachid, as it has the requisite dimension of 10, 12 in deep, 4, 12 in wide, and was given the 12 to constitute the inner Rishus HaRabbi. As such, drawing water on Shabbos would constitute a significant issue. So Chazal instituted the concept of the Hasididos, or the Diyumah. These L-shaped posts positioned at 4 corners, so the answer to convert the area around the well into a Rishus HaYachid. Even under normal circumstances, such enclosures, such walls, do not really be halachically significant. It was a special kula. We'll see as we will see in today's class why such a kula was in fact necessary. We'll focus on that in the so, my focus should have made as to how much space you can have in between the diyumah. Is it 10 amas? Is it 8.5 amas? She might not goes on to clarify this a little bit more. Rabbi Yisrael Ada was this is incredible. The Huchu Hasididos, and the Older Galim Global. So it comes on Rabbi Yitzchak, and he says, by the way, why did Chazal institute this particular kula? So Rabbi Yitzchak said they only allow it for the Older Galim. So listen, the see what that means. So the pasuk, what it means is as follows: that a person has to be Older Galim. And so again, as you're going, obviously you require work. The person's going to be traveling over the course of Shabbos. So Yitzchak makes it sound like that in order to make life a little bit easier for the Older Regalim, they allowed you to enclose a well with this interior enclosure. I was immersed that I know that the possible wells, Ella Gabi Behima Bilbas, but one second. Elsewhere again, the right indicate that the reason for the kula was not for individuals, but in fact was for animals. Is it for the Older Regalim, or is it for animals? Which is not part of Tila. My behema, behemas Older Regalim. What does it mean when it says that Hasididos for behemas? It means for the animals of the Older Regalim. Look at the last Rashi on the map. Behemas Older Regalim. Aval Odom afidu Older Regalim of which will lose for yourself. The Yaakov punished with Nibelishos. We'll see that in just a moment. But again, what the Gemara is holding right now, both sides as follows. When you come to the Older Regel, so the concept is not just you, but you're coming along with your shaka, but you're coming along with your livestock. Watering livestock, especially as you're traveling, is no small order. Therefore, Chazal understood that it's using its potential incredible hardship for the Older Regel to water his flocks. Therefore, to make life a little bit easier, Chazal relaxed the standards for regular mitzvahs and allowed you to enclose a well so as to be able to water your animals on Shabbos. So this was a special takana made for the behemoths of Older Regalim. The Gemara will say, well, watch this. About Adam, but amazingly enough, this kula was not made for people. This kula was not made for people, because what should people do about this? This is wild. About Adam, tapos kapalit, about Adam, mitapes, va'ola, mitapes here. The most they see is another eitzah for a person. What's the other eitzah for a person? Go into the well. Just go into the well, right? You can go ahead and lower yourself from the well, and you can drink from the well to the well. Now, again, obviously, if you go into the well, then of course there's no issue. There's no issue of any kind of rishuyos. Yeah. There's no issue of any kind of transfer of issues because you're going into the well itself. First, look at Rashi. This is really wild. Top of Chafalif, mitafes ochis biyad of radio pixelim, benichnas biyotzi mitafes. Listen to so what did you do if you want to drink water from the well? What do? You lower yourself into the well. And by the way, how do you lower yourself into the well? You go ahead and you just climb down the well. Like you put your arms and your legs by the side of the well, go down and drink, come back up. Listen, this is incredible. So there's another thing over here that the heter for Hasibi Road, the heter for the Monday was to the animals. But people, you don't need to rely on a tool like this. But rather, again, you can actually go into the well yourself and drink. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yudam Shmuel. So 1 second. Says the Gemara. So as the Yiddish name of Shmuel is that the heter of Hasidiros was only for a spring, a well that's a spring. That's a be'er mayim chayim. As opposed to, let's say, just a cistern or something that just holds collected water. But if you want to tell me that the heter of Hasidiros is only for animals, but not for people, Mali Chayim, Mali Nichunosim. What does it make a difference what type of water it is? Right? Again, I understand this be'er mayim. If you're telling me that it has to be a be'er mayim chayim, the heter of Hasidiros is for people, because then that's potable water, that's drinkable water. But when I say it's for animals, what does it make a difference what type of water source it is? For which the Gemara says, you require something ultimately that is suitable for a person. It is suitable for a person. So the idea being that although the heter of Hasidiros was only for animals, nevertheless, it only worked for a water source. What's the definition of water source? The type of water source that would be used by people as well. So the Gemara says, so what says that the heter of Hasidiros was only for behemoths. But for people, if you need water, go into the well. The Gemara says, but what if the well was very wide, so that a person couldn't successfully navigate in and out of the well? Then if the well is too wide, so that a person can't get in and out of it, then a person can go out and use the heter for Hasidiros as well. Furthermore, a person should not go and fill up water and place it before his animal on Shabbos. You're utilizing the Hasidiros. You should not go ahead and fill up a container and put it in front of you. But you can deliver a shot. Only you put it in front of the animal. It shows and ultimately the animal could drink on its own. If that's the case, then how do Takala Hasidiros help? What do you mean, how did it help? It helped that you could draw water from the well. But I will say, if that's the case, then again, why? Because I'll have to eat a minimum size of the enclosure enough for the head of the majority of the body of the Torah. We also did this just yesterday. The evil was talking about a spot that is standing in the Shorabim. So we'll say, so again, that's the continuation, that's just the restating of yesterday's discussion. So we'll say, what comes out of here is something very important. What comes out of this sugya is the Gemara telling us that the Din of Hasidiros was dafka instituted for behemoths only with gold. But ideally, Hasidiros is not used for people. If you want to drink from the well, go into the well. Go into the well. However, if the water is too wide, if you can't navigate inside of the well, one could go ahead and utilize the well. One could go ahead and draw water for their own drinking purposes from Hasidiros. And I will say this is indeed how the Rambam passes. The Rambam says this is what Shabbos Zayin Halacha Lamed. As you know, to see. Fine. The truth is, we'll leave this Rambam. Let's just do the next few lines. So we're going to be able to halacha because Rambam keeps it all together. Listen to this. So the Gemara goes right there. The Gemara says, I'm going to be reading about Amarash. Let's just keep this in mind. Number one, we've seen that pasidi ra'os is primarily for animals. People, if they want to drink from the well, should go into the well, drink water from inside the well. Yet it seems to be that even a person could use the heter of pasidi ra'os if the well is too wide that a person can't scale down the well. Let's say it's interesting. You see from here again, sometimes kulos are good, but sometimes the person should try to avoid using kulos. The use of a kula is important under extreme circumstances. But sometimes the use of too many kulas too often is sometimes fundamentally undermine and erode a person's allegiance and fidelity to halacha. Like if you think about it, what a crazy thing. I want a drink of water, I'm traveling to the well, so I'm going to scale a well. It's like, can you imagine something like this? Have you ever heard of something like this? I'm going to scale the well. But you see over here that, again, if I need to use the kula, I'll use the kula. But if there's a way not to use the kula, it's better not to use it. Not because the golden light is to be machmir, but the golden light is to create a sensitivity and fidelity and allegiance to halacha. And sometimes, again, the use of too many kulas too often undermines that relationship. So I'll say a few more pieces or a few more qualifications. I'm going to hear me about Abba Amrat. Ein working in Belaval. This is fascinating. So we'll say really fascinating Gemara. There's no din of gorgin. So what's gorgin? Look at Rashi. Second of the shorter lines in Rashi. And gorgin in the Baba third one. So I'm going to be case in the Arabs. Also, we see a little bit later on. In how you gorgin in, what's the result? I'm going to be shirayin. Miss Abel, Imo, Umogidin, Uma, Yemisham, Ulahalon. So the Gemara says, listen to this. We know there's a lot of Tchum. Tchum says that you have 2,000 amis from the edge of the city. 2,000 amis from the edge of habitation in which you have the ability to travel. So remember again, Tchum is not a din in carrying, it's not a din in yourself. This is a din in travel, mobility. So you have 2,000 amis from the edge of the city in which you are situated to travel on Shabbos. However, the din of Borgin says like this. If there is some type of basic domicile, even a hut, within 70 and 2/3 amis of the edge of the city, you should measure the tchum not from the edge of the city, but from the hut. So essentially, even a basic domicile like a hut, within 70 and 2/3 amis of the edge of the city, allows you to count the tchum not from the edge of the primary city, but from the hut. That's Borgin. What is a Borgin? Sukkos. Sha'osim Shomri Ha'yir. So it's a sukkah, it's a hut that the watchman would often go ahead and set up. Ve'ino Dava Kavua. Also, the Kiddush over here is that this hut, as we're going to see, is something that was not really set in place. It was easily transportable. So even though, again, it's not really like what we call it a binyan kavua, it's not a set structure. Nevertheless, halakha l'maisa, it still extends the tchum. So the Gemara says, "Kamar Gami as a hanas Borgin in Babel, Kamar the in this Arvin Shana ear to the Babel is a big denial. You should know Helcha for Hashemidi." So we'll see that question in just a moment. We'll see. Here's what Rabbi is saying. Number one, the din of Borgin does not apply in Babel, which means that in Babel, if you have a city, the tchum of that city is measured from the edge of the city, and even if you have a hut within 70 and 2/3 amas of the edge of the city, the tchum is not measured by the hut, but the tchum is measured by the edge of the city. Below, Hasibiros Bukotlar. And also furthermore, there's no din of Hasibiros. It's really fascinating. The din of Hasibiros of the Diyumadin is only in Eretz Yisrael, not in Chutz. So what's the logic? Borgin in Babalo. Let's say, why does the din of Borgin not apply in Babel? Because Babel, interestingly enough, apparently is subject to flooding, flash flooding. So because of that, these Borgin will often washed away. So because it's not dependable or it's not reliable that the Borgin is going to be there, therefore it cannot work to go ahead and extend this photo. So look at Rashi for just a moment. This is really pretty incredible. So Rashi stands that Rashi. He says the Babel Babel was subject to flash flooding, and therefore halacha l'maisa you can't rely that the Borgin is going to be there. Therefore, the din of Borgin doesn't apply in Babel. However, below Chasi Biros, Chas just puts our slow. So the Shrichi Misifta. This is incredible. Why does the din of Chasi Biros not apply? Because literally there are no yeshivas there. Now what does that mean? Look at Rashi. The Shrichi Misifta is really quite amazing. Lilmod Torah. So what's the in Chutz La'aretz, situation of learning to become going city to city to learn. Chasi Biros, which is the only regalim. This is incredible. The din of Chasi Biros was a din that allowed you to draw water for your livestock and it's under extreme circumstances for you when you were doing the divine mitzvah, right? In a mitzvah journey. So the paradigmatic example of being the divine mitzvah was only regalim. But the idea was anytime you were traveling over the course of Shabbos with Sorah mitzvah, Chazal allowed you to use these Chasi Biros. So interestingly enough, in Chutz La'aretz is outside of Eretz Yisrael and Babel. Interestingly enough, this purpose, Babel was not called Chutz La'aretz. You see that because Babel is like in separately over here, which makes sense because in Babel there were yeshivas. So in Eretz Yisrael and in Babel, where you could potentially be traveling over the course of Shabbos for divine mitzvah, you could use Chasi Biros. Outside of Eretz Yisrael and Babel, where there were no yeshivas, you were not permitted to use Chasi Biros. So it's really incredible. Aval Ipcha Avdino. I will say, but the opposite, of course, the opposite is true. In other words, the halacha l'maisa, there are Chasi Biros in Babel, and the din of Borginin applies in Chutz La'aretz. Because I must say, essentially, the din of Borginin will apply anywhere as long as there's no concern of flashes about it. And the din of Chasi Biros will apply either in Eretz Yisrael because of Aliyah L'Regel, or the Maisa anywhere where you travel to yeshivas. So the Gemara says, others explain, so others have a different version of this. That both the din of Borginin and Chasi Biros do not apply neither in Babel nor in Chutz La'aretz. Borginin the Babel low, as we said before, Borginin don't apply in Babel. Why? Because of flash fire. The Chutar's Namilo, the Shrichi Hanovi. This is fascinating. The din of Borginin doesn't apply in Chutz La'aretz either. Why? Because of feet. What does that mean? Feet? Still these huts. It was still these huts. Since they were not covered, they were not affixed to the ground. So they were stolen. So because it's stolen, obviously you can't rely on the Borginin to be there. So the Gemara says, Chasi Biros kababalo, the Shrichi Maya. So again, these Chasi Biros, that answer was not allowed in Babel. Why? Because we'll say apparently water was an easy supply in Babel. So remember again, the din of Chasi Biros is a din in Eretz Yisrael, says the Gemara, because water is harder to come by. But in Babel, where water was easy to come by, there was no need to rely on these kulas. The Chotzars Nami the Lo Shlichim Yisrael. And Chotzars also, there was no din of Chasi Biros because since they weren't yeshivas, therefore halacha l'maisa Chasi Biros was only instituted in the situation of divine mitzvah, and there was no real traveling for divine mitzvah in Chutz La'aretz. Amri Achista l'may Breid Rabbi Yom Abba Amri. Amri Asisu mi Barnash l'Beit Mishta Dudanio Dahava Klasa Parsi B'Shabbos. Let's listen to this. The Gemara tells a story. So Chista said to Mari Breid Rabbi Yom Abba. He said to him, I heard that you went from Barnash to the shul of Daniel. You traveled from Barnash to the shul of Daniel, and that is a distance, Rashi says over here, Shamati, Ha'omim Aleichem, Sha'atem Bo'im Mibarnish, L'Beit Mishta D'Daniel B'Shabbos, Makom Haya B'Babel, Shesham Haya Mispalo Daniel, Siv, the carbon seasonally be lost. So this is, so apparently there was a shul, it was the shul of Daniel. So you have a Chisa telling Mari, I heard that you traveled on Shabbos from Barnish to the shul of Daniel. And the problem is that is a distance tabu plus a parsi b'shabsa. That's a distance of 3 parcels, more than tchum. And my son Pisu abordanim. So what did you allow? And I said Pisu, what did you rely on to travel such a far distance more than the regular tchum at Shabbos? Abordanim, did you rely on the presence of heart to extend your clothes? Ha'amar Avua, Mishmei Rav, your father, the father of your father, like your grandfather, said in the name of Rav, Ein Borgin in Bavada. That there's no dinner of Borgin in Bavada, right? Again, because of flash flooding. So how did you travel such a far distance? Shabbos, Nafik Samar went out, he showed the Krista, the Achilei Hanul, the Safta, the Midwan, the Shidin, the Shirai. So he went out and showed him that apparently, right outside of Danish, within 70 and 2/3 amas of the edge of the Danish, there were these ruins that were there, but the walls of the ruins were still intact. So because the walls were still intact, they were bona fide mechitzas. Because they're bona fide mechitzas, they extended the tomb of the city, allowing Mar to travel from Danish all the way to the shul of Dunya. Take a look at Rashi just a moment. Rashi says, Misafta ayeros haribos, v'nish'alu sham mechitzas habaki, v'amiran hasem parakit and arvin, nefesh al nifas tagadim. So once you see showing the ruins, despite the fact that they were ruins, the walls of those ruins were still intact and allowed the tomb of the city to be extended past that. And that's how you were able to travel to the shul of Dunya. So we'll say good. So that's the end. We're going to get into some beautiful Agarata. But before that, let me show you the Rambam. So the Rambam in Paragraph Zayin is also Shabbos says as follows. We're going to say a lot of fascinating ideas over here. Number one, where possibly Raos, who were possibly Raos instituted for. Number two, where were they instituted for? Because the Gemara seems to indicate over here that this is a din Dafka in Eretz Yisrael and maybe Babel as well. So look at the Rambam writes as follows. This is in Paragraph Yud Zayin, chapter 17, Rambam Halacha Lamed. Mo'itiru hapasim ha'elu, ela b'Eretz Yisrael, u'lebehimas oli legavim bilva. So the Rambam actually explains that the din of Pasibilos is Dafka din in Eretz Yisrael. This was only instituted in Eretz Yisrael and only instituted for the animals of the Oli Regavim. And I will say so again, 3 qualifications. Number 1, only in Eretz Yisrael. Number 2, only for the animals of Oli Regavim, the Bar Mitzvah. And number 3, only a be'er mayim chayim. A well that's a well spring, because that's a more kosher water source. Aval, b'shar haratos. I will say again, if you let's say anywhere else outside of Eretz Yisrael, if you want to drink water on Shabbos, or you want to give to your animals on Shabbos, what's the halakha? You might tell the shar haratos adam gores of the be'er the yishte o yasim the kita maketas be'er gavo asar sofin. Any other circumstance outside of Eretz Yisrael or anything else, if you want to draw water on Shabbos, you can draw water on Shabbos. You just have to what? Make regular mechitzas. You have to make a regular partition. But if the well was very wide, if the well is too wide, so that the person can't go down and get it, you not need to rely on possibly. So what's that? If Allah and the Rambam Haskins, that the thing number 1, only applies in Eretz Yisrael. Number 2, only applies for behemoths, only the golem, not for a person. Unless, of course, the well is too wide that you can't sail it. Under those circumstances, you can rely on the possibly road to draw water for personal consumption as well. Right? So that one goes on with a couple of other fascinating ideas, but that's enough for today. Good, let's go like this. What's a beautiful Gemara ahead of us? So the Gemara says as follows. Amr Krista, Dorish Mari Bar Mar. So this says follows. So Mari Bar Mar darshan the following. He said, Mitzvah, the Chosichla Isi case. So what's the meaning of the passage in Tehillim? Literally, again, for every goal, for every conclusion, I've seen an end. But your mitzvos are very expansive. So we'll say the Kashtos, what David HaMelech is saying is like this. Everything else in the world is finite. The mitzvos for the Torah is infinite. So David is on the David will appear. So David Anaf said this, but he didn't explain it. Amar Iyov will appear. Iyov said it and he didn't explain it. Amar Yechezkel will appear. Yechezkel said he didn't explain it. At Shabbos Zechariah ben Ido appears. So Zechariah ben Ido came along and he finally explained it. What does this mean? Amar David will appear. David said but he didn't hear it. Say so again, David Amelech says, for every goal, for every goal, I've seen an end, but your literals are very expensive. I didn't explain what that meant. Amru Iyov will appear. Iyov said it also. He says, Arucha me Eretz Yudah, Uyachava minayam. Literally again, it is longer than the earth, than the length of the earth, and wider than the width of the sea. So again, both say once again, speaking to the expansiveness of Torah, but doesn't help bring that concept. Amr Yechezkel Bereshit B'Ksiv, quotes the passage in Yechezkel, Vayifros Osa Lefanai, B'Ksuva Panim Ba'acha, B'Kasav Alei Kinim Beheger Dehi. We'll see what that means in just a moment. What is it supposed to say? So literally it means Vayifros Osa Lefanai. He spread it open as the Ksuva Panim Ba'acha. It is written on the back and in the front. Because of Elah, and it says in it, Kinim means like Kinim, like Kinim. Lamentation, the Hega, rejoicing, Nehi, and woe. What is that? Kinim, Zupar, Nusa, Shal Tzadikim, Olamazah. So Kinim means the misfortune or the suffering of Tzadikim in this world. The Chinu Omer, Kino Hi, the Konenu. The Hega, what does Hega mean? Zu Matan Scholan Shal Tzadikim Nasib Lavo. That refers to the rejoicing of the Tzadikim in the world to come. Omer, Alai Higayon Bechino. Dehi, Zoi Parnusan Shalisham Nasib Lavo. He refers to the suffering of the wicked in the world to come. Omer, Hav, so he quotes over here the passage from Yechezkel, Hava al Hava Tava. Ad Shabbat Zechariah ben Ido Bereshit. Zechariah ben Ido was the first one who came along and explained this notion of the expansiveness of Torah. Siv quotes over here the passage from Yechezkel. So he said to me, what do you see? And I said, I see a floating scroll. Arka Esrim Ba'amal, Berachba Esra Ba'amal. Its length 20 amas, its width is 10 amas. And ultimately, again, when it was unfolded, it was Esrim Be'esrim. It was 20 by 20. And it says that it was written on the front and on the back. And if you were to feel that closer, it was written on the front and the back. So what it's saying, the imagery is, it was written on the front and the back. If you were to peel apart the front and the back and place them side by side, how much would that be? 40 amas by 20 amas. Mima dad b'sha'al amayim b'shamayim b'zeres chayim nimtza kala olam kula afos b'shloshes alafim u'masayim b'torah. So let's say when you do all of the math, the Gemara says it turns out that the world is 1/32 of the size of the Torah. So let's say obviously in the metaphorical point, you are trying to paint this image of this massive scroll that totally eclipses the size of the world. To highlight to us the dramatic expansiveness of Torah. When we speak about Torah, we say, okay, you can quantify Torah. Torah is Tanakh, Torah is Sheditzad, Torah is Shabbat. So we'll say, Torah, remember how Chazal refers to Yam Shal Chomer, right? Refer to the sea of the Gemara. The metaphor, the imagery is an expansiveness. When you look, you stand on the banks of the ocean, you look out at the ocean, it looks like it's not Shem Lamsov. It has no end. So the idea that the depth and profundity of Torah is so much that it even eclipses the size of the universe. That's the imagery of it. From Christoph, Darish, Mori, Barmar, my Bitsir, Bine Shnei Duda Iteinen, Muad Mufnei Kalasha. Those are actually quite beautiful. You might recall from Yom Yo. It says over here, that there were two literally baskets of figs prepared for the Heichal Hashem. Hadud ha'echad te'inim tovos. One of the baskets contained good figs, tovos loads. Te'ini habachoros. Like the early figs. Also, just see something else happening over here. If you have your Torah or your Gemara together two different. Again, they're both from Yo, Parakaf, Dalet, Pasuk, Aleph, speaking Aleph 2 days, but it's just taking different parts of it. Shabbos says, so the image that Yirmiyahu Hanavi, I don't know if it's really quite beautiful, is two baskets of figs. One basket is figs, tabos, ma'od, Shite'eni Abakoros, Amadeus, Vazud, Echad, and the second basket, Te'enim, Ro'os, Ma'od. Are that figs? Asher lo se'achal na meirah. That would not be eaten because they were so bad. So what's like, who does the two baskets of figs represent? This is really beautiful. Hatobos, Elu Tzadikim Gimur. The good figs, those represent Tzadikim Gimur. Te'enim Haros, bad figs, Elu Yisha'im Gimur. This refers ultimately again to the Shem Gimur. So let's look at this Gemara. The Shema Toma. So maybe you'll say the basket of bad figs, which represents Yisha'im Gemurim, Shema Toma, Abad Sidram, Ubato Sikuyam. Maybe you'll say there's no hope. There's no possibility of redemption for the Yisha'im Gemurim. Amromar, Habidoim, Nashmireya. You'll say it says that both of the baskets of figs give forth a beautiful aroma. So it's like even the figs, which you can't be consumed, right? Even the things which were bad, right? Even the things rotten, still give forth a beautiful aroma. Either the ilu ashish both baskets of figs have the ability to give forth a beautiful aroma. So just understand the power of that Gemara. That's what draw your attention to the lush. See, the Gemara says over here that the basket of figs can be Gemara. The Gemara doesn't just use Lashon over here of Tzadikim and Rishayim, but use Lashon of Tzadikim, Gemurim, Rishayim, Gemurim. The Lashon of Gemurim represents that person can be a Rasha, to be like a recreational Rasha, right? And just a Rasha on the weekends. Like for during the week I try to be good, or vice versa. The Shem Gemurim, like grandmas, usually Tzadik Gomer, right? I should say usually Bal Shuva Gemurim, Rambam says. So the Lashon of Gomer represents a lot of finality and totality. And sometimes I have different aspects of my identity. Gomer means this is the totality of my identity. See what the Gemara is saying? You might have thought that the Rishayim Gemurim Ubato Sikuyam. You might have thought that a Rasha Gomer, that's it. Rasha Gomer is down and out. There's only more to talk about Rasha Gomer. No, even the Rasha Gomer will say it's terrible. Even Rasha Gomer, I'm not sure that. We'll say what incredible love. Even if a person is a Rasha Gomer, the beautiful scent of holiness is always there. The beautiful scent of ruchnius never goes away. Even when you're nice, even when your identity is so fundamentally compromised, the scent of holiness never leaves you. Incredible. You remember the writer? What does it mean when it says that if you got in? First time you got in is of course the story by Rothschild. So there it's interesting that the got in as mandrakes. That's the English word that's given. Here in this context, that is actually translated as violence. Okay? So the Yudaim gave their scent. What's the word is so beautiful. Elu B'nei Yisrael Shekamu Kanti. Let's say so violence, but the Yudaim gave their scent. This refers to the Jewish men who never tasted the taste of sin. Let's say so what does that mean? So the Mashal on this. The Mashal gone in the Rama Varayas. And you'll see it makes sense from the text. Just a little bit as well. It's just talking about young men who are careful to guard themselves from immoral. No person, obviously, no person could say that they never tasted the taste of sin. Everybody tasted the taste of sin. We all sin. But when I say a person, especially a young person, when passions are strongest, who is careful to guard himself from immorality, that's what we've got in Rothschild. That ultimately, again, is the violence who emits such a beautiful flame. And actually enters with all types of beautiful food. Who is that? Elu B'nei Yisrael, this refers to the Jewish women. Shemagidos Pisreihen Leba'aleihen. So it's literally, it says, they tell their openings to their husbands. So it actually points out over here, this refers to Rashi. Rashi goes over that a little bit. So Avigos Kiskin Baalei means they tell their husbands and they become a nida. That the wife tells her husband she becomes a nida, that her husband shouldn't inherently transgress with her. Rosh Mishnah, you know about the possibility? Sha'ogdos Kiskin Baalei. Literally, they close their openings only for her husband. This idea means that the virtuosity, the Jewish woman, that she maintains her allegiance, right, is only for her husband. Kadoshim Dan Yisrael don't step on you. So what does it mean again? Literally, new and old, my beloved, I await you are the scout for you. I'm looking at this Israel, looking at the stuff, this is so beautiful. So I'm just going to point out this notion, by the way, we've seen so much in the last couple of days regarding the immorality and how persons, people conquer immorality. There's the greatest habit that a person has, the greatest habit that a person has, and at the end of the day, this power that awaits a person who's able to overcome these most innate wants and desires. I'm going to point out this idea that the Gemara says that the gun must be rare. So what does it mean that the young person, right, we're all young, young person is able to resist morality, whereas he admits the gun must be rare, that the violence gives off its scent. So listen, the concept of scent doesn't mean that your scent is beautiful if you overcome immorality. Scent is something that just exists by itself. In other words, you don't do anything for scent. It's just a part of your being. Someone has a beautiful, pleasing scent. It's just a part of their gestalt. It's a part of what they are. The idea being, as I was saying, is that when I'm able to overcome the desire for immorality, it's not just the shot that I become a holy. It fundamentally changes who I am. I emit a different scent. I smell different. I am different. You see, there are certain things that I do that give me greater kedusha, that give me greater holiness, and there are certain things that I do that just fundamentally change who I am. I emit like a I emit pleasing aroma. So when I muster the inner courage to overcome the pull towards immorality, not just the shot that I'm holy, that I'm good, that I'm pleasant, my aroma is an incredible idea. I emit a different scent. So powerful. Oh, can I say so? So probably says emotion. These are beautiful pieces. How big is the those semi-man shekazar to allow the client. The quality says Baruch. Something is Ribono Shalom. You've made many laws. You've given me many laws. But I've legislated upon myself even more laws than you've given me. And I kept all of them. That's probably says Baruch. You've made many mitzvahs. I've taken out even more mitzvahs and I kept everything. I'm going to pick out a little bit. I got this is one thing said to one of the Talmudic communication who was raging at his presence. Have you ever heard a drasha on this passage? What does it mean when it says the new things and also the old things? Amarle, Ela mitzvahs kalas, Ela mitzvahs kamulas. So if I'm talking something, which refers to the even mitzvahs and difficult mitzvahs. Amarle, which is Torah Pahanayim, upon the Talmud is always Torah given multiple times. That it would say, Kadoshim Gam Yishanim, which makes it sound like things that were given earlier, things that were given later. Halal Mitzvah Torah, Halal Mitzvah. As I look at the consequences, Kadoshim Gam Yishanim, the word Yishanim refers to ultimately Mitzvah Torah. Yishanim, the old halachos refers to the halachos that the Ribono Shalom gave us. But the Kadoshim refers to the new halachos that the Rabbanon gave us. Look at Rashi, Divrei Sofim. He says, Kadoshim shenischansu b'chodar vadar ligdar geder b'shiyah. Each generation legislates new laws for what purpose? For the purpose of giving a protective sense of love. So beautiful. Garash Rabbi, I see. V'yosem ehima b'ni yizah asus sparim. What's the meaning of the passage? When it says, and even more than these things, my son, be careful. Asos sparim parday. Literally, what it sounds He was making svarim, make many svarim. What does this mean? Meaning, Zara b'divrei sofrim yosem b'divrei Torah. Shlomo was saying, my son, be more careful with the law than with divrei Torah. Divrei Torah, Yeshana Seva Lo Saseh. The Torah is comprised of positive commandments and prohibitions. The divrei sofrim, yes, when it comes to the words of Chazal, all over al divrei sofrim chayv.
Why have we not done that, right?
We're violating the social both sides society. So now what is that? We take a look at Rashi. The Sevelo says that Rashi says Yesh Bohen She'in Bohen Chiyuv Nisa about Divrei Sofrim Chayav Nisa Al Kuvan Kibutzim the Kolei Yagar Yishachem Nisa. There was a quote of the pasuk from Kohalas that says, "He who breaches the fence shall be bitten by this thing." So even though this kind of sounds counterintuitive, right? One would need to be more careful with the righteous because they're given by the Rebbeinu Shalom and not the Rabbanon. Yet the Rebbeinu says, "He who breaches the rabbinic fence will be bitten by its snake," which means that in certain respects, rabbinic law is dealt with more severely than biblical law. What's the idea? Because the idea is that rabbinic law is the glue that keeps us together. The rabbis of every generation, and I'm not that every generation, they say every generation has to legislate new laws because of the circumstances. Economic is the glue that are done that keeps the fabric of society together. And if we don't go ahead and adhere to the duty, like if we don't adhere to the duty of Rabbanon, then although the Torah says we will still be affected by the country matter of Hashem to the fabric of the Torah. That's why amazingly enough that there's sometimes greater severity attached to doing the Rabbanon than there are to doing the Torah. Hashem Atamar, in Yesh Ban Manish, or maybe you'll say 1 second, look, the teenage Rabbanon are so important, then why didn't that be part of this Rabbi doing the Torah? It looks like this thought crosses everyone's mind at some point in time. Like if the rabbis of Chazal are really right, then why didn't that be part of what we just included? So we'll listen to this. Amar Kra'al, Asos Svarim, Harbe increase. So those at a certain point in time, you keep writing Svarim, and keep writing many Svarim, and there will be no end. In other words, we're saying that Torah continues to evolve, and Torah continues to go on. It would have been impossible to commit everything to writing in one sefer, and therefore HaKadosh Baruch Hu had to be mechalik between a Torah Shabbat and a Torah Shabbat, the Chaisra and Bnei Rabbanon. The law of Harbe Yegias, that was literally translated what this means is much study causes weariness or tiredness of the flesh. Rami, Shakala Malik Al-Hakamin, Nidon Bisar of Zach. It teaches us that what? Anyone who disparages the law will literally be judged in boiling excrement in Olam Haba. The idea of to go ahead and say the rabbis are just adding on layers of halacha that are necessary. I'll keep the Doraisa, that's all I need to keep myself coming along and saying there is no Yiddish without the Rabbanon. There is no way of life without the Rabbanon. The whole point of the Rabbanon is the Rabbanon to teach us how to take the Doraisas, make them applicable and sustainable in the real world. When you see someone like this, that if you go and disparage the Rabbanon, you're going to burn and burn excrement in Gehenna. It's obviously hyperbolic, but it's the idea of Chazal telling us there is no life without the Rabbanon. You see this, at any time you try to steal away the Rabbanon from Jewish life, it's only a matter of time. It may take years or may take a few generations, but at the end of the day, you absolutely lose your way. Does it say lahag, disparage? Lahag says. Lahag was like, now, the way the Gemara was kind of interpreting the pasuk was lahag. The word is lahag. The Gemara darshaned it as lahag, which means to disparage. The Gemara doesn't say lahag with an eye in disparage. It means lahag with everything to learn. Allah, what it means is whoever engages in the study of Torah, specifically the studies of the Rabbanon, like the studies of Gemara, it's like he tastes me. I say, what's the shot with that? That if you study Gemara, you study Dinei Rabbanan. So it's like you have in your history, then your others and what's something beautiful. So it's just like when you eat meat. How do you feel after a good steak? How do you feel after a good steak? Satisfied. Satisfied. What's like, how do you feel after a good block Gemara? Satisfied. Satisfied. You know what's like, there are certain things in life which give you a certain level of satisfaction. So the truth is, in a Gashmi level, a good meal, a good steak, you feel good after it. It's like the world is good. It's like, you know, if you have a good steak, it's amazing. A good steak and a glass of wine, and no cherries on over here. Right, but a good base and a good glass of wine, I was saying. So again, the universe is in equilibrium, right? Life is perfect. The only thing I'm missing in that moment is Mashiach. It makes me feel like a little like Mashiach. Right? So let's say, in all seriousness, where else do you replicate a feeling? That when do you have a feeling in life that like the world's good, the world is good and everything is perfect? After a good block Gemara. You know, you have a daf like this, you're gonna walk up, and there's gonna be like a wave of satisfaction that sweeps over when you have Torah like this. So that's the Gemara says, La Rabbi Yigios Basa. When you learn a lot and you learn a good piece of Torah, it's not just like Yigios Basa. It's just like having a good steak. It's just like a good many of those. It's just like a satisfaction of a good meal. So beautiful. Turn out, we'll say, listen to this incredible story. Nice of Rabbi Akiva. We'll say, such a dramatic story. There was a Rabbi Akiva was incarcerated in jail. The Ben Yehoyada again writes, we'll say, when was Rabbi Akiva was in jail? This was the end of his life. This was, Rabbi Akiva dies a brutal death at the hands of the Romans. His flesh escaped from his body. This is the story. This is the story. In fact, it was like, I'll tell you, the Ben Yehoyada, I'll send it out on the WhatsApp, but the Ben Yehoyada has an overwhelming insight. I'll fill in parts as we go on. Rabbi Akiva was incarcerated. Rabbi Yeshua Hagarsi, Misharso, Rabbi Yeshua Hagarsi was his attendant. Was like his shamus, he's taking care of him. And I will say, what does Garsi mean? I will say, this is, look at Rashi. Rashi says, Garsi is Shem Makom. It's the name of his place. That's where he lived. That's where he lived. Otherwise, Rashi says, I will say, this is incredible. Lishnachina, Shen Tochin Grisim. He used to go ahead and grind lentils. Which I was trying to point something out. I often say this. To me, one of the most incredible things you find in the Gemara is where you find these incredible tzaddikim who had jobs. They had jobs. Not only did they have jobs that were fit for what, but they were laborers. Like they were the guys who ground up lentils. You know, so sometimes in life we think that the fact that I have to work for a living hinders me from becoming a tzaddik. It exempts you from becoming a Talmud. You know, listen, to become a Talmud or a tzaddik, that's the purview of like people who get to live their lives being close to this. Me, I have to go out to work. So if I have to go out to work, I could be a good balabas. Like that's like the ceiling for me. It's not true. Everybody has the capacity to be a tzaddik. Everybody has the capacity to be a tzaddik. Everybody has the capacity to be the greatest of the great. So you see over here, who's the Misharis of Rabbi Akiva? Rabbi Yeshua Garsi, a guy who used to go, a man who used to go ahead and grind lentils. That was his occupation. But despite the fact that he went to work every day grinding lentils, he still became a donut. Watch this. Every day, he would bring in Rabbi Akiva water. Now, Mayim Benita Rabose means as follows. He would bring Rabbi Akiva enough water for Netilas Yadayim and for drinking. If you don't have water, what happens? Yom Echad Matushar Beis Asur. So we'll say one day Rabbi Yeshua Garsi is coming to the jail with water, and the guard sees him coming. Amarlo, Hayom Meimecha Merugis. So the guard became suspicious of Rabbi Yeshua Garsi. He says, today you look like you're bringing in a lot more water. Shema Lachtar Beis Asur Atatzarech. So he suspected that what was he trying to do? He was trying to cover Rabbi Akiva's bigger tunnel, right? Because how do you dig a tunnel, right? You pour water on the ground, the loose things up the earth. So the guard suspected Rabbi Yeshua Garsi was bringing in more water, so as to dig a tunnel to help Rabbi Akiva's drink. So what did he do? Shafak Tatzem. The guard spilled out half of the water in the bucket. Rabbi Yeshua got from Rabbi Akiva. Kishimak Rabbi Akiva Amalo. Yeshua in Ato Yodia Shezaki Nani the Kayin Surim B'Kayecha. Rabbi Akiva sees the bucket, and the bucket is half full. Rabbi Akiva always has the bucket half full. But he said that Lamaisa, Yeshua, you know that I'm totally dependent on you. This water is my water for Mashiach, it's my water for drinking. Now there's only half a bucket. Some folk call Samora. So Rabbi Yeshua got to tell Rabbi Akiva the whole story. So he said, okay, I'll use the water for hand washing. He said, Rabbi, there's barely enough water in there for you to drink. You think there's enough water in there for you to be inside? I told Rabbi, please don't miss the rest of the time today. Please just drink the water so you can live. First, I just want to point out that Daniel Yada points out that the way that Akiva was murdered is that every day the Romans would peel off some of his skin. It didn't all happen at once. Every day they tortured him a little bit. Every day. So it's not just Rabbi Yeshua guys saying Rabbi Akiva, please, don't worry about Matilas. Please just you're torturing me in such unspeakable ways every single day. Just drink the water. Rabbi Akiva said, what should I do? What should I do? At the end of the day, to not wash my hands is a chiyuv misa. Mutov, I'm not saying I wasn't even a chiyuv misa. Obviously, it's not at all a chiyuv misa. Rabbi Akiva was saying then 40 minutes idea. Hold it together, and enough. He reaches the fence to be bitten by a snake. The rabbinic law has to be treated with such incredible severity. Mutov almost misas sni, although ever al das haber. Rabbi Akiva said, better for me to kill myself. Now, what it meant is, better for me that I shouldn't have something to drink. I shouldn't have something to drink, then the Passover violate halachos of my friend. That's incredible. Amar, no tam klum, atshuvidi lo mayim, not lo yazak. So the keep refused to eat anything until he had sufficient, until he was able to bring in more water, and he was able to go ahead and do his tilas lo mayim. When the Chachamim heard this story, Rabbi Akiva is literally being tortured every single day by the Romans. Yet he won't go a day without Messiah. The Daniel comments on this again. He says that the moral of this story is not that you have to give your life for the Messiah. That's not the moral of the story. The moral of the story is that we are here because ultimately we always need incredible and overwhelming fidelity and allegiance to even the smallest details. Because it's not the devil that's in the details. There is almost an element in the details. And we're only here because of the Sirach Nefesh Halacha. Because of the Sirach Nefesh Torah. This is not modeling for us a halacha and nice. That's not what it's modeling for us. What it is modeling for us, I will say, is those of us who bought such a privilege not to live in easy. That the people was willing to give his life to the Messiah of the dire circumstances. How careful we have to be with the details when Baruch Hashem we're not in dire circumstances. So they heard this like Hashem from the Davar Omer. This is how Rabbi Akiva acted when he was old. Can you imagine his behavior when he's young? And this is how Rabbi Akiva conducted himself when he was in jail and he was incarcerated. Can you imagine how he lived his life when he was asleep? So incredible. I'm going to read I'm going to read this Rabbi starting from Elodin and Zetaban. The son of specifically Elodin and Zetaban. What's that? You look at Rashi, Romo, son of instituted Eludin Haselo. Regardless of all the hosting and stuff, I have heard of it. Lasso Siad Barakaka is the Torah. So Yobo the Hakim is Sadner Kayakim. So it's a Shomer Melech was the person who instituted a kind of Eludin Haselo. Remember. Nidda Oraisa, the only thing we can't do is to go from Rishus Harabim or Rishus Hayabim to Rishus Hayabim, and to go from one private domain to another private domain is biblically permitted. Shomer came along and said, no, you can't even carry from one Rishus Hayabim to another Rishus Hayabim without some type of irrepressible. That's what it seems. Shama should Europe goes into two materials that will say Shama into materials that dining for the consumption of kudshim. Said that you cannot eat anything consecrated without washing your hands. That later on evolves to washing your hands for bread. Was the first one to introduce that you have to wash hands before you partake of kudshim. You also see Tabasco, the Tabasco my heart is wise, my heart will rejoice. Gamma, Chacham, B'ni, the sea, Vashidi, Chacham. So let's just do one more line, then we'll stop. Dosh Rava might see the Chado B'Nitzias. Now, Lino Foreign Nashkino Mira in Hagafen, Pasach Smadar, Inatsu Harimo, Sham Etim as Dodi, Sham Eta as Dodi. What's the doesn't mean Yechado B'Nitzias. What does it mean? Come out, which is part of the passage. Come, my beloved, let's go on. So let's remember again, this passage is from Shia Shia. Here's one section. Shia Shia, what makes Shia Shia sometimes a little bit complicated is it's not clear who is the man and who is the woman. You know, in Bizarre, sometimes it's part of the Dukhra, sometimes he's Nukha. Sometimes he's male, sometimes he's female. And Shia Shia, so the male and female personalities switch back and forth. So what does it mean when it says, come my beloved, let's go into the field? Kalbisa says to Hashem, do not judge us like those who dwell in the cities. Sheishman Gezel, Ra'alayis, Shua Shabbos, Shua Shaket. So let's see, in the cities is where you have all of the vices. And all of the vices exist in the city. There's theft, there's immorality, there's false oath, Shua Shaket, vain oath. Rather, so don't think of us like city dwellers. Neise Hasoda, come out into the fields. And what will you see in the fields? You will see ultimately who learn Torah even in the midst of difficulty. So again, so we're not like those who dwell in the cities, who engage in all type of terrible and immoral things, but rather come with us into the fields. We'll show you how we are. I'll show you how we learn Torah even when things are difficult. Now, Lina Bikfarim, let us sleep in the villages. Antikli Bikfarim, Ella Bikhofrim. Bol Be'arecha. Come on, and I'll show you awesome Shishpatan Tova in Kashrubach. There are so many people upon whom you shower so much good, and yet they go ahead and fundamentally don't believe in you. But us, but we believe in this powerful. Nashtuma the coming, go ahead and wake up early in the vineyards. What does that refer to? Is Batik Nisios, Batik Midrashos. Come to the shuls, come to the Batik Medrash. Mira Parcha, get and see if the Geffen of the vines have sprouted in the Baal and Mikvah. So what's that? The Geffen refers to those who master Chumash. Pasach Smadar, the Smadar, which represents a further stage of maturation. Was about the Mishnah. Enotsu Harimonium had the pomegranate sprouted. Elu Baali. That refers to those who master Gemara. Sham Etenes Godi. Leif Erich Tvodu Godi. Sheva Banai Ubinosai. Ribona Shalom. You want to see again? Leif Erich Godi. You want to see my greatest covered? I'll show you my sons and my daughters. Because we're going to say the greatest things we produce in life ourselves. The greatest testament to our fidelity and allegiance to our Torah. Not the personalities we build, but ultimately again the children we raise. All right, we'll say a couple of years. We're not finished. We're not finished. There's still more minutes in the beautiful. I got to take it into tomorrow's daf.
I like that they're doing this. I like it. Yeah, I think it's good. I like the family aspect. They should do stuff together. We can get some pretty redacted stuff. I would prefer that he doesn't.
Ahead of us today, I want to begin by thanking our sponsors. To thank Edith and Faith Wolf for being our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Elul, in memory of our beloved father, grandfather, and great-grandfather Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Ben Tzvi Hirsch, Zichron Lebracha. We thank our Week of Learning sponsor, Joe and Dahlia Berry, in honor of their 43rd anniversary, Hashem, and their successful Aliyah 3.5 years ago. We also thank Howard Friedman for dedicating the shir this morning in memory of Howard's father, Shalom Ben Hillel Tzvi, We hope that in America, our Talmud Torah, all the Shams and the families in it. And also with thanks to let us begin. It's a beautiful day ahead of us today. Today's Daf Chaf Aleph 21, and we are picking up the Merit on the bottom of Chaf on the days. And we are picking up at last 3 lines, the last 2 lines of the Daf. Amr Yitzchak Bar Ada. The Yitzchak Bar Ada says as follows. This incredible Gemara. So just the first not close out, but to find a little bit of the halachos of Tasibilos. Remember again, as we've been seeing since the beginning of the second parak, so Chazal instituted an incredible leniency regarding drawing water on Shabbos. That although the well itself is technically speaking categorized as it has requisite dimensions of 10 12 in deep, 4 12 in wide, and with dealing with wells which are situated in Rosh Hashanah. As such, drawing water on Shabbos would constitute a significant issue. So Chazal instituted this concept of the Pasei or the Diyumadim, these L-shaped posts positioned at 4 corners. So as such, it converts the area around the well into a area. Even under normal circumstances, such an interest, we'll see actually a series of widespread pursuit of what actually necessary, especially coming to the that we saw. Now go to the Yerim Rabbi as to how much space you can have in between the Yumagim. Is it 10 amas? Is it 13.5 amas? So the more that goes on to clarify this a little bit more. Rabbi says about Ada, those are the incredible. Well, which are possibly those? I don't know, only regarding Job. So it comes on the Rabbi talk, and it says, by the way, why did Chazal institute this particular Kudah? Rabbi says they only allowed it for the older regalim. No, but so we'll see what that means. So the Tashkos, what it means is as follows: that a person has to be older as a and so again, as you're traveling, obviously you require water. The person's going to be traveling over the course of Shabbos. So with these customers, it's not like that in order to make life a little bit easier for the older regalim, they allow you to enclose a well which is inferior enclosure. The Gemara says, but one second. Also, again, the Bible seems to indicate that the reason for the Kulah was not for individuals, but in fact it was for animals. Which one is it for the only regalim, or is it for animals? Which is much better clear. My animal, and not only regalim. And that's what does it mean when it says that Chazal instituted Pasei Bilaos for the homeless? It means for the animals of the only regalim. Look at the last section of the Daf. The only regalim. Aval Odom Afilu only regalim of which will live most of the shows. Shiyakol Likonis with moving the shows. So here in just a moment. But again, what the Gemara is holding right now, I will say is as follows. When you come to the older level, so the Tashkos is not just you, but you're coming along with the Tzacha, but you're coming along with your livestock. Watering livestock, especially as you're traveling, is no small order. Therefore, Chazal understood that it can be a potential incredible hardship for the older level to water his flock. Therefore, to make life a little bit easier, Chazal relaxed the standards for regular Mephitos and allowed you to enclose a well so as to be able to water your animals on Shabbos. So this was a special takana made for the behemoth of only regalim. The Gemara says, well, watch this. Aval Adam, but amazingly enough, this Kulah was not made for people. This Kulah was not made for people, because what should people go to this is wild. Aval Adam, Tapos Pakalu, Aval Adam, Mitapes, Vaola, Mitapes, yeah, the most they see is another 8 for a person. What's that 8 for a person? Just go into the well. Just go into the well. Like you can go ahead and lower yourself from the well, and you can drink from the well to the water. Now, again, obviously, if you go into the well, then of course there's no issue. There's no issue of any kind of rishiyos. Yeah. There's no issue of any kind of transfer of rishiyos because you're going into the well itself. So look at Rashi. This is really wild. Half of Kafalit, Mitapes, Ochins beyond the rival of Pixelim, the Nichnas, the Yotzim Mitapes. Listen to it. What did you mention? What did you do? If you want to drink water from all the time, what do? You lower yourself into the well. And by the way, how do you lower yourself into the well? You go ahead and you just come down the well. Like you put your arms by the side of the well, go down and do, come back out. There's another thing over there that the header for Pasei Bilaos, header for the Monday was for the animals. The animals. But people don't need to allow on a cooler like you. It's not that again, you could actually go into the well itself and drink. So the Gemara says, Vam Rabbi Yishak, Am Rabbi Yudam Shmuel, so what's your possibilities, and over my time Gilbert. For 1 second. Says the Gemara, so Rabbi Yehuda is saying with Shmuel that the heter of possibilities was only for a spring, a well that's a spring, that's a be'er mayim chayim. As opposed to, let's say, as opposed to just a cistern. Or something that just holds collected waters. But if you want to tell me that the heter possibilities is only for animals, but not for people, mali chayim, mali nekunasim. The Rabbi said, what does it make a difference what type of water it is? You know, again, I understand that the be'er mayim, if you're telling me that it has to be a be'er mayim chayim, if the heter possibilities is for people, because then that's portable water, it's drinkable water. But when I say if it's for animals, what does it make a difference what type of water source it is? To which the Gemara says, you require something ultimately that is suitable for a person. That is suitable for a person. So the idea being that although the heter possibilities was only for animals, nevertheless, it only works for a more chashuv water source. What's the definition of a chashuv water source? The type of water source that would be used by people as well. So the Gemara says, about other metapes, the older metapes theory, which, as we just said, that the heter possibilities was only for the hymns. But for people, if you need water, go into the well. The Gemara says, are you recovering? But what if the well was very wide, so that a person couldn't successfully navigate in and out of the well? Then how you recovering? If the well is too wide so that a person can't get in and out of it, then that a person could go out and use the heter for possibilities as well. Furthermore, below Yumale, Adam might be in his neighborhood. A person should not go out and fill up water and place it before his animal on Shabbos. If you're utilizing the possibilities, you should not go ahead and fill up a container and put it in front of your animal. To show face this neighborhood goes. So you should fill up with a set, according to the point in front of the animal, to show Sena Ilaha, and ultimately the animal can drink on its own. In that situation, how did the Hakala possibly know itself? Maho Ilu, the Malos Nihan, only had it in help. Help us to go out from the well. And the Mahoyo Yosha Ruba Shapala. But I will say, if that's the case, then again, why the Chazal has to eat a minimum size of the enclosure enough for the head of the majority of the body of the Torah? We'll say this just yesterday, but on Rabbi, Hakamaya, the evils are only the Sharabim is talking about a truck that is standing in the Sharabim. Kavoa Sara, 10 fucking high. Those live our Ba'a, the Rosho, Niknas, the Dane Hakasi. So we'll say, so again, that's the continuation there. That's just the restating of yesterday's discussion. So we'll say, what Ramgado is really very important. What Ramgado is Sugya, is the Gemara telling us that the Dina Possibilities was not instituted for the Himas only with God. But ideally, possibilities is not used for people. If you want to drink from the well, go into the well. Go into the well. Go into the well. However, you must think that if one is too wide, if you can't navigate inside of the well, one could go ahead and utilize the well. One could go ahead and throw water into the well because some possibilities also. And I will say this is how the Rambam talks. The Rambam says this is what Rothschild tells us. Halacha Rami. As we also see, fine. The truth is, we'll leave this channel. Let's just do the next few lines. There's a little bit more halacha because I'm keep it all together. Listen to this. So the Gemara goes like this. I'm not reading about Amrat. Let's just keep this in mind. Number one, we've seen that possibility is primarily for animals. People, if they want to drink from the well, should go into the well, drink water from inside the well. So it seems to me that even a person could use the heter of possibilities if the well is too wide that a person can't scale down the well. Okay, it's interesting. You see from here again, sometimes the two words are good, but sometimes the person not intended. I thought what you need. The use of a kula is important under extreme circumstances. But sometimes the use of too many kulas too often, especially has fundamentally undermined and erode allegiance and fidelity to Allah. Like if you think about it, what a crazy thing. I want a sink of water on Shabbos in a well, so I'm going to scale a well. What's it? Can you imagine? I've never heard of something. Please don't do this kind of stuff. Oh, you ever heard of something like this? I'm going to scale the well. Let's just see what the deal is. That again, if I need to use the cooler, I'll use the cooler. But if there's always have to use the cooler, that is actually for not because the golden light is not more. But the golden light is that the biggest thing developing a least alcohol. And sometimes you don't use the fucking cooler too often. On the monument comes to my declaration was a few more pieces or few more qualifications. I'm going to hear me about Abba Amara. Working in Below, this is fascinating. Below Pasig so what's a really fascinating Gemara. There's no deal of working. So what's the working? Look at Rashi. Second of the shorter line in Rashi. Ain't working in the Baba for the water song. The Amar the case in the Irish was a little bit later on. How you working in the episode? I'm a Bishirain. This Abin Emo Umogin Uma Yamisham Bahas Ula Halon. So the Gemara says, listen to this. You know, there's a lot of things. Chum says that you have 2,000 amas from the edge of it. 2,000 amas from the edge of habitation, and you should have the ability to travel. Remember, again, Chum is not a thing in carrying, it's not a thing in no stuff. This is a thing in travel, mobility. So you have 2,000 amas from the edge of the city in which you are situated to travel around travel. However, the Dino of Ordinary says like this. If there's some type of basic damage, even a hut, within 70 and 2/3 amas of the edge of the city, you can measure the tchum not from the edge of the city, but from the hut. So essentially, even a basic domicile like a hut within 70 and 2/3 amas of the edge of the city allows you to count the tchum not from the edge of the primary city, but from the hut. That's Borginen. Or is my Borginen? What is a Borginen? Sukkos, Sha'os, and Shomei Ha'ir. So it's a sukkah, it's a hut that the watchmen will often go ahead and set up. Ve'ino Tzkava Kavua. Listen, the Kiddush over here is that this hut, as we're going to see, was something that was not really set in place. It was easily transportable. So I even though, again, it's not really like what we call like a it's not the set structure. Nevertheless, halacha l'maisa, it's still occurred. So the Gemara says, "V'kamar Gani the Hana Borginen in the Babel, Roma ve'in Arvin Shama Yirke the Babel is a bit Ibernayo." You should know Helchach or Hashim. So we'll see that in just a moment. So here's what Rabbi is saying. Number one, the din of Borginen does not apply in Babel, which means that in Babel, if you have a city, the tomb of that city is measured from the edge of the city, and even if you have a hut within 70 and 2/3 amas of the edge of the city, the tomb is not measured by the hut, but the tomb is measured by the edge of the city. Below, possibly rose to Chutlar. And also, furthermore, there's no din of possibly rose to Chutlar. It's really fascinating. The din of possibly of the Jew Madin is only in Eretz Yisrael, not in Chutlar. So what's the logic? Working in the bubble alone, most of the why does the din of working is not applying bubble? The Shrichi trip, because bubble, interestingly enough, apparently is subject to flood. Flash flooding. So because of that, organisms will often washed away. So because it's not dependable or it's not reliable that the organism is going to be there, therefore it cannot work to go ahead and extend your flow. So look at Rashi just a moment. This is really incredible. So Rashi sees that Rashi says the bubble is shut you. The bubble was subject to flash flooding, and therefore halacha l'maisi, you can't rely that the organism is going to be there. Therefore, the din of organism doesn't apply in bubble. However, no possibly rose. Slow. So the shrichim is sifka. This is incredible. Why does the din of possibly rose not apply to flowers? Because literally there are no yeshivas there. Now, what does that mean? Look at Rashi. So the shrichim is sifka. This is really quite amazing. Dios committed in the field of Israel. Lilmos Torah. So there's a Chutz situation of Samedi Chacham going to the city to learn. The Pasei Rao, so what's the Galim? We all see behind Shahofim environments. This is incredible. The din of Pasei Rose was a din that allows you to draw water for your livestock, and if under extreme circumstances for you, when you were engaged in a desired
Yeah,
mitzvah,
I didn't know that.
right? In a mitzvah
Yeah, I
journey.
said when I
So
was
the
a kid.
paradigmatic example of being engaged in desired mitzvah was only rebellion. But the idea was anytime you're traveling over the course of Shabbos with Solat mitzvah, Chazal allowed you to use these hasidiros. So interestingly enough, in Chutzah, the one I want to point something out. Chutzlaretz is outside of Eretz Yisrael and Babel. Interestingly enough, it says that Babel was not called Chutzlaretz. You see that because Babel is reckoned separately over here, which makes sense. Because in Babel there were yeshivas. So in Eretz Yisrael and in Babel, where you could potentially be traveling over the course of Shabbos for divine mitzvah, you could use Pasidiros. Outside of Eretz Yisrael and Babel, where there were no yeshivas, you were not permitted to use Pasidiros. It was really incredible. Aval Ibcha Avina. I will say, but the opposite is true. In other words, the halacha l'maisa, there are Pasidiros in Babel, and the din of Burginin applies in Chutzlah. Because it was like essentially the din of Burginin will apply anywhere as long as there's no concern of flash flooding. And the din of Pasidiros will apply either in Eretz Yisrael because of Aliyah L'Regel, or L'maisa anywhere where you could travel to yeshivas. So the Gemara says, others explain, I'm not going to about Amma, Amarav, Ein Burginin, Pasidiros, blah, 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 so others have a different version of this. That both the din of Burginin and Pasidiros do not apply neither in Babel nor in Chutzlah. Burginin is the Babel law. So they said before, Burginin don't apply in Babel. Why? Because of flash flooding. The Chutzlah is Namilo, the Shiri Ganovi. This is fascinating. The din of Burginin doesn't apply in Chutzlah either. Why? Because of thieves. What do they mean, thieves? They used to steal these huts. They would steal these huts. As Rashi said before, since they were not Kabbalah, they were not affixed to the ground. So they were stolen. So because it's stolen, obviously you can't rely on the Burginin to be there. So the Gemara says, Pasidiros for Babalo, Ishrihi Maya. So again, these Pasidiros, that hunter was not allowed in Babel. Why? Because apparently water was an easy supply in Babel. So remember again, the din of Pasidiros is a din in Eretz Yisrael, says the Gemara, because water is harder to come by. But in Babel, where water was easy to come by, there was no need to rely on his schools. Also, there was no din of Pasidiros, because since they weren't yeshivas, therefore halacha l'maisa Pasidiros was only instituted in the situation of divine mitzvah, and there was no real traveling for divine mitzvah in Chutzlah. Amar Chista l'may Brei Rav from the Brei Rav Yom Amri Asisu mi Barnash v'dei Mishka Didanel the Hava Plasa Parsi B'Shabbos. We want to tell the story. So Chista said to Mari Brei Rav Yom. He said, I heard that you went from Barnash to the shul of Daniel. You traveled from Barnash to the shul of Daniel, and that is a distance, Rashi says over here, Amri Kasisimi Barnash Shamati, Sha'omim Aleichem, Sha'atem Boim Mibanish, L'dei Knishta Daniel, B'Shabbos, Makom Hayabababal, Shesham Hayam Spalo Daniel, Ksiv, the Chabin seasonally be lost. So this is so apparently there was a shul, it was the shul of Daniel. So you have a Chista telling Mari, I heard that you traveled on Shabbos from Barnish to the shul of Daniel. And the problem is that is the distance, the Habu, Selasa Parsi B'Shavsa. That's a distance of 3 parcels, more than 12. Amai Samchisu Abordanim. So what did you rely on? What did you rely on to travel such a far distance more than the regular Kama Shabbos? Abordanim, did you rely on the presence of hearts to extend your clothes? Ha'amar Abua, the Abua, Mishmei Rav, but your father, the father of your father, like your grandfather, said in the name of Rav, Ein Borgin in the Babel. That there's no door of Borgin in the Babel, right? Again, because of flash flooding. So how did you travel such a far distance on Shabbos? Nothing. So Mar went out to show the Christa, the Achlile Hanur Misafta, the Nidwan, the Shivim, the Shirai. So they went out and he showed him that apparently, right outside of Barnish, during 70 and 2/3 hours of the edge of the city of Barnish, there were these ruins. There were these ruins that were there, but the walls of the ruins were still intact. So because the walls were still intact, they were bona fide mechitzas. Because they're bona fide mechitzas, they extended the tchum of the city, allowing Mars to travel from Darnish all the way to the shul of Dunya. Take a look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says, "Yisafka ayoros karibos." There's other some mechitzas in Habatu. Va'aminan chasam parakit and Arvin. Nafesh or Nifas that the was showing the ruins. Despite the fact that there were ruins, the walls of those ruins were still intact and allowed the city to be extended past there. And that's how you get to the shul of Dunya. So we'll say, that's the idea. We're going to get into beautiful Anarata. But before that, let me show you the Rambam. So the Rambam in Paragraph 7 says this out. We're going to say a lot of fascinating ideas over here. Number one, when we're passing the rows, who were passing the rows instituted for? Number two, where were they instituted for? The Gemara seems to indicate over here that this is a big dafka in Eretz Yisrael and maybe Babel as well. So the Rambam writes as follows. This is Paragraph 6, chapter 17, Rambam Halacha Lamed. V'gitiru hapasim ha'ilu ela b'Eretz Yisrael u'lebehimas oli l'dovim b'yodai. So let's say, so the Rambam actually fascinates that the din of Hasidic laws is dafka in Eretz Yisrael. This was only instituted in Eretz Yisrael and only instituted for the animals of the Oli Regalim. V'hu shiviyah be'er mayim chayim shel Rabbi. And I will say, so again, three qualifications. Number one, only in Eretz Yisrael. Number two, only for the animals of Oli Regalim, by mitzvah. And number three, only a be'er mayim chayim. A well, that's a well spring, because that's a more chashuv water source. However, the shai haratzos, I will say again, if you, let's see, anywhere else outside of Eretz Yisrael, if you want water on Shabbos, you want to see animals on Shabbos, what's the halacha? If you must have the shai haratzos, adam yorek and the be'er, yishte, o yasim, the kisa, ma kefet, the be'er, gavo, asar tovim, yamod, yishoka, v'yid lev, yishte. Any other circumstance outside of Eretz Yisrael or anything else, if you want to draw water on Shabbos, so you draw water on Shabbos, you just have to what? You have to what? Make regular mitzvahs. You have to make a regular mitzvah. In Haya have the air Yaakov Hadei, that if the well was very wide, the in Adam Yaakov Hadei, Hadei the Yidla Yishta Be'atai. So what the Rambam does ask him, that halacha l'maisa, if the well is too wide, so that the person can't go down and get it, so you have to manage to rely and possibly be there. So what's the difference? Halacha l'maisa, the Rambam asking, that the Din of Din of Hasmas only applies in Eretz Yisrael. Number two, it only applies for the imas over the Galim, not for a person. Unless, of course, the well is too wide that you can't scale it. Under those circumstances, you can rely on the Hasidic road to draw water for personal consumption. And Shalom goes on with a couple of other fascinating ideas, but that's enough for our purpose. Good, let's go like this. So it's a beautiful, beautiful Gemara ahead of us. So the Gemara says as follows. Amr Chisda, Dorish Mari Star Amar. So this says, so Mori Barmar Darshans the following. He said, "My dixiv, the Chosichler Isi Case, the Chavan Mitzosechamo." So what's the meaning of the pasuk in together? Literally, again, for every goal, the Chosichler, for every goal, for every conclusion, I've seen an end. The Chavan Mitzosechamo, but your mitzvos are very expensive. So let's say the Kashvos, the David HaMelech is saying is like this: everything else in the world is finite. Everything else in the world is finite. The Shvaskan, the Shura, is infinite. So David David Elopirshu. So David HaMelech said this, but he didn't explain it. Amar Iyov Elopirshu. Iyov said it, and he didn't explain it. Amar Yechezkel Elopirshu. Yechezkel said he didn't explain it. Ak Shabbat Zechariah ben Ido Pirshu. And Zechariah ben Ido came along, and he finally explained it. What does this mean? Amar David Elopirshu. David said it, but he didn't explain it. So again, David HaMelech says, for every goal, or for every goal, I've seen an end, but your missiles are very expensive. But I didn't explain what that meant. Amru Iyov Elopirshu. Iyov said it also. Literally again, it is longer than the earth, than the length of the earth, and wider than the width of the sea. So again, we'll say once again, Iyov is speaking to the expansiveness of Torah, but doesn't help explain that concept. Amr Yechezkel Elopirshu b'Ksiv. What's the pasuk in Yechezkel? Vayifrosh Osam lefanai, B'Ksuva Panim Ba'achor, B'Kasav Alei Timim the Heger Viki. Let's see what that means in just a moment. What is supposed to say? So literally it means, spread it open in front. Then there's it is written on the back and on the front. The cost of Ira, and it says in it, Kinim means like Kinis, lamentations, the Hegar, rejoicing, Nehi, and woe. What does that mean? Kinim, Zuparanus and Shaltadikim Bolam. So Kinim means the misfortune or the suffering of Tzadikim in this world. The Haga, what does Haga mean? Zu Matan Tzadikim Masid Lava. That refers to the rejoicing of the Tzadikim in the world to come. Omer Alai Zayon B'Kinot. Vihi Zoi Parnusan Shalashan La'asid Lava. He is the suffering of a in the world to come. Omer Halfisly goes over here the from the Pascal Hava al Hava Tava. Ad Sheba Zachariah ben so Zachariah ben Ido was the person who came along and explained this notion of the expensiveness of Torah. Siv goes over here the Pascal from the Pascal. Vayomer Elai Ma'atoro. So he said to me, what do you see? Vayomer, and I said, Ani Roa Megillah Alpha. I see a floating scroll. Arka es Amal Berachba Esra. Its length is 20 amas, its width is 10 amas. And ultimately, again, when it was unfolded, it was Esrim the Esrim. It was 20 by 20. And it says that it was written on the front and on the back. And if you were to peel back, so also it was written on the front and the back. So what it's saying, the imagery is, it was written on the front and the back. If you were to peel apart the front and the back and place them side by side, how much would that be? I'm bought in the S, 40 amas by 20 amas. Siv, Mima Dad Bishalamayim Bishamayim Bizaras Tafin, Nimsa, Kala Ulam Kula, Achos, Mishloshes Alafin Umasayim Occurs. So we'll say when you do all of the math, the Gemara says it turns out that the world is 1/3200 of the size of the Torah. So we'll say obviously in the metaphorical point, we was trying to paint this image of this massive scroll that totally eclipses the size of the world. To highlight to us the dramatic expansiveness of Torah. When you see the Torah, you see you could quantify Torah's Tanakh, Torah's Bukhsad, Torah's Shabbat. So we'll say Torah, remember how Chazal referred to the Yam Shal Tamar. Right? Referred to the sea of the Gemara. The metaphor, the imagery is an expansiveness. When you stand on the banks of the ocean, you look out into the ocean, it looks like it's Nayim Shem and salt. It has no end. But the idea of the depth and profundity of Torah is so much that it even eclipses the size of the universe. That's the image that's highlighted over here. From Chista, Darish, Mori, Barmar, might say, Bine Shnei Yuda Eiteinen, Muad Mefnei Echal Hashem. So let's say this is actually quite beautiful. You might be close from Yom. So it says over here, Bine Shnei Yuda Eiteinen, Muad Mefnei Hashem. That there were two baskets of figs prepared before the Heichal Hashem. Hadud ha'echad te'inin tovos. One of the baskets contained good figs, tovos ma'od. Kite'ini habacholos. Like the early figs. Plus, I just use something that's happening over here. If you have the Torah or in your Gemara, you can see what the Gemara actually doing over here is kind of slicing together two different pieces. Again, they're both from Yirmiyahu, Parachav, Dalet, Pasuk, Aleph, Sugin, Aleph, 2 days, but they're just taking different parts of it. So I will say, so the image that Yirmiyahu had of the Yisrael is really quite beautiful, is two baskets of figs. One basket is figs, kavos, ma'od, kite'ini abachoros, amadeis, zadud, echad, and the second basket, te'inin ulo'ot, ma'od. And that is asher lo te'achelna me'roah. That did not be eaten because they were so bad. So once I put the two baskets of figs represent, this is really beautiful. Atovos, elu tzadikim gemur. The good figs, those represent tzadikim gemur. Te'inin haros, bad figs, elu rishon gemur. This refers ultimately again to rishon gemur. That was the Jewish Gemara. The Shema Toma, maybe you'll say the basket of bad things, which represents Rishayim Gimurim, Shema Toma, Abba Sidram, Ubato Sikuyam. Maybe you'll say there's no hope. There's no hope. There's no possibility of redemption for the Rishayim Gimurim. Tamabomar, Hadudoim, Nasiraya. It says that both of the baskets of figs give forth beautiful aroma. So it says even the figs which can't be consumed, right? Even the figs which were bad, right? Even the figs and rotten still give forth a beautiful aroma. Even the iru as even both baskets of figs have the ability to give forth a beautiful aroma. So just understand the power of that Gemara. That's one of the question to the Rothschild. See, the Gemara says over here that one to the basket of good figs, tzadikim Gemara. The Gemara doesn't just use Lashon over here of tzadikim and Rishayim, but use Lashon of tzadikim Gemurim, Rishayim Gemurim. The Lashon of Gemurim represents that person to be a Rasha could be like a recreational Rasha, right? You're just a Rasha on the weekend, right? But currently that's hard to be or vice versa. Rishayim Gemurim, like the Rambam, I usually tzaddik gomer, right? I should say, usually about tshuva gemura, the Rambam says, so the lashon of gomer represents a lashon of finality and totality. Because sometimes I have different aspects of my identity. Gomer means this is the totality of my identity. What the Gemara is saying, you might have thought that the Rishayim Gemura, Avad Sivram Ufato Sikuyam. You might have thought that a Rasha Gomer, that's it. A Rasha Gomer is down and out. Does anyone want to talk about a Rasha Gomer? No. Even the Rasha Gomer will say it's incredible. Even Rasha Gomer, have you gotten nothing yet? We'll say, what is incredible Gemara? Even if a person is a Rasha Gomer, the beautiful scent of holiness is always there. The beautiful scent of ruchnius never goes away. Even when you're nice, even when your identity is so fundamentally compromised, the scent of holiness never leaves you. Incredible. You remember the identity. Yara Shava, my says, Hadudaim Nasmira, what does it mean when it says that's what Hadudaim? First thing that's interesting, that the first time you see Hadudaim is of course the story by Rothschild. So there it's interesting that Hadudaim are translated interesting, that is actually translated as violence. Okay, so Hadudaim Nasmira, the giant gave their scent, which is really so beautiful. Elu Bachura Yisrael, Shalokani Kanti. Let's say, so the Bible, the giant gave their scent. This refers to the young Jewish men who never tasted the taste of sin. Which is so important. So the Mashal comments on it. The Mashal says this is that well in the realm of Arias. Referring to see, it makes sense in the context, just a little bit as well. This is talking about young men who are careful to guard themselves from immorality. No person, I will say, no person can say that they never tasted the taste of sin. Everybody tastes the taste of sin. We all see. But a nice person, especially when passions are strongest, is careful to guard himself from immorality. That's the beginning of the That's ultimately, again, is the violet who emits such a beautiful scent. And actually enters all types of beautiful fruit. Who is that? Elu B'not Yisrael, this refers to the Jewish women. Shemadidos Yisrael Ba'alei. Okay, literally, it said they tell their openings to their husbands. So that's comes out over here. This refers to Rashi. We'll see. That's what they go there. Over here. So he was saying about it means they tell their husbands and they become a nida. Like the husband should become a nida, but a husband shouldn't inadvertently transgress with her. What's the shnack? You know how the possibility? The old girls who stay on the ballet. Literally, they close their openings only for their husbands. This idea being the virtuosity, the virtuousness of the Jewish woman, that she maintains her allegiance, right, and is only for her husband. Chadoshim gan Yisharim Dodi Tzafan Tilachah. So what does it mean again? Literally, new and old. My beloved, I await you. I look out for you. This is so beautiful. So I'm going to point out this notion, by the way, we've seen so much in the last couple of chapters regarding the immorality and how a person is able to conquer immorality.
That's it. So let's,
It's the greatest taiva that a person
Alright.
has. It's the greatest taiva that a person
we're
has.
gonna lot late.
And at
So
the end of the
let's
day,
be
the scar that awaits a person is
yeah,
able to overcome
sick
his most
outside.
innate
Here's
wants
what's
and
gonna
desires. I want to
Hard
point
rock
out
and
this
roll.
idea,
What's
the
gonna
Gemara
with this
says
bitch, really?
that dudain nasnu reach. So listen, what does it mean
Music. It'll
that
be
the young
like because
person,
I'm doing
right?
this,
We're all young.
the
The young
fucking
person who resists
music will be
immorality. There's
then fucking
he admits
down
the
English.
dudain nasnu
Really?
reach that the violet gives up its scent.
Fuck yeah.
So listen,
Gushy, gushy.
the concept of scent.
now
What does it mean that your
Bullshit.
scent is beautiful
Alright.
if you
How
overcome
many days is
immorality?
it? Big Round? Well,
You
what
know,
is
scent is something that just
107th
exists
of
by
Shabbat?
itself. In other words,
5786
you don't
Saturday
do
for
anything for scent. It's just a
Yeah,
part
yeah,
of your being.
and,
Something has a beautiful, pleasing scent. It's just a part of their gestalt. It's a part of what they are. The idea being, I think what Chazal is saying is that when I'm able to overcome the
we
desire for immorality,
have a
it's
friend.
not just the pshat that I become holy. It fundamentally changes who I am. I emit a different scent. I smell different. I am different. You see, there are certain things that I do that give me greater kedusha, that give me greater holiness, and there are certain things that I do that just fundamentally change who I am. I emit like a reach nichoach. I emit a pleasing aroma. So if I muster up the inner courage to be able to overcome the
This is day
pull
50,
towards
kids.
immorality, it's not just the
I
pshat
don't think I did
that I'm holy, that I'm good, that I'm pleasant. My aroma is an incredible idea.
Every
I
day,
emit a different
unless
scent. So powerful. Oh, can I say so? The Baruch Hu.
forbid
So Klal Yisrael says
something
in Moshe
happens,
Shalom,
but
this is
God
how
knows.
beautiful this is. Harbe
I'm
gzeres
all about
gazarti
this
al
shit.
atzmi, yosem miman shegazarta alai b'kiyamtim. So
Zurus,
Klal
I
Yisrael
got
says to
99
Baruch Hu,
Zurus, but
something is, you know,
the bitch
Ribono
ain't
Shel
one.
Olam, you've made many laws, you've given me many laws, but I've legislated upon myself
Pokemon,
even
Golas,
more
that's
laws
Church
than
Diaspora
you've given me,
XL.
and I've kept all of them. That's what Klal Yisrael says to Baruch Hu. You've given me many mitzvahs. I've taken on even more mitzvahs, and I've kept everything.
Chabad is Chokmah, wisdom, Bina, understanding, Da'at,
This is the one thing says one of the Talmidim
Gay,
from
Kakin, Afin,
who was
Yad,
raging Agarit in his presence. Mishmi Lachal. Have you ever heard a drasha on this pasuk Chadoshim Dan Yishem? What does it mean when it says the new things and also the old
bless you
things?
and guard you,
Amarle,
may
Eva
Hashem
Mitzvah
shine his
Kalas,
face
Ve'ela Mitzvah
upon you and
Kabulis. So the Talmud
be
Chacham
gracious
said
to you,
him,
may Hashem
which
lift
refers to
his
the
face to you and grant
called
you
easy
peace.
mitzvahs and the difficult mitzvahs. Amarle, V'chi Torah Kahamayim
Akin
Kahamayim.
ani
Upon the
me'aber
Talmud,
every
those Torah given
Bekard
multiple
every
times, that it would
Mekra'i
say Chadoshim Dan
Afshir
Yishanim, which makes
Befoho
it sound like things that were given earlier, things that were given later. And Allah, Halalim Midibay
Amurim
Torah,
Ledaber
Halalim Midibay So. Rather, I will say
Yiddish O Ulai
Chadoshim Dan Yishanim.
Harmi
For
Shekam
Yishanim refers
Otan
to all
Ani
the
Yakol
Midibay Torah. Yishanim, the old
Ledaber
halachas refers to the
Benida
halachas that the Ribono Shel
Mesur
Olam gave
Yemet
us. But the
Aval
Chadoshim
Ani
refers
Ma'adif
to the new
Engel
halachas, the
Lakin
new
Boru
Rabbanon, which we
Ledaber
read.
Engel
Divrei Sof, and
Denishmat
Rashi
Tov
says,
Lecha. Okay.
it's the third line from the top of Rashi.
Alright,
Chadoshim shenischanshu b'chol dar v'adar ligdar geder siyad. Each generation legislates new laws
What is
for
this
what
shit?
purpose? For the purpose of creating a protective fence around the Torah. So beautiful. Dora Shrava 96. V'yosem mehim avini yizar asos shmarim. We'll say, what's the meaning of the pasuk in Koheles? When it says, and more than these things, my son, be careful, be careful. Asos shmarim harbe. Literally, what's the word? It sounds like make many shmarim. Make many shmarim. What does this mean? Shomalach was saying, my son, be more careful with the rabbinic law than with the Torah. If the Torah means saying,
Urahim Usameh, Urahim Usameh, Urahim Usameh, Urahim Usameh, Urahim Usameh, Hava, Nagila Hava, Nagila Hava, Nagila Nismecha, Hava, Nagila Hava, Nagila Hava, Nagila Nismecha,
will be bitten by the rabbis of every generation. I don't have a lot of every generation. Every generation have to let circumstances. So now which you need to have fun on. And if you don't go ahead and adhere to it, like if you don't adhere to the need to have fun on, then although the Zorai says and he still
like
takes
that.
the sun out the time, any matter of
All right. Anything else? Let's just go on because we talking about everything sucks.
that there's sometimes greater severity
Well, sorry, Doug.
attached to
Let's get
the
back into the
Rabbanon
fucking
than the Artidin Zorai. Hashem Tamar,
shit.
Yesh Banish.
All right.
Or maybe you'll say 1 second, well, if the Dinei Rabbanon are so important, then why didn't that Kodesh Baruch Hu just write it in the Torah? Everyone's like, this thought crosses everyone's mind at some point.
Cool story, Doug.
And if the rabbis of
Okay,
Chazal are
who
really
is
right,
it? Rabinowitz.
then why
Really,
didn't that
Rabbi
Kodesh Baruch Hu
Rabinowitz?
just include it? So what was
Good,
this?
yeah.
Asos Svarim Harbe increase. Because those at a certain point in time, you could keep writing Svarim, and keep writing many Svarim, and there will be no end. In other words, we're saying that Torah continues to evolve and Torah continues to go on. It would have been impossible to commit everything to writing in one sefer, and therefore HaKadosh Baruch Hu had to be mechalik between a Torah Shabbat and a Torah Shabbat, between Dinei D'Oraisa and Dinei D'Rabbanan. The law of Harbe Yedias Basar, that was a little bit translated, what this means is much study causes weariness or tiredness of the flesh. Pretty strong. It teaches us that what? Anyone who disparages rabbinic law will literally be judged in boiling excrement in Olam Haba. Not good. Not good. I'll say the idea of being, you see it, the Gemara is quoting over here. So
that's cool.
To go ahead and say, the rabbis are just adding on layers halacha that are not necessary. I'll keep the Doraisas, that's all I need. So you see Chazal coming along and saying, there is no Yiddishkeit without the Drabanan. There is no way of life without the Drabanan. The whole point of the Drabanan is that the Drabanan teach us how to take the Doraisas, make them applicable and sustainable in the real world. So when you see something like this, that if you go and disparage the Drabanans, you're going to burn and boiling excrement in Gehenna, it's obviously a bit hyperbolic, but it's the idea of Chazal telling us there is no life without the Drabanans. And we see this, that any time you try to peel away the Rabbanan from Jewish life, it's only a matter of time. It may take years, or it may take a few generations, but at the end of the day, you absolutely lose your way. Maskef Rabbi Miksif Lahag. Does it say Lahag, disparage? Lahag Ksiv. It means Lahag. We'll say, now, the way the Gemara was kind of interpreting the pasuk was Lahag. The word is Lahag. The Gemara darshan it as la'ag, which means to disparage. The Gemara doesn't say la'ag with everything disparage, it means la'ag with everything to learn. Ella, kol ha'hoge b'hem, to'im tam basmos, which is so beautiful. That's what it means is, whoever engages in the study of Torah, specifically the studies of the Rabbanan, like the studies of Gemara, it's like you taste meat. We'll say, what's the shot with that? That if you study Gemara, you study Dinei Rabbanan. So it's like you're tasting meat. And the other is what is something beautiful. He says, just like when you eat meat, how do you feel after a good steak? A good steak, satisfied. We'll say, how do you feel after a good black Gemara? Satisfied.
Doug, I'm just telling you right now, this Pinto cat, you can hear me now. You sound pretty corrupt, though. I mean,
give you a certain level of satisfaction. So the truth is, in a
you may be wealthy,
a good meal. A good steak.
but you sound pretty fucking corrupt.
Gives you a good shrug. You feel good after it.
He bribed this guy in 2015. He sentenced to 1 year in prison.
It's amazing. A good steak and a glass of wine. Say I'm not cherry son over here.
Right,
but it's a
you the
good meal and a good glass of wine. So again, the universe is in equilibrium. Right? Life is hard. The only thing I'm missing in that moment is Mashiach. It made me feel the love of Mashiach. Right? So also, in all seriousness, where else do you replicate a feeling that? When do you have a feeling in life that like the world is good? The world is good and everything is perfect.
Oh, I misspoke.
That's what I'm saying. You have a daf like this. You have a daf like this. You're gonna walk out, and there's gonna be like a wave of satisfaction that sweeps over you when you have Torah like this. That's what Gemara says. La garde yigios basa. When you learn a lot, when you learn a good piece of Torah, it's not just like yigios basa. It's just like having a good steak. We're just like a good satisfaction. It's just like a satisfaction of a good meal. So beautiful. Listen to this incredible story. Incredible story. Nice of Rabbi Akiva. Sheikh Habashri says, we'll say, such a dramatic story. There was a Rabbi Akiva was incarcerated in jail. Then Yaja again writes about when was Rabbi Akiva in jail? This was the end of his life. This was Rabbi Akiva dies a brutal death at the hands of the Romans. His flesh escapes from his body. This is the story. This is the story. In fact, it was like I'll send it out on the WhatsApp. That has an overwhelming insight. I'll fill in parts of it as we go on. He was incarcerated. Rabbi Yoshua Hagarsi, Nisharso, Rabbi Yoshua Hagarsi was his attendant. Was like the shamus, was taking care of him. And Rabbi said, what does Garsi mean? Rabbi said, this is, look at Rashi. Rashi says, Garsi is Shem Makom. It's the name of his place. That's where he lived. That's where he lived. Otherwise, Rashi says, Rabbi said, this is incredible.
I know. He used to go
ahead and grind lentils. Okay, I just want to point something out. I often say this. To me, one of the most incredible things you find in the Gemara is where you find these incredible tzaddikim who had jobs. They had jobs. Not only did they have jobs, they were like what? But they were laborers. Like it was a guy who ground up lentils. Sometimes in life we think that the fact that I have to work for a living hackers me from becoming a tzaddik. It exempts you from becoming a Tam Chacham. Listen, to become a Tam Chacham or a tzaddik, that's the purview of like people who get to live their lives being close to their Me, I have to go out to work. So if I have to go out to work, I have to be a good balabas. Like that's like the ceiling for me. It's not true. Everybody has the capacity to be a tzaddik. Everybody has the capacity to be a tzaddik. Everybody has the capacity to be the greatest of the great. So you see over here, who's the Mishayis of Rabbi Akiva? Rabbi Shua Garsi, a guy who used to go, a man who used to go ahead and grind lentils. That was his occupation. But despite the fact that he only went to work, he did grinding lentils, he still became a donut. So watch this. Every day, he would bring in Rabbi Akiva, he would bring Rabbi Akiva water. Now, Mayim Benita Rabosha means as follows. He would bring Rabbi Akiva enough water for Netilas Yadayim and for drinking. But you don't have water. What happened? Yom Echad Nobeis Asurin. So we'll say one day Rabbi Shagash is coming into the jail with water, and the guard sees him coming in. Amarlo, Hayom Meinecha Merubin. So the guard became suspicious of Yeshua Garsi. He says, today it looks like you're bringing in a lot more water. Shema Lachtar Beisasun Atatzara. So he suspected now what was he trying to do? And he was trying to help Rabbi Akiva dig a tunnel. Right? Because how do you dig a tunnel? Like you pour water on the ground, it loosens up the earth. So the guard suspected Rabbi Yeshua Garsi of bringing in more water. So as to dig a tunnel to help Rabbi Akiva sleep. So what did he do?
1 year, that's it?
Shafak Kacham. The guard spilled out half of the water in the bucket. Rabbi Yeshua Garsi comes to Rabbi Akiva. This is about Rabbi Akiva. Amallo. Yeshua, in Atma, Yodea, Shezaki, the time to ruin the Chayecha. So the Akiva sees the bucket, and the bucket is half full. The Akiva always does the bucket half full. But he said that Lamaisa, Yeshua, you know that I'm totally dependent on you. This water is my water for the it's my water for drinking. Now there's only half a bucket. So Rabbi Shagash told Rabbi Akiva the whole story. So he said, I'll use the water for hand washing.
What did you tell him? I know this motherfucker.
He said, Rabbi, there's barely enough water in there for you to drink. You think there's enough water in there for you to drink? Because that's also Shah Garsi was begging Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi, please don't do Netilas Yadayim today. Please just drink the water.
Really? Oh, yeah.
Plus, I just want to point out that Daniel Yada points out that the way Rabbi Akiva was murdered is that every day the Romans would peel off some of his skin. It didn't all happen at once. Every day they tortured him a little bit. Every day. So excuse me, the Shred guys is saying Rabbi Akiva is saying, Rabbi, please, don't worry about Mekhilas. Please just drink the water. They're torturing you in such unspeakable ways every single day. Just drink the water. אומר לו, מה עשה? שחיובין עליהם ניסה. Rabbi Akiva said, what should I do? What should I do? At the end of the day, to not wash my hands is the Chiyuv Nisa. Mutav, I don't want to say what does it mean it's a Chiyuv Nisa. Obviously, it's not at all a Chiyuv Nisa. As Rabbi Akiva was saying, again, quoting this idea, Horit Kedesh Henunafa, Chiyuv Nisa, the fence to be bitten by a snake. In other words, the rabbinic law has to be treated with such incredible severity. Almost nisas atzmi, although ever al das chaver. Rabbi Akiva said, better for me to kill myself. Now, what it meant is, better for me that I shouldn't have something to drink. I shouldn't have something to drink than to chas v'shalom violate halachos of my friend. If you guys are looking incredible. Amar, lo tam klum, ad shehidi lo mayim, b'nato yadas. Rabbi Akiva refused to eat anything until he had sufficient, until he was able to bring in more water, and he was able to go ahead and be a tfilas yadayim. Kisheshamu chachamim b'davar, when the chachamim heard this, they were supposed to eat this story. Yes, sir. Is literally being tortured today by the Romans. Yet he won't go a day without Netilas. The Bengali doesn't come in from this again. He says that the moral of this story is not that you have to give your life for Netilas. That's not the moral of the story. The moral of the story is that we are here because ultimately we always need an incredible and overwhelming allegiance to even the smallest details of it. Because it's not the devil that's in the details, it's the Ribono Shel Olam that's in the details. And we're only here because of Mesiras Nefesh for Halacha, because of Mesiras Nefesh for Torah. This is not modeling for us a Halacha L'Maisa. That's not what it's modeling for us. What it is modeling for us, I will say, is those of us who Baruch Hashem are privileged not to live. And you see, Rabbi Akiva was willing to give advice on a time of dire circumstances. How careful we have to be with the details when Baruch Hashem we're not in dire circumstances. So when they heard this like Hashem come to Davar Amar, Ma Bizik Nusoka, the Adusa Alachas Kam. This is how Rabbi Akiva acted when he was old. Can you imagine his behavior when he was young? And if this is how Rabbi Akiva conducted himself when he was in jail and he was incarcerated, can you imagine how he lived his life when he was free? So incredible. I'm going to read the Shabbat, which is going to run. I'm going to read the Shabbat, the Shash, Tikin, Shlomo, Erevin, and Jazadine. Where Shlomo instituted Erevin and Jazadine. I must say, if you look at Rashi, Rashi says something like Shlomo instituted Erevin Hatzeros. The gods of Shalom, the Hotzi, the Rosh Hayachal, the Rosh Hayachal, Hazero, Lasso Siyad, Barakaka, the Isitora, Shalo Yobo, the Hakim, the Stradner, Hayachal. So it's like Shlomo Melech was the person who instituted the concept of Erev taxation. Remember, mid the Oraisa, the only thing you can't do is to go from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah or Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah, but to go from one private domain to another private domain is biblically permitted. Shlomo Melech came along and said, no, you can't even carry from one Rosh Hashanah to another Rosh Hashanah without some type of Erev taxation. That's what it's in Torah to Erev. Also instituted in Pilas Dayan. I will say, Shlomo instituted Pilas Dayan for the consumption of kudshim. Shlomo said that you cannot eat anything consecrated without washing your hands. That later on evolved to washing your hands for bread. But Shlomo was the first one to institute that you have to wash your hands before you partake of kudshim. Yotzei Sabasko, Ba'amra Sabasko came out and said, B'nim. My son, if your heart is wise, my heart will rejoice gamani, me as well. But Omer, Chacham b'ni v'samachli v'ashidi charfi davar. So let's just do one more line, then we'll stop. Dara shrava ma'itchsiv l'chado di nitzi asada. Now lina b'kfarim nashkima l'kramim. Nira in parcha hagafen hasach hasmadar kinatsu harimomim. Sham etin as dodi. Sham eta as dodi. So what does it mean? What does it mean? L'chadodi needs What does it mean? Come, we'll just interpret each part of the pasuk. Come, my beloved, let's go out into the field. So I'll say, so this pasuk is from Shira Shira. So we'll say Shira Shira. What makes Shira Shira sometimes a little bit complicated is it's not clear who is the man and who is the woman. You know, in Israelite, sometimes the Baruch is Duchra, sometimes he's Nukva. Sometimes he's male, sometimes he's female. And Shia Shirin, so the male and female personalities switch back and forth. So what does it mean when it says, come my beloved, let's go into the field. Amra Kinesi Son, Kalisha says to Hashem, do not judge us like those who dwell in the cities. Sheshvan Gezel, Ra'arayis, Shvasha, so let's see, in the cities is where you have all of the vices. Right? All of the vices exist in the city. There's theft, there's immorality, there's false oath, shvuashak, vain oath. Rather, so don't think of us like city dwellers. Neitze hasoda, come out into the fields. And what will you see in the fields? You will see the who learn Torah even in the midst of difficulties. So again, so we're not like those who dwell in the cities, who engage in all type of terrible and immoral things, but rather come with us into the fields. We'll show you how we are. I'll show you Torah, even when things are difficult. Now, Lina Bikfarim, let us sleep in the villages. Antikli Bikfarim, Ella Bikhofrim. When I'll show you also Shishpatam Tova, there are so many people upon whom you shower so much good, yet they go ahead and fundamentally don't believe in you. But us, we believe in you, Yashkum on the Kramin, go ahead and believe in the vineyards. What does that refer to? Come to the shuls, come to the Batei Medrash. See if the vines have sprouted. So we'll say the Geffen refers to those who master Chumash. Pasach HaSmadar, the Smadar, which represents the further stage of maturation. Those are
how are you?
Enotza Harimonim, have the pomegranate started. Elu Ba'ale Gemara. That refers to those who master Gemara. Sham Eten Estodi, Leich Erech Vodi Ugodi, Shava Banai Ubnos. Yvonne Shalom, do you want to see again? Leich Erech Vodi, do you want to see my greatest covenant? I'll show you my sons and my daughters. Because we're saying the greatest things we produce in life are not ourselves.
So my uncle touched him or whatever. He was told.
It's not the personalities we
Well,
build.
Mr. Chris, you had a wonderful life.
Yeah, he passed. I got
finished.
You take care of you. Certainly. Absolutely.
Tomorrow's Daf.
Keep an ear out for sure.
Ahead of us today, I want to begin by thanking our sponsors. To thank Ed and Faith Wolf for being our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Elul, in memory of beloved father, grandfather, and great-grandfather Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Ben Tzvi Hirsch, Zichron Livracha. We thank our League of Learning sponsor, Joe and Dahlia Berry, in honor of their 43rd anniversary, Hashem, and their successful Aliyah 3.5 years ago. We also thank Howard and Aileen Friedman for dedicating the shir this morning in memory of Howard's father, Shalom Ben Hillel Tzvi. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, all the Neshamas will have an Aliyah and the families in the Chama. And with that, to let us begin. So, if you don't know us today, today's daf is Chaf Aleph 21, and we are picking up the merit from the bottom of Chaf Amud Beis. And we are picking up at last 3 lines, the last 2 lines of the daf. Amr Rabbi Yitzchak Bar Ada. Rabbi Yitzchak Bar Ada says as follows. This incredible Gemara. So just to first not close out, but to fine tune a little bit of the halachos of possibilities. Remember, as you've been seeing since the beginning of the second parak, so Chazal instituted an incredible leniency regarding drawing water on Shabbos. That although the well itself is technically speaking categorized as a Rishut as it has requisite dimensions of 10 tefachim deep, 4 tefachim wide, and we're dealing with wells which are situated in a Rishut as such, drawing water on Shabbos would keep a significant issue. So Chazal instituted the concept of the Pasei Biros, or the Diyumadim. These L-shaped posts positioned at four corners, so as such convert the area around the well into a Rishayach. Even under normal circumstances, such an such an enclosure, such walls would not really be halachically significant. This was a special kula. We'll see in today's daf why such a kula was in fact necessary. We'll focus on that in just a little bit. We saw Rabbi Yehuda as to how much space you can have in between the Diyumadim. Is it 10 amas? Is it 13.5 amas? So Gemara goes on to clarify this a little bit more. This is incredible. But which of possibilities? So it comes on Rabbi Yitzchak, and he says, by the way, why did Chazal institute this particular kula? So Rabbi Yitzchak says they only allowed it for the Olei Regalim. So we'll see what that means. So the pashtus, what it means as follows: that a person has to be older, like a Pesach, Shavuos, and Sukkot. And so again, as you're traveling, obviously you require water. Persons can be traveling over the course of Shabbos. So Yitzchak makes it sound like that in order to make life a little bit easier for people in the Golem, they allowed you to enclose a well with this interior enclosure.
It's mine. But
one second. Also, again, the Rabbi seems to indicate that the reason for the kula was not for individuals, but in fact was for animals. So which one is it? Is it for the Olei Regalim, or is it for animals? Which you must try to see that. My behema, behemas Olei Regalim. What does it mean when it says that Chazal instituted Pasei Biros for behemoths? It means for the animals of the Olei Regalim. Look at the last Rashi on the map. Behemas Olei Regalim. Aval Odom Afilu Olei Regalim or Butcher Libos.
We did learn about this guy yesterday.
In just a moment. But again, what the Gemara is holding right now will say is as follows. When you come to the Olei Regel, so the Kashkas is not just you, but you're coming along with your Mishpacha, but you're coming along with your livestock. Watering livestock, especially as you're traveling, is no small order. Therefore, Chazal understood that it's going to be a potential incredible hardship for the Olei Regel to water this flock. Therefore, to make life a little bit easier, Chazal relaxed the steps for a regular Mephitus and allowed you to enclose a well so as to be able to water your animals on Shabbos. So these were the special takana made for the behemoths of Olei Regalim. You must well say, well, watch this. Aval Adam, but amazingly enough, this kula was not made for people. This kula is not made for people, because what should people do about this? This is wild. Aval Adam, tapos kapalit, Aval Adam, mitapes, va'ola, mitapes here. The most they see is another eitzah for a person. What's the other eitzah for a person? Just go into the well. Just go into the well. Right? You could go ahead and lower yourself from the well, and you could drink from the well. So we'll say now again, obviously, if you go into the well, then of course there's no issue. There's no issue of any kind of rishuyos. Yeah. There's no issue of any kind of transfer of rishuyos because you're going into the well itself. So look at Rashi. This is really wild. Tap of kafalet. Mitapes oches biyad of raglav biksalim. The nichnas biyotzi mitapes. So listen to it. So what is the message? What do you do if you want to drink water from the well itself? What do? You lower yourself into the well. And by the way, how do you lower yourself to the well? You go ahead and you just climb down the well. Right? You put your arms and your legs by the side of the well. Go down and drink. Come back up. Listen, this is incredible. So the thing over here that the heter for Pasei Biros, heter for Monday was for the animals. It's for the animals. But people, you don't need to rely on a kula like this. But rather, again, you can actually go into the well itself and drink. So the Gemara says, Ram Rabbi Yitzchak, Ram Rabbi Yehuda Mishmor, Rothschild Pasei Biros, and the Ermain Tiny Bilvad. For 1 second. Says the Gemara for a spring. That's a be'er mayim. The Gemara is supposed to, let's say, just a cistern or something that just holds collected waters. The behema, but if you want to tell me that the hefker Pasei Biros is only for animals, but not for people, Mali Chayim, Mali Mechurasim. The Rabbi said, what does it make a difference what type of water it is? I understand that be'er mayim. If you're telling me that I have to be a be'er mayim, the hefker Pasei possibly Raos is for people. Because then that's potable water, that's drinkable water. But when I say if it's for animals, what does it make a difference what type of water source it is? For which the Gemara says, you require something ultimately that is suitable for a person. So the idea being that although the heter possibly roach is only for animals, nevertheless it only works for a more chashuv water source. What's the definition of a chashuv water source? The type of water source that would be used by people as well. So the Gemara says, someone says we just said that the heter pasilos was only for behemoths. But for people, if you need water, go into the well. The Gemara said, how you rechavim? But what if the well was very wide, so that a person couldn't successfully navigate in and out of the well? Then how you rechavim? If the well is too wide, the person can't get in and out of it, then a person could go out and use the heter for possibly Raos as well. Furthermore, a person should not go ahead and fill up water and place it before his animal on Shabbos. If you're utilizing the possibly Raos, you should not go ahead and fill up a container and put it in front of you. To show faith with made himself, which you can fill up a sack, put it in front of the animal, to show him and ultimately the animal can drink on its own. If that's the case, then how did the Takala possibly help? What do you mean, how did it help? It helped that you could draw water from the well. But I will say, if that's the case, then again, why did you have to create a minimum enclosure enough for the head of the majority of the body of Torah? I suppose I said this just yesterday's daf from Rabbi. We're talking about a trough that is standing in Rosh Hashanah, Gavoa Asara, 10 tefachim high, Rochiv Arba'a, Verosho Nichnas Ladin Hapasim. So we'll say, so again, that's just the restating of yesterday's discussion. So we'll say, what comes out of here is something very important. What comes out of this sugya is the Gemara telling us that the Tina Pasini Rose was dafka instituted for the Hemas only going. But ideally, Pasini Rose is not used for people. If you want to drink from the well, go into the well. Go into the well. However, you must indicate that the well is too wide, but you can't navigate inside of the well. One could go ahead and utilize the well. One could go ahead and draw water for their own drinking purposes from possibly also. So I will say this is indeed how the Rambam passes. So the Rambam says this is local Shabbos type of Zion. Halacha Lamed. Actually, no, we'll see. Fine. The truth is, we'll leave this channel. Let's just do the next few lines. There's going to be a little bit more halacha because I'm mix it all together. Listen to this. So the Gemara goes like that. I'm going to be reading about Amaras. So just keep this in mind. Number one, we've seen that Pasiri Raos is primarily for animals. People, if they want to drink from the well, should go into the well, drink water from inside the well. And it seems to be that even a person could use the heter of Pasiri Raos if the well is too wide so that a person can't scale down the well. What's the interesting thing? You see from here again, sometimes kulas are good, but sometimes a person should try to avoid using kulas. The use of a kula is important under extreme circumstances, but sometimes the use of too many kulas too often will sometimes fundamentally undermine and erode a person's allegiance and fidelity to Allah. Like if you think about it, what a crazy thing. I want a drink of water on Shabbos from the well. So I'm going to scale a well. We'll say, can you imagine? Have you ever heard of such a thing? Please don't do this kind of stuff. Have you ever heard of something like this? I'm going to scale the well. But you see over here that, again, if I need to use the kula, I'll use the kula. But if there's a way not to use the kula, better not to use the kula. Not because the golden light is here. But the golden light is the sensitivity and fidelity and allegiance to Allah. And sometimes, again, the use of too many clothes too often fundamentally undermines that relationship. So I'll say a few more pieces or a few more qualifications. I'm going to hear me about Abba Amarat. Ein working in Belalo. This is fascinating. Belal Pasedi Raos B'Chutzlar. So we'll say really fascinating Gemara. There's no deal of bargaining. So what's bargaining? Look at Rashi. Second of the shorter lines in Rashi. In bargaining the Babel started a lot of times. The Amar the case in the Iris, also we can come a little bit later on. How you bargaining? Chutz to yourself. Ein Amar B'Shirayin. Miss Adam Imo Ubidin Chuma Yemisham Bahal Ula Halad. So the Gemara, so listen to this. Now we know there's a lot of Chum. Chum says that you have 2,000 amis from the edge of the city. So 2,000 amis from the edge of habitation in which you have the ability to travel. So remember, Chum is not a din in carrying, it's not a din in so this is a din in traveling, mobility. So you have 2,000 amis from the edge of the city in which you are situated to travel on Shabbos. However, the din of bargaining says like this: if there is some type of basic domicile, even a hut, within 70 and 2/3 amis of the edge of the city, you can measure the tchum not from the edge of the city, but from the hut. So essentially, even a basic domicile like a hut within 70 and 2/3 amis of the edge of the city allows you to count the tchum not from the edge of the primary city, but from the hut. That's bargaining. What is bargaining? What is a bargaining? Sukkos, sha'os, and shomri ha'ir. So it's a sukkah, that's a hut, that's the watchman would often go ahead and set up. Ve'ino dava kavua. And what's in that? The Kiddush over here is that this hut, as we're going to see, was something that was not really set in place. It was easily transportable. So even though, again, it's not really like what we call like a binyan hua, it's not a set structure, nevertheless, halacha l'maisa, it still extends the tchum. So the Gemara says, "V'kamar b'yamia da'hana bargaining in babel, k'lomar ve'im yis'adin shama'ir to the babel ikabit k'demayo." We should feel a little. So we'll see the explanation in just a moment. We'll see here's what Rabbi is saying. Number one, the din of bargaining does not apply in Babel, which means that in Babel, if you have a city, the tchum of that city is measured from the edge of the city, and even if you have a hut within 70 and 2/3 amas of the edge of the city, the tchum is not measured by the hut, but the tchum is measured by the edge of the city. Below, hasibi raos b'chutzlar. And also, furthermore, there's no din of possibilities in Chutzlar. It's really fascinating. The din of possibilities of the Diyumadin is only in Eretz Yisrael, not in Chutzlar. So what's the logic? Bargaining in Babel, we'll say, why does the din of bargaining not apply in Babel? Because Babel, interestingly enough, is subject to flooding, mass flooding. So because of that, these bargaining were often washed away. So because it's not dependable or it's not reliable that bargaining is going to be there, therefore it cannot work to go ahead and extend your total. So look at that for just a moment. This is really pretty incredible. So Rashi is saying that Rashi, he says, Babel was subject to flooding, and therefore halacha l'maisa, you can't rely that the bargaining is going to be there. Therefore the din of bargaining doesn't apply in Babel. However, lo pasi biros. This is incredible. Why does the din of Pasei Rose not apply to flowers? Because literally there are no yeshivas there. Now what does that mean? Look at Rashi. This is really quite amazing. Lilmod Torah. So in Chutz La'aretz, you didn't even have a situation of going city to city to learn. Pasei Rose. This is incredible. The din of Pasei Rose was a din that allowed you to draw water for your livestock, and it's under extreme circumstances for you when you were engaged in a Divar mitzvah. Right, in a mitzvah journey. So the paradigmatic example of being engaged in Divar mitzvah was only regalim. But the idea was anytime you were traveling over the course of Shabbos with Soda and mitzvah, Chazal allowed you to use these Pasei Rose. So interestingly enough, in Chutzah, I want to point something out. Chutz La'aretz is outside of Eretz Yisrael and Babel. Interesting, this purpose, Babel was not called Chutz La'aretz. You see that because Babel was reckoned separately over here, which makes sense. because in Babel there were yeshivas. So in Eretz Yisrael and in Babel, where you could potentially be traveling over the course of Shabbos for the mitzvah, you could use Hasidiros. Outside of Eretz Yisrael and Babel, where there were no yeshivas, you were not permitted to use Hasidiros. Was it really incredible? Aval Ipcha Avdino. I will say, but the opposite, of course, the opposite is true. In other words, the Halacha Lamaisa, there are Hasidiros in Babel, and the din of Burginin lies in Portugal. Because I will say, essentially, the din of Burginin will apply anywhere as long as there's no concern of flash flooding. And the din of Hasidiros will apply either in Eretz Yisrael because of Aliyah L'Rego, or Lamaisa anywhere where you could travel to yeshivas. So the Gemara says, others explain, Amr Jami Bar Amma, Amr Ein Burginin, Hasidiros, blah, 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 blah. So others have a different version of this. That both the din of Burginin and Hasidiros do not apply neither in Babel nor in Portugal. Burginin, the Babel law is so as we said before, Burginin don't apply in Babel. Why? Because of flash flooding. The Chutar's Nami law is Shiri. This is fascinating. The din Burginin doesn't apply in Chutar's either. Why? Because of thieves. We'll say, what does that mean? Thieves? They used to steal these huts. It was still these huts. As Rashi said before, since they were not Kabbalah, they were not affixed to the ground, so they were stolen. So because they're stolen, obviously you can't remind the Burginin to be there. So the Gemara says, Hasidiros to Babalo, Ishchichi Maya. So again, these Hasidiros, that hesed was not allowed in Babel. Why? Because we'll say currently water was an easy supply in Babel. So remember again, the thing of Hasidiros is again in Eretz Yisrael, says the Gemara, because water is harder to come by. But in Babel, where water was easy to come by, there was no need to school us. There's also no din of Hasidiros, because since they weren't yeshivas, therefore halacha l'maisa Hasidiros was only instituted in the situation of divine mitzvah, and there was no real traveling for divine mitzvah in Chutz. Amr Chisda l'may Breid Rab, when the Breid Rab Yom Yavar Abba Amri. Asisu mi Barnash with a Krishna to Daniel, the Haflasa Parsi B'Shabbos. Let's listen to this. It tells a story. So Krista said to Mari Breid Rabuna Breid Rab Yom Yavar Abba. He said to him, I heard that you went from Barnash to the shul of Daniel. You traveled from Barnash to Daniel, and that is a distance, Rashi says over here, on Amri Asisu mi Barnash with a Krishna to Daniel. שאומרים עליכם שעה כהן מברנש לביתו דניאל בשבס מקום היה בבבל ששם היה מספר לו דניאל לכוון כסיסי בהילסי. So apparently there was a shul that was known as the shul of Daniel. So you have Rav Chisda telling Mari, I heard that you traveled on Shabbos from Barnish to the shul of Daniel. And the problem is, that is the distance, the Habu Tlasa Parsi B'Shabsa. That's a distance of 3 parcels, more than the Trum. Anai Samtisu Abordinim. So what did you rely on? What did you rely on to travel such a far distance more than the regular Tchum Shabbos? Abordinim, did you rely on the presence of huts to extend your Tchum? Ha'amar Avua Da'avua Mishmei Rab, but your father, the father of your father, like your grandfather, said in the name of Rab, Ein Borgin in Babel, that there's no din of Borgin in Babel, right? Again, because of flash flooding. So how did you travel such a far distance on Shabbos? Nothing. Samar went out to show the Christa, Ta'achli Le Hanua Misafta Niblan Shivin B'Shirayim. First, he went out and he showed him that apparently, right outside of Barnish, within 70 and 2/3 amas of the edge of the city of Barnish, there were these ruins. There were these ruins that were there, but the walls of the ruins were still intact. So because the walls were still intact, they were bona fide mechitzas. Because they're bona fide mechitzas, they extended the tomb of the city, allowing Mar to travel from Barnish all the way to the shul of Daniel. Take a look at that for just a moment. Rashi says, Misaf Hayaros Haribos, Finish Aro Sham Mechitzas Min Habati, Vamiran Hassan, Barakit and Arving, Nafashal Nifas, and so once it's showing the ruins, despite the fact that there were ruins, the walls of those ruins were still intact and allowed the tomb of the city to be extended past them. And that's how he was able to travel to the shul of Daniel. So let's take a look. So that's the end. we're going to get into some beautiful Aganata, but before that, let me show you the Rambam. So the Rambam in Paragraph Zayin Hilchot Sham says as follows. There's almost a lot of fascinating ideas over here. Number one, when we're Pasedi Rose, who were Pasedi Rose instituted for? Number two, where were they instituted for? So the Gemara seems to indicate over here that this is a din Dafka in Eretz Yisrael and maybe Babel as well. So look at the Rambam writes as follows. This is a kind of good Zayin start. Chapter 17, Rambam Halacha Lamed. V'vikiru ha'pasim ha'ilu ela b'Eretz Yisrael u'lebehimas oli legalim bil. So what says the Rambam actually passes that the din of Pasiri Los is dafka a din in Eretz Yisrael. This was only instituted in Eretz Yisrael and only instituted for the animals of the oli legalim. And I will say so again. Number one, only their son. Number two, only for the animals of only your government, divine mitzvah. And number three, only the air mayim time. A well, that's a well spring. Hush of water source. Aval, the shut aratos. I will say again, let's say anywhere else outside of Eretz Yisrael, if you want to drink water on Shabbos, or you want to give the animals on Shabbos, what halacha? You might have a shower. Adam yored on the air. Yishke. Oh yasin the kisha matefes the air gava. I started talking. Yamod bisocha b'yid Rabbi Yishke. Any other circumstance outside of Eretz Yisrael or anything else, if you want to draw water on Shabbos, if you draw water on Shabbos, you just have to what? Make regular partitions. You have to make a regular partition. In how you have the air rakav harbeg. But if the well was very wide, so what the Rambam does ask him that halacha l'maisa, if the well is too wide, so that the person can't go down and get it, you to rely on possibly well. So what's that? If halacha l'maisa, the Rambam asking that the din number one, din of only applies in Eretz Yisrael. Number two, it only applies for behemoths, only for government, not for a person, unless, of course, the well is too wide that you can't scale it. Under those circumstances, you can rely on the Pasidi Rose to draw water for personal consumption as well. Right? Rambam goes on with a couple of other fascinating ideas, but that's enough for our purposes today. Good, let's go like this. We'll say beautiful Gemara ahead of us. So the Gemara says as follows. Amr Chista, Dorish Mari Bar Amar. So Chista says as follows. So Mari Bar Amar darshan the following. He said, "My dichsiv l'chol isi kates l'chava mitzvosech hamod." So what's the meaning of the pasuk in Tehillim? Literally, again, for every goal, l'chol sichla, for every goal, for every conclusion, I've seen an end. L'chava mitzvos hamod, but your mitzvos are very expansive. So we'll say the pashtos. What David HaMelech is saying is like this: everything else in the world is finite. Everything else in the world is finite. The mitzvos, your Torah, is infinite. So David will appear. So David HaMelech said this, but he didn't explain it. Amar Eov will appear. Eov said it and he didn't explain it. Amar Yechezkel will appear. Yechezkel said he didn't explain it. And Shabbat Zechariah ben Ido appeared. So Zechariah ben Ido came along and he finally explained it. What does this mean? Amar David will appear. David said but he didn't explain it. So again, David HaMelech says for every goal or for every goal, I've seen an end, but the mitzvahs are very expansive. But I didn't explain what that meant. Amru Eov will appear. Eov said it also. Dichsiv Arucha me Eretz Yuda Urechava Mineyam. Literally again, it is longer than the earth, than the length of the earth, and wider than the width of the sea. So again, once again, Eov is speaking to the expansive Torah, but doesn't help explain that concept. Amr Yechezkel Operation Ksiv, goes to Pasuk Yechezkel, Vayifros Osam Lefanai, the Ksuva Panim Va'achar, the Kasav Aleh Kinim, the Heger Dehi. We'll see what that means in just a moment. What is Moshe? So literally it means Vayifros Osam Lefanai, he spread it open in front of him. Ksuva Panim Va'achar, it is written on the back and on the front. The Kasav Aleh, and it says in it, Kinim, Kinim is like Kinnis, lamentations, the Hega, rejoicing, the He, and woe. What does that mean? Kinim, Zuparanos and Shaltadik and Bolamaza. So Kinim means the misfortune, the suffering of tzaddikim in this world. The Hega, what does Hega mean? Zu matan scholan shem nasid lava. The rejoicing of the tzaddikim in the world to come. Omer alai higayon bechinot. The zoi parnusa shalisham la'asid lava. He refers to the suffering of the wicked in the world to come. Omer he quotes over here the pasuk from Yechezkel, Hava al Hava Hava. So Zechariah ben Iddo was the person who came along and explained this notion of the expansiveness of Torah. Siv quotes over here the pasuk from Yechezkel. So he said to me, what do you see? And I said, I see a floating scroll. Arka Esrim Ba'amal, Berachba Esra Ba'amal. Its length is 20 amas, its width is 10 amas. And ultimately, again, when it was unfolded, it was Esrim Ba'esrim. It was 20 by 20. And it says that it was on the front and on the back. And if you were to peel back, so it was written on the front and the back. What it's saying, the imagery is, it was written on the front and the back. If you were to peel apart the front and the back and place them side by side, how much would that be? 40 amas by 20 amas. Mima dad b'sha'al amayim b'shamayim b'zeres tachim. Nimtza kala olam kula achos mishloshes alafim umasayim b'tor. So when you do all of the math, the Gemara says it turns out that the world is 1/3200 of the size of the Torah. So we'll say, obviously, from a metaphorical point, the Gemara is trying to paint this image of this massive scroll that totally eclipses the size of the world. To highlight to us the dramatic expansiveness of Torah. When we speak about Torah, we see that you could quantify Torah. Torah is Tanakh, Torah is Shabbat, Torah is Shabbat. So we'll say, Torah, remember how Chazal referred to the Yam Shal Talmud. Right, refer to the sea of the Gemara. The metaphor, the imagery is an expansiveness. When you stand on the banks of the ocean, you look down to the ocean, it looks like it's not shame and salt. It has no end. So the idea that the depth and profundity is so much that it even eclipses the size of the universe. That's the image of the idea. From Christa, Darish, Mori, Barmar, my Dixir, Vine Shnei Duda Eiteinen, Boadin of Nehechal Hashem. So it's actually quite beautiful. You might recall the passage from Yirmiyahu. So it says over here, Vine Shnei Duda Eiteinen, Boadin of Hashem. That there were two baskets of figs prepared before the Heichal Hashem. Hadud ha'echad te'inim tovos. One of the baskets contained good figs, tovos ma'od. Kite'ini habachoros. Like the early figs. Also, just you show me what's happening over here. If you have the Torah or in your Gemara, you can see that the Gemara is actually doing over here is kind of splicing together two different pieces. Again, they're both from Yirmiyahu, Parakam, Dalet, Pasuk, Aleph, Sugim, Aleph, 3 days, but it's just taking different parts of it. So I will say, so the image that Yirmiyahu Hanavi is highlighting over, it's really quite beautiful, is two baskets of figs. One basket is figs, tavos, ma'od, kite'ini abachoros on the base, v'adud echad, and the second basket, te'inim ro'os ma'od, of bad figs, asher lo se'achelna me'roah, that could not be eaten because they were so bad. So what's like, what do the two baskets of figs represent? This is really beautiful. Atobos, elu tzadikim gemur. The good figs, those represent tzadikim gemur. Te'inim haro, bad figs, elu l'shan gemur. This refers ultimately again to the shan gemur. So let's see, look at this tomorrow. The Shema Tomar, so maybe you'll say the basket of bad figs, which represents Yishayim Gimurim, Shema Tomar, Abad Sivra, Ubato Sikuyam. Maybe you'll say there's no hope. There's no hope. There's no possibility of redemption for the Yishayim Gimurim. Hamar, Habidoim, Nasmireya. We'll say it says that both of baskets of figs give forth a beautiful aroma. So we'll say even the figs which can't be consumed, right? Even the figs which were bad, right? Even the Te'inim rotten still give forth a beautiful aroma. both baskets of days have you to give forth to the Rothschild. Just understand the power of that Gemara. I just want to draw your attention to the Lush. See, the Gemara says over here that the basket of good things. Tzadikim Gimurim. Remember that just use Lashon over here of Tzadikim and Rishayim. Tzadikim Gimurim, Rishayim Gimurim. The Lashon of Gimurim represents that person, person could be a Rasha, could be like a recreational Rasha, right? Just a Rasha on the weekends. For during the week I try to be good, or vice versa. The Shem Gimurim, like the Rambam, Eizu Tzadik Gomer, right? I should say, Eizu Bal Tshuva Gimurim, the Rambam says. So the Lashon of Gomer represents a Lashon of finality and totality. I have different aspects of my identity. Gomer means this is the totality of my identity. See what the Gemara is saying? You might have thought that the Rishayim Gimurim, Avad Sidram Uvat Lasik, you might have thought that a Rasha Gomer, that's it. A Rasha Gomer is down there. Does anyone want to talk about a Rasha Gomer? No. Even the Rasha Gomer, I will say it's incredible. Even Rasha Gomer have begotten nothing to rest. We'll say, what an incredible Gemara. Even if a person is a Rasha Gomer, the beautiful scent of holiness is always there. The beautiful scent of ruchnius never goes away. Even when you're nice, even when your identity is so fundamentally compromised, the scent of holiness never leaves the Jew. It's incredible. It's incredible. So you are like Dara Shava, my Dichsev, Hadudaim Nasnu Reach. What does it mean when it says that the Dudaim? Listen, now it's interesting. The first time we see Dudaim is of course the story by Rachel Leah. So there it's interesting that Dudaim are translated as mandrakes. That's off of the English word of Hebrew. Here in this context, it's interesting that it's actually translated as violence. Okay, so the Dudaim Nasnu Reach. So the Dudaim gave their scent. We'll say who is so beautiful. Elu Bachure Yisrael Shalotamu Tamchit. We'll say, so the violets that Dudaim gave their scent, this refers to young Jewish men who never tasted the taste of sin. So we'll say, so what does that mean? So the Maharsha coming from this, the Maharsha says this is Datzro in the realm of Arais. The realm of Arais. You'll see it makes sense in the context in just a little bit as well. This is talking about young men who are careful to guard themselves from immorality. No person, I will say no person in the kid has never tasted the taste of sin. Everybody tastes the taste of sin. We all sin. But when I say a person, especially a young person, when passions are strongest, who is careful to guard himself from immorality, that's the Dudaim Nasnu Reach. That ultimately, again, is the violet who emits such a beautiful scent. And at the entrance where all types of beautiful food that Elu Israel, this refers to the Jewish women, Shemagios Tischayen Leba'aleh. Okay, literally it says they tell their whole things to their husbands. So Rashi points out over here, this refers to Rashi. Actually, now, yeah, we'll see. Rashi goes all the way out of order over here. Shemagios Tischayen Leba'aleh means they tell their husbands and they become an Eva. That the wife tells her husband if he becomes an Eva, that her husband shouldn't infer and stand literally, they close their openings only for their husbands. This idea being the virtuosity, the virtuousness of the Jewish woman, that she maintains her allegiance, right, and is only for her husband. So say, what does it mean again? Literally, new and old, my beloved, I await you. I looked out for you. This is so beautiful. So I just want to point out this notion, by the way, we've seen so much in the last couple of days regarding the immorality and how a person who's able to conquer immorality. There is the greatest taiva that a person has, and at the end of the day, the scar that awaits a person who's able to overcome these most innate wants and desires. I just want to point out this idea that the Gemara says that Dudaim Nasnu Reach. So we'll say, what does it mean? Young person, right? We're all young. The young person is able to resist immorality. He emits the Dudaim Nasnu Reach, that the violence gives off its scent. So listen, the concept of scent doesn't mean that your scent is beautiful if you overcome immorality. Scent is something that just exists by itself. In other words, you don't do anything for scent. It's just a part of your being. Something has a beautiful, pleasing scent. It's just a part of their gestalt. It's a part of what they are. You're a human being. Because I was saying that when I'm able to overcome the desire for immorality, it's not just the pshat that I become a holy. Fundamentally changes who I am. I emit a different scent. I smell different. I am different. You see, there are certain things that I do that give me greater kedusha, that give me greater holiness, and there are certain things that I do that just fundamentally change who I am. I emit like a reach nichoach. I emit a pleasing aroma. So if I muster up the inner courage to be able to overcome the unpleasant, it's incredible idea. I emit a different scent. So powerful. Oh, can I say so? Thank you, God. So, Claudio says, this is a beautiful position. How do exist without Galatzmi? Yosem Imashe Gazarta Alai Bikiyamtim. So, Claudio says, something is, Ribbon Shalom. You've made many laws. You've given me many laws. But I have legislated upon myself even more laws than you've given me. And I've kept all of them. That's Klal Yisrael says to Baruch. You've made many mitzvahs. I've taken on even more mitzvahs and I've kept everything. This is the one thing she said to one of the Talmudic coming to this message. For the reason that guy have you ever heard a drug on this country? Originally says the new things and also the old things. Armor late, even Mrs. Callis, the name Mrs. Camulas. So the Talmud section, which refers to the called easy mitzvahs and the difficult mitzvahs. Armor late, the Torah Ta'anai and Ta'anai in Mishnah. Mishnah was totally given multiple times that it would say. Which makes it sound like things that were given earlier, things that were given later. I think I will say the consequence is Kadoshim Dam Yishanim refers to ultimately Givei and the old halachos refers to the halachos that the Ribbon Shalom, but the Kadoshim refers to the new halachos that do the Rabbanon and the legislation. Look at Rashi, Givei Shalom, Rashi says. It's the third of Kadoshim Sheniskanchu B'Chodar Vadar Ligdar Geder B'Siyad. Each generation legislates new laws for what purpose? For the purpose of creating a protective fence around it. So beautiful. Zara Shraga might see the Yosem Nehima B'Ni Zara Asos Falamadi. We'll say, what's the meaning of the pasuk in Koheles? When it says, and even more than these things, my son, be careful. Asos Farim Hardei. Literally, what it sounds like it means make many svarim. What does this mean? Benihi, Yizahar b'divrei sofer, Yosem b'divrei Torah. Shlomo was saying, my son, be even more careful with divrei sofer, with rabbinic law, than with divrei Torah. Should divrei Torah, yesh panan seva lo saseh, his Torah is comprised of positive commandments and prohibitions. Divrei sofer, again, when it comes to the words of Chazal, follow over al divrei sofer, chayv nisa. Whoever violates divrei sofer, both sides is chayv nisa. So now what is that? Take a look at Rashi. The seva lo saseh. So it actually says, yesh bohen she'im by chayv nisa. About divrei sofer, chayv nisa. Al kuvan divrei u'kolei together. There was a quote passage from Koheles that says, he who breaches the fence shall be bitten by the fish. Even though this kind of sounds counterintuitive, like one would need to be more careful with the raisas because they're given by the Ribbon Shalom and not the Rabbanon. Yet the Shalom says, he who breaches the rabbinic fence will be bitten by a snake, which means that in certain respects, rabbinic law is dealt with more severely than biblical law. What's the idea? The idea is that rabbinic law is the glue glue that keeps us together. The rabbis of every generation, not about that very generation, they say every generation have to legislate new laws because of the time, because of the circumstances. So mamish is the dealing Rabbanon that keep the fabric of quality smell together. And if you don't go ahead and adhere to the dealing, like if you don't adhere to the dealing Rabbanon, then although the Doraisas may still be in fact for some of the time, only a matter of time so the fabric of quality smell and rabbit. That's why amazingly enough that there's sometimes greater severity attached to doing the Rabbanon than there are to doing the Doraisa. Shama Tamar, in Yesh Ban Mamish, or maybe you'll say 1 second, well, if the Dinei de Rabbanon are so important, then why couldn't you have to be part of just without reading the Torah? And it was like this thought crosses everyone's mind at some point in time. Like if the rabbis and Chazal are really right, then why didn't I be part of we just include it? So let's listen to this. Asot Svarim, how they increased. They wrote at a certain point in time, you could keep writing Svarim, and keep writing many Svarim, and they will be no end. In other words, we're saying that Torah continues to evolve and Torah continues to go on. It would have been impossible everything to writing in one sefer, and therefore HaKadosh Baruch Hu has to be mechalik between a Torah Shabbat and a Torah Shabbat, between Dinei Doraisa and Dinei Rabbanon. The laws are they literally translated, which is means much study, holiness or tiredness of
why do you
the
think your
flesh.
hands are so
Pretty strong Gemara. It teaches us that what? Anyone who disparages the rabbinic law will literally be judged in boiled excrement in Olam Haba. Not good. Not good. The idea of being, you see in the Gemara's quoting over here, so it's easy to go ahead and say the rabbis are just adding on layers to halakha that are not necessary. I'll keep the Doraisas, that's all I need. So you see Chazal coming along and saying, there is no Yiddishkeit without the Rabbanon. There is no way of life without the Rabbanon. The whole point of the Rabbanon is that the Rabbanon teach us how to take the Doraisas, make them applicable and sustainable in the real world. So you see something like this, that if you go and disparage the Rabbanon, you're going to burn and boil excrement in Gehenna. It's obviously it's a bit hyperbolic, but it's the idea of Chazal telling us there is no life without the Rabbanans. And we see this. We see this that any time you try to peel away the Rabbanans from Jewish life, it's only a matter of time. It may take years or it may take a few generations. But at the end of the day, absolutely you lose your way. Does it say lahag, disparage? Lahag sid. It meant lahag. We'll say, the way the Gemara was interpreting the passage was, the word is lahag. The Gemara mentioned it as lahag, which means disparage. The Gemara doesn't say lahag with an I in disparage. It says lahag with A, which means to learn. What it means is whoever engages in the study of Torah, specifically the studies of the Rabbanah, like the studies of Gemara, is like the case. We'll say, what's the shot with that? That if you study Gemara, you study Dinei Rabbanah. So it's like you have your case, this is beautiful. He says, just like when you eat, how do you feel after a good steak? How do you feel after a good steak? Satisfied. Satisfied. How do you feel after a good lack of Gemara? Satisfied. Satisfied. There are certain things in life. Which give you a certain level of satisfaction. So the truth is, at a Kashmir level, a good meal, a good steak, gives you a yishrak. You feel good after it. You feel it says like the world is good. It's like you want to say, if you have a good steak, today a good steak and a glass of wine. There are no cherries on over here, right? But it's right. A good case and a good glass of wine. I was saying. So again, the universe is in equilibrium, right? Life is perfect. The only thing I'm missing in that moment is Mashiach. It maybe gives me feels like a little bit like Mashiach. Right? So I'll say, in all seriousness, where else can you replicate a feeling? That maybe you have a feeling in life that like the world is good. The world is good and everything is perfect. After a good lot of money. That's what I'm saying. No, you have a dot like this. You have a dot like this. You're gonna walk out, and there's gonna be like a wave of satisfaction that sweeps over you when you half
See
full
all
like
night,
this.
baby.
That's the Gemara
Nine
says.
to 10 pounds. No.
La,
Yeah,
Garde,
yeah.
Yigios Basar.
The
When you
eighth
learn a
of the
lot,
Ten
when you
Commandments
learn a
is
good piece of
low
Torah, it's
signal.
not like
Do
Yigios
not
Basar.
steal.
It's just
Be
like
careful
having a
when you
good
see the
steak.
signal.
We're just like a good
And
steak.
God has
It's
sent
just like a
letters.
satisfaction
That
of a
God,
good meal.
in this case,
So
is
beautiful. It's
not
like
someone who
this
kidnappers of
incredible
bagels,
story.
but a
Incredible story.
kidnapper who steals
Nice
for
of
living.
people.
We know this because the word is
Such a
listed in the
dramatic
string
story.
of capital
There was
letters
Rabbi Akiva
and
was
elsewhere in
incarcerated
the
in jail.
Bible. We learn
Then you know
that a petty
again, right?
thief needs to pay for what
Rabbi
he took,
Akiva
plus
in
a
jail.
fine,
This
but
was the
is
end of his
not
life. This
to.
supposed to know Rabbi Akiva dies
But
a
is not
brutal
put to
death
death.
at the hands of the Romans. His flesh, his
So what
spirit,
is the
his
law
body.
of the thief?
This is the
Ghana
story.
and the
This is the
Gospel.
story. In fact, it was
In
like
Torah, there are two
I'll
classes
tell you.
of thieves. There
Depending on
is
you
the
have that. I'll
Gosman,
send
a
it out
brazen
on the
strong
WhatsApp
man
chat.
who
Depending on you that
takes what
has
is not his, not caring who
overwhelming
sees.
insight.
The
I'll
law
fill in parts
is
of it as you go
that
on.
he
Now
must
the
pay
key
up
was
whatever he
incarcerated.
Then
Rabbi
there is the
Yeshua
God,
Hagarsi,
the stealthy thief.
Yeshar so,
If he is caught, but
Rabbi
like that
Yeshua
fucking pinto,
Hagarsi
if he
was
is
his
caught but
attendant.
not,
Was like his shadow.
if he
He's taking
turns
care of
himself
him. And Rabbi said,
in
what is
willingly, he
Garsi?
must play
Rabbi said,
double what he took,
look at
or even
Rashi.
more. In the case
Rashi
of the
says
thief
Garsi is
who sells
Shem
flesh
Makom.
lives
It's
to
the name of his
sheep
place.
or ox
That's where he lived.
or ox
That's
that
where
he
he lived.
steals.
Otherwise, Rashi says, I will say this is
Why the
incredible.
difference? The
Mishnah
Gosman is a
Shem
pretty
Tochin
evil guy,
Gerisim.
fearing
The
neither
Tochin
Hashem nor
Gerisim.
man.
He used to go ahead
He
and
chooses to break the law
grind
and let the chips fall
lentils.
away. But
Well,
the
I just want to point
is
something
afraid
out.
of
I
him,
often say this.
which is why he
To me, one of
operates
the
on
most
the sly.
incredible
However,
things you find in the
he has
Gemara
no
is
compunctions
you
about
find
being
these
observed by
incredible
Hashem,
tzaddikim
essentially
who
denying
had
the
jobs.
existence of
They had
divine
jobs.
justice.
Not
In
only
the
they had
words of
jobs,
Rabbi
almost like
Yochanan ben
what's,
Zakkai,
but they
may
had
Hashem
your
grant you
laborers. Like he was a guy,
fear.
he ground up lentils.
May
So
Hashem grant you
sometimes in
that.
life we think
May
that the
Hashem
fact that I have to work for a
grant
living
that you fear.
hinders me from
May
becoming
Hashem
a
grant
tzaddik.
that you fear
It
Hashem
exempts you
as
from
much as you
becoming a
fear
Talmid
flesh
Chacham.
and blood.
You know, listen, to become a Talmid Chacham or a tzaddik, that's the purview of like people
Sealing
who get
hearts
to
of
live
my
their
lips, I
lives
steal.
because they
That's
sound
still
shni.
fine.
I had to go to work.
But
But if I
someone
have to
who
go out to
fools
work,
others,
I could be a good balabas.
even if they're not
Like, that's
actually
like
saying
the
it properly,
ceiling.
God of the heart.
It's not true.
A classic
Everybody
example
has
would
the
be
capacity to be a
Absalom,
tzaddik. Everybody
who
has
is
the
a
capacity
pretender
to
to
be
the
a tzaddik.
throne of his father, King David,
Resist of the grace.
stole the hearts of
So
the men
here,
of Israel. Note
who's the
that in the
Misharis
biblical
of Rabbi Akiva?
Hebrew
Rabbi
lev,
Yeshua
which
Garsi,
means heart,
the
refers
guy
to
who used to go,
consciousness as a whole.
a man
In
who used
Jewish
to
law,
go ahead
there
and
are
grind
specific
lentils. That
guidelines
was his
about
occupation.
getting
But
about
despite the
the
fact that he
theft
went
of
to
money.
work every
A
day,
typical
grinding
example is
lentils,
inviting
still became
someone
a going on
for a meal when you know they are
Watch
already
this.
engaged
You
at the time. You are scoring points,
every day.
appearing generous
You
and
bring
friendly,
Rabbi
but knowing that
Akiva, you bring Rabbi
it will
Akiva
cost you
water.
nothing. The
Now,
same would apply
the meat
if
that
you
I will
open a
say
bottle
this
of wine
follows. You
when
bring Rabbi
a guest
Akiva
is over
enough
and
water
gave them
for
the
Natilas
impression
Yadayim
that
and
you
for
did
drinking.
so in
Have you given up
their
water?
honor
What
when
happens?
you were planning to open
You
a
only have
bottle
to
in any
much Shabbat
case.
Asurim.
More nefarious
So we'll say
application
one
of
day
the
the
same
Yeshua
principle
Garsi is coming
involves
to the
sellers
jail with water.
intentionally dressing
And
up
the
their
guard
wares to
sees him
appear
coming in.
better
Amrlo,
than they are. For
Hayom
instance,
Meinecha
giving
Merubin.
an old, worn
So
tool
the
a
guard
new
became
paint job,
suspicious of
or
Yeshua
selling real
Garsi.
estate
Today,
whose ownership
it
is
looks like you're
disputed.
bringing in
The
a
whole and
lot
the
more
mouse.
water.
The final bit of Talmudic wisdom. It is not the mouse
So
who
he
is the
suspected that
god,
what's he trying to
but
do?
the whole
He was trying to help Rabbi
that is the
Akiva
god.
dig a tunnel.
If you want
Right?
to make
Because how do
sure,
you dig a tunnel? Right? You pour water on the ground, it loosens up the earth. So the guard suspected Rabbi Yeshua Garcia
if you want to
bringing
make
in
sure
more
that you
water.
stay away,
So as to dig a
if you
tunnel
want
to
to make
Rabbi
sure that you
Akiva
stay far away
So what
from
did he
all
do?
forms of Geneva,
Shaf
even the
off
most subtle
Chetzam.
ones,
You're
it
not
is a
someone
good
Chetzam.
idea
The guard spills
to
out
set up
half
your
of the
life
water
with
in
the
the
most
bucket.
outstanding rate
Rabbi Yeshua
possible,
Garcia
leaving
Rabbi Akiva. Tishubat Rabbi
no
Akiva Amalo.
holes that need to be
Yeshua
plugged
in
up.
Ato Yodea Shazak
Oh,
in
tell
Rami
the story.
Dechaim
Yeah, what's
Turim
up, man?
B'Kayecha. So Rabbi Akiva sees the bucket, and the bucket is half full. Rabbi Akiva always saw the bucket half full. But he said that Lamaisa, Yoshua, you know that I'm totally
Yo,
dependent
dogs, no one really knows for sure.
This water is my water for
Divrei,
that's my water for
Elohim,
drinking.
Chaim,
Now there's only half a
but
bucket.
this is a more,
So
but this is a Mazor we did.
So Rabbi Yeshua Garsi told Rabbi Akiva the whole story.
So what do you do?
So he said, okay, I'll use the water for hand washing. Amrlo lishtos in magin. Likal yadcha magin. He said, Rabbi, there's barely enough water in there for you to drink. You think there's enough water in there for you to drink? Because that's also
non-Jews, what happens to them?
Please don't tila sedayim today. Please just
Like,
use the water
obviously,
to
we
drink.
don't say
But I just want to point out that it points out the way Rabbi Akiva was murdered is
Good
that
question.
every day
Break down
the
clearly
Romans
and state
peeled off some of his. It didn't all happen at once. Every day they
First,
cut
what do you
it in
believe
little
happens in
bits.
non-Jews
Every
after that?
day.
Second, how the
So
Orthodox Jews
not just
respond
Rabbi
to
Shul guys saying Rabbi Akiva saying, please don't worry about Matilas.
what happens in non-Jews after that?
Please just
Mainstream Orthodox Judaism does not teach that non-Jews are automatically lost or punished.
ways every single
That's
day.
somewhat
Just
assistant non-Jewish.
drink
The
the
key
water.
concept is the righteous inclination
Amar
of good.
Ma'aseh
Umar and
Shechayavin
Talmud
Alein Misa. Rabbi Akiva
105,
said, "What should I do?
105
What should I do?
says,
At the end of the day, to not wash my hands is a chiyuv misa. Mutav." Rabbi was saying, "What does it mean? It's a chiyuv misa." Obviously, it's not literal. It's a chiyuv misa. Rabbi Akiva was saying, again, quoting this idea, "Horesh together Hashem Rafa, he reaches the fence, should be bitten by a snake." In other words, the rabbinic law has to be treated with such incredible severity. Mutav almost misas
basic moral laws, like
Although
not murdering, not stealing,
Adas
not
Havin.
committing sexual
Rabbi Akiva
immorality,
said, "Me to
etc.
kill myself
They
now
are
wasn't
considered
it's
really
better for
righteous
me that I
and
shouldn't
have a
have
share
something
in
to
all
drink. I shouldn't have something to drink.
Judaism does not
Chas
require
v'shalom
them to
violate the
convert.
halachas of my
They have a
favorite
soul, yes,
Tefillah,
non-Jew has
incredible.
an average
Amar,
lifestyle of all the
no Tom
Muslims
Klum,
and distinction
Achehevi lo mayim,
between types
bin
of
Natal
souls, but that
Yadas.
does
Rabbi
not
Akiva
mean
refused to
non-Jews
do
lacks
anything until
spirituality
he has
or
sufficient, until they
divine
were able to
connection.
bring him more water,
In
and he was
Hasidut,
able to
consider
go ahead
thought,
and
including
do
teachings
Tefillah
of Kabbalah, which the Bible,
Kishishamu
there
Chachamim
is an
b'davar.
emphasis that
When the
every
Chachamim
human is
heard
created
this story,
with its own
listen, you hear this story?
judgment.
They
Judgment
said
applies
that
to all
Akiva
humanity.
is
Righteous
literally
non-Jew
being
is
tortured every single
judged by
day
what they
by the Romans. Yet he
were
won't
commanded,
go a
not
day
by 613.
without the last time. So we'll see, the day
You're
we're
not judged for
comments on this
keeping
again.
Shabbat or
He
kosher
says that
because
more
they
of
weren't
this
here
story is not that you have to keep your
practically
life for
what
the
the
That's
Orthodox
not the
Jews do
moral
in
of the
non-Jews,
story.
right? We do
The
not
moral
take
of the
Taj
story
Morning for
is that
non-Jews
we are
to the
here
sanctification
because
of the
ultimately
Jewish community
always
structure,
need
but
incredible
that does not
love,
mean
fidelity,
indifference.
and
If it's a neighbor, friend, public figure
even
who
the
express
smallest details of
condolences, we can
because
say
it's not the
Baruch
devil
Dayan
that's in
Hallelujah.
the details.
Blessed is the
It's
true
the
job
Ribono
quietly to
Shel
our
Olam that's in the
himself, if
details.
death
And we're only here
impacts
because
us.
of the Mesiras Nefesh
We can pray
Ha'alachah,
privately that Hashem
because of
judge
the
them with
Mesiras
mercy. If it's a
Nefesh
righteous
Torah.
Jew, some
This is not
authorities
modeling
allow
for
some
us
to
a
heal
halacha
themselves
ma'isa. That's not
on
what
their
it's
behalf.
modeling
Acts
for
of
us.
kindness in the
What
moment
it
are
is
perfect.
modeling for us,
But
I will
would
say,
you not
is
believe
those of
Orthodox
us who
Jews
Baruch
that
Hashem are privileged
Orthodox Jews
not to
not
live in these.
teach that
Rabbi
non-Jews
Akiva was willing to
are
give his life for the fear.
They're spiritually
Dire
righteous.
circumstances. How careful we have to be with the
They're
details
not Jewish.
when Baruch Hashem we're not in dire
What
circumstances.
about
So when they heard this, like Yishem
in
Chacham
Jewish
Davar Amar,
purification
Ma
is not an
Besignuso Kan,
determination is
the
generally
Adusa Alachas
understood
Tam
as temporary.
Vakama. This is actually
Once
when he
that
was old.
concept applies
Can you
rather than
imagine
men,
his
not
behavior when
just
he's
Jews.
young?
Big picture.
Ma
Judaism
Bebisa
is
Sunim,
communal, not
Kavshalom
universalist.
Besa Shem Alachas Kama Vakama. And
Jews
this
have
is
six
how Rabbi
and
Akiva
13
conducted
mythical
himself. He
non-Jews
was in
have
jail and he was incarcerated.
different
Can you
responsibilities.
imagine how
Some
he
created
lived his life
justice
when
is
he was
insane.
so
Moral
incredible?
kind
I'm Rabbi Yehuda Mishal, wasn't just doing the life.
So
I'm going to read a Shema B'Shah, Shetikin
someone
Shlomo
who
Eruvin
is
and
not
Yaz
Jewish and
Adayin.
just died, they're in
Rosham
heaven,
Alach
right?
included Eruvin
And is
and
it for
here's that.
11 or
We'll say,
12 months?
if you look at Rashi,
And then where did
Rashi
they
says
go?
something like Shlomo.
Where did they
Shlomo
go
Alach
if they were
included
righteous? Where did they go if they weren't
Chaseros.
righteous?
Because of Shalom, the Hotzi Bereshus Hayachal Bereshus
Okay,
Hayachal
let's
Kadero.
talk about
Lasso
this because
Siyad
first thing Judaism does
Barakakam
not
is
touch,
Torah.
does not teach that
Shalom
every non-Jew
Alacham
automatically goes
Mishrav
to heaven.
Bereshus Hayachal. So
Goes
it's like
spiritual.
Shlomo Melech was the
Judaism also
person
does not teach
instituted
every Jew
because of
automatically
the
skips
Erev
the judgment.
Chassid. Remember,
Possibly,
the only thing
if
you
they need
can't do is to
purification,
go
hidden
from
in Judaism
Rishus
is
Hayachet
not
to
backward.
Rishus Harabim,
The
Rishus
spiritual
Hayabim
cleansing
to Rishus
process of
Hayah.
thousands
And
of
to go from
stages.
one private
Teach
to
in
another
the
private
Talmud
domain is
in
biblically
Luke
forbidden.
2:10
Shlomo
that the
Melech said,
judgment
no,
of the
you
wicked
can't
and the
even
heavens
carry
are
from
pure
one
amongst the
Rishus
idea
to
of
Rishus
the brotherhood
Hayachet
humanity,
without
not
some
just
type
Jews.
of Erev
More than
Chassid.
12 months
That's
for
the
Jews,
reason
we say
Torah
Hajj for
instituted
11
Erev.
months, not 12,
Those
because
who
12
instituted Mitilas
months
Dayan, we'll say,
implies the person was fully
Shlomo Melech
wicked,
instituted Mitilas
and
Dayan
we do,
for the
and we don't
consumption of
assume
kosher.
about
Shlomo said that you
but they
cannot
but
eat
that
anything
11th month practice is
consecrated
not about
without
Jewish
washing your
mourning
hands.
practices.
That
It's,
later on
it does not
evolves
define how
to
long a
washing your
non-Jewish
hands
judge.
for bread.
The
Shlomo
12
was
months
the
is a
first one
general
who instituted that you
maximum
have to
framework
wash your
prescribed
hands
by Chazal.
before you partake of
Where do
kosher.
righteous
Yosef
non-Jews go?
Sabasko,
If
the
a
Amras the Basko
non-Jew
came out
was
to
righteous,
Sinfadim.
chapter 7, no right.
In
No
Chacham
hide, no
Mibachar Bismach
ahad
Levi.
laws. Doesn't
My
really
son, if
recognize
your heart is
God
wise, my heart
appropriately
will
done.
rejoice Gamani. Me
They
as
have
well.
a
But
share
Omer,
in
Chacham
Haba,
B'ni
no
B'samach
overcome.
Levi.
This is
Vashivi
stated
Charti
explicitly in the
Prabha.
Talmud.
So let's do
Sanhedrin
one more line and
1:5a.
we'll stop.
The
Darash Rava
righteous of the
Mike
nations
Sib
have a share
Lakado
in
Di
the
Mitzia
multitude.
Sada, Nalina Bikforin Nashkima Lakran,
Rambam clarifies this
Nira
in
in
Mishnah 12.
Paracha
Also,
Hagefen,
Malcham
Hasaf
8:11.
Hasmadar, Hinatsu
So
Harimoni,
if righteous,
Sham
they go
Etin
to
Es
Olam
Dodi,
Haba.
Sham
What
Eta
is
Dodi.
Olam
Okay,
Haba?
so what does it mean, Apostle?
There
What does
are
it
two
mean?
major
L'cha
mountains in
Dodi
Jerusalem,
Neitz Yasar.
Mount
What
or
does it mean?
Rambam,
Come,
Olam
we'll just
Haba,
interpret
the
part of the passage.
disembodied
Come, my
spiritual
beloved,
equivalent of the
let's go on into
purification
the
of
reveal.
the
So let's say,
Rambam,
so remember again,
embodied
this
blood.
pasuk is
Eventually
from
there will be a resurrection of the dead.
Shira Shir.
Zakiyat
So
Ha,
Shira
Misham,
Shir,
the
what makes
perfected
Shira
world,
Shir sometimes a
souls
little bit complicated
reunited
is
with bodies
it's
in a
not
refined
clear
state. Either
who
way,
is the man and who is
righteous
the woman.
non-Jews
You know,
participate.
in Zara,
What if they were not
sometimes
righteous?
those
Now,
words
it gets more nuanced. Judaism does not
sometimes he's
describe
male,
eternal
sometimes he's
damnation for
female.
most
She
people.
has
Gehenna
shaded,
is
so the
generally
male and
coercive,
female
not eternal.
personalities switch back and
However,
forth.
some
So what does it
extreme
mean when it
evil
says,
aspects
"L'chadol
of
dinetzi asad,"
the
come my beloved,
can
let's
lead
go
to
into the field. Amra Knesi Son,
current
Nefesh Baruch.
spiritual
Talisa
decision.
says to Hashem, "Ribon Shalom, Al
No sharing
Tidineni Kiyos
one
Yikrachim." Do
With
not
that
judge us like
category
those who
spirit,
dwell
most
in the
people's
cities.
purification,
Sheish
elevation,
from Gezel,
eventual spiritual
Ra'arayis,
state appropriate
V'shvasha,
to their level.
V'shvashaker.
The
So what's he mean?
non-Jews need to
Cities
keep
is where you have all of the
over 7
vices,
laws
and all
consciously.
of the vices
This
exist
is
in the
famous to
city.
be the
There's
ground
theft,
law
there's
says that non-Jew
immorality,
must
there's
keep no
false
laws.
oaths,
These are commanded by God
Shvashaka,
from
vain
Moshe
oath.
to be
Rather,
considered
so
among the
don't
righteous
think
nations.
of us like
Nations.
city
Other
dwellers.
Rishon and early authorities
Netze
are
Hasoda. Come
more
out into the
inclusive and say
fields.
basic
And what will
moral
you see in
modesty
the
is
fields?
suffices.
Go
So that's
ve'erech
it. What
Talmidei
about the
Chachamim
Seder
she'oskim
Kabbalah?
b'Torah
In
mitochatcha.
teachings
You
of
will
the
see
Tanya
ultimately
and
Talmidei
teachings of
Chachamim
thousand times,
who learn
there's
Torah
discussion of
even in the midst of
differences in soul structure between Jews and
so
non-Jews.
again,
That
so
does not
Rishon
mean
says to
non-Jews
so
like
we're not
Haftarah.
like
It
those
means
who
their
dwell in the
spiritual
cities,
mission
who
differs.
engage in all type of
Chabad
terrible and
teaches
immoral
strongly.
things, but rather
Chabad
come with us into the
Chabad
fields.
teaching
We'll show
strongly
you how
affirm
we
that
are.
righteous
I'll show you.
non-Jews
Talmidei
have
Chachamim
the
say,
chance.
learn Torah even when
Let's
things
answer it.
difficult.
Non-Jew
Na'adina
dies
b'kfarim,
if righteous
let
possibly
us
brings
sleep in the
purification.
villages.
Read it.
Al tikri
Om
b'kfarim
Haba,
ela b'kofrim.
ultimate participation in the
Go
perfected
ve'erecha. Come
future
HaKadosh
world
Baruch Hu, and
with
I'll
more
show
than
you
corrupt
awesome
Gehinnom
shishmatem
for
tova.
12
In
months
Katru b'cha.
to
Rabbi
prove
Shalom,
either
there are
elevation
so many
after
people upon
purification or
whom you
extreme
shower
cases
so
spiritual
much good,
exclusion.
and yet they
But
go ahead
Judaism does
and
not match
fundamentally
this with the
don't believe
rigid
in you. But
other
us,
stuff.
well, we believe in you, HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Nashkima to come in, go ahead and wake up
So
early
like somebody who is like
the
really bad,
vineyard.
been
What does that refer
like
to? Elubatik midrashos.
where do they go?
Come
What's
to the shuls, come to the medrash, Nira Parcha Geffen, see if the Geffen, if the
That's like
vines
because you to
have
exercise
sprouted
no.
Ilu Ba'alim
Okay,
Mikra.
if someone was
So what's that? The Geffen
excommunicated,
refers to those who master
Karen,
Pasach HaSmadar,
the
the Smadar,
person
which
could be
represents
Karen
the
instead
further
of
stage
an
of
after
maturation.
they're just
Those
like
are
an
Ba'alim
event, no
Mishnah.
special automatic
And also
destination.
Harimonim,
When
have the
someone was
pomegranate
really good
sprouted.
Chazal
Elu
describes several
Ba'ali
possible
Gimara.
outcomes. The
That
main
refers to those who
categories
master
of
the
Karen
Gemara.
Talmud,
Sham
especially Rosh
Eten Es
Hashanah,
Dodi,
16,
Leich
8,
Erich
16b,
Vodi
17.
Vodi,
Category
Sheva
irregular,
Banai
category
Ubenosai.
A, regular
Ribono
wicked
Shalom, do
person.
you want
Most
to see
people,
again
even bad
Leich
ones, go
Erich
to
Vodi?
Gehenna.
Do you want to see my greatest covered? I'll show you my sons and my
Purgative
daughters.
spiritual
Because
realm,
most
no
of the
eternal
greatest
stuff.
things we produce in life are
Usually
not
the 12 months
ourselves.
cleansing
The greatest
process,
testament
the
of
elevation to
ourselves
some
and
level of
allegiance to
one.
HaKadosh Baruch
This
Hu
applies to
Torah
Jesus and I.
is
Just
not the
category B,
personalities we
extremely
build,
wicked.
but ultimately again the
There
children.
is more. There
Like
is a
what's
more
on top of here?
severe
We're
category
not
in which
finished.
it
We're not
tried
finished. There's
one
still more
shall
mention. The
look
beautiful
for
Agar continues into tomorrow's
and
daf.
no share the
Yes,
the Rambam lists the examples of the Mishnah to Hilchot Tshuva chapter 3. This includes deliberate heresy. Those who cause the public to sin, extreme cruelty and rebellion. For those people causes sometimes describe one punishment. Nidunim of Ladori, judge for generations, or what is called Keret, spiritual excision. What is Keret? Keret literally means God. In earthly terms, in the Torah, it can mean early death, childlessness. In spiritual terms, the soul is cut off from its source, no sharing, no hunger. This is not eternal torture, it is more like spiritual extinction or spiritual diminishment. Different Rishonim debate what that means exactly. Is there eternal damnation in Judaism for almost everyone else? Chazal say the wicked of Israel are punished in Gehenna and eventually emerge. Only the absolute worst cases are described as permanently excluded. And even then, some Kabbalistic sources soften and speak of eventual rectification over cosmic calamity. For a non-Jew who is extremely evil, if they violate basic morality, murder, cruelty, corruption, etc., possibilities described in traditional sources of Gehenna, ecstatic purification, loss of own contact, spiritual excision, but Judaism does not give graphic detailed math or eternal torture realms. It emphasizes divine judgment, divine mercy, proportional judgment. Bottom line, if someone is really bad, most likely Gehenna, purification of extremely evil, possibly carried spiritual cleanup, only in rare cases described as permanently excluded from Olam Haba.
We are thinking of.
That's cool. Peace.
Amara,
Rick,
which is 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom, middle of the this is Amara Hamura. My Yitzhak, Vaidam, exposed that I love in Hashem, by Yeshiro, coming to the Ella. So what's the meaning of the passage? What's the meaning of the passage when it says in the office? That Shlomo HaMelech went ahead and spoke 3,000 parables, and 1,005 songs. Mulane Tzara Shlomo Al Davar V'Davar Shel Torah, Shloshes Alofim Moshe. Moshe teaches us something amazing. Muhammad said 3,000 parables. 3,000 parables on every whole Davar V'Davar, really on every single aspect, every single part of Torah. The Gemara says, Davar Shel Torah, Shloshes Alofim Moshe. I'll call Davar V'Davar Shel Torah. 3 songs on every piece of the apple.
Brendan Shaw watch subreddit, but Brendan Shaw watching a clip of Brendan Shaw watching the subreddit. Oh, so that's like years ago. Watching this clip and how they react to the predictions. And
I will fuck you up. Guys, you are terrible. Terrible people. It's good for my work. How thick. It's funny if I was out of shaped up. Brendan Shaw.
that'd be funny if you were that out of shape.
What does this shirt say? I thought it was Booty Conrad. That's better. It's the truth by John Africa. John Africa. Anyway, should get friends, you know. What? And on joy. Evil Chinese hallucination and shit. He can't end using my function. Not racist. You know, I am a punk kid.
Yeah, he didn't like say anything in that. Well, there's a pause, right, but he doesn't commentary at all. He laughs like a trained seal. You know? Oh, it's just a
What the fuck?
Isn't that great? I mean, he goes to, what's his name, Turbo or something? That showed taught him how to shoot the. Yeah. It's like talking about he has a lot of good teachers. And now that he's on this venture of team up, why doesn't he talk to the guys that. That's a good point, dude. I mean, he should be making parody songs about himself. And opening up, looking at the Reddit with that. That would be funny, dude. If he, okay. They should do it. Like I'm surprised he hasn't. He already kind of did do some songs, do some songs yourself. Talk about plug walk, or was it truck walk? Yeah.
I need a fucking tater tot. What's so big?
That's so aggressive. You really want that tater tot. What if that's how he found out that he's drinking the straw? He sees that. He's like, what the fuck? Dude, that's Photoshop. Dude, that's not real. Straws are gay. It would Photoshop.
Crazy artwork. It's a lot of oh yeah, he's I don't like the fight.
I don't know why I paused and I thought you were talking. I swear to God, that's why I paused.
Because like you get in the ring, bitch. Here's the thing, you fucking what you could do, like the fact that you're able to go in there with fucking heavyweights and you can take a joke about afterwards is crazy. Yeah, I mean, you can't take it too serious. It's also like if that came from like DC or like somebody from the fraternity, then it's different. Yeah, it's from fans or people, you know, that are playing like game fans.
That's pretty cool of Brendan Shaw to say that. I mean, hopefully he sticks to that word. Yeah, we're not part of the fraternity. We can make fun of him. Yeah, he can't hurt us. Yeah, because you said that since we didn't do UFC, that you can't fight us. I agree with that. Yes. I like the idea of Daniel Cormier or Cormier making a video like that to a team up. Yeah, like is he suggesting that he would edit a fucking 5-minute video making fun of Brendan Shaw? That's crazy. Yeah, that would be fucked up. That'd be much stranger than me and you doing. Like Joe Rogan said, we got else to do. Yeah, it's like a rich like, or sad people in my mom's basement. Yeah, I'm sad. This is the only thing that makes me happy. If I don't want to do this, I'd much rather be fucking.
Roy, fucking Nelson, who was a world champion like unbelievable fighter. You've been fighting for exactly 20 months. With the dude with the names, like, dude, and Jin knows that. Jin knows that. And actually, a question, like, you know, it was real fun. How'd you get John Africa? I don't know. He's gonna come on that. You know what it was? I think, because we were talking about Francis fighting Africa. And I'm
Fighting all of Africa. We were doing the thing where it's like 100 Cameroonians versus one Francis.
I was saying John in Africa. John in Africa. I think I left out the end. I was gonna say you need to fight John in Africa. I just said John in Africa. So it seemed like I was saying John Africa. Dude, I've been doing this over a decade. You made a ton of mistakes. But also, when it comes to these fighters' names, what fucks me is why would I get upset? Not upset, but it bothers me that there's not more American stars. Because when you're getting Dagestan, fucking Chechnya, Afghanistan, Iran, all that shit. When you produce his last name, it was Sheely. Sheely, like, I know it's not Sheely.
There are clips of him saying, like, I don't give a fuck about them. Probably. I mean, jingling is not trying. That's crazy to say that about an Asian person. Jingling was your attempt? Those are keys. Jingling is keys. Jingling is Christmas. Merry Christmas. What's his name? Jingling is Cat's collar, dude. I feel like we've said all this before. Jingling is a classic. Sometimes you just gotta go back and relive it, dude. Like Michael Fassbender. And like, the explanation he's giving is like a person that put up one name. You know what I mean? He's like, I gotta know all. You don't know any of them. Yeah, you know what I mean? You're missing just like a couple. You're missing all the names that aren't John Smith. You've renamed messing it up. And you would mess up John Smith too, you fucking dumbass. You're redacted as hell. Your brain doesn't work. That's what you should say. The excuse was kind of good though. The John Afro one. It's like, okay, I'm redacted because I fuck with that one. That sounds right.
This isn't real. When it comes to names, there's nobody worse. That's also why I don't work for the UFC. Here's the other thing. Did I say Alex Pierre, whatever it is? Honestly, don't give a fuck.
In this one. Yeah, what do you mean you don't care what someone's name is? That's crazy. I do like that though that he said that because I cannot wait for him to try to say mine. He said Geronimo, and I'm like, that's as close as you'll get to mine. I wonder what he would think Gerardo is. Alarcon? Yeah, good luck. Yeah, no chance. He's probably going to say jingling.
If I did, trust me, I would put more effort into it than do it. I literally don't give a fuck. If you understand what I'm talking about, I'm good with it. Here's my favorite one. He said like a French cat for clear. But also, dude, this has been an issue. I mean, basically my entire career, because when I auditioned, when UFC first went to Fox, they were doing auditions. There was 3 of us they were looking at being like the co-anchor with fucking Jail. It was Dominic Cruz, Karen Bryant, and I was gonna be like that 4th chair. It was a big deal being on Fox, dude. And they have us come into a test raid. For whatever reason, like Dom's going, Jail's going, and they have all the American names. I get up there and we have to break down. It was a random UFC fight night in Brazil.
I don't know what you said. push. Just kidding. Your homie walks in to your apartment or your house wearing this, dude. And maybe he's been okay, is it worse that he just got into trucks? Or is it worse that he does nothing with trucks? It's worse that he just got into trucks, right? And he's dressing like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's very bad to be dressed like this, for sure. Unless you work on trucks, there's no reason to dress like that. It would be if I really like trains and I showed up like a conductor here. I got a conductor's outfit. Wouldn't do it. You to be worried about.
I would call your doctor for him.
Yeah, I'd be like, he's got he showed up like he says the astronaut costume he bought from Spirit Halloween is what he wants to wear to work. That's how the kid just bought a telescope. He's a man. But no, yeah, it's bad.
All the names were nice in Portuguese. I'm like, as soon as they brought the comment, oh, fuck. So I figured I didn't know what's coming out of the names, so I could add in this. The recording, but it's not live. It's just like the preseason trial run.
So, this is true, right? There's no chance he's smart enough to see the names and know that they're going to be a problem before they start recording. He's realizing after he fucks the names up, and he's like, well, nobody told me. You got to get the names right. Before he's drinking big gulps. You know what I mean? Right? He's going to piss in the sink. That's what he does. Taking kratom, baddies, texting baddies. There's so many other things he's doing other than worrying about saying Pierre's name right. He does no pre-work whatsoever. We know that well. He's doing, if anything, he might be doing a vlog before where he's messing up more names right before it turns on.
Dude, I'm obliterated. Shields starts laughing, and they go, all right, Frank, thanks for bringing it, Jones. Oh, that was tough, man. And I go, someone say the toughest. I go, somebody's fucking me back down.
Some would say the toughest thing. He said that on our.
It's crazy how he doesn't know that's like a thing.
How could he not know someone would say the toughest? Oh, that's great, dude. This guy's having a great time.
He probably realizes that that just happened. He's the only one in the room that realizes that Fred just said that.
I said it earlier. I said, Tom got fucking Ron Rousey and Brock Lesnar, and I got the fucking WrestleMania card. Somebody's fucking Jones big time. The funniest thing, you love this. All my hands were sitting here watching it. Hey, we're telling you, okay, I can pass. No shit. But yeah, I'm good here.
Yeah, I guess I got the agents real bad. Who are they? Where are they now? I wish I knew. They gotta come on the show. At least one of Brendan Schaub's agencies come on TV. They open invite for you.
And we don't know if people on our show unless they make a song for us, and then we have to approve the song to his show. A song. All right, this one's posted by Caterpillar Hot 7539. It's been a hot weekend change, dude. I'm sorry, we're going full vlog right now. I'm sorry. Let's see. Never heard of it. I mean, with titles like that. Let's see here. Yeah. No, this guy. This is a big brand. No, this brand blew up. And dude,
No, I never heard of it.
you're not cool, I guess. I don't know.
I got my eye, I'm here on the ground, never heard of it.
Definitely not if you haven't heard of Hellstorm, but
Ear to the ground, never heard of it.
it's sponsored a bunch of sports stuff too, which is weird. You don't know about it. I think so. But I mean,
It's really, if he's wearing it after, is that really a big deal?
if he's wearing before, oh, yeah, that's shock.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Alright, what are we gonna hear? This is reheated original dish for the record. I called the move to Austin back in February. Posted by that ninja 11. It feels like they've been there their whole lives. Yeah. Brendan Schaub be like,
Do it today and get it right. That's like all the
telling you, I see where you're going with this, but you're off on this. I'm telling you, Africa is a country. I've been there. I sell out Africa every time I go there. This other day, I take my dog outside to walk, and he got dog walk. Oh yeah, that's a Christian walk. My North Star has Adam Sandler. My North Star, you're talking about Joe Montana. North Star, but he's been to Austin for a while. I'm actually thinking about fan to Austin. OU in Texas this weekend. Love Texas. Got it tatted on my arm. OU in Cleveland this weekend. Love Cleveland. Got it tatted in between my toes. OU in Montpelier this weekend. Love Montpelier. Got it tatted on my right armpit. OU in Afghanistan this weekend. Love Afghanistan. Got it tatted on my lower back. Every time I go to Afghanistan, I sell out. No tickets. Bottles of water. I bring bottles of water. Sell out every time. They love it. OU in Antarctica this weekend. Love Antarctica. Got it tatted on the roof of my mouth. I sell out Antarctica every time for years. Yeah, cool story. I've been fighting since I was 6 years old, dude. I've been playing football since I was 6 years old, dude. Very cool. I've been doing comedy since I was 6 years old, dude. Wow. Yeah, that's right. It's all 6. A lot happened. That was a big year for Brendan. 6. 6 was formative. That's when it's pre-cortex. I know what you're trying to say. I don't know. Pre-cortical syntax. Cortex. Pre-cortex. Yeah. Pre-lobotomist. What do you got on lobotomy? Prefrontal lobe cortex. That's what it is. I've been lifting weights since I was 6 years old, dude. I've been driving trucks since I was 6 years old, dude. I've been fucking chicks since I was 6 years old, dude. Very cool. I've been working in coal mines since I was 6 years old, dude. Cool story. I've been making stained glass windows since I was 6 years old, dude. I saw Megan Fox at Starbucks. It was just us two. She was like, "Oh, you're that funny guy that fights too much." True story. I saw Bill Clinton at Chick-fil-A. It was just us two. He's like, "Oh, you're that badass that podcast too much." I saw Bill Clinton in his house. It was just us two. And he was like, "Oh, you're that truck guy that walks too much." True story. Saw Kobe Bryant at the GTA 6 release party. It was just us two. He was like, "Oh, you're that white boy that dog walks too much." So you have a TV show called Hunting Hitler. Did you ever find him? So you have a TV show called Keeping Up with the Kardashians. Did you ever catch him? So you have a movie out called Finding Nemo. Did you ever find him? I like it. I like the commitment to the bit. But the dog walking thing is really good. Because that's both clever and stupid. And that's the perfect. My favorite is when it's like so dumb, but that's so fucking funny. I was walking my dog the other day. That could have been the clip itself. And I would have been very happy with that. I will remember that for a long time. Thank you. Thank you. Dog. That's so fucking funny. All right, let's see here. Bob was out now says prepubescent sports no man. I think this is a huge development, very important thing. The show posted by Danny Kaufman too. I mean, if you guys aren't aware, let's just catch him up really quick. He takes it. Go for it. Oh, dude, I tried my kid to face up right. Oh my god. There you go. Just let you guys know, I don't know if you guys are keeping aware or anything, but he does go to baseball a lot. Yeah, this is the first time talking about it. Here's the thing, he's been driving his son to baseball practice since he was 6 years old. Even if you hit the ball, dude, under 40 until the end. No, yeah, it doesn't matter. No, you never know. Until they're like 15, 16, it's tough to tell. Like, most of the guys that go pro are just dominating until they hit puberty. Yeah, so it really don't matter. Well, but that you know, you should know, though. But the one thing I don't co-sign with people, it's just a game. It's just a game to you. To me, it's life. To me, it's a way of making a living. And they have the genetics where they can make a living doing whatever sport they choose. If they put in the effort, they can do that. That's the difference. If you're something that's great, and he's ice cream, you're in circles around. You're not going to be able to compete. Yeah, at least they will. Yeah, someone say that. Let's see here. Let's go. I want to try to get. Okay, so here we go. Finally. Caterpillar Hot 7539. Producer yourself. I don't keep posting all this.
They saw
This was that is a crazy ass looking thing, dude. That kind of looks like Batman. I will say, Papa's looking good. He's got skin on his butt. Can you imagine if you saw Papa like, oh no, he's very serious right now. Yeah. This really is. Papa, this is the one thing that's true, Joe, that he's ever said. He fits the fits. Drugs didn't really make sense. Fish, no, he doesn't give a shit about his family. But that bow hunting, that should be pretty good.
Yes,
I'm ready to believe. And, you know, be terrified. If somebody, if it was this outside my apartment, dude, that's fucking terrifying. I definitely would like to be killed by a bow and arrow by British shot. Because if he's gonna try and kill me, I think that would be pretty goddamn funny. I'm walking my dog and then an arrow goes through my thing. Alright, let's see. Crystal trolling Papa post my song Sky 2305. I know this is poster. Keep your eyes on the hands.
Choked unconscious. I jumped on top of the octagon. It was on the front cover of Toronto News. Yeah, big deal.
Okay, well, yeah, that's what this editorial is about. Okay, I appreciate you tracking that. All right, I like that.
It also happened on the night of John Jones versus Alexander Gustafsson, which is the greatest light heavyweight fight of all time.
Really?
Yeah,
Really?
I noticed that.
Okay, again, making it about you. I try to appreciate it, but it's just.
I told the UFC, I turned down their initial offer. I was like, I'm going to win this one, then we negotiate. So all my sponsors were up at this fight. My UFC contract was up at this fight. So if I would have lost, I'd been fucked. So I won. That's the happiest I've been.
Damn. So that's money after that. And that's how you became a billionaire. The first UFC billionaire. Why does he like this right now? I don't know. They're both kind of funny because Shab is doing this weird thing where he doesn't make eye contact. He's sort of lazy, like, Billy is just sort of annoyed, I guess. I don't know, trolling. But yeah, no, I would watch all the things. Billy and trolling and I like the editing too because it's showing that like Shab is just getting killed, but you know he's bullied. Billy isn't hell. Talking about that. Oh, this poster is Mike Redbar Tears. When you accidentally turn to the front of the camera, nothing better than an IV and chatting out of reach. Wait, what was this poster? 30. Damn, these 3Ds. Yeah, very boring content, just a picture of your face. Nothing better than the albino deer is the same thing. Yeah. Yeah, but is there anything like, another influencer is it Tank? That's Tank. Oh shit. Oh wow. Oh yeah, that is Tank. Wow, Tank was a hog. It takes like, normally it takes me about 50 years. I am white as shit. That's me. More power to him. Jeffrey Epstein, private overseas investigations into unanswered questions. That's close. She's sending out comments. Any area. Subscribe to their Patreon. You can't get their free content on YouTube. This last one, Air Pump Roast. This one, how it started, how it's called. Okay, let's not watch this game. It's actually quite neat. It's quite cool. Okay, so this is the last one. So Mark Maron was one of Papa's heroes at one point. Asked by different report 1, 2, 3. Let's see.
Oh, came on who I was shocked was so with Mark Maron. You said you're a fan of his. Huge fan. We have a fan of the kid. All my favorite. Was he celiac?
What?
Fancy yourself a fisticuffs.
Mark. He's not funny at all. And he said that. Yeah. Damn. Switch it up. Gotta keep up with Joe.
What is that? Here's a good example.
Yeah, I'd be pretty silly. Yeah, because he got so silly online. And it was so much fun. I mean, it's my own projection for thinking he wouldn't get that way, but me too. I told him, I'm like, Mark's usually pretty serious, doesn't get really. I don't know if he's going to fit. I was kind of love him though. I listen to his podcast all the time. I'm not been a fan. Talked to him a few times at the comedy store, but I kind of avoid him because they say they're being heroes. Like, I've always avoided him, and then he came on, it was great.
Bro, he just got done calling Sylvester Stallone his hero. Who else? Tony Montana or something like this. Arnold Schwarzenegger. And you know, Mark Maron fits right in that. Yeah, I love his podcast too. Him and Dax Shepard and incidentally, oh man, I feel bad. I don't like this era of pop. It's not for me. Just agree and everything. Don't worry, I'll love ever again. Well, that's it for this week. Yeah, man. Join Patreon if you want early access to these episodes. Other than that, have a great week.
Again, the point of being closed is enclosed area. The organ was enclosed that you could sit in there but to watch over the outside area. So any area like that, that's called the Gura Shekashni Shalahati. You have an enclosure, but the purpose of the enclosure is to allow you to properly utilize the area outside of the enclosure. Because when
Listen, I know some bald
is
dudes
based
are slinging
aside
out
in
there.
Hitler,
Like a Dana White,
based
Rogan.
aside. This area is enclosed not for the purpose of the enclosure, but also the area outside of the enclosure. You have an area of the that's what we never say like very and you don't really say and how you go to that make person you start fairly stuff what you do so what possibly well not enough how it is so I have my wealth now the established years like I have a wealth now no like I want to use it in my lifetime so I'll go ahead and up the road with what else takes place perfect so nice only one time and then we're going to make a use those love it and cover it and the other security and it's flat like that's no problem and then we're going to hold this everything I can do is repeat because the one is trying to get so it's security in the system and then I want to be able to go water now another problem is what happens if the lab is public the way they do like the lab is they walk through to the people and that's my well or else they take anyway from getting to the public thoroughfare goes through those places goes to the destiny of public thoroughfare never finds them in the future so listen so when you just said you have to read that that's what you got to practice. And when it goes running with our process, we start carrying the problem. You have to go ahead and move the rapid or move the speed. Like to the side. The idea being that there's a trajectory of traffic which goes to the people to notify you to continue to sell. Depends on the output which is right now. It's the rapid walks through it. The from the comes to know to the side. You don't have to really use it.
Sometimes I wish they would call me overseas like Brendan. He was like in a situation. He really calm. It's not even real. You know, because the jealous. That's why some mentioned he's trying to shut down like 24/7. But you know, God, I mean, you know what he does. You know what I was like 15 times while fucking up. I get back on broken man. One of us shit will be me too. Say the your shot. Yes. Welcome back to Tim's Shop. Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the Patreon, join the Reddit, join the Discord. On this week's Patreon, we did an extra episode. Ever heard of it? So if you want to see us, I picked a random one. We gotta do soundboard. But if you want to see more of us, subscribe to the Patreon. Also, if you want early access to the T-Mo's, go to the Patreon. Oh yeah, and we don't want to sleep on that. No, they're not. They're not here for this. They're not here for the soundboard. They're not even here for the dolphin bottle, which isn't even here. There you go, it's Tempest Shop. Just start the timer. Oh, look at you, dude. You got a timer on the iPad right here, dude. Oh, shit. I didn't check that. It's called RIP New Bombas Hamstrings. Again, those are definitely the strains of a former UFC football player. Those are trains of his wife. See, that's spicy. See that? That's spicy. What's he like? I want to do UFC NFL Division 1 football player. NFL is like Division 1. Like, why would you do Division 1? Yeah. Say all the accolades. She should say, you know, I guess the line podcasting, hilarious, food truck, truck TD hours. It's like he's trying to do Korean. Now they're creating the couple seasons. A new thing. I like that. Okay. I'm gonna buy that. Never predict what's next. I'm gonna. Did you see that coming? They're gonna do double kind of makes sense because when they're moving to Texas, they did some sort of free kind of. They both had things that were like, when they're like moving to Texas, then they're like, oh, they're moving to Texas, I gotta get my way hat, and that's like, I gotta get pants for him. They both saw each other's posts and like, what if we both did this, dude? Social media, this is it. I have a feeling that's gonna start being when you're done talking about whenever you push this on the alright, this one's posted by Danny Kaufman too. It's called Mama Wants to Assault Mark Maron. Let's see here. It looks like you're a bitter bitch. By the way, who makes it more like him from is Mark Maron. All the shit talk he's talking about with all the Rogan verse. And I know you guys aren't going to know this. He needs to get fucking punched in the face. You tell this shit behind a mic. He talk all this shit behind a mic and he gets physically assaulted.
You're gonna stop.
Well,
I
we
will
go
snap
through
this
for
fucking
5v5.
It's not going to say that right now. That was time really good.
Literally.
But what is Crystallia saying? Like, he's got to get fucked up. Yeah, is Crystallia not fucking being the voice of reason here? He's not gonna tell him not to hit Mark Barrett? What's going on? Oh, I think he's right. Can you imagine? Billy's like, you might be right. He's gone completely insane. 100% up. Eric's like, okay, I guess you're right. We gotta fuck him up. The next time we go to the coffee store, we see Mary getting beat up by Eric and one of the door guys. Well, behind him, like,
You talk all this shit.
behind him, like,
If you physically assaulted, you're gonna stop. You fucking cuck.
He's why is Barrett cuck? What does Baba think cuck means? That's what I feel like I've said this before, but I truly want to know. Define it. You gotta define it. Is that him when he sees you? He's like, I was just kidding. Is he scared of you? I mean, this makes it sound like he wants to fuck me up. Oh yeah. Maybe he's scared of me. Yeah, that's why he's such a bitch that I meet him and he's like, whoa, dude, it was all talk. He says that to me. I don't say, I was just joking. He goes, oh, dude, puppy. And he tells me he was joking. That would be something. I go, dude, don't worry about it. You got a gun? I love you, dude. I like having people dude up on your chair. Yeah, dude.
What are you gonna do, eh? Fall you punch me, motherfucker.
Dude, Brandon.
Don't complain to your cats. You're a fucking cuck.
What the fuck? You might have created a word. Like somebody that cooks out for clout. A clout. Oh. Yeah. Okay, you're cooking on that. You're gonna give me a little confirmation.
That makes sense.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense, dude. There we go.
Don't complain to your cats. Go to your shitty comedy and go back in your dungeon.
Oh, man. Hey, Papa, throwing glass at a stone house is not a good idea. You know, definitely, yeah. Dude, that's well said. And dungeon, dude, your house maybe is like a storage facility, or at least your podcast thing is, yeah. We don't know if it's not the same thing. Oh, it's not about comedy shit. It's like, oh, that's even crazier. Yeah, just fucking outside.
Go to your shitty comedy.
Shitty comedy. Yeah, I think that's crazy for our shop to say for sure. That's hilarious. If there was a crowd in front of them, they'd be like, oh. Yeah, dude.
And go back in your dungeon. Well, see, this is what I do. I'm done being nice to him, and I was a fan of art.
I don't think so. When were you ever nice to him? Yeah. He's a fan. Yeah. Shaw was a comedy nerd. He was listening to WTF all the time. I get it, dude. I understand. I get. I think we gotta kill him. He's got to step up. He's gotta go. He sounds a lot more like an adult. I understand. I get it. Underage people. Let's see. What else do we got here? Anything else on that one? This one is posted by Flash Over 960 put on her Instagram and fill my car with gas at here at 9 a.m. And I remember watching this on the live, I think. We were debating. You obviously put it as a kid. But now that we know they're doing the couples narrative, it's kind of just, it's part of the show. It's a meme that goes along with he'll have a thing about being at the gas station. Keeping up with the rattlesnakes. You like that? They could have a great reality show. I'm surprised they don't. Who's that dude? Wiggles and Joe. Alright, this is a you, bitch. This is you got that with tear between the eyes, you want to say it. It's Vito, bitch. This is supposed to be my original standard 42. This is not AI. Yep, that's wild. If the tongue is the thick boy thing where it's like if it's not 3 C's, it's not real. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff without 3 C's, but if the tongue's not out, it might be AI. Yeah. Yeah, he was eating a little bit, but it's my VA. Alright, let's see what else. He loves to take pictures of himself eating. And I think we'll ever get to the point where that's something we do. I've had exes that like take pictures of me eating, and it bugs the fuck out of me. My mom likes to do it too. My mom will take a picture of me while I'm eating, and she does it to my dad whenever they're like traveling. In the group chat, she just put a picture of my dad with it. I'm about to devour a sandwich. It's like, you're on a Subway. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's in Madrid, but dude, at least it's the best to eat where you take pictures of yourself. It's Subway in Madrid. It's the best Subway, dude. This is close to my clean blue chips. This is why Bob had to leave the podcast early. Tucker Carlson's Christmas party. Wow. You know what's funny is that I'm sure if you pull up any pictures of the Obama fans, that's the exact same face he does. Like, I'm gonna be like some cheese in my friend's shop. Yeah. It's like, oh, he's another fan. Probably. Yeah. He's got the cowboy hat on. The shop assembling. Does Crocker, I mean, you may not know this, just to see him live in Austin. I'm pretty sure he lives in some sort of remote area. Okay, well, that makes sense. Can you do me a favor, dude? Can you be in shops? I know, listen, I've been a parody song for today's episode. I say that it hurts to be in shops. That's facts. You know what I mean? Can you do me like at least 5 seconds and say for shop really quick? Please, thank you. I want to help out my boy. Because Theo's been going through a lot. Like, I want to take a picture of him and like post it for the fans so they can know he's okay. Because I talked with Theo, and it's not doing as good as me. He's doing pretty good. So and then we'll see that he's doing good when I have a picture of me. My hat looks nice. I have a good hat. I thought you were just gonna go straight for this, dude. Where's it? I will fuck you. You think he's gonna fuck me? Yeah, because they fuck with Theo, they gotta fuck with him. Oh, that's right. You have to go through shop for this. That's true. That's great to me. Let's see what else we got here. Another Pete Kaufman post is, I guess they had a hot episode of Tiger Thing. What's that? Whatever. I guarantee it ain't going like that when it already went down like that. David Kaufman getting spicy. Let's see.
The dude that's almost a billionaire doesn't need defense. You know, I disagree. No, it's not about money. You're missing it. It's not about money. I know it's about being a good friend. Because I guarantee if I go on a podcast, they talk shit about Chris, Brian, you, Jeff Dye. What's that reference to? I don't know, but he was talking for a long time about how people wouldn't stand for Rogan, like Richard wouldn't stand for Rogan. That's something. That's your dude. That's my Chris, Brian, you, Jeff Dye, Mike Rogan. Oh, fuck. Jeff Dye really is that bad, and he just accepts it. Jeff Dye is like best friend with Brendan Shaw. That's how you know he's turned out stand-up comedy. Yeah. It's like Jeff Dye really thinks that we want Brendan Shaw to come back to stand-up. He's like, just give me your jokes. And that's why it's so bad. Jeff Dye doesn't want him to come back to his shop shows down here. They're the guys that don't like that hang out together that are both bad. They both think they're good. I always think
Recently, I found myself in a hot tub with about 8 to 10 12-year-old girls.
found myself. That's funny. Way to put it. So it's standing in for Chris Lee. He's making Chris Lee a joke. And Brandon looks at you and he's watching. He is standing for shit. Yeah. And then, but he also already admitted that part. He's just like, it's your platform. I'm just not gonna say it. Yeah, but on the show, he's like, I would fuck everyone up. I would fuck you up. I'm gonna fucking Especially if you're a cop.
like I love how much
Oh yeah, not only a cop, but a plug. Don't even get started on detonating. This one here we got Caterpillar Hot 7539 posting this one. Holly sent a Gen 3 Ram high manifold to call mechanic install. Print job of Holly performance. With help from Flatpoint Trade. The mechanic has a face like this when you drop the car off. You know, I'll get a second quote, dude. You know, this is the last thing you want to see. This is a passed out mechanic right here. I wonder if, yeah, no, definitely not. I wonder if Brennan asked Trey, hey, should I make a face? I feel like Brennan is the guy that asked that. Or maybe he does, he's just too much professional. He's like, all right, Trey, thanks for hooking up the car, fam. Now we take the picture. No, we take a picture. Well, I'll make my face. Why? Why the dude? You're gonna teach a whole geometry class on his lips.
Yeah,
it's weird looking. That's a parallelogram, I'm pretty sure. It looks like a some kind of weird cartoon from the 90s. Postmodern Life or Brainiac, or what is it called? Animaniac? Yeah. This thinking in the brain, just so unnecessary. We were already not going to click on whatever the fuck your face is on. Now you just make yourself look stupid as hell. You know what I mean? Why? Also, I think Trey probably did all the work too. How dare you, dude? Oh my god, it gets worse when you get out of the lips, dude. He's got a kind of Mr. Clean thing going on. You know? Yeah. He just cleaned up after Trey. What are you gonna do with that, dude? Yeah, the job's done. Yeah. That was like a kid's power drill. It looks like tiny in the hand. Well, they gotta give him something.
So it sounds like
He's working on Legos in the corner of the mechanic shop.
into a pit. Speaking of
He's making an engine out of Legos. Anyways, they tried to hire me. I was like, I can't, and I have a podcast.
But in public domain or
of course, it's just like other just ads. Yeah, just other partnerships. You got Holly Performance, Performance in Texas. Do you think it's them just like on the Tweeties episode we were talking about buying a Chipotle for your house and stuff like that? Is it them just like blowing money? They're just like, oh, dude, we can work with shops and we're furious. What did they get out of it is a good question. What is it exactly? Should I ask ChatGPT? Maybe, yeah. I mean, I think probably what happens, Snake Shop essentially goes there and he's like threatening them to make them do ads, but they have no choice. They're doing this against their will. Like all he wants to do is pose, tag us. I guess that's fine. What's the alternative? He beats us up. He sounds crazy.
Once an area is
I'm asking right now, yeah, like what they get out of it. Yeah, and it's on thinking mode, so
like
could
if you
we answer?
imagine, once there's
Let us sit there for a
always
second.
been like
Anyways,
you
you want
could
to hit
say
someone?
no.
Someone?
Rather than walk through it,
Okay.
the ability to
That social media, this isn't real. Alright, this one's posted by
so rather
Moonwalker.
than walk through it,
It's
even
called
if the pieces are there,
always been
area
into cosplay B. Always been into cosplay B.
not only that, but the place
There's a
like New
man
York,
that
even
literally and
if the area is
figuratively
not
wears a lot of
easily
hats.
usable,
So
like
first
the
of all,
mount,
let's
right?
tackle
Even
this
if it requires a
2024
rope to get up, at the end of the day,
And because you know, the Baba narrative continues
if
to
the
what?
public uses it,
Transform,
even if it's not
transcend,
using
repaint,
it,
repaint it. Yeah, of course. So, you know, keep up. And what was he doing in that? What was he doing circa 2021? I guess he was trying to make an LA hipster guy or make fun of him. You're looking at a picture using the Rain Daddy. Oh, what was he doing in LA 2021? Stand up. Wrong. He was going coffee shops and threatening to fight security guards. That too, dressed like that. They're describing, they don't know who he is. They don't know Brennan Schaub. They're describing it to the police. He was in a really tight shirt and he had a Gucci fanny pack and he was wearing one of those hats that women wear in Starbucks.
Ahead of us today, I want to begin by thanking our sponsors, to thank Ed and Kate Wolf for being our tourist sponsors for the month of Elul, in memory of beloved father, grandfather, and great-grandfather Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Ben Hirsch, Zichron Lebracha. We thank our week of learning sponsor, Joe and Dahlia Berry, in honor of their 43rd anniversary, Hashem, and their successful
Joe,
and
a question for you, and it's a very serious question. Are you ready to lose?
in memory of Howard's father, Shalom ben Hillel Tzvi. We hope that in the merit of our Torah, all the Neshamas will have an aliyah.
How was your day, Pim? What up, baby?
Let us begin. So beautiful daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Chaf Aleph 21, and we are picking up at the bottom of Chaf Amud Beis. And we are picking up at last three lines, the last two lines in the daf. Rabbi Yitzchak Bar Ada says as follows. What's incredible Gemara. So just to first not close
Have
out,
you accepted my invitation?
To fine tune a little bit of the halachos of Pasibiros. Remember again, as we've been seeing since the beginning of the second part, so Chazal instituted an incredible leniency regarding drawing water on the Shabbos. That although the well itself, technically speaking, categorized as a Rishus HaYachid, as it has the requisite dimensions of 10 tefachim deep, 4 tefachim wide, and
that's going in the water. You should know that's definitely going in the water. No doubt it's going in the water. There's no doubt your ball is going in the water. Oh, just oogly. But this is not. It is a very hard shot. It is a very, very hard shot. Those arrows really make it difficult. That's going in the water for sure. No doubt. No doubt in the water. No doubt in the water.
So focus on that in just a little bit. We saw Machlokes we made in Rabbi Yehuda as to how much space you can have in between the diyumadim. Is it 10 amas? Is it?
Are you serious?
So the Gemara goes on to clarify this a little bit more. Rabbi
It's not that. It's going in the water, dog.
And he says,
No
by the way,
doubt.
why did Chazal institute this particular law? So
There's no way you make that shot. That's one of the most difficult shots in the history of the world. That's a
We'll
miss.
see what that means. So the Pasha
Big time miss.
is as follows: that a person has to be older and so again, as you're traveling, obviously you require water. The person's going to be traveling over the course of Shabbos. So Rabbi Yitzchak makes
That's the worst I've ever been sunburned.
A little bit easier for the older Regalim. They allowed you to enclose the well with this inferior enclosure.
When I was a kid, our neighbors took us out on their boat the day before my school started, and I got so sunburned. It hurt very badly, and
for the animals of the Holy Regalim. Look at the last Rashi on the daf.
no, I mean, I'll show you sun's pretty strong. The desert sun's very strong as well. And
but again, with the
I think it makes it worse when you're on water, because water reflects everything, so you get it like even more intensely.
Water and livestock, especially as you're traveling, is very small water.
But I mean, I'm not doubting that. I'll show you. You can't get a bad sunburn there, but you can get a bad sunburn certainly in California, certainly in Arizona, or you can even get a bad sunburn in New York.
So as to be able to water your animals on
Yeah, and I'm going to, and I just did. Oh, are you fucking serious, dude? Dude, are you fucking serious?
But amazingly enough, this kula was not made for
I do.
people. This kula was not made for people. What should people
I don't
do?
know, I'm guessing. But look how good this shot is, dude. Dude, that's an absolute perfectly played shot. It could not be any better. Just don't hit my ball and everything will be great. That's one of the most dog shit shots I've seen. I like how you have a chlamydia email or a gonorrhea email. You never got tested for it. And then you went to a fucking glory hole. And now that lady's got fucking gonorrhea in her mouth. And her hands. That bitch has gonorrhea. You're a spreader. You're spreading STDs all over Southern Australia. Pretty soon, fucking Chelsea's gonna have fucking chlamydia hands. She's not gonna know how she got fucking gonorrhea hands. Oh, no way, Zoot. Dude, fuck that. That was bullshit. You know it.
was for the animals. It's for the animals. But people, you don't need to rely on a cooler like this. But rather, again, you guys need to go into the well itself.
Don't hit my ball. Just whatever you do.
Says the
Don't hit my ball.
So the heter of Pasiviros was only for a spring, a well that's a spring. That's a be'er mayim chayim. As opposed to let's say just a system.
Wow, that was good.
Or something that just holds collected waters.
Dude, you need one of the best shots you've ever
but if you
had.
want to tell me that the heter of
Yeah,
Pasiviros
you got
is only
it.
for
That was a
animals,
great shot.
not for people, mali chayim, mali mechunasim. Then I say, what does it make a difference? What type of water it is?
Dude, I just had one of the best shots I could have ever had, though. You need one of the best shots you've ever had. And if you screw it up, it's going to hurt you majorly.
Then that's potable water. That's drinkable water.
This might be one of the biggest mess ups ever.
What does it make a difference? What type of water source it is?
That's a mess up.
Dude,
Dude, that is devastating.
You require something ultimately
Devastating.
that is suitable for a person. That is suitable for
Oh,
a
that
person.
was bad.
So the idea being that although the heter
There's no
Pasiviros
way, Zoot, you make
was
this
only
comeback.
for animals,
You need one of the best shots
nevertheless,
ever here, and then you
only
need
for
another
a
excellent
Chashuv
shot.
water source.
Dude, you're
What's the
done.
definition
It's
of
over
a
for you,
Chashuv
boy.
water source? The type of water source
Son, it's over
used
for
by
you.
people as
How good
the
that
Gemara
shot is.
says.
Zoot, it's impossible for you to get the ball there. You should just give up. Zoot should just give up.
That the heter Pasiviros was only
If I were
for
Zoot, I'd give up.
behemoths. But for people, if you need water, go into the well. The Gemara says,
Oh, no, not this hole.
But what if the well was very wide? So that a
Anything
person
can happen on this hole,
successfully
Zoot.
navigate in and out of the well. Then
I'll take that shot all day long. That's one of the greatest shots in the history of
that a
humankind.
person can't get out of it. Then
You need one of the best shots ever.
Use the heter for Pasiviros as well.
Not
Furthermore,
terrible.
a person should not go ahead and fill up water and place it before an animal on Shabbos.
That was a terrible shot.
Utilizing the Pasiviros, you should not go ahead and fill up a container and put it in front of you.
Oh, make it. What a great shot. One of the greatest shots in the history of humankind.
And ultimately, the animal could drink on its
In
own.
the history of humankind, there have been some, but perhaps none better than that shot. Zoot, do you want to be interviewed on your loss?
What do you mean, how did it help? It
Okay.
helped that you could draw water from the well.
Right. I'm going to let you choose the next game.
But I will say, if that's the case, then again,
What do you want to play?
I'll have to create a minimum size of the enclosure enough for the head of the majority of the body of the para. So we'll say this is just yesterday's daf.
Zoot.
We're talking about a trough that is standing in
Zoot,
Rosh Hashanah.
you're the-
Gavoa Asara, 10 fucking high.
Yeah, I already
Lo
chose
Chivar
something.
Ba'a, Velo
What do you want to play?
Shom Labein
Go
HaKas.
fish?
So we'll say,
We'll
so
play that.
again, that's
We'll
just
play that after
information. That's just the restating of yesterday's discussion. So we'll say, what comes out of here is something very important. So what comes out of this sugya is the Gemara telling us that the din of
That's not what you
Pasiviros
wanted.
was dafka instituted for behemoths only regardless.
That's not
But
what you wanted.
ideally, Pasiviros is not
Dude.
used for people. If you want to drink from the well, go into the well. Go into the well. Go into the well. However, you know, seems to indicate that if the well
Not
is too
that
wide, that you can't navigate inside of the well, one could go ahead and utilize the well. One could go ahead and draw water for their own drinking purposes from Pasiviros. And I will say this is indeed how the Rambam paskins. So the Rambam says, this is Hilchot Shabbos, Paragraph Zayin, Halacha Lamed. Actually, you know what we'll see.
Dog, I went.
Fine. The truth
And I
is,
took the lead.
this Rambam, let's just do the next few lines because it's going to be a little bit more halacha because Rambam groups it all
That's
together.
a mess.
So the Gemara goes back there.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be reading about Amaras. So just keep this in mind. Number one, we've seen that Pasiviros is primarily for animals. People, if they want to drink from the well, should go into the well.
Hey, Zoot, do you know what this new social media platform is called? It's called like Upcycle or something.
Too wide.
It's from
that a
Australia.
person can't scale down the well. Let's say it's
Ups.
again.
What? It's something like that.
Sometimes coolers are good, but sometimes
They're not gonna work.
Okay, what's it called?
To avoid using coolers, you know, the use of a cooler is
I don't know,
important
whatever
under
it is,
extreme
it's not gonna work.
circumstances. But
Okay,
sometimes
so you have
the
no
use
idea
too many
about it.
kulas too often. Because sometimes fundamentally
No one will talk about it.
erode a person's allegiance and halacha. Like if you think
All right.
about it, what a crazy thing.
You
I
know
want
why?
to drink of water.
Because
I'm
it's
not
Australian.
It's on a scale, a well. Well, it's like, can you imagine something?
Yes. And Australia banned on the 6 things that you need. And that's like the demographic you need to do
Again, if I need to
big
use,
social
if I need to
media
use
apps.
the kula,
Okay,
I'll use the
that
kula.
makes sense.
But if there's only not
Usually the shit that you say doesn't make any sense,
not because
but that does make sense. Dude, if you get that 333, that would be devastating.
Sometimes
Devastating, Zoo.
too often.
Devastating. Zoo just fucking won.
Relationship. So I say
Oh,
more
Zoo.
pieces or few more
Zoo just played
I'm gonna hear me about Abba Amara.
at 600 points.
This is fascinating. So what's really fascinating in Gemara? There's no din of Borginin. So what's Borginin? Look at Rashi.
Oh, wow.
Second of the shorter lines in Rashi. In Borginin Babav, third of the widest lines. The Amar Bekes and the Aras. Also, this came out a little bit later on. In how you Borginin.
I need to get this.
So the Gemara, so listen to this.
And I
We
did.
know there's a lot of tchum.
And I won.
Says that you have
What an amazing comeback.
from the edge of the city. So 2,000 amos on the edge of habitation.
Dude, I got 1,000 points in a round. That's a lot. All right, Zoo wants to play Go Fish.
Mobility. So 2,000 amos.
We're going to play Go Fish with Zoo.
Of the city in which you are situated.
And then we're going to take a break.
However, the din of Borginin says like this.
Australia is
some
also
type of basic domicile, even a hut, even a hut, within 70
Okay.
to
You said
2,000 amos of the edge of the city,
Go fish.
you can measure
Oh, you're right. You are
not from
absolutely
the edge
right.
of the city, but from the
Zoo,
hut.
apologies.
So essentially,
We'll play
even
Uno
a
first,
basic
then we'll play Go
domicile like
Fish.
a hut within 70 and 2/3
Oh, what the
amos
fuck
of
was,
the
what
edge
the
of
fuck
the
was
city
that, dog?
allows you to count the tchum not from the edge of the primary city, but from the hut. That's Borginin. Or the Gemara Sumai Borginin. What is a Borginin? Sukkos, Sha'os, and Shomri Ha'ir. So it's a sukkah, it's a hut that the watchman would often go ahead and set up. Ve'ino davar kavua. We'll say now the chiddush over here is that this hut, as we're going to see, was something that was not really set. It was
Australian government.
so I'm sure even though again it's not really like what we call like a big kavua. It's
They were
not a set structure. So it's the tchum. So the
Okay.
Gemara says the Kamra began Anach Borginin in Bababa. Klomar ve'in mis'arbi ama'ir te Bababa ika binayo.
Dude, my
So
card
we'll see that. We'll see. Here's what Rabbi said. Number one, the din of Borginin does not apply in Babel, which means that in Babel, if you have a city, the tchum of that city is measured from the edge of the city, and even if you have a hut
Oh, you
within
douche.
70 and 2/3 amos of the edge of the city, the tchum is not measured by the hut, but the tchum is measured by the edge of the city. Below, pasibiraos b'chutz la'aretz. And I will say furthermore, there's no din of pasibiraos in chutz la'aretz. It's really fascinating. The din of pasibiraos of the diyumadin is only in Eretz Yisrael, not
Oh,
in chutz
fuck.
la'aretz. So what's the logic? Borgin in
Yeah,
Babel.
baby.
We'll say, why does the din of Borgin not apply in Babel? The shchichi bitki. Because Babel, interestingly enough, apparently is subject to flooding, flash flooding. So because of that, these Borginin
That was
were often
bullshit.
washed away. So
That was
because
bullshit.
it's not dependable or it's not reliable that the Borginin is going to be there, therefore
Alright.
it cannot work to go ahead and extend your Torah. So look at Rashi for just a moment. This is really pretty incredible. So Rashi, you see into that Rashi, he says, the Babel the shut filu. Babel was subject to flash flooding, and therefore halacha l'maisa, you can't rely that the Borginin is going to be there. Therefore, the din of Borginin doesn't apply in Babel.
I have the
However,
best Go
Lopasi
Fish cards in the
Biros.
history of the game.
Slow.
Are you going to go?
This is incredible.
Go Fish,
Why
dog?
does the din of Biros not apply in Chutz? Because literally there are no yeshivas there. Now what does that mean? Look at Rashi. This is really quite amazing. Leos Tamidim Holchim Meir Leir Lilmot Torah. So it says in Chutz La'aretz, you didn't really have a situation of Talmidei Chacham going city to city to learn.
Zoot has 4s and 5s.
The din of
Zoot has
Pasibiros
4s and 5s.
was a din that allows you to draw water for your livestock, and if under extreme circumstances for you, when you were engaged in a Dvar mitzvah, right? In a mitzvah journey. So the paradigmatic example of being engaged in Dvar mitzvah was Oli Regalim. But the idea was anytime you were traveling over the course of Shabbos, the Torah mitzvah, Chazal allowed you to use these pasibiros. So interestingly enough, in Chutz La'aretz, I want to point something out. Chutz La'aretz is outside of Eretz Yisrael and Bavel. Interestingly enough, for this purpose, Bavel was not called Chutz La'aretz. You see that because Bavel is reckoned separately over here, which makes sense because in Bavel there were yeshivas. So in Eretz Yisrael and in Bavel, where you could potentially be traveling over the course of Shabbos for a divine mitzvah, you could use pasibiros. Outside of Eretz Yisrael and Bavel, where there were no yeshivas, you were not permitted to use pasibiros. It was really incredible. Aval ipcha avdinon. I will say, but the opposite, of course, the opposite is true. In other words, that halacha l'maisa, there are pasibiros in Bavel, and the din of burginin applies in Chutz La'aretz. Essentially, the din of burginin will apply anywhere as long as you have concern of flash flooding. And the din of pasibiros will apply either in Eretz Yisrael because of Aliyah L'Regel, or l'maisa anywhere where you could travel to yeshivas. So the Gemara says, others explain,
you haven't had a single fight. For which I've asked. You haven't had a single fight for which I've asked.
That both the din burginin and
Alright, well, why
pasibiros
don't you go, babe?
do not apply neither in Bavel nor in Chutz La'aretz. Burginin Bavel lo, so as we said before, burginin don't apply in Bavel. Why? Because of flash flooding. The Chutz La'aretz nami lo, Shchichi ganovi. This is fascinating. The din of burginin doesn't apply in Chutz La'aretz either. Why? Because of thieves. So we'll say, what does that mean, thieves? They used to steal these huts. They would steal these huts. As Rashi said before, since they were not kavua, they were not affixed to the ground, so they were stolen. So because it's stolen, obviously you can't rely on the burginin to be there. So the Gemara says, pasibiros b'bavalo, ishchichi maya. So again, these pasibiros was not allowed in Bavel. Why? Because apparently water was in easy supply in Bavel. So remember again, the din of pasibiros is a din in Eretz Yisrael, says the Gemara, because water is harder to come by. But in Bavel, where water was easy to come by, there was no need to rely on these willows. In Chutz La'aretz also, there was no din of pasibiros because since there weren't yeshivas, therefore halacha l'maisa pasibiros was only instituted in the situation of divine mitzvah, and there was no real traveling for divine mitzvah in Chutz La'aretz. Amr Chista l'may reid Rav Huna reid Rav Yirmiyah bar Abba Amri Asisu Barnash l'beiknishta d'Daniel the Hava Plasa Parsi B'Shabbos.
Oh no!
So the Gemara tells a story. So Rav Chista said to Mari reid Rav Huna reid Rav Yirmiyah bar Abba. He said to him, "I heard that you went from Barnash to the shul of Daniel. You traveled from Barnash to the shul of Daniel, and that is a Rashi says over here.
You're just doing all my shit.
Shamani sha'omrim aleichem shem bo'in mibarnish
God.
Daniel b'Shabbos makom haya b'babal shesham haya mispalo Daniel b'chsev v'chab season lebi ilasi. So there was a shul that was known as the shul Daniel. So you have Rav Chista telling Mari, I heard that you traveled on Shabbos from Barnish.
Yo, baby, 1, 2, 3. That's what I'm talking about. I knew you had those sixes, baby. I knew you had those sixes.
So what did you rely on? What did you rely on to travel such a far distance more than the regular Tchum on Shabbos? Did you rely on the presence of huts to extend your Tchum? Ha'amar avua da'avua mishmei Rav, like your father, the father of your father,
man.
like your grandfather, said in the name of Rav,
Dude, F you, man.
That there's no din of burginin in Bavel, right? Again, because of flash flooding. So how did you travel such a far distance on Shabbos? Nafik Samar went out, he showed the Chista,
this is a good game.
So he went out and he showed him that apparently right outside of Barnish.
No, you got that 10.
Third Amis of the edge of the city of Barnish. There were these ruins. That were there, but the walls of the ruins were somewhere bona fide mechitzas in the tomb of the city, being marked to travel from Barnish all the way to the shore.
Serious?
Take a look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says,
Dude, are you serious? Yeah, baby. Big dog.
The ruins of the walls of those ruins were still
I know it's my
and
turn.
allowed the tomb of the city to be
And I just got one of the greatest cards in the history of cards.
To the shul of Dunya. So we'll say,
Maybe the greatest
that's
card ever.
the idea. We're going to get this beautiful Aganata. But before that, let me share with you the Rambam. The Rambam in Parakhov Zayin with Hilchos
Dog, that wasn't cool.
says as follows. There's a lot of fascinating ideas over here. Number one, when were Pasei Rose, who were Pasei Rose instituted for? Number two, where were they instituted for? Because the Gemara seems to indicate over here that this is a din dafka in Eretz Yisrael and maybe Babylon.
Coming down to this, baby.
Rambam writes as follows. This is a Parakut sign.
Oh, baby. I take the lead. My first lead of the day. Big dog. Big dog. Oh, no. It's not my first lead. Give it to me.
This was only
Fuck
instituted
you.
in Eretz Yisrael and only instituted for the animals of the Oli Regalim. And I will say so again, 3 qualifications. Number 1, only in Eretz Yisrael.
That sucks.
Number 2, only for the
That was the
animals of
worst.
Oli Regalim, the Bar Mitzvah.
That was the
Number
worst
3,
suit.
only a Be'er Mayim well,
Dog, nobody thought that was cool.
That's a more question of water source. Aval, Yishar Aratos. I will say again, if you let's say
Dude,
anywhere
that
else
was
outside of
awful.
Eretz Yisrael, if you want to drink water on Shabbos,
And you know it.
it's on Shabbos. What's the halacha? You might tell the Sharatos Adam Yorin
Zoot.
Air Bishte O Yasin the Pizza Man Campus of Air Gavo. I started talking Yamo
Zoot.
Socha Biyidla Bishte. Any other circumstance outside of Eretz
Zoot.
Yisrael or anything else?
Can you hear
If
me?
you want to draw water on Shabbos, draw water on Shabbos.
Miss Aquarius' grandfather just died.
Make regular
So
visits.
if you
have to make a
see
regular
her, just be nice. You don't have to say anything, but I'm just making you aware.
But if the well was very wide, She'ein Adam Yaakov Leirek Mo, Hareze Yidle, Yishta Bin Abbas. So both said the Rambam does ask him that halacha lamar, if the well is too wide,
Dude, I have a question for you. When are you going to see Chelsea?
Number 1, Dina Pasminos only applies in Eretz Yisrael. Number 2, it only applies for behemoths, only regardless, not for a person. Unless,
Dude, did you know that Chelsea is going to be the biggest female comic in the history of Australia? Dude, I'm going to ask you this again. Did you know that Chelsea is going to be the biggest female comedian in the history of Australia?
So he says, so Mori Bar Mar Darshan.
Dude.
Okay.
Okay.
So what's the meaning of the pasuk in Tehillim? Literally, again, for every goal, for every goal, for every conclusion, I've seen an end. But your mitzvos are very expansive. So we'll say the pashtos. What David HaMelech is saying is like this: everything else in the world is finite. Everything else in the world is finite. The mitzvahs, your Torah, is infinite. So David So David HaMelech said this, but he didn't explain it. Eov said it and he didn't explain it. Yechezkel said he didn't explain it.
Dude, what's on your agenda for today?
Until Zechariah ben Ido came along and he finally explained it. What does this mean? Amar David v'lo pirshu. David said it, but he didn't explain it. So again, David HaMelech says, for every goal, for every goal, I've seen an end, but your mitzvahs are very expensive. But I didn't explain what that meant. Amru Eov v'lo pirshu. Eov said it also. Literally again,
Dude, the
it is
shittiest,
longer than the earth, than the length
the
of
absolute shittiest
and wider than the width
communicator
of the sea. So again,
in the
once
history
again,
of
you are
communication.
seeking to be expansive.
Just
It's
the
something
worst
that
communicator.
doesn't help to
You are
explain
the
that
worst
concept.
communicator.
Amr Yechezkel lo Perishut B'Ksiv, quotes the pasuk in Yechezkel, Vayifros Osam Lefanai, B'Ksuva Panim V'Achar, B'Kasav Aleh Kinim Beheger B'Hi. We'll see what that is in a moment. What is it supposed to say? So literally it means He spread it open in front. Then he it is written on the back and on the front. The Kasuf Elah, and it says in it, Kinim, which means Kinim is like Kinim, like Kino, like Kinis, Lamentations, Vehega, rejoicing, Vehi, and woe. What does that mean? Kinim, Zuparanusan Shal Tzadikim Bolamazah. So Kinim means the misfortune, the suffering of Tzadikim in this world.
The worst communicator in the history of communication. Perhaps.
That refers to the rejoicing of the tzaddikim in the world to come. Omer alayhi gayon bechinor. Dehi zoi paranusan shal resham la'asid lavo. He refers to the suffering of the wicked in the world to come.
Normally I'd play with you more, but I'm working on a project. A sick project. Maybe one of the sickest projects ever.
So Zechariah ben Iddo was the person who came along and explained this notion of the expansiveness of Torah. Chsiv quotes over here the pasuk from Yechezkel.
Dude, do you know who Brendan Schaub is?
So he said to me, "What do you see?" And I said,
"Yeah, you know how you always ask me who's the worst comedian on earth."
Its length is 20 amos. Its width is 10 amos. And ultimately, again, when it was unfolded, it was esrim be'esrim. It was 20 by 20. Ksiv, uksiv, hi ksuva panim ba'achor. And it says that it was written on the front and on the back. And if you were to peel back, so I'll say it was written on the front and the back. So what it's saying, the imagery is, it was written on the front and the back. If you were to peel apart the front and the back and place side by side, how much we are bought in be'esrim. 40 amas by 20 amas. Ksiv, mimadad b'shalomayim v'shamayim b'zeres tachim, nim kala olam kula kos mishloshes alafim umasayim b'kur. So both say when you do all of the math, the Gemara says it turns out that the world is 1/3200th of the size of the Torah. So we'll say obviously in a metaphorical point trying to paint this image of this massive scroll that totally eclipses the size of the world, to highlight to us the dramatic expansiveness of Torah. When we speak about Torah, we say, okay, you could quantify Torah. Torah is Tanakh, Torah is Torah Shebechsad, Torah Shebal Peh. So I will say, Torah, remember how Chazal referred to the Yam Shal Talmud, right? Referred to the sea of the Gemara. The metaphor, the imagery is an expansiveness. When you stand on the banks of the ocean, you look out into the ocean, it looks like it's Ma'im Shein Lamsov. It has no end. So the idea that the depth and profundity of Torah is so much that it even eclipses the size of the universe. That's the image that's highlighted over here. From Chista, Darish Mari Bar Marmai Dechsev V'nei Shnei Duda'ei Te'inim Mu'adim L'fnei Heichal Hashem. So I'll say this is actually quite beautiful. You might quotes the passage from Yirmiyahu. So it says over here, that there were two literally baskets, of figs prepared before the Heichal Hashem. Hadud ha'echad te'inim tovos. One of the baskets contained good figs, tovos mode, ki te'ini habachoros. Like the early figs. So just to show what's happening over here. If you have the Torah or in your Gemara, you can see what the Gemara is actually doing over here is kind of splicing together two different psukim. It's taking pieces. They're both from Yirmiyahu, Parachav Dalet, Pasuk Aleph, Psukim Aleph through days, but it's just taking different parts of it. So both say, so the image that Yirmiyahu Hanavi is highlighting over is really quite beautiful, is two baskets of figs. One basket is figs, tavos, ma'od, kite'eni abachoros on the base, va'gud echad, and the second basket, te'enim ra'os ma'od, are bad figs, asher lo se'achelna me'roah, that could not be eaten because they were so bad. Shabbos, who did the two baskets of figs represent? This is really beautiful. Hatobos, elu tzadikim gemur. The good figs, those represent tzadikim gemur. Te'enim haros, bad figs, elu rishayim gemur. This refers ultimately again to rishayim gemurim. So look at this Gemara. Rishema Tomer. So maybe you'll say the basket of bad figs, which represents Rishayim Gemurim, Shema Tomar, Abad Sivram, Ubatal Sikuyam. Maybe you'll say there's no hope. There's no hope. There is no possibility of redemption Father Shem Gimon Tamabomar Hadudoim Nosnureya. We'll say it says that both of the baskets of figs give forth a beautiful aroma. So we'll say even the figs which can't be consumed, right? Even the figs which were bad, right? Even if it's in and rotten, still give forth a beautiful aroma. Both baskets of figs have the ability to give forth a beautiful aroma. So just understand the power of that Gemara. I just want to draw your attention to the lush. See, the Gemara says over here that the basket of good figs, tzaddikim gimur. The Gemara doesn't just use lashon over here of tzaddikim and rashayim, but use lashon of tzaddikim gimurim, rashayim gimurim. The lashon of gimurim represents that person, person could be a rasha, could be like a shlo rasha, right? And just a rasha. Hey, but during the week I try to be good, or vice versa. Rashayim gimurim, like the Rambam, it's not tshuva. Ezu Tzadik Gomer, I should say, excuse me, Ezu Bal Tshuva Gemara, the Rambam says. So the lashon of Gomer represents a lashon of finality and totality. Now sometimes I have different aspects of my identity. Gomer means this is the totality of my identity. See what the Gemara is saying? You might have thought that the Rishayim Gemara of Sidram Ubat Sikuyam. You might have thought that a Rasha Gomer, that's it. A Rasha Gomer is down and out. There's nothing more to talk about a Rasha Gomer. No, even the Rosh Hashanah will say it's incredible. Even Rosh Hashanah have Dudaim Nasnureh. We'll say what an incredible Gemara. Even if a person is a Rosh Hashanah, the beautiful scent of holiness is always there. The beautiful scent of ruchnius never goes away. Even when your mindset, even when your identity is so fundamentally compromised, the scent of holiness never leaves the Jew. It's incredible. It's incredible. So the Gemara goes like this. What does it mean when it says that the Dudaim? Listen, that's interesting. The first time we see Dudaim is, of course, the story by Rothschild. So there is interesting that Dudaim are translated as mandrakes. That's off of the English word that's given. Here in this context, it's interesting that it's actually translated as violets. Okay, so the Dudaim Nasnureach. So the Dudaim gave their scent. We'll say, who is this so beautiful? Elu Bachure Yisrael, Shalotam Tamchit. We'll say, so the violets, the Dudaim gave their scent. This refers to the young Jewish men who never tasted the taste of sin. So we'll say, so what does that mean? So the Marshal handles on this. The Marshal says this is Dafka in the realm of Arias. The realm of Arias. It's referring, you'll see it makes sense from the context in just a little bit as well. It's just talking about young men who are careful to guard themselves from immorality. No person, I will say, no person could say that they never tasted the taste of sin. Everybody tastes the taste of sin. We all sin. But when I say a person, especially a young person, when passions are strongest, who is careful to guard himself from immorality, that's the Dudaim Nasnureh. That ultimately, again, is the violet who emits such a beautiful scent. And at the entrance we have all types of beautiful fruits. Who is that? Elu benos Yisrael. This refers to the Jewish women. Shemagidos pischehen leba'alei. So it's literally it says they tell their openings to their husbands. So Rashi points out over here. This refers to Rashi. Actually, now we'll see. Rashi goes a little bit out of order over here. Shemagidos pischehen leba'alei means they tell their husbands and they become a nidal. That the wife tells her husband she becomes a nidal, that her husband currently transgressed with her. You know another possibility? Literally, they close their openings of their husbands. This idea being that the virtuosity is that the Jewish woman maintains her allegiance, right? It is only for her husband. That mean again, literally new and old. My beloved, I await you are the scouts for you. This is so beautiful. So I'm going to point out this notion, by the way, we've seen so much in the last couple of days regarding the immorality and how a person is able to conquer immorality. It's the greatest time that a person has, and at the end of the day, the schar that awaits a person who's able to overcome these most innate wants and desires So I want to point out this idea that Gemara says that the Goyim Nasnu Reach. So I want to say, what does it mean that the young person, right? We're all young. The young person is able to resist immorality. He emits the that the violet gives off its scent. So we'll say the concept of scent. What does it mean that your scent is beautiful if you overcome immorality? Scent is something that just exists by itself. In other words, you don't do anything for scent. It's just a part of your being. Something has a beautiful, pleasing scent is just a part of their gestalt. It's a part of what they are. The idea being, I think what Chazal is saying is that when I'm able to overcome the desire for morality, it's not just the pshat that I become holy. It fundamentally changes who I am. I emit a different scent. I smell different. I am different. You see, there are certain things that I do that give me greater kedusha, that give me greater holiness, and there are certain things that I do that just fundamentally change who I am. I emit like a reach nichoach. I emit a pleasing aroma. So if I muster up the inner courage to be able to overcome the pull towards immorality, it's not just the pshat that I'm holy, that I'm good, that I'm pleasant. My aroma is different. It's an incredible idea. I emit a different scent. So powerful. This is how beautiful this is.
There she is. How you doing,
I'm
kid?
okay. I'm okay.
Something is
Alrighty, man.
I'm sorry. I had everybody calling, everybody coming over.
It's Aquarius.
Even
I didn't
more
feel
laws
good.
have
I
been
didn't want to
given,
go out.
and I've kept all of them.
Don't you apologize for anything. I'm so glad to hear that you are in strong spirits. That's amazing. You're a strong woman.
Yeah, I don't get my love
One of the ones that said, one of the times he come in was raging at Aaron's presence. Have you ever heard a drasha on this passage?
That's right, Mr. Aquarius. 100%, but you be strong. And you got it. Yes. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You got that right. Just one moment. I'll send you an invitation.
That was Torah given multiple times that it would say which would sound like things that were given earlier, things that were given later. And the custom is Yishanim refers to ultimately Divrei Torah. Yishanim, the old halachos refers to the halachos that the Ribono Shel Olam gave us. But the Chadoshim refers to the new halachos, the Dinin Kirat Bonon, which we legislate. Look at Rashi, Divrei Sofim. Rashi says, it's the third line from the top of Rashi. Chadoshim shenischanshu b'chol dar v'adar ligdar geder v'siyad. Each generation legislates for what purpose? For the purpose of creating a protective.
I'm here. What'd you say?
What's the meaning of the pasuk in Koheles?
They got a daily quiz when that game.
Be careful.
Yes, ma'am. There you go.
What sounds like it means is.
All right, just one moment.
What does this mean? Shalmalach was saying, my son, be even more careful with Divrei Sofrim, with rabbinic law, than with Divrei Torah. Divrei Torah, his Torah is comprised of positive commandments and prohibitions. Divrei Sofrim, when it comes to the words of Chazal, call over al Divrei Sofrim chayiv nisa. Whoever violates Divrei Sofrim, will say, is chayiv nisa. I will say, now what is that? You take a look at Rashi. So Rashi says, Yesh bohen she'in bohen
That's right.
That says, he who reaches the fence shall be bitten by this. Even though this kind of sounds counterintuitive, right? Be careful with us because they're given by the Ribono Shel Olam and not the Rabbanan. Yet the Mishnah says, he who breaches the rabbinic fence will be bitten by a snake, which means that in certain respect, rabbinic law is dealt with more severely than biblical law. What's the idea? The idea is that rabbinic law
How's your auntie doing?
that keeps us together. It's rabbis are every generation. They're not like that every generation. But every generation have to legislate laws because of the time, because of circumstances. So now it's the beginning of that fabric of cloud.
You're good. Yeah, you're already strong.
Here to the like you don't adhere to the Dini Rabbanon. Then although the Doraisa is still 10%,
Oh, I know that.
to the fabric of clouds. That's why it's that there's sometimes greater severity attached to Dini Rabbanon than there are to Dini Doraisa.
Yes, ma'am.
In Yesh Ban Manish. Or maybe you'll say 1 second. Dini Rabbanon are so important. Then
yes.
Why just surviving in the Torah? Everyone's like, this thought crosses everyone's mind at some point.
Okay. I'm about to send you an invitation.
Asos Svarim Harbe Inkates. Because at a certain point in time, you could keep writing.
You should get it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
It would have been impossible to commit everything to writing in one sefer, and therefore HaKadosh Baruch Hu had to be mechalik between the Torah Shebitzav and the Torah Sheba'al, between Dinei Doraisa and Dinei D'Rabbanan. The laws Harbe Yegias Basar. The Basar literally translated what this means is much study causes weariness or tiredness of the flesh. It teaches us that what? Anyone who disparages rabbinic law will literally be judged in boiling excrement.
What a tough spare.
The idea being, you see it in the verse, to go ahead and say, the rabbis are just adding on layers to halacha that are not necessary. I'll keep the doraisas, that's all I need. See Chazal coming along and saying, Yiddishkeit without the Rabban. There is no way of life with the Rabban. The whole point
Here
of
we
the
go.
Rabban is that the Rabban teach how to take the doraisas, make them applicable, sustainable in the real world. So you see something like this, that if you go and disparage, you're going to burn and burn in Gehenna. It's obviously the hyperbolic. The idea of Chazal telling us there is no life without the Rabbanans.
Split it.
We see this.
There we go. Whoa, what a tough spare.
Peel away the Rabbanans from Jewish life. It's only a matter of time. It may take years or it may take a few generations. But at the end of the day, you absolutely lose your way. Maskepa Rabbi Mixit Lag. Does it say Lag, disparage? Lag Mixit. It meant Lag. We'll say, now, the way the Gemara was kind of interpreting the pasuk was the word is Lahag. The Gemara darshan as Lahag, which means to disparage. Of course, it doesn't say Lahag with an I in disparage. It says Lag with a refuse to learn. Hello. This is so beautiful. Right? What it means is whoever engages in the study of Torah, specifically the studies of Rabbanan, like the studies of Gemara, is like he tastes meat. We'll say, what's the pshat with that? That if you study Gemara, you study Dinei Rabbanan. So it's like you're tasting meat. This is something beautiful. He says, just like when you eat meat, how do you feel after a good steak? How do you feel after a good steak? Satisfied. How do you feel after a good block? Satisfied. And I will say, there are certain things in life which give you a certain level of satisfaction.
Give me this.
So the truth is, in a Gashmi level, a good meal, a good steak gives you a geshrak. You feel good after it. You feel a certain sense like the world is good. There's like, we'll say, if you have a good steak, amazing. A good steak and a glass of wine. I see enough cherries on over here, right? But a good gaze and a good sight. So again, the universe is in equilibrium, right? Life is perfect. The only thing I'm missing in that moment is Mashiach. Maybe it feels like a little like Mashiach, right? So in all seriousness, where else do you replicate a feeling like that? When do you have a feeling in life that like the world is good? The world is good and everything is perfect. after a good black Gemara. I will say, no, you have a daf like this, you have a daf like this, and you're gonna walk out, and there's gonna be like a wave of satisfaction that sweeps over you when you have Torah like this. So that's the Gemara says, La Garde Digios Basar. When you learn a lot and you learn a good piece of Torah, it's not just like Digios Basar. It's just like having a good steak. It's just like a good satisfaction. It's just like a satisfaction of a good meal. So beautiful. Turn on both sides. Listen to this incredible story. Incredible story. Nice of Rabbi Akiva. Sheikh Habashri says, both say, such a dramatic story. There was a Rabbi Akiva was incarcerated in jail. The Ben Yehoyada again writes, I will say, when was Rabbi Akiva incarcerated in jail? This was the end of his life. This Rabbi Akiva dies a brutal death at the hands of the Romans. His flesh is skipped from his body. This is the story. This is the story. In fact, I'll say, the Ben Yehoyada, I'll send it out on the WhatsApp chat. The Ben Yehoyada has an overwhelming insight. I'll fill in parts of it as we go on. Now, the Akiva was incarcerated. Rabbi Yeshua Hagarsi, Misharso, Rabbi Yeshua Hagarsi was his attendant, was like his shamus, was taking care of him. And Rabbi said, what does Garsi mean? Rabbi said, this is, look at Rashi. Rashi says, Garsi is Shem Makom. It's the name of his place. That's where he lived. That's where he lived. Otherwise, Rashi says, Rabbi said, this is incredible. Lishnachina, Shen Tochin Grisin. He used to go ahead and grind lentils. I just want to point something out. I often say this. To me, one of the most incredible things you find in the Gemara is where you find these incredible tzaddikim who had jobs. They had jobs. Not only did they have jobs, but what? But they were labor.
There we go.
Like it was a guy who ground up lentils. So sometimes in life we think that the fact that I have to work for a living patters me from, it exempts me from becoming a Tam Chacham. Listen, to become a Tam Chacham or a Tzaddik, that's the purview of like people who get to live their lives being close to Beis Shmi. I had to go out to work. So if I had to go out to work, I could be a good balabas. Right? That's like the ceiling for me. It's not true. Everybody has the capacity to be a Tzaddik, and everybody has the capacity to be a Chacham. Everybody has the capacity to be the greatest of the great. So you here, who's the Messiah of Rabbi Akiva?
Can't go yet. Now I can.
Who used to go ahead and grind lentils. That was his occupation. But despite the fact that he went to work every day grinding lentils, he still became
Give me it. Give me it. Oh man.
Watch this. Every day,
Mr. Chris had a nice hair.
You bring Rabbi Akiva water. Now, Mayim b'mida Rabosai means as follows. You bring Rabbi Akiva enough water for Natilas Yadayim and for drinking.
Look at you.
What happened?
Big time strike.
So we'll say one day Rabbi Shagas is coming to the jail with water.
Oh, that's a tough split.
The guard sees him coming in. Amarlo, Hayom Meinecha Merubin. So the guard became suspicious of Yeshua Garsi. He says, today
we wanted.
You're bringing in a lot more water. Shema Lachtar Beisasun Atatzara. So he suspected what was he trying to do. He was trying to help Rabbi Akiva dig a tunnel. Right? Because how do you dig a tunnel? Right? You pour water on the ground, loosens up the earth. So the guard suspected that Yeshua Garcia bringing in more water.
Yeah,
so
thankfully. Appreciate you asking.
So what did he do?
Do my best not to read. Wow, you got a big score, Mr. Cole. Nobody's touching your score.
Yeshua,
Mr. Aquarius, we've got to play one more game for Papa. You see if you get your 200th win.
He said that Yeshua, you know that I'm totally dependent.
199. Here we go, folks. We got one more for Papa. That's right. All right, Mr. Aquarius. You have an invitation.
So he said, okay, I'll use the water for hand washing. He said, Rabbi, there's barely enough water in there for you to drink. You think
get
water in there for you to get?
That's a good start.
Please don't do Natilas Yadayim today. Please just drink the water so you can live. Plus, I just want to point out that Ben Yehoyada points out that the way Rabbi
Great
Akiva
spare
is that every day the Romans would peel off some of his skin. It didn't all happen at once. Every day they tortured him a little bit. Every day. So, not just Rabbi Yeshua guys, he's
Oh.
Rabbi Akiva saying, Rabbi, please, don't worry about Netilas.
Yes, ma'am.
They're torturing you in such unspeakable ways every single day.
Get it.
Drink the water.
Oh, that's a big score.
Ma'asa, Shechayavin Alein Misa. Rabbi Akiva said, what should I do? What should I do?
Get it.
At the end of the day,
All right, all right.
Is the Chiyav Misa. Mutav, I was saying, what
Give me
say
this.
Chiyav Misa? Obviously, it's not little
Oh.
Chiyav Misa. Rabbi Akiva was saying, what do you say here?
I'll get this. Give me this. All right.
Rabbinic law has to be treated with such incredible severity. Mutav amos misas atzmi.
Get it.
Akiva said, better for something that wasn't what it meant is better for me that I shouldn't have something to drink.
You're
I shouldn't have something
welcome.
to drink.
Oh, get it. What a spare. You've gotten 3 spares in a row. I'm trying.
Until he had sufficient, until he was able to bring
3
more
spares
water,
in a
and he was
row.
able to go ahead and do Netilas Yadayim.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Heard this story. You heard these stories? Yes, sir. Rabbi Akiva is literally being tortured every single day by the road.
Get it.
Yet he won't go a day without
Right. This is time for your fourth.
And that's not the moral of the story. The moral of the story is that we are here because ultimately we always maintain incredible, overwhelming fidelity and allegiance to even the smallest details of Yiddishkeit. Because it's not the devil that's in the details, it's the Rebbe. And we're only here because of Mesiras Nefesh for halacha, because of Mesiras Nefesh for Torah. This is not modeling for us a halacha nice. That's not what it's modeling for us. What it is
Oh, okay, you got a bunch.
Say is those of us who Baruch Hashem are privileged not to live. You see, Rabbi Akiva was willing to give his life for the Netilas Yadayim under dire circumstances.
Oh, yeah.
How careful we have to be with the details. When
She's
Baruch
going to
Hashem
cruise into number 200.
So when they heard this, like, Hashem Amar, Ma Biziknuso Kach, Yadusa Alachas Kam V'Kama. This is how Rabbi Akiva acted when he was old. Can you imagine his behavior when he's young?
Right.
Ma B'Beisa Sunan,
All right.
Shalom B'Beisa Shalom Alachas Kam V'Kama. And that this is how Rabbi Akiva conducted himself.
This Aquarius, 200 wins, girl. Good job. This Aquarius with their 200th win. 200th win. Absolutely. Absolutely. 100%. All right, Miss Aquarius. It is time for you to get some sleep. I know you've had a long day. Okay, yeah, it probably is.
The only thing
That's
you
right.
can't
Okay.
is to go from
We'll just keep you company.
but to go from one private domain to another private domain is biblically permitted. Shlomo came along and
Yes,
said, no,
ma'am.
you can't even carry from one Rosh Hashanah to
Yes,
Rosh Hashanah without some type of Eruv Chatzim. That's what it means. Shlomo instituted Eruv. Also instituted Netilas
Yes, I
Yadayim.
did.
Shlomo instituted Netilas Yadayim for the consumption of kudshim. Shlomo said that you cannot eat anything
Is that why it was what?
without washing your hands. That later on
Yeah, it
evolved
was.
to washing your hands for bread. But Shlomo was the first one to institute that you have to wash your hands before you partake of kudshim. Yotze Sabasko, Ba'omras, Sabasko came out and said, Benin, in Chacham Libecha Yismach Libi. My son, if your heart is wise, my heart will rejoice Gamani, me as well. Ba'omer, Chacham B'ni B'samach Libi, Ba'ashibi Charfi Davar. So let's just do one more line, then we'll stop. Darash Rava Ma'is B'chsiv L'chado Din Yitzia Asada, Nalino B'kfarim Nashkima L'kramim, Nira Im Paracha HaGefen, Pasach HaSmadar, Hinatsu Harimomim, Sham Etin as Dodi, Sham Eta as Dodi. So we'll say, so what does it mean? What does it mean? L'chado Yitzia Asada. What does it mean? Come, we'll just interpret each part of the pasuk. Come, my beloved, let's go out into the field. So we'll say, so remember again, this pasuk is from Shira Shirim. So we'll say, Shira Shirim, what makes Shira Shirim sometimes a little bit complicated is it's not clear who is the man and who is the woman. You know, in Israel, right, that sometimes Rosh Baruch Hu is Nukra, sometimes he's Nukva. Sometimes he's male, sometimes he's female. And Shia Shirin, so the male and female personality switch back and forth. So what does it mean when it says, come my beloved, let's go into the field. Amra Kinesi Son Hekadosh Baruch Hu. Klal Yisrael says to Hashem, Yivon Shalom, I'll take Yoshi Kraken. Do not just like those who dwell in the cities. Sheishvan Gezel, Rayis, Shva Shabbos Shaker. So let's see, the cities is where you have all of the vices, right? All of the vices exist in the city. There's theft, there's immorality, there's false oaths, Shva Shaker, vain oaths. Rather, don't think of us like city dwellers. Netze HaSodeh. Come out into the fields. And what will you see in the fields? Bo ve'erech hamidei sha'oskim b'torah mitoch you learn Torah even in the midst of so again, Kadosh Baruch Hu says to Klal Yisrael, we're not like those who dwell in the cities, who engage in all type of terrible and immoral things, but rather come with us into the fields. We'll show you how we are. I'll show you. Learn Torah even when things are difficult. Let us sleep in the villages. I'll take you to Kfarim Ella B'Kofrim.
We'll see.
Bo ve'erecha. Come on, Kadosh Baruch Hu, and I'll show you awesome shishpatam tova. There are so many people upon whom you shower so much good, and yet they go ahead and fundamentally don't believe in you. But us, go ahead and wake up early in the vineyards. What does that refer to? Shuls come to the edge.
And then you get a listen me on something. Hi, Mr. Aquarius. And so you invite Carol.
The smada, which represents the further stage of maturation. Those are Baalei Mishnah. Enotzu Harimonim have the pomegranate sprouted. Elu Baalei Gemara. That refers to those who master Gemara. Sham Etenes Dodi. Leich Erich Kvodi Ugodi. Tabach Banai Ubnosi. Ribono Shalom. Do you want it again? Leich Erich Kvodi. Covered? I'll show you my sons and my daughters. Because it will say the greatest things we produce in life are not ourselves.
You want to get the black ones in.
It's not the personalities we build, but ultimately, again, the children we raise. We're not finished. We're not finished. There's still more minutes in the people. We got to take it easy. Yes, you got it.
There you go.
All right, so we'll say on Zoom. Wonderful day. Faith Wolf for being our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Elul in memory of grandfather and great grandfather Cyrus Shalom Ben Tzvi Hirsch is Zichron Livra. We thank our week of learning sponsor Joe and Galia Berry in honor of their 3rd anniversary of Hashem and their success Aliyah 3.5 years. We also thank Howard and Aileen Friedman for dedicating the shir this morning in memory of Howard's father, Shalom Ben Hillel Tzvi. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah also have an Aviyah and the families in them. And also with that, let us begin. It's a beautiful day ahead of us today. Today's day 21. And we
all right, now's your chance to get a bunch of them
on the base. We're up at last 2 lines in the back. I'm going to Yitzchak Bar Ado. So just to first not close out, but to fine tune a little bit of the halachos of Pasibiros. Remember again.
Oh, but I put one of your.
Sometimes incredible leniency regarding Shabbos. That although the relics is technically speaking categorized as Hayakit, as it has the requisite dimensions of 10, 12 deep, 4, 12 and wide, and we're dealing with wells which
oh man, how did you get one?
Such drawing water on Shabbos would constitute a significant issue. So this concept of the Paseviros or the Diumadi, these L-shaped post position 4 corners. So you can start to convert the area of the well into a rishus.
Yeah, but I gotta get this one. If I don't get the one in, then the red one comes back. And I just put a yours in. And watch, the red one came back.
Why such a kula was in fact
That red one's known as the queen.
Space you can have in between the two models. So you want to goes on.
I have to get the queen in first.
I
didn't. I have to get the queen in
And
first.
she's, by the way, why did Chazal institute this particular kula?
Yes,
Rabbi
that's
Yitzchak
why
says
the
they
red one's
only
special.
regard the so we'll see what that means. So the passion, what it means is as follows: that a person has to be older, like a Pesach, Shavuos, and Sukkot. And so again, you're traveling. Obviously, you require water. Person is going to be traveling over the course
Get
of
that black one. It's right
so
next to you.
Yitzchak makes it sound like that to make life a little bit easier. For the older regalim,
Yeah,
they allowed you to
no.
close a well with this enclosure. The Gemara says, "Lo butchu pasidiros, elo legabi behema bilvad." But one second. Elsewhere again, the Rashi seems to indicate the reason the kula was not for individuals, but in fact was for animals. So which one is it? Is it for the older regalim?
Oh,
It's not a behema. Behemas olgalim. What does it mean when it says that Chazal instituted Paseviros for behemoths? It means for the animals, the Oli Regalim. Look at the last Rashi on the daf. Behemas Oli Regalim. Aval Odom Afil Oli Regalim no Butcher Lidlo Lishtos. Shiyam. Just a moment. But again, Mars holding right now both says as follows. Come to the older Regalim. So with Pashtos, it's not just you, but you're coming along with your shpacha, but you're also coming along with your life order.
And I
Therefore,
did.
Chazal understood that it's
No.
Therefore, to make life a little bit easier, regular pizzas and allow those a well to be able to water your animals on Shabbos. So this was a special takana made for the behemoths of Oli Regalim. The Gemara says, Aval Adam, but amazing enough, this kula was not made for people. This kula was not made for because what should people do? Aval Adam top of chafa. Aval Adam mitapes va'ola base. There's another for a person. What's the other for? Just go into the well, right? You could go ahead and lower yourself in the well, and you could drink from the well. Now, again, obviously, you go into the well. No issue. There's no issue. Yeah. There's no issue of any kind of transfer of shoes. You're going into the well itself. Look at Rashi. This is really wild. Listen to it. So what is it? If you want to drink water, what do? You lower yourself into the well. And by the way, how do you lower into the well? You go ahead and you just climb down the well. You put your arms and your legs by the side of the well. Go down and drink. Come back up. So listen, this is incredible. So the Gemara is saying over here that the header for Pasiviros, the header for the Yumandin was for the animals. It's for the animals. But people, you don't need to rely on a cooler like this. But rather, again, you can actually go into the well itself and drink. So the
Yes, ma'am. I did 75 points. And
so Yehuda said in
flag,
that the header of Pasiviros was only for a well, a spring. A well that's a spring, that's a be'er mayim chayim. So let's say just a cistern. Or something that just holds it. But if you want to tell me that the heter of rose is only for animals, but not for people, Mali Chayim, Mali Lechunosim. What type of water is it? Again,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
understand that Be'er Mayim, if you're telling me that it has to be a Be'er Mayim Chayim, if the heter of Pasibi Rose is for people, because then that's potable water, that's drinkable water. But when I say if it's for animals, what does it make a difference what type of water source it is? To which the Gemara says, You require something ultimately that is suitable for a person. That is suitable. So the idea being that although the hefter possibly was only for animals, nevertheless it only worked for a more chashuv water source. What's the definition of a chashuv water source? The type of water source that would be used by people as well. So the Gemara says, "Gufalo v'tru possibly el behema bilbad about other metapes v'ola metapes." So it says we just said that the hefter of possibly was only for behemoths, but for people, if you need water, go into the well. The Gemara says, but what if the well was very wide, so that a person couldn't successfully navigate in and out of the well? Then if the well is too wide, so that a person can't get in and out of it, then a person could go out and use the header for possibly raos as well. Furthermore, below Yimale Adam Nagim, a person should not go ahead and fill up water and place it before his animal on Shabbos. About this, if you're utilizing the pasibi rose, you should not go ahead and fill up a container and put it in front of you. But you can fill up a receptacle and you can pour it in front of the animal. And ultimately the animal could drink on its own. If that's the case, then how does the takana possibly help? Maho ilu, the malos mehan. What do you mean, how did it help? It helped that you could draw water from the well. Elama hoil rosha veluba shalpara. But if that's the case, then again, why did Chazal have to create a minimum size of the enclosure enough for the head of the majority of the body of the para? So both said this just yesterday's daf. Rabbi, hachamayaskinon ve'ivos ha'omed rishus harabim. We're talking about a trough that is standing in Rosh Hashanah, Gavoa Asara, 10 tefachim high, Rochiv Arba'a, the Rosho Nichnas Labein HaPasim. So we'll say, so again, that's the continuation, that's just the restating of yesterday's discussion. So we'll say, what comes out over here is something very important. So what comes out of this sugya is the Gemara telling us that the din of Pasibi Raos was dafka instituted for Behemas Olde Regalim. But ideally, Pasibi Raos is not used for people. If you want from the well, go into the well. Go into the well. Go into the well. However, you must indicate that if the well is too wide, that you can't navigate inside of the well, one could go ahead and utilize the well. One could go ahead and draw water for their own drinking purposes from Pasibi Raos. And I will say this is indeed how the Rambam paskins. So the Rambam says this in Hilchos Shabbos, Paragraph Zayin, Halacha Lamed. Actually, we'll see. Fine. The truth is, we'll leave this Rambam. Let's just do the next few lines because it's going to be a little bit more halacha because Rambam groups it all together. So listen to this. So the Gemara goes right there. The Gemara says, "I'm going to be reading about Amaras." Well, so just keep this in mind. Number one, we've seen that Pasiri Raos is primarily for animals. People, if they want to drink from the well, should go into the well, drink water from inside the well. But yet it seems to be that even a person could use the heter of Pasiri Raos if the well is too wide, so that a person can't scale down the well. Let's say it's interesting. You see from here again, sometimes kulas are good, but sometimes a person should try to avoid using kulas. The use of a kula is important under extreme circumstances, but sometimes the use of many kulas too often sometimes fundamentally undermine and erode a person's allegiance and fidelity to halacha. Like if you think about it, what a crazy thing. I want to drink of water on Shabbos from the well. So I'm going to scale a well. Can you imagine? Have you ever heard of it? Please don't do this kind of stuff. Has you ever heard of something like this? I'm going to scale the well. But you see over here that, again, if I need to use the kula, but if there's a way not to use the kula, better not to use the kula. Not because the golden light is to be clear, but the golden light is to create a sense, again, fidelity and allegiance to halacha. And sometimes, again, the use of too many kulas too often fundamentally undermines that relationship. So I'll say two pieces or two more qualifications. I'm going to be about Abba Amarav. Ein Borginin Belaval. This is fascinating. Belaval Pasedi Raos Bechutza. So we'll say really fascinating Gemara. There's no din of Borginin. So what's Borginin? Look at Rashi. Second of the shorter lines in Rashi. Ein Borginin Belaval, third of the widest line. So Amar Bechutza also this come out a little bit later on. In how you bargaining with yourself ein aber bishirayin mis abim imo umogidin kuma yemisham bahal ula halal. So the Gemara says, listen to this. Now we know there's a lot of Tchum. Tchum says that you have 2,000 amas from the edge of the city. The 2,000 amas from the edge of habitation in which you have the ability to travel. Remember, again, Tchum is not a din in carrying, it's not a din in itself. This is a din in travel, mobility. So you have 2,000 amas from the edge of the city in which you are situated to travel on Shabbos. However, the din of bargaining says like this: if there is some type of basic domicile, even a hut, within 70 or 2/3 amas of the edge of the city, you could measure the tchum not from the edge of the city, but from the south. So essentially, even a basic domicile, like a hut, within 70 and 2/3 amas of the edge of the city, allows you to tchum not from the edge of the primary city, but from the hut. That's working. What is it working?
I need to have one specifically. Because log me out of one of my others, and I don't want to use one of the 200 that I have. I want to create a new one. So
it was something that was not easily transportable. So I even though again it's not really what we call like a billion school, it's not the structure. Now for the last of a song, it still extends the cord. So the Gemara says, "V'kamar b'yami ada'ana working in ein babado, v'omar ve'im mis'arvin shana irti v'bara v'shapirti b'mayo, v'shatilu shalachach v'ochashim." So we'll see the explanations in a moment. We'll see, here's what Rabbi is saying. Number one, the din of bargaining does not apply in Baba, which means that in Baba, if you have a city, the tchum of that city is measured from the edge of the city, and even if you have a hut within 70 and 2/3 amas of the edge of the city, the tchum is not measured by the hut, but the tchum is measured by the edge of the city. Below, Hasibi Rose, furthermore, there's no din of Hasibi Rose in Chotzer.
one thing that always helps to know is time heals all wounds, Mr. Aquarius.
Bargaining above a Lord. We'll say, why does the din of bargaining not apply to Baba? The Shrichi is big because Baba, interestingly enough, apparently is subject to flooding.
Sure he is.
So because of that, bargaining will often wash away.
Ooh, what are you making?
Therefore, it cannot work to go ahead and extend your cholo. So we're actually seeing
Man after my own heart.
to shut you. Baba was subject to flash flooding, and therefore, you can't rely that the bargaining is going to be. Therefore, the bargaining doesn't apply in Baba. However, the possibly knows. Starts low. So shaking the sick was that it's incredible. Why does the din of possibly knows not apply in Baba? There are no yeshivas there. What does that mean? Look at Rashi. Shaking the sick stuff is really quite amazing. Lilmod Torah. So what's it? In Chutz La'aretz, you didn't even have a situation of coming to learn. Possibly knows, which all the even we don't check behind. Shahokim and Bibles. This is incredible. The din of possibly knows was a din that allowed you to draw water for your livestock and under extreme circumstances for you when you were engaged in a divine mitzvah, right? In a mitzvah journey. So the paradigmatic example of being engaged in divine mitzvah was only regardless. But the idea was anytime you were traveling over the course of Shabbos with Sola and Mitzvah, Chazal allowed you to use these possibilities. So interestingly enough, in Chutz La'aretz, I want to point something out. Chutz La'aretz is outside of Eretz Yisrael and Bavel. Interestingly enough, this purpose, Bavel was not called Chutz La'aretz. You see that because Bavel is like a separate deal here, which makes sense. Because in Bavel there were yeshivas. So in Eretz Yisrael and in Bavel, where you could potentially be traveling over the course of Shabbos for divine mitzvah, you could use possibly rows. Outside of Eretz Yisrael and Bavel, where there were no yeshivas, you were not permitted to use possibly rows. This is incredible. About Ibcha Avdina. I will say, but the opposite, of course, the opposite is, in other words, that halacha l'maisa, there are possibly rows in Bavel, And the din of bargaining applies to court because it looks like essentially the din of bargaining will apply anywhere as long as there's no concern of flash flood. And the din of possibly rows will apply either in Eretz Yisrael because of Aliyah L'Red, or Lamaisa anywhere where you could travel to yeshivas. So the Gemara says, others explain, Amr Rabbi Amar Amar Ein bargaining. So others have a different version of this. Both the din of bargaining and possibilities do not apply neither in Babel nor in Chutzlaretz. Bargaining the Babel law, as we said before, bargaining don't apply in Babel law because it's classified. The Chutzlaretz nami law, the Shrihi Ganavi. This is fascinating. The din of bargaining doesn't apply in Chutzlaretz either. Why? Because of thieves. We'll say, what does that mean? Thieves? They used to steal these huts. They would steal these huts. The man as actually said before, since they were not Kabbalah, they were not fixed to the ground, so they were stolen. So because they're stolen, obviously you can't remind the bargaining to be there. So the Gemara says, possibly rose the Babalo, Yishvichi Mayo. So again, these possibly rose, that factor was not allowed in Babel. Why? Because also apparently water was an easy supply in Babel. So remember again, the din of possibly rose is a din in Eretz Yisrael, says the Gemara, because water is harder to come by. But in Babel, where water was easy to come by, there was no need for allowing these kulos. For Chutzlaretz nami v'lo shlichim l'sif. In Chutzlaretz also, there was no din of possibilities because since they weren't yeshivas, therefore halacha l'maisa possibilities was only instituted in the situation of divine mitzvah, and there was no real traveling for divine mitzvah in Chutzlaretz. Amar Chista l'may breid Rabbi, when a breid Rabbi Yemei Amri. Asisu mi barnash the Krishna Daniel, the Havaprasa Parsi Bishabs. The Gemara tells a story. So Chista said to Mari Breid Ravuna Breid Rabbi Yirmiyah Bar Abba. He said to him, I heard that you went from Barnash to the shul of Daniel. Traveled from Barnash to the shul of Daniel, and that is a distance. Rashi says over here on Amri Shakasi Barnash Krishna Daniel. Shanati Sha'omim Aleichem Sha'atem Boim Barnish with a Krishna Daniel B'Shabbos Makom Hayab Babal Shesham Hayam Spalo Daniel. The Kabin seasonally be lost. So once they saw apparently there was a shul that was only the shul of Daniel. So you have a Krishna telling Mari, I heard that you traveled on Shabbos from Barnish to the shul of Daniel. And the problem is that is the distance. The Habu less a parsi b'shabsa. That's a distance of 3 parsa, more than Tchum. And my son Krisu abroad. So what would you allow? What would you allow to travel
on a stage?
More than the regular commercial? Would you rely on the presence of the
Yes,
space to extend your toe? Ha'amar would the Ha'amar but your father, the father of your father, like your grandfather, said the name of Rab, ain't borgin in the bottom. That there's no deal of borgin in the bottom, right? Again, because of flash flooding. So how did you travel such a far distance on Shabbos? Nothing. Samar went out to Shadr Krista, the Achli Hanur, the Sapta, the Midland, the Shivin, the Shilam. Once they went out and he showed him that apparently, right outside of Barnish, within 70 and 2/3 amos of the edge of the city of Barnish, there were these ruins. There were these ruins that were there, but the walls of the ruins were still intact. So because the walls were still intact, they were bona fide mafitzas. Because they're bona fide mafitzas, they extended the tomb of the city, allowing Mar to travel from Barnish all the way to the shul of Daniel. Take a look at Rashi in just a moment. Rashi says, Misata Ayaros Haribos, Finish Arosham Mitzvos in Habatis, Vamiran Hasar Kitim Arvin, Nafashal Nifasha, Dahanusa, it's showing the ruins, but despite the fact that there were ruins, the walls of those ruins were still intact and allowed the tomb of the city to be extended past that. And that's how he was able to travel to the shul of Daniel. So we'll say clear. So that's the idea of event. It's a beautiful Aganatah. But before that, let me show you the Rambam. So the Rambam in Parachav Zayin Hilchos Shabbos says as follows. So we'll say a lot of fascinating ideas over here. Number one, when we're possibly Rose, who were possibly Rose instituted for? Number two, where were they instituted for? Because the Gemara seems to indicate over here that this is a din dafka in Eretz Yisrael and maybe Babel as well. So look at the Rambam writes this down. This is Parak Yud Zayin, sorry, chapter 17, Rambam Halacha Lamed. V'hitiru hapasim ha'ilu ela ki Eretz Yisrael u'lebehimas oli ledolim yom. Entonces, the Rambam actually passed here, but the din of passim lo is dafka in Eretz Yisrael. This was only instituted in Eretz Yisrael and only instituted for the animals of the Oli Regalim. The Hushiniya, the Ermayin Chaim Shal Yad. And I will say so again, 3 qualifications. Number 1, only Eretz Yisrael. Number 2, only for the animals of Oli Regalim, the Bar Mitzvah. And number 3, only if the Ermayin Chaim. A well that's a well skill, because that's more custom water source. Amal, the Shar Arafot. Again, if you let's say anywhere else outside of Eretz Yisrael, if you want to drink water on Shabbos, you want to give the animals on Shabbos. What? Halacha? You must have Adam Yori under the air. Yishke, Yasim, the Isam, and Chetas, the air, Gavo, I start talking. Yamot, the Sofa, the Yidla, any other circumstance outside of Eretz Yisrael or anything else, if you want to draw water on Shabbos, you draw water on Shabbos, you just have to what? Make regular partitions. You have to make a regular partition. In Haya have the air rock up Harbase, but if the well was very wide, Shein Otto Yaakov Yibal, Harayz Yidla, Yishta B'Rachman. What the Rambam does pass that halacha l'maisa, if the well is too wide, that the person can't go down and then you could rely and possibly be right. So what's the difference? Halacha l'maisa, the Rambam has but the din of one, the pasuk only applies in Eretz Yisrael. Number 2, it only applies for behemoths, only the golden, not for a person. Unless, of course, the well is too wide that you can't scale it, under those circumstances, you can rely on the possibility road to draw water for personal consumption. Right? Goes on a couple of other times. That's enough. Let's go. Beautiful. So the Gemara says as follows. I'm going to read this. Dorish question the following. It's in my Sifra ECK, Baba Mitzvah Sachamol, what the pasuk in Tehillim. And for every goal, for every conclusion, I've seen an end. The Chava Mitzvah Chamol, but the mitzvahs are very expensive. So what's like the question? We're talking about other things like this. Everything else in the world is finite. Everything else in the world is a mitzvah, so the Torah is infinite. So David's got on the David will appear. So David, I don't know if you explain it.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I do. It's like
What does this mean? Amar David, for every goal, for every but your missiles are very, you didn't explain what that meant. Amar Yobal Pershut, Yob's Eretz Mudar, literally again, it is longer than the earth, than the length of the earth, and wider than the width of the sea. So again, we'll say, once again, Yob is speaking to the expansiveness of Torah, but doesn't bring that concept. On the Yecheskel location, we see, what's the pasuk in Yecheskel? Vayifros osam lefanai, the ksuva panim va'achar, the custom aleh kinim, the heger behi. We'll see what that means in just a moment. What is it supposed to say? So literally it means, Vayifros osam lefanai, he spread it open in front. It means ksuva panim va'achar. It is written on the back and on the front. The custom aleh, and it says in it, kinim, which means kinim is like kinim, like kinis, lamentations, the hega, rejoicing, mehi, and woe. What does that mean? Kinim, zu paranos and shal tzadikim olam hazeh. So kinim means the misfortunes or the suffering of tzadikim in this world. Mechinu omer kino hi b'kolinu. The hega, what does hega mean? Zu matan schalan shal tzadikim masid lava. That refers to the rejoicing of the tzadikim in the world to come. Omer alai higayon b'chino. Dihi zoi paranusan shal yesham ma'asid lava. He refers to the suffering of the wicked in the world to come. Omer half is to be close over here the pasuk from Yecheskel. Chava al chava chava. Ad Sheba Zechariah ben Ido Boshe. So Zechariah ben Ido was the person who came along and explained this notion of the expansiveness of Torah. Siv, also here the pasuk from Yechezkel. Vayomer Elai Ma'atolo. So he said to me, what do you see? Vaomer, and I said, Ani Roa Megillah Afa. I see a floating scroll. Arka Esrim Ba'amal, Barach Ba'esra Ba'amal. Its length is 20 amos, its width is 10 amos. V'chipashat Tala, Habyalan Esrim Ba'esrim. And ultimately, again, when it was unfolded, it was Esrim Ba'esrim. It was 20 by 20. Uksiv, keeps Yubab Hamin Ba'achbar, and it says that it was written on the front and on the back. And if you were to peel back, so also it was written on the front and the back. So what it's saying, the imagery is, it was written on, if you were to peel apart the front and the back and place them side by side, how much would that be? Arba'in be'es, 40 amas by 20 amas. Siv, Mima dad b'sha'al omayim b'shamayim b'zeres kachim, Nimsa, Hala olam kula, Achos, Mishloshes alafim umasayim b'per. So we'll say, when you do all of the math, the Gemara says it turns out that the world is 1/30 to 100 of the size of the total. So we'll say, obviously, the metaphorical point, you are trying to think of this massive scroll that totally eclipses the size of the world. To highlight to us the dramatic expansiveness of Torah. Learning about Torah, we see that you could quantify Torah. Torah's text, Torah's Shabbat, Torah's Shabbat. So it's like Torah, remember how Chazal referred to Yam Shecham, right? Referred to the sea of the Gemara. The metaphor, the imagery, the spot, you stand on the banks of the ocean, you look at the ocean, it looks like the time chain that has no end. The idea that the depth and the quantity of Torah is so much that it even eclipses the size of the universe. That's the image that's highlighted here. From Chisda, Darish, Mari, Bar Marmai, B'Chsev, B'nei Shmei Ba'ita'inin, Mu'adzim L'Tneisham, was a actually, you might recall the passage from Yirmiyahu. So it says over here, B'nei Shmei Ba'ita'inin, Mu'adzim L'Tneisham, that there were two baskets of figs prepared before the Eichel Hashem. Agud ha'echad te'inim tovos. One of the baskets contained good figs, tovos mode. Kite'ini habacholos. Like the early figs. Plus, I just show you what's happening over here. If you have the Torah or the Gemara, you can see what the Gemara is actually doing over here is kind of splicing together two different pieces. Again, they're both from Yirmiyahu, Paracham, Dalet, Pasuk, Aleph, Sugin, Aleph, 2 days. But just taking different parts of it. So we'll say, so the image that Yirmiyahu is hiding over is really quite beautiful. Is two baskets of one basket is figs, tovos, ma'od, kite'ini habacholos on the base, ragud echad, and the second basket, ro'os ma'od. And that after lo se'achel not me'roah. That could not be eaten because they were so bad. So what's like, what are the two baskets of figs that present to you? Atovos, Elu Tzadikim Gemur. The figs, those represent Tzadikim Gemur. Tein Halo, bad figs. Elu Shun Gemur. Yeah, they'll put a Shun Gemur. A little bit of a tomorrow. The Shema Tomer. Maybe you'll say the basket of that represents. You're shutting the Shema Tomer about Sidram. Maybe you'll say there's no hope. There's no hope. There's no possibility of redemption. Father Shem, you want to have you done him? You must do the layout. We'll say it says that both of the baskets of figs give forth a beautiful aroma. We'll say even the figs which can't be consumed, even the figs which were bad, even if they're rotten, still give forth a beautiful aroma. Either the evil as you both baskets of figs have the ability to give forth a beautiful aroma. Was that power of that tomorrow? I just want to draw your attention to the Rothschild. See, the Gemara says over here that the basket of good fish Why doesn't this Russian over here like him and shutting? That's being so that Gimurim is shut in Gimurim. The Russian of Gimurim represents that person was a person to be a Russian, to be like a recreational, right? It's just a Russian on the weekend. But during the week I try to be good, or vice versa. The shut is Gimurim, man, like the Easy Sadiq, Easy Bal Shuva, that Rambam says. So the Russian Gomer representation of finality and totality. There's sometimes I have different aspects of my identity. Gomer means this is the totality of my identity. You know what the Gemara is saying? You might have thought that the Mishar in Gemara, Abad Sivam Ubato Sikuyam. You might have thought that a Russia Gomer, that's it. A Russia Gomer is down and out. There's only more to talk about a Russia Gomer. No, even the Russia Gomer, both say it's incredible. Even Russia Gomer, have you gotten enough to what incredible do now? Even if a person is a Russia Gomer, the beautiful scent of holiness is always there. The beautiful scent of ruchnius never goes away. Even when you're nice, even when you're identity is so fundamentally compromised, the scent of holiness never leaves. Incredible, incredible. You know the right thing. Alright, Shava. My say, Hadudaim Nasnu, what does it mean when it says that's a Hadudaim? First thing that's interesting, the first time we see Hadudaim is of course inspired by Raphael. So there is interesting that Hadudaim are translated as mandrakes. That's off of the English word of giving. Here in this context, it's interesting that it's actually translated as violence. Okay, so the Hadudaim Nasnu, the Hadudaim they gave their scent. Listen, yours is so beautiful. Elu Bakure Yisrael, Shalom Tamu Tanti. Okay, so the violet, the Hadudaim gave their scent. This refers to the young Jewish men who never tasted the taste of sin. Okay, so what is that coming from us? The Mashal says this is Dafko in the realm of Arise. The realm of Arise. You'll see it makes sense from the context. It's just a little bit as well, which is talking about young men who are careful to guard themselves from immorality. No person can say that never tasted the taste of sin. Everybody tastes the taste of sin. We all sin. But when I saw a person, especially a young person, when passions are strongest, who is careful to guard himself from immorality, that's what we got in the way. That ultimately, again, is the violence who emits such a beautiful sense. And the Al-Kisafin is called the garden, and at the entrance there are all types of beautiful food that. Elu B'nai Yisrael, this refers to Jewish women, Shemagidos Kisehen L'Ba'alei. So they literally held their openings to their husbands. So Rashi points out over here, this refers to Rashi. Actually, now we'll see. Rashi goes over that over here. So Agilos Kisehen L'Ba'alei means they tell their husbands and they become a Nida. That the wife tells the husband if she becomes a Nida, that a husband shouldn't reverse and transgress. What's the shot? You know what has to be? She'ogdos Kisehen L'Ba'alei. Literally, it closed the opening of the house. This idea means the virtuosity, the virtuousness of the Jewish woman, she maintains her allegiance and for her husband. Kadoshim Dan Yishan Dozi Tzahad. So what does it mean again? Literally, new and old. My beloved, I await you. I looked out for you. Homelessness is so. There's no responsible. This is so beautiful. So what I'm trying to point out this notion, by the way, we've seen so much in the last couple of decades regarding immorality and how persons, people conquer immorality. There's the greatest habit that a person has, and at the end of the day, describe that a weak person who's able to overcome the most innate wants and desires. So point out this idea of the Gemara says that he's gotten enough to react. So what does it mean that the young person, right, we're all young, the young person is able to resist morality? There's he's done nothing to that, but violence gives up with scent. So listen, the concept of scent doesn't mean that your scent is beautiful. If you overcome immorality, scent is something that just exists by itself. You don't do anything for scent. It's just a part of your being. Something like a beautiful being. Scent is just a part of their gestalt. It's a part of what they are. the idea being, because I was saying that when I'm able to overcome the desire for immorality, it's not just the fact that I become a holy, it fundamentally changes who I am. I emit a different scent. I smell different. I am different. There are certain things that I do that give me greater kedusha, that give me greater holiness, things that I do that just fundamentally I emit the reach Torah. I emit a pleasing aroma. So if I muster up the inner courage to be able to overcome the pull towards immorality, it's not just the shot that I'm holy, that I'm good, that I'm pleasant. My aroma is different. It's an incredible idea. I emit a different scent. So powerful. Oh, can I say so? Okay, so Claudio says emotional. This is how beautiful this is. How big is גזרתי על עצמי, לא עושה ממה שגזרת עליי בקיימתי. So Claudio says ברוך הוא. Something is no, Ribono Shel Olam. You made many laws. You've given me many laws. But I have legislated upon myself even more laws than you've given me. And I kept all of them. That's Claudio says because you made me many mitzvahs. I've taken on even more mitzvahs and I kept everything. I'm going to fix all of it. I bought on job as Kamisaja, I got it at Hanei. The pizza one said to one of the Talmidim coming days measures, who was raising a garret in his presence, have you ever heard a drasha on this passage, Hadoshim Gam Mishanim? What does it mean? It says the new things and also the old things. Amarle, Eilu Mitzvahs Kalus, Eilu Mitzvahs Kamulis. So the Talmud Chacham said him, which refers to the even mitzvahs and the difficult mitzvahs. Amarle, the Torah Kahanayim Kahanayim Mishnah, Kahanayim, those Torah given multiple times that it would say Hadoshim Gam Mishanim, which makes it sound like things that were given earlier, things that were given later. And Merkala, Halal and Torah, Halal and I think I would say the concept is Hadoshim Gam Mishanim, because Mishanim refers to ultimately Divrei Torah. Mishanim, the old halachas, refers to the halachas that Ribono Shel Olam gave us. But Hadoshim refers to the new halachas that you need to be at Bono and Yeshiva. Look at Rashi, Divrei Torah, he says, it's the third version of Rashi. Kadoshim sheniskanchu b'chodar v'adar migdar yeder b'siyad. Each generation legislates new laws for what purpose? For the purpose of creating a protective fence around it. So beautiful. Rothschild reminds us the Yosef name of the meaning is also swallowed. Say, what's the meaning of the passage in Koheles? When it says, and even more than these things, my son, be careful. Asos Sfarim are they? Literally, what it sounds like it means is make many Sfarim. What does it mean? It means Desire to be a solving Yosef to give a Torah. Was saying, my son, be even more careful to give a solving. With rabbinic law than with Divrei Torah. Divrei Torah, the Torah is comprised of positive commandments and prohibitions. Divrei Torah, when it comes to the word of Chazal, over, I'll give a Torah from Chayim. Everybody Divrei Torah will say, what is saying? Take a look at Rashi. See the little Saturday. So Rashi says, Yesh Bohem She'im Bohem Chiyuv Nisa. About Divrei Torah Chayavim Nisa Al-Kuman Kibutzid U'Torei Yeder Yishachem L'Nefesh. There was a quote of the Apostle from Koheles that says, he who keeps his offense shall be bitten by the snake. There was even though this kind of sounds counterintuitive. Right, one would need to be more careful with the Raisas because they're given by the Ribono Shel Olam and not the Rabbi. Yet, Shlomo says, he who reaches the rabbinic fence will be bitten by a snake. Which means that in certain respects, rabbinic law is dealt with more severely than biblical law. What's the idea? The idea is that rabbinic law is the glue that keeps us together. The rabbis of every generation, or not every generation, every generation, don't legislate new laws because of time, because of the circumstances. So now it's the unity that keeps that fabric of equality together. And if you don't go ahead and adhere to the people don't adhere to the Dinei D'Rabbanan. Because although the Daraisis may still be in fact the Samir Nara Shachat Shalom, so the Sabbath of Shalom Shalom. That's why reasonably enough that there's sometimes greater severity attached to Dinei D'Rabbanan than there are to Dinei Daraisis. Hashem Adonai, in Yesh Ban Manish, or maybe you'll say 1 second, if the Dinei D'Rabbanan are so important, then why couldn't that be part of just right reading the Torah? And we'll say this thought crosses everyone's mind at some point. Hey, if the rabbis, if Chazal are really right, then why couldn't that be part of just reading it? There's Amakra, Asos, Svarim, Harbeit things. Because those at a certain point in time, you can keep writing Svarim and keep writing many Svarim, so there will be no. That Torah continues to evolve and Torah continues to go on. It would have been impossible to commit everything to writing in one sefer, and therefore HaKadosh Baruch Hu had to be mechalik between a Torah Shabbat and a Torah Shabbat, between Dinei D'Oraisa and Dinei D'Rabbanan. The law of Harbei Yedias Basar, that was literally translated with this is much study causes weariness or tiredness of the flesh. It teaches us that what? Anyone who disparages within the law will literally be judged in boiling excrement in Olam Haba. That's it. The idea of being, you see it in the Gemara putting over here. She was saying it's easy to go ahead and say the rabbis are just adding on a layer of halacha but not necessary. I'll keep the Doraisas. That's all I need. So you see Chazal coming along and saying there is no Yiddishkeit without the D'Rabbanan. There is no way of life without the D'Rabbanan. The whole point of the D'Rabbanan is the D'Rabbanan teach us how to take the Doraisas, make them applicable and sustainable in the real world. So when you see something like this, that if you go and disparage the D'Rabbanan, you're going to burn and boil excrement in Gehenna. It's obviously a bit hyperbolic, but it's the idea. As I'm telling us, there is no life without the D'Rabbanan. And once we see this, any time we try to kill away the D'Rabbanan from Jewish life, only a matter of time. It may take years or it may take a few generations. But at the end of the day, you absolutely lose your way. Maskef Rabbi said Lahad. Does it say Lahad, disparage? Lahad. Meant Lahad. We'll say, now, the way the Gemara was kind of interpreting the passage was Lahad. The Gemara darshaned it as Lahad, which means to disparage. The Gemara doesn't say Lahad with an eye in disparage. It means Lahad with a which means to learn. Ella, was here to serve you. Right? What it means is, whoever engages in the study of Torah, specifically the studies of D'Rabbanan, like the studies of Gemara, it's like you taste meat. What type of shock is that? That if you study Gemara, you study D'Rabbanan, so it's like you have your taste meat, and the others are something beautiful. This is just like when you eat meat. How do you feel after a good steak? How do you feel after a good steak? Satisfied. We'll say, how do you feel after a good black Gemara? Satisfied. You know what I'm saying? There are certain things in life, which give you a certain level of satisfaction. So the truth is, in a national level, a good meal, a good steak, you feel good after it. It's like the world is good. It's like, we'll say, if you have a good steak, it's amazing. A good steak and a glass of wine, and the cherries on over here. Right, but it's serious, but right, a good gaze and a good glass of wine, I was saying. So again, the universe is in equilibrium, right? Life is perfect. The only thing I'm missing in that moment is the Mashiach. I'm making it perfect with all the time. Right? So let's say, in all seriousness, where else do you replicate that? When do you have a feeling in life that like the world is good? The world is good and everything is perfect. After a good glass of wine. Like the rest of you have a doc like this. You have a doc like this. You're gonna walk out. And there's going to be like a wave of satisfaction that sweeps over you when you have Torah like this. That's the Gemara says. Rabbi, Yigiyos Basa. When you learn a lot, when you learn a good piece of Torah, not much like Yigiyos Basa. It's just like having a good steak. It's just like a good satisfaction. It's just like a satisfaction of a good meal. So beautiful. Let's say, listen to this incredible story. Incredible story. Nice of Rabbi Akiva. Sheikh Hamushi says, we'll say, such a dramatic story. There was a Rabbi Akiva was incarcerated in jail. But then, Yada again, right? So we'll say, when was Rabbi Akiva in jail? This was the end of his life. This was, Rabbi Akiva dies a brutal death at the hands of the Romans. His flesh is stripped from his body. This is the story. This is the story. In fact, it was like, I'll send it out on the website. Has an overwhelming insight. I'll fill the higher of Yeshua Hagarsi, Yesharso, Yeshua Hagarsi was his attendant, was like his shamus, was taking care of him. And I was like, what is Garsi? I was like, this is Rashi. Rashi says Garsi is Shem Muffin. It's the name of his place. That's where he lived. That's where he lived. Otherwise, Rashi says, I was like, this is incredible. Lishnachina Shen Tokin Grisim. It doesn't reach him. He used to go ahead and grind lentils. What's that? I just want to point something out. I don't think it is. To me, one of the most incredible things you find in the Gemara is you find these incredible Shavutim who had jobs. They had jobs. Not only did they have jobs that were the blood, but they were laborers. Like there was a guy who ground up lentils. Say sometimes in life we think that the fact that I have to work for a living hatters me from becoming a tzaddik. It exempts me from becoming a Tam Chacham. Listen, to become a Tam Chacham or a tzaddik, that's the purview of like people who get to live their lives being close to his own. I had to go out to work. So if I had to go out to work, I could be a good balabas. Like that's like the ceiling for me. That's true. Everybody has the capacity to be a tzaddik, and everybody has the capacity to be a tzaddik. Everybody has the capacity to be the greatest of the great. So you still hear who's the Mishayis of Rabbi Akiva? Yishma Garsi, the guy who used to go a man who used to go ahead and grind lentils. That was his occupation. But despite the fact that he went to work every day grinding lentils, he still became a donor. Watch this. Every day, he would bring in Rabbi Akiva, he would bring Rabbi Akiva water. Now, Mayim Benita, I will say means as follows. He would bring Rabbi Akiva enough water for the U.S. and for drinking. But if you don't have water, what happens? Yom Echad Masusha Beis Asuri. So say one day Rabbi Shulgarsi is coming into the jail with water, and the guard sees him coming in. Amarlo, Hayom Meimecha Merubin. So the guard gets suspicious of Shulgarsi. Today it looks like you're bringing in a lot more water. Shema Lachta Beisun Akhar Sarah. So he's suspecting that what you're trying to do. He was trying to help Rabbi Akiva dig a tunnel, right? Because how do you dig a tunnel? Right, the ground loosens up here. So the guard suspected Rabbi Shulgarsi of bringing in more water. So as the digger don't help Rabbi Akiva escape. So what did he do? Shafach Chatzam. The guard still had the water in the bucket. The Yeshua guys comes from Rabbi Akiva. Thinks about Rabbi Akiva. Amarlo, Yeshua, in Atal Yodea Bezakim, only the time to ruin the Payekov. So the Akiva sees the bucket, and the bucket is half full. Akiva always have a bucket half full. But he said that Lamaisa, Yeshua, you know that I'm totally dependent on you. This water is my water for it's my water for drinking. Now there's only half a bucket. So Yeshua guys, he told Rabbi Akiva the whole story. So he said, okay, I'll use the water for hand washing. There's barely enough water in there for you to drink. You think there's enough water in there for you to drink, because that's also the Shagas who's bringing out the Akiva. Please don't mix less of dying today. Please just drink the water to drink. Let's not point out that then Yahya points out that the way that the Akiva was murdered is that every day the Romans would kill off some of his skills. It didn't all happen at once. Every day they posted in a little bit. Every day. So it's key. Not just that you shut down to please. Don't worry about the He's just they're torturing you in such unspeakable ways every single day. Just drink the water. Amarlo, Ma'asan, Shechayavin Alein Misa. Rabbi Akiva said, what should I do? What should I do? At the end of the day, to not wash my hands is a Chiyat Misa. Mutal, I don't want to say, what does it mean it's a Chiyat Misa? Obviously, it's not literal, it's a Chiyat Misa. But Rabbi Akiva was saying, what do you say? Holy Kedesh, Hanunafash, he who reaches the fence should be bitten by a snake. In order to rabbinic law, has to be treated with such incredible severity. Mutal, almost Misas Tzmi, although ever al Dasadim. Rabbi Akiva said, better for me to kill myself. Now, what he meant is, better for me that I shouldn't have something to drink. I shouldn't have something to drink than to have to shalom violate halachos of my friend. This is terrible. Amar, lo tam kum, achihedi lo nayim, bin not lo yadam. So Rabbi Akiva refused to eat anything until he had sufficient, so he was able to bring in more water, and he was able to go ahead and drink the Shamu Chachamim B'davar. When the Chachamim heard this direct, so listen, he made this claim that Rabbi Akiva is literally tortured every single day by the Romans. Yet he won't go a day without Messiah. You know, the Bible never comments on this again. He says, you know, the moral of this story is not that you have to give your life for Messiah. And that's not the moral of the story. The moral of the story is that we are here because ultimately we always need incredible overwhelming fidelity to even the smallest details of the because it's not the goal that's in the details. It's that we've almost said all that's in the details. So we're only here because of the Sirah. Because of the Sirah. This is not modeling for us a halakha and nice. That's not what it's doing for us. What it's modeling for us, I will say, those of us who Baruch Hashem privileged not to live in these, that the Akiva was willing to give his life to the Tzilas Adayim under dire circumstances. How careful we have to be with the details. When Baruch Hashem were not, when they heard this, like Hashem come the double honor. This is how Rabbi Akiva acted when he was old. He was imagine when he was young. And this is how Rabbi Akiva conducted himself when he was in jail. And he was maybe, can you imagine how he lived his life when he was free? So incredible. I'm Rabbi Yehuda Mishal wasn't still alive. I'm going to read this called the Shasha Tikkun Shlomo Eredim and Tzilas Adayim. The Shlomo instituted Eredim and Tzilas Adayim. I will say, if you look at Rashi, Rashi says something like Shlomo instituted Erudei Chaseros. Regards of Shalom Lahotzi L'Rishos HaYachol L'Rishos HaYachol Chadeo, Lasso Siyad Barachata L'Isur Torah, Shelo Yovo L'Hachem L'Shrav L'Rishos HaYachol. So it's like Shlomo HaMelech was the person who instituted the concept of Eruv Chatzos. Remember, Midoraisa, the only thing you can't do is to go from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah or Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah, and to go from one private domain to another private domain is biblically permitted. Shlomo came along and said, no, you can't even carry from one Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah without some type of Eruv Chatzos. That's what it means. Shlomo Eruv, also instituting Tzilas Adayim. I will say, Shlomo instituting Tzilas Adayim for the consumption of kudshim. Shlomo said that you cannot eat anything consecrated without washing your hands. That later on evolved to washing your hands for bread. Shlomo was the first one to institute that you have to wash your hands before you partake of kudshim. Yotze Sabasko, the Amros Sabasko came out and said to me, in Chacham Libecha Yismach Libi. My son, if your heart is wise, my heart will rejoice down with me as well. But Omer, Chacham B'ni B'samach Libi, V'ashivi's heart feeds love. So let's just do one more line and we'll stop. Dora Shrava Maid Sid L'Chadol G'Mitzi HaSada, Nalina B'Kfarim Nashkima L'Kfarim, Nira in Haracha HaGefen, Pasach HaSmadar, Inatsu Harimomim, Sham Etin as Dodi, Sham Eta as Dodi. So what's this? What does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? Come, we'll just interpret each part of the pasuk. Come, my beloved, let's go out into the field. So we'll say, so remember again, this pasuk is from Shir Hashirim. So we'll say, Shir Hashirim. What makes Shir Hashirim sometimes a little bit complicated is it's not clear who is the man and who is the woman. You know, in Israelite, sometimes it's called sometimes female personalities. What does it mean when it says, "L'chadol dinisa"? So I just come out the level that's going to the field. Omra knesset so not going to follow. Probably so says to Hashem, "Moshe Olom, out dineni kiyoshi krafim. Do not judge us like those who dwell in the cities." Sheishman Gezel Ra'arayis Shwasha Shwasha. So what's in the cities is where you have all of the vices. Right? All of the vices exist in the city. There's theft, there's immorality, there's false oath, Shwasha, vain oath. Rather, so don't think of us like city dwellers. Neitze Hasoda. Come out into the fields. And what will you see in the fields? You will see ultimately who learn Torah even in the midst of things. So again, so we're not like those who dwell in the cities, who engage in all type of terrible and immoral things, but rather come with us into the fields. We'll show you how we are. I'll show you. We learn Torah even when things are difficult. Let us sleep in the villages. I'll take you to Bikfarim, Ella Bikofrim. Go ve'erecha. Come back on the Shbarach, and I'll show you also Shishpatam Tova in Kafrubucha. There are so many people upon whom you shower so much good, and yet they go ahead and fundamentally don't believe in you. But us, well, we believe in you at this point. Yashkuma the Kramen, go ahead and wake up early in the vineyards. What does that refer to? Come to the shuls, come to the Batei Medrash. See if the Geffen is divines have sprouted Ilu Ba'alim Nikla. So what's that? The Geffen refers to those who master Chumash. Pasach HaSmadar, the Smadar which represents each further stage of maturation. Those are Ba'ali Mishnah. Enotzu Harimonium have the pomegranate sprouted. Elu Ba'ali Gemara. That refers to those who master Gemara. Sham Efen Es Godi. Leif Erich Godi. Shava Bana Ibn Osai. Ribana Shalom, you want to see again, Leif Erech Godi, you want to see my greatest covered? I'll show you my sons and my daughters. Because it was like the greatest things we produce in life are not ourselves. The greatest testament to our fidelity and allegiance to HaKadosh Baruch Hu and Torah is not the personalities we build, but ultimately again the church we build. Alright, we'll say top of here. We're not finished. Just 2 more minutes. We'll be calling down to the keys and tomorrow's down.
Because stand-up specials are killing us slowly.
All right, so we'll stay on Zoom. Everyone have a wonderful day.
So I think you guys probably, the people that are interested in Patreon, probably want to hear us talk more than just watching Nate Jackson talk about. I don't even remember what he said before. But anyways, that's not why they're here, right? No. They're here to watch Tim if you're here.
Ahead of us today, I want to begin by thanking our sponsors, to thank Ed and Faith Wolf for being our Talmud sponsors for the month of Elul, in memory of beloved father, grandfather, and great-grandfather Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Ben Tzvi Hirsch, Zichron Levracha. We thank our Week of Learning sponsor, Joe and Dahlia Berry, in honor of their 43rd anniversary, Baruch Hashem, and their successful Aliyah 3.5 years ago. We also thank Howard and Aileen Friedman for dedicating the shir this morning in memory of Howard's father, Shalom Ben Hillel Tzvi. We hope that in America, our Talmud Torah, all the Shem Rabbi, and the families in the family. And with that, let us begin. So beautiful God ahead of us today. Today's Daf is Chaf 21, and we are picking up the narration on the bottom of Chaf on the base. And we are picking up at last 3 lines, the last 2 lines of the Daf. I'm going to read Yitzchak Bar Ada. So Yitzchak Bar Ada says as follows. What's an incredible Gemara. So just to first close out, but to fine-tune a little bit of the halachos of Hasidilos. Remember again, as you can see at the beginning of the second paragraph, so Chazal is included incredible leniency regarding drawing water on Shabbat. So although the well itself is technically speaking categorized as a reciprocal, as it has the requisite dimensions of 10 tefach in deep, 4 tefach in wide, and with dealing with wells which are situated in Rosh Hashanah, as such, drawing water on Shabbos would constitute the security. So Chazal instituted this concept of the Pasuk Robes, or the Diyu Magis. These outshaped as 4 corners. So you can convert the area around the well into a Rosh Hashanah. Even under normal circumstances, such an enclosure, such walls would not really be allowed significance. This was a special kula. We'll see in today's daf why such a kula was in fact necessary. Focus on that we just do
And
over
also,
the
leave a comment
now,
below
focus
if
on
you were
Rabbi
with your
Yehuda
family
as
watching
to
this
how
video.
much space you can have in between the Yumadi. Is it 10 amas? Is it 13.5 amas? So the Gemara goes on to clarify this a little bit more. Rabbi Yisrael Ba'ada, listen, this is incredible. But which of us goes, the only regalim doba. So it comes on Rabbi Yisrael, and it says, by the way, why did Chazal institute this particular kuba? So Rabbi Yisrael says they only allowed it for the only regalim. So we'll see what it means. So the pashtus, what it means is as follows: that a person has to be older, but Pesach, Shavuos, and Sukkot. And so again, as you're traveling up, you require water. The person's going to be traveling over the course of Shabbos. So Rabbi Yisrael makes it sound like that in order to make life a little bit easier for the older regalim, they allow you to enclose a well with this inferior enclosure. The Gemara says, but one second. Elsewhere, again, the Raisa seems to indicate that the reason for Kula was not for individuals, but in fact was for animals. So which one is it? Is it for the Oli Megalim, or is it for animals? Which is not a stila. My behema, behemas Oli Megalim. What does it mean when it says that Chazal instituted Pasei Biraos for behemas? It means for the animals of the Oli Megalim. Look at the last Rashi on the daf. Behemas Oli Megalim. אבל אדם אפילו אומי רגלם לא בutcher לבוש ולשתוס, שיכול להיכנס לפנים ולשתוס. We'll see in just a moment. But again, what the Gemara is holding right now, we'll say is as follows. When you come to the older regal, so the pashtus is not just you, but you're coming along with your mishpacha, but you're also coming along with your livestock. Watering livestock, especially as you're traveling, is no small order. Therefore, Chazal is going to be potential incredible hardship for the regal to water his flock. Therefore, to make life a little bit easier, Chazal relaxed the standards for regular business and allowed you to enclose a well so as to be able to water your animals on Shabbos. So this is a special takana made for the behemoths of only regalim. The Gemara will say, watch this. Aval Adam, but amazingly enough, this kula was not made for people. This kula was not made for people. Because what should people do? This is wild. Aval Adam, top of Chafali. Aval Adam, mitapes, va'ola, mitapes here. The most is another eitzah for a person. What's the other eitzah for a person? Just go into the well. Just go into the well. Right? You could go ahead and lower yourself in the well, and you could drink from the well. So now, again, obviously, if you go into the well, then of course there's no issue. There's no issue of any kind of rishuyos. Yeah. There's no issue of any kind of transfer of rishuyos because you're going into the well. So look at Rashi. This is really wild. Half of Kafalif. Mitates, Ochis biyad Raglo, Kixalim, Benichnas, Yotzi Mitates. Listen to it. So what is the emergency? What should you do if you want to drink water from the well? What do? You lower yourself into the well. And by the way, how do you lower yourself into the well? You go ahead and you just climb down the well. Right? You put your arms and your legs by the side of the well, go down and drink, come back up. Listen, this is incredible. So the Gemara saying over here that the header for Pasei Biraos, header for the London, was for the animals. For the animals. But people, you don't need to rely on a kula like this. But rather, again, you can actually go into the well itself and drink. So the Gemara says, Vam Rabbi Yitzhak, Vam Rabbi Yehuda Mashmol, V'huchu Pasei Biraos, Elo Ve'emayim Chayim Bilvad. But one second. Says the Gemara, so Rabbi Yehuda said in Mashmol that the heter of Pasei Biraos was only for a spring, a well that's a spring. That's a be'er mayim chayim. As opposed to let's say just a cistern or something that just holds collected waters. But if you want to tell me that the heter of Pasei Biraos is only for animals and not for people, mali chayim, mali misnimasim. What does it make a difference? What type of water it is? Again, I understand that the airline, if you're telling me that it has to be the airline kind, the heter Pasei Biraos is for people, because then that's potable water, that's drinkable water. But when I say it's for animals, what does it make a difference what type of water source it is? To which the Gemara says, you require something ultimately that is suitable for a person. That is suitable for a person. So the idea being that although the hefter Hasidiros was only for animals, nevertheless it only worked for a more chashuv water source. What's the definition of a chashuv water source? The type of water source that would be used by people as well. So the Gemara says, about other metapes, v'ola metapes v'yorei. So what says we just said that the hefter of Hasidiros was only for behemoths, but for people, if you need water, go into the well. The Gemara says, "Are you recovered?" But what if the well was made so that a person couldn't successfully navigate in and out of the well? Then how you recovered? If the well is too wide so that a person can't get in and out of it, then a person could go and use the hefter for Hasidiros as well. Furthermore, below Yimale Adam Nayi, a person should not go and fill up water and place it before his animal on Shabbos. But if you're utilizing the Hasidiros, you should not go ahead and fill up a container and put it in front of you. The show fit with Nedahem, which you can fill up on a Shabbos. You can pour it in front of the animal. The show is and ultimately the animal could drink on its own. If that's the case, then how does the Takala Hasidiros help? The malos man. What do you mean? How did it help? It helps to draw water from the well. But I will say, if that's the case, then again, why does Chazal have to create a minimum size of the enclosure enough for the head of the majority of the body of the parah? We'll say this just yesterday. That Rabbi, the evils we're talking about a trough that is standing in the Sarabim, Kavoa Asara, 10 fucking high, the Rothschild Nichnas, the Din HaPasim. So we'll say, so again, that's the continuation, that's just the restating of yesterday's discussion. So we'll say, what comes out of here is something very important. So what comes out of this sugya is the Gemara telling us that the din of Hasidiros was dafka instituted for behemoths only regard. But ideally, Hasidiros is not used for people. If you want to drink from the well, go into the well. Go into the well. Go into the well. However, you must indicate that if the well is too wide, but you can't navigate inside of the well, one could go ahead and utilize the well. One could go ahead and draw water for their own drinking purposes from Hasidiros. And I will say this is indeed how the Rambam teaches. So the Rambam says, this is what Shabbos has for Zion. Halacha Lamed. Actually, also see. Fine. The truth is, we'll leave this Rambam. Let's just do the next few lines. There's going to be a little more halacha because Rambam groups it all together. So listen to this. So the Gemara goes right there. The Gemara says, I'm going to be reading about Amaras. Listen, so just keep this in mind. Number one, we've seen that Hasidiros is primarily for animals. People, if they want to drink from the well, should go into the well, drink water from inside the well. But yet it seems to be that even a person could use the hefter of Hasidiros if the well is too wide so that a person can't scale down the well. Okay, it's interesting. You see from here again, sometimes tools are good, but sometimes a person should try to avoid using tools. The use of a tula is important under extreme circumstances, but sometimes the use of too many tulas too often is sometimes fundamentally undermine and erode a person's allegiance to the relative halacha. If you think about it, what a crazy thing. I want to drink of water on Shabbos in the well, so I'm going to scale a well. Well, so can you imagine if you ever heard of such a thing? Please don't do this kind of stuff. Have you ever heard of something like this? I'm going to scale the well. But you see over here that, again, if I need to use the kula, I'll use the kula. But if there's always not to use the kula, better not use the kula. Not because the golden light is to be not here. But the golden light is to create a sensitivity and development of allegiance to halacha. And sometimes, again, the use of too many kulas too often undermines that relationship. So I'll say two more pieces or two more qualifications. I'm going to be about Abba Amara. This is fascinating. So this will be fascinating. There's no deal of gorging. So what's bargaining? Look at Rashi. Second of the shorter lines in Rashi. In bargaining the Baba the waterfront. The Amar the case in the Irish also should be smelled a little bit later on. In how you bargaining, it's the yourself. Ayin Amar Bishirayin. Mis'adin Imo Umodidin Shema Yemisham Ula Halon. So the Gemara says, listen to this. Now we know there's a lot of Chum. Chum says that you have 2,000 amis from the edge of the city. So 2,000 amis from the edge of habitation, in which you have the adultery troubles. Remember again, Chum is not a din in carrying, it's not a din in Rothschild. This is a din in traveling, mobility. So you have 2,000 amis from the edge of the city in which you are situated to travel on Shabbos. However, the din of bargaining says like this. If there is some type of basic domicile, even a hut, within 70 and 2/3 amis of the edge of the city, you measure the tchum not from the edge of the city, but from the hut. So essentially, even a basic domicile, like a hut, within 70 and 2/3 amis of the edge of the city, allows you to count the tchum not from the edge of the primary city, but from the hut. That's bargaining. What is a bargaining? Sukkos, Sha'os, and Shomri Hadiyot. So it's a sukkah, it's a hut that the watchman would often go ahead and set up. Re'ino Davar Kavua. Listen, that the Kiddush over here is that this hut, as we're going to see, was something that was not really set in place. It was easily transportable. So I even though again, it's not really like what we call like a big kavua. It's not the exact structure. Nevertheless, halacha l'maisa, it still extends the tchum. So the Gemara says, "V'kamar b'yami adahana forginin in babavel, k'lomar ve'im mis'arvin shama'ir de'bebavel ika bitki b'mayo, b'shartilu helcha chocha shemid." We'll see that definition in just a moment. We'll see here's what Rabbi is saying. Number one, the din of bargaining does not apply in Babel, which means that in Babel, if you have a city, the tchum of that city is measured from the edge of the city, and even if you have a hut within 70 and 2/3 amas of the edge of the city, the tchum is not measured by the hut, but the tchum is measured by the edge of the city. Below, pasibi ra'os b'chutzlaretz. And I will say furthermore, there's no din of pasibi ra'os in chutzlaretz. It's really fascinating. The din of pasibi of the diyumadim is only in Eretz Yisrael, not in chutzlaretz. So what's the logic?
So I texted him.
Bargaining Babalo, we'll say, why does the din of bargaining not apply in Babel? The Shlichi Bitki, because Babel, interestingly enough, apparently is subject to flooding, flash flooding. So because of that, bargaining will often wash away. So because it's not dependable or it's not reliable that the bargaining is going to be there, therefore it cannot work to go ahead and extend this. So we'll say, look at Rashi for just a moment. This is really pretty incredible. So Rashi is the end of that Rashi. He says, Babel to shut you. Babel was subject to flash flooding, and therefore halacha l'maisa you can't rely that the bargaining is going to be there. Therefore, the din of bargaining doesn't apply. However, below pasi diros. This is incredible. Why does the din of pasi diros not apply to guards? Because literally there are no yeshivas there. Now what does that mean? Look at Rashi. This is really quite amazing. Leo's Kamidim Holkin Medir Lilmod Torah. So what's the thing that's we didn't really have Talmidei Chacham going city to city to learn. Pasi diros, or Hoshe Elam, or the Omer Regalim, or Yosef Bahem, Shahokim the Divine. This is incredible. The din of Pasi diros was a din that allowed you to draw water for your livestock and it's under certain circumstances for you when you were engaged in the Divine Mitzvah, like in a mitzvah journey. So the paradigmatic example of being engaged in Divine Mitzvah was only regardless. If the idea was any time you were traveling over the course of Shabbos with Sorah and Mitzvah, Chazal allowed you to use these possibly rows. So interestingly enough, in Chutzlaretz, the most I want to point something out, Chutzlaretz is outside of Eretz Yisrael and Babel. Interestingly enough, the different types of Babel were not called Chutzlaretz. You see that because Babel is reckoned separately over here, which makes sense. Because in Babel there were yeshivas. So in Eretz Yisrael and in Babel, where you could potentially be traveling over the course of Shabbos for divine mitzvah, Jews possibly rose outside of Eretz Yisrael and Babel, where there were no yeshivas, you were not committed to use possibly. It's really incredible. About Itzcha Avinu. That was but the opposite, of course, the opposite is true. In other words, that halacha l'maisa, there are possibilities in Babel, and the din of bargaining applies in Portugal. Because it was like essentially the din of bargaining will apply anywhere as long as there's no concern of flash flood. And the din of possibilities will apply either in Eretz Yisrael because of Aliyah L'Regel, or anywhere where you travel to yeshivas. So the Gemara says, others explain, so others have a different version of this. That both the din of bargaining and possibilities do not apply neither in Babel nor in Chutzpah. Bargaining the Babel law, which we said before, bargaining don't apply in Babel law because of flash fire. The Chutzpah Nami law is Shrihi Ganavi. This is fascinating. The din of bargaining doesn't apply in Chutzpah either line because the thieves, these still be touched. They would still be touched. As actually said before, since they were not Chavua, they were out fixed to the ground, so they were stolen. So because it's stolen, obviously you can't rely on the bargaining to be there. So the Gemara says, possibilities to Babalo, this is Maya. So again, these possibilities, that country was not allowed in Babel. Why? Because apparently water was an easy supply in Babel. So remember again, the din of possibilities is a din in Eretz Yisrael, says the Gemara, because water is harder to come by. But in Babel, where water was easy to come by, there was no need to rely on his kulas. Also, there was no din of possibilities because since they weren't yeshivas, therefore halacha l'maisa possibilities was only instituted in the situation of divine mitzvah, and there was no real traveling for divine mitzvah close guards. Amr Krista my great rabbi, the great rabbi Yamar Amr Asisu mi Barnash lebe Knishta Bidamio, the Hava Plasa Parsi Bishab. The Gemara tells a story. So Krista said to Mari Great Rabuna, great Rabbi Yamar Abba. He said to him, I heard that you went from Barnash to the shul of Daniel. You traveled from Barnash to the shul of Daniel. And that is a distance, Rashi says over here, Shamati, Sha'omim Aleichem, Sha'atem Bo'im Barnish, Lebei Knishta Didariel, B'Shabbos, Makom Hayab Babel, Shasham Hayam Mispalo Daniel, the Chavim seasonally be lucky. So this is so apparently there was a shul that was one of the shul of Daniel. So you have a Krista telling Mari, I heard that you traveled on Shabbos from Barnish to the shul of Daniel. And the problem is, that is a distance, the Habu, Lasa Parsi B'Shabsa. That's a distance of 3 parsols, more than Tchum. Amai Sham Pisu Aborgini. So what did you allow? What did you rely on to travel such a far distance more than the regular Tchum Shabbos? Aborgini, did you rely on the presence of hearts to extend your Tchum? Ha'amar Abuah. Like your father, the father of your father, like your grandfather, said the name of Rav, ain't boarding in the Babel. That there's no dinner boarding in Babel, right? Again, because of flash flooding. So how did you travel such a far distance on Shabbos? Nothing. Samar went out, he showed the Krista, the Achvile Hanum Safta to Midwan Shivim Bishilai. Because he went out and he showed him that apparently, right outside of Barnish, within 70 and 2/3 amas of the edge of the city of Barnish, there were these ruins. There were these ruins that were there, but the walls of the ruins were still intact. So because the walls were still intact, they were bona fide nefisas. Because they're bona fide nefisas, they extended the tomb of the city, allowing Mar to travel from Barnish all the way to the shul of Dunya. Take a look at Rashi, which is the moment. Rashi says, Sarta Ayaros Karibos, Arosham Mechitzas Habati, Vamiran Santarkit and Arvin, Nafashal Nipata, Dahanutas. It wasn't shown in the ruins, but despite the fact that there were ruins, the walls of those ruins were still intact. and allowed the tongue of the city to be extended past the wall. And that's how he was able to travel to the shul of Beniah. So we'll say so that's the end. Now we're going to get into some beautiful narrative. But before that, let me show you the Rambam. So the Rambam in Parachav Zayin Hilchot Shabbos says as such. We're going to say a lot of fascinating ideas over here. Number one, when we're passing the rows, who were passing the rows instituted for? Number two, where were they instituted for? Because the Gemara seems to indicate over here that this is a din dafka in Eretz Yisrael and maybe Bavel. And so look at the Rambam writes as follows. This is how it gives Zayin. Chapter 17, Rambam Halacha Lamed. Mozikiu hapasim ha'ilo elo Eretz Yisrael ulebehimas oli redolim bilo. So what's like the Rambam Chief Haskins that the din of pasim ilos is dafka in Eretz Yisrael. This was only instituted in Eretz Yisrael and only instituted for the animals of the Oli Redolim. But who sheyiyeh be'er mayim chayim shel Rabbi. And I will say so again, three qualifications. Number one, only the Eretz Yisrael. Number two, only for the animals of Oli Redolim, the Bar Mitzvah. And number three, only a be'er mayim chayim. A well, that's a wellspring, because that's a more question water source. Avo, Shar Aratos, I will say again, see anywhere else outside of Eretz Yisrael, if you want to drink water on Shabbos, and you want to give your animals on Shabbos, what's the halacha? The Gemara says the Shar Aratos, Adam Yored and the Be'er, the Yishter, O Yasin, the Yishter, Ketef, the Be'er, Gavor, and start talking, the Yamod, the Sofa, the Yidla, the Yishter. Any other circumstance outside of Eretz Yisrael or anything else, if you want to draw water on Shabbos, if you draw water on Shabbos, you just have to what? Make regular basis. You have to make a regular partition. In Haya Ha'Be'er Rakav Harbei, but if the well was very wide, She'in Adam Yakov Leirei Lo Harei Yidla Yishta Be'Akas. So what the Rambam does ask him that halacha l'maisa, if the well is too wide, so that the person can't go down and get it, you could rely on possibly more. So what's the halacha l'maisa the Rambam asking? That the din number one, din of only applies in Eretz Yisrael. Number two, only applies for behemoths, only the not for a person. Unless, of course, the well is too wide that you can't scale it. Under those circumstances, you can rely on the possibility road to draw water for personal consumption. Right? That goes on with a couple of other fascinating ideas, but that's enough for our purposes today. Good, let's go back. So it's a beautiful Gemara ahead of us. So the Gemara says as follows. Amr Chista, Dorish Mari Bar Amar. So it says, so Mari Bar Amar Darshan the following. So what's the meaning of the pasuk? Literally, again, it's for every goal, for every goal, for every conclusion. I've seen an end. But your mitzvos are very expensive. So we'll say the precious. But David HaMelech is saying like this. Everything else in the world is finite. Everything else in the world is finite. The mitzvahs like the Torah is infinite. So David is on David HaMelech. So David HaMelech said this, so he didn't explain it. Amar Eov HaMelech. Eov said it and he didn't explain it. Amar Yechezkel HaMelech said he didn't explain it. Ad Shabbat Zechariah ben Ido came. Zechariah ben Ido came along and he finally explained it. What does this mean? Amar David HaMelech. David said he didn't explain this year. So again, David HaMelech says, for every goal, for every goal, I've seen an end, but your mitzvahs are very expensive. But I didn't explain what that meant. Amar Eov HaMelech. Eov said it also. Literally again, it is longer than the earth, than the length of the earth, and wider than the width of the sea. So again, I will say once again, Eov is speaking to the expansiveness of Torah, but doesn't explain that concept. Amr Yechezkel HaMelech what's the passage in Yechezkel? Vayikros Osam B'Ksuva Panim V'Achar V'Kasav Aleh Kinim V'Heger V'Hi. See what that means in just a moment. What is supposed to say? So literally it means he spread it open in front. Then he looks sophomore. It is written on the back and on the front. V'Kasav Aleh, and it says in it, Kinim is like kibbutz, lamentations, the Hega, rejoicing, Mehi, and woe. What does that mean? Kinim, Zuparanosa Shaltadikim Olamazah. So Kina means the misfortunes and the suffering of tzaddikim in this world. The Chinu Omer Kino Hi Ekonenu. The Hega, what does Hega mean? Zu Matan Scholan Shal Tzaddikim Lasid Lava. That refers to the rejoicing of the tzaddikim in the world to come. You know, Omer Alai Gayon Bechilot. He Zoi Parnusa Shalisham Lasid Lava. He refers to the suffering of the wicked in the world to come. Omer obviously closer to the pasuk from the Pascal Hava al Hava Tavo. So Zechariah ben Iddo is the person who came along and explained this notion of the expansiveness of Torah. Also, we hear the pasuk from the Pascal. So he said to me, what do you see? And I said, I see a floating scroll. Arka Esther Ba'amal, Barachba Esther Ba'amal. Its length is 20 amas, its width is 10 amas. And ultimately, again, when it was unfolded, it was Esther the Esther. It was 20 by 20. And it says that it was written on the front and on the back. And if you were to peel back, so also it was written on the front and the back. So what it's saying imagery is, it was written on the front and the back. If you were to peel apart the front and the back and place them side by side, how much would that be? Arba'in be'esrim, 40 amas by 20 amas. Siv, mima dad b'sha'al amayim b'shamayim b'zeres b'chim, nimtza, kala olam kula, achos, mishloshes alafim umasayim b'third. So we'll say, when you do all of the math, the Gemara says it turns out that the world is 1/3200 of the size of the Torah. So we'll say, obviously, metaphorical point us the dramatic expansiveness of Torah. We speak about Torah, we see, okay, you quantify Torah. Torah is Taf, Torah is Shabbat, Torah is Shabbat. So Torah, remember how it has referred to the Yam shall come. Right? It refers to the sea of the Gemara. The metaphor, the imagery is an expansiveness. You know, when you look, when you stand on the banks of the ocean, you look out into the ocean, it looks like it's Iron Shem himself. It has no end. So the idea that the depth and profundity of Torah is so much that it even eclipses the size of the universe. That's the image that's highlighted over here. From Chisda, Darish, Mari, Barmar, Mai Dichsev, Bine Shnei Duda Eita Inen, Oadin of the Hechal Hashem. So I say this is actually quite beautiful. You know, we quote from Yirmiyahu. So it says over here, that there were two baskets of figs prepared before the Heichal Hashem. One of the baskets contained good figs, doubles mode. Like the early figs. Also, just see something that's happening over here. If you have the Torah or in your Gemara, you can see what we're actually doing over here is kind of splicing together two different pieces. Again, they're both from Yirmiyahu, Parachav, Dalet, Pasuk, Aleph, speaking Aleph to the base, but it's just taking different parts of it. So I will say, so the image that Yirmiyahu had of the Italian over to quite beautiful is two baskets of figs. One basket is figs, doubles, ma'od, kitei on the base, vasud, achot, and the second basket, that figs, asher lo se'achel me'roah, that could not be eaten because they were so bad. So what's like, who did the two baskets represent? This is really beautiful. Atovos, Elu Tzadikim Gemur. The good things, those represent Tzadikim Gemur. Tein Haro, bad things, Elu Sha'im Gemur. This refers ultimately again. So look at this Gemara. So maybe you'll say the basket of bad figs represents Sha'im Gemurim, Shema Shomar, Abad Sidram. Maybe you'll say there's no hope. There's no hope. There's no possibility of redemption. But in Shem, Kamabomar, in Nosrea. They say it says, the basket of figs give forth a beautiful aroma. You will say, even the figs, which can't be consumed, right? Even the figs which were bad, right? Even if the rotten, still force of beautiful law.
What would save the podcast?
Both baskets of figs.
Yeah, obviously. I would say, what's
power of that gemara? See, the Gemara says over here that the basket of tzaddikim gimur. The Gemara doesn't just use lashon of tzaddikim. We shut in gimurim. The lashon of gimurim represents first rasha can be like a recreational rasha, right? We just a rasha or vice versa. The shut gimurim, mamish like tzaddik gomer, right? Where the Rambam says, lashon of gomer represents a lashon and totality. And sometimes I have different aspects of my identity. Gomer means this is the totality of my identity. See what the Gemara is saying? You might have thought that the Rishon in Gimurim, Avad Sidram Uvat Sikuyam. You might have thought that a Rasha Gomer, that's it. A Rasha Gomer is down in that. Does anyone want to talk about a Rasha Gomer? No. Even the Rasha Gomer will say it's incredible. Rasha Gomer, have you gotten Rasha will say it was incredible Gemara. Even if a person is a Rasha Gomer, the beautiful scent of holiness is always there. The beautiful scent of ruchnius never goes away. Even when you're nice, even when your identity is so fundamentally compromised, the scent of holiness never goes away. Incredible. My decision, Hadudaim Nasnu, when it says that the Dudaim. Mostly that's interesting. So the first time we see Dudaim is of course inspired by Rothschild. So there is interesting that Dudaim are translated as mandrakes. That's up the English word that's given. Here in this context, it's interesting that it's actually translated as violence. Okay, so the Dudaim Nasnu Reach. So the Dudaim gave their scent. We'll say who is so beautiful. Elu Bachure Yisrael. Or say, so the violets, the Dudaim gave their scent. This refers to the young Jewish men who never tasted the taste of sin. So we'll say, so what does that mean? So the Maharsha comments on this. The Maharsha says this is Dafka in the realm of Arias. The realm of Arias. It's referring, you'll see it makes sense from the context in just a little bit as well. It's talking about young men who are careful to guard themselves from immorality. No person, I will say, no person could say that he never tasted the taste of sin. Everybody tasted the taste of sin. We all sin. But when a person, especially a young person, when passions are strongest, he is careful to guard himself from immorality. That's the that ultimately, again, is the violence of such a beautiful sense. And at the entrance with all types of beautiful fruits, who is that? Elu Benos Yisrael. This refers to the Jewish women. Shemagidos pischehen leba'alehen. So it's literally, it says they tell their openings to their husbands. So Rashi points out over here, this refers, look at Rashi. Actually, now, yeah, we'll see. Rashi goes a little bit out of order over here. Shemagidos pischehen leba'alehen means they tell their husbands when they become a nida. That the wife tells her husband when she becomes a nida, that her husband shouldn't inadvertently transgress with her. You know another possibility? Literally, they close their openings only for their husbands. This idea being the virtuosity, the virtuousness of the Jewish woman, that she maintains her allegiance, right, and is only for her husband. So say, what does it mean again? Literally, new and old. My beloved, I await you. This is beautiful. So I just want to point out this notion, by the way, we've seen so much in the last couple of chapters regarding the immorality and how persons to conquer immorality. It's the greatest taiva that a person has. And at the end of the day, the schar that awaits a person is able to overcome these most wants and desires. So I want to point out this idea that the Gemara says that you don't enough to react. So we'll say, what does it mean that the young person, right? We're all young. The young person is able to resist immorality. He admits you don't know that the violet gives off its scent. So listen, the concept of scent. What does it mean that your scent is beautiful if you overcome immorality? Scent is something that just exists by itself. In other words, you don't do anything for scent. It's just a part of your being. If something has a beautiful, pleasing scent, it's just a part of their gestalt. It's a part of what they are. The idea being, I think what Chazal was saying is that when I'm able to overcome the desire for immorality, it's not just the pshat that I become holy. It fundamentally changes who I am. I emit a different scent. I smell different. I am different. You see, there are certain things that I do that give me greater kisha, that give me greater holiness, and there are certain things that I do that just fundamentally change who I am. I emit like a reach nichora. I emit a pleasing aroma. So if I muster up the inner courage to be able to overcome the pulpit immorality, it's not just the pshat that I'm holy, that I'm good, that I'm pleasant. My aroma is different. It's an incredible idea. I emit a different scent. So powerful. Oh, can I say so? The cloudy says emotional. This is a beautiful decision. How big is Gazarta Latini? Those semi-manche Gazarta Alai Cloudy says in his Baruch. Something is, you made many laws. You've given me many laws. But I have legislated upon myself even more laws than you've given me. And I've kept all of them. That's probably what says for Baruch. You give me many mitzvahs. I've taken on even more mitzvahs, and I've kept everything. This is the one thing said to one of the Talmudic coming to base measures, who was arranging a garden in his presence. Have you ever heard a drasha on this passage Chadoshim Dan Mishanim? What does it mean when it says the new things and also the old things? Amarle, Eila Mitzvahs Kalis, Eila Mitzvahs Kamilis. So the Talmud Chacham says, which refers to the mitzvahs, to the called easy mitzvahs and the difficult mitzvahs. Amarle, the Torah Ta'anayim Ta'amayim Mitzvah, Ta'amayim was Torah given multiple times that it would say, Chadoshim Dan Mishanim, which would sound like things that were given earlier, things that were given later. And Halal and Yidei Torah, Halal and Yidei Torah. I'm going to look at the passage of Chadoshim Dan Yishanim. The word Yishanim refers to ultimately Yidei Torah. Yishanim, the old version of the halachos that they both all on Gila. But the Chadoshim refers to the new halachos that we need Rabbanon and which we legislate. Look at Rashi. Gives a source, and Rashi says,
it makes sense.
the third of Rashi is happening Rashi. Chadoshim can contribute the Chodar Vadar. Ligdar Geder B'Siyad. Each generation legislates new laws for what purpose? For the purpose of creating a protected fence around it. Yara Shraga 96, the Yosef Mehima B'ni Yizar Asos Sfarim Hadi. What's the meaning of the pasuk in Koheles? When it says, and even more than these things, my son, be careful. Asos Sfarim Hadi. Literally, also what it sounds like in English, make many Sfarim. What does it mean? B'ni Yizar B'Divrei Sovim Yosef B'Divrei Torah. Shlomo is saying, my son, be even more careful Divrei Soter, with rabbinic law than with Divrei Torah. Should Divrei Torah yesh panasei v'lo sasei, his Torah is comprised of positive commandments and prohibitions. Divrei Soter, when it comes to the words of Chazal, all over al Divrei Soter chayim. Everybody Divrei Soter will say chayim. Take a look at Rashi. See below sasei. So Rashi says, yesh Kohen she'im b'nisa, about the Sofer Chayav Nisa Akuva Kibetziv, in Torah Yadar Yishachem. There was a quote of the passage that says, he who teaches the fact shall be bitten by the truth. This kind of sounds counterintuitive, like one would think to be more careful and priceless. Because the guy was Mother Shalom, and not the Rabbanon, yet Shalom says he teaches the rabbinic fence bitten by his hand, which means that certain respects, rabbinic law is dealt with more severe than biblical law. What's the idea? Because the rabbinic law
Yeah, you're a little bit scared, but you're excited. And then if you get
Rabbis of every
past you
generation,
somewhere,
I'm
you
not like that
go
every
outside
generation,
or
but it's
whatever,
every
they get
generation
lifted. And
has
now,
to legislate
one
law
time, ate
because of
something, I don't know what we
because of
had,
the
or something,
circumstances.
we
So
caught up
mamish
with something.
teenage
And we might have
Rabbanon
brought it with us
that
and
keep
lit it
the
up, or
fabric
whatever
of
it was,
quality
it got
snow
into us.
together.
And
And if you don't go ahead and adhere to
I
the
couldn't
rules, like
see
if you don't
anymore,
adhere
right?
to
And I was
the
like,
teenage
oh shit.
Rabbanon,
But I
then
still
although
had
the
to pay.
Doraisas may still be 100% of
That's
the
one thing I
time,
noticed. If
only
you
a matter
can't
of
see,
Kanachas
you
Shalom,
if you
so the fabric of quality snow and wrapping. That's why it amazes me enough that there's sometimes greater severity attached to teenage Rabbanon than the other teenage Doraisa. Shema Tomar, in Yesh Ban Mamish,
I remember the direction of the back of it.
if they man like this, or maybe you'll say one second, well, if the teenage Rabbanon are so important, then why didn't that be part of just writing in the Torah? Or was like this thought process that they want to mind of
Like,
and if the rabbis and Chazal are really right, then why didn't that part of the just include it? So what really it is, Amatra, Asos, Svarim, how they increase. The Lord said at a certain point in time, you can keep writing Svarim, and keep writing many Svarim, and there will be no end. That Torah continues to evolve on. It would have been impossible to writing in one sefer, and therefore I could had to be mechalik between a Torah Shabbat and a Torah Shabbat between Dinei Dorasa and Dinei Dorabana. The law of Harbe Yegias Basar, the most literally translated what this means is much study causes weariness or tiredness of the flesh. It teaches us that what? Anyone who disparages rabbinic law will literally be judged in boiling excrement in Olam Haba. Not good. Not good. Let's say the idea of being safe is go ahead and say the rabbis are just adding on a layer of halakha that not necessary. How the Doraisas, that's all I need. So you see Chazal coming along and saying there is no Yiddishkeit without the Drabanan. There is no way of life without the Drabanan. The whole point of the Drabanan is the Drabanan teach us how to take the Doraisas, make them applicable and sustainable in the real world. And you see something like this, that if you go and disparage the Drabanan, you're going to burn in one excrement in Gehenna. It's obviously hyperbolic, but if the idea of Chazal telling us there is no life without the Drabanan. And look, we see this, that any time try to peel away the Rabbanan from Jewish life, it's only a matter of time. It may take years, it may take a few generations, but at the end of the day, it absolutely lose your way. Does it say lahag? Disparage? Lahag. It meant lahag. Almost like the way the was kind of interpreting the process was the word is lahag. The Gemara darshaned it as lahag, which means to disparage. The Gemara doesn't say lahag with an eye and disparage. It says lahag with a, which is to learn. Ella, this is so beautiful. Rather, what it means is whoever engages in the study of Torah, specifically the studies of the Rabbanan, like the studies of Gemara, it's like we'll say, what's the shot with that? That if you study Gemara, you study the Rabbanan, so it's like you have your tasting, and your other supposed to something beautiful. Just like when you eat, how do you feel after a good steak? How do you feel after a good steak? Satisfied. What's like, how do you feel after a good black Gemara? Satisfied. There are certain things in life which give you a certain level of satisfaction. So the truth is, in a Gashmi level, a good meal, a good steak, gives you a distract. You feel good after it. Like the world is good. It's like, well, say, if you have a good steak, you need a good steak and a glass of wine. So no cherries on it. Right, but a good case and a good glass of wine. So again, the universe is in equilibrium. Right? Life is hard. The only thing I'm missing in that moment is Mashiach. It makes me feel like a little like Mashiach. Right? So I'll say, in all seriousness, where else do you replicate feelings? That when do you have a feeling in life that like the world is good? The world is good and everything is perfect. That's the black humor. I'm gonna say, no, you have a daf like this. You have a daf like this. You're gonna walk out, and there's gonna be like a wave of satisfaction that sweeps over you when you have Torah like this. That's what the Gemara says. La garbe bigios basa. When you learn a lot, and you learn a good piece of Torah, not just like bigios basa. It's just like having a good steak. Just like a good satisfaction. It's just like a satisfaction of a good meal. So beautiful. We'll say, listen to this incredible story. Incredible story. Nice of Rabbi Akiva. We'll say, such a dramatic story. There was a Rabbi Akiva was incarcerated in jail. The Daniel Yada again, right? So we'll say, when was Rabbi Akiva incarcerated in jail? This was the end of his life. This was Rabbi Akiva died a brutal death at the hands of the Romans. His flesh escaped from his body. This is the story. This is the story. In fact, we'll say, I'll type the Daniel Yada. I'll send it out on the WhatsApp. The Daniel Yada has an overwhelming. I'll fill in parts as we go on. The Akiva's incarcerated. The higher of Yeshua Hasi, Yeshar So. Rabbi Yeshua Hagarsi was his attendant. It was like the Shabbos, was taking care of him. And I was saying, what is Garsi? And I was saying, look at Rashi. Rashi says Garsi is Shem Makom. It's the name of his place. That's where he lived. That's where he lived. Otherwise, Rashi says, I will say, this is incredible. Shem Hilton Greece. Used to go ahead and grind lentils. We'll say, I just want to point something out. I don't know if this is one of the most incredible things you find in Gemara is where you find these incredible tzaddikim who had jobs. They had jobs. Not only did they have jobs, I will say, but what? But they were laborers. Like he was a guy who ground up lentils. So I'll say, sometimes in life we think that the fact that I have to work for a living happens me from becoming a tzaddik. It exempts me from becoming a Talmid Chacham. Listen, to become a Talmid Chacham or a tzaddik, that's the purview of like people who get to live their lives being close to this time. Me, I have to go to work. So if I have to go to work, I could be a good balabas. Like that's like the ceiling for me. That's true. Everybody has the capacity to be a tzaddik. Everybody has the capacity to be a tzaddik. Everybody has the capacity to be the greatest of the great. So here, who's the majority of Rabbi Akiva? Rothschild Garci, guy who used to go ahead and grind lentils. That was his occupation. Despite the fact that he went to work every day grinding lentils, he still became a grown-up. Watch this. Every day, you bring Rabbi Akiva water. Now, Mayim Benita means as follows. You bring Rabbi Akiva enough water for Netilas Yadayim and for drink. And here you have water. What happened? Yom after Matsushar Beis Asurin. So we'll say one day Rabbi Shagas is coming to the jail with water, and the guard sees him coming in. Amarlo, Hayom Neimecham Merubin. So the guard became suspicious of Yeshua Garci. He says, today it looks like you're bringing in a lot more water. Shema Lachtar Beis Asurin Atatzar. So he suspected, what was he trying to do? He was trying to tell Rabbi Akiva to dig a tunnel. Right? Because how do you dig a tunnel? You pour water on the ground, it loosens up the earth. So the guard suspected Rabbi Yeshua Garci of bringing in more water, so as to dig on top of Rabbi Akiva's dig. So what did he do? Shafach Chatzam. The guard about half of the water in the bucket. Rabbi Yeshua Garci comes from the Akiva. Kishibot Rabbi Akiva Amaro. Yeshua, in Aksa Yodia Shazaki, only the time to win the Chayecha. So the Akiva sees the bucket, and the bucket is half full. Rabbi Akiva always has a bucket half full. So he said that Laraisa, Yeshua, you know that I'm totally dependent on you. This water is my water for here, it's my water for drinking. Now there's only half a bucket. So Rabbi Yeshua Garci told Rabbi Akiva the whole story. So he said, okay, I'll use the water for hand washing. He said, Rabbi, there's barely enough water in there for you to drink. Do you think there's enough water in there for you to drink? Because that's what the Shagas is telling Rabbi. Please don't do Netilas Yadayim today. Please just drink the water to do it. But it's not like that. Then Yehoyada points out that the way that Akiva was murdered is that every day the Romans would kill off some of these kids. It didn't all happen at once. Every day they tortured them by little bits. Every day. So not just So you should guys can see Rabbi Akiva saying,
I'm from the land of
don't worry about the few lessons.
Yes, your back's gonna be sick. But when I got there and I saw the image, I was like, oh, so
Just the
feels
water.
good. Yeah.
אומר לו, מה אעשה? שחייבים עליהם ניסה. Rabbi Akiva said, what should I do? What should I do? At the end of the day, to not wash my hands is a fear of Nisa. Most of, I don't want to say, what does it mean it's a fear of Nisa? Obviously, it's not the most of Nisa. But Rabbi Akiva was saying, what is this idea? Hold it together, and enough, until you reach the fence, you take it by a snake. In other words, the rabbinic law has to be treated with such incredible severity. Mutav amos nisas asmi, v'lo e'avor al das chayim. Rabbi Akiva said, better for me to kill myself. Now, what it meant is, better for me that I shouldn't have something to drink. I shouldn't have something to drink, than the heart of violating halachas of my friend. You see what I'm saying? It's incredible. Amar, Tom Klum, Achihedi lo mayim, v'nato yadav. Rabbi Akiva refused to eat anything until he had sufficient, so they were able to bring in more water, and he was able to go ahead and do it to us. When the Chachamim heard this story, suppose you hear this story, Rabbi Akiva is literally being tortured every single day by the Romans. Yet he won't go a day without Ben Yehuda comments on this again. He says, the moral of this story is not that you have to live your life for the fiesta. That's not the moral of the story. The moral of the story is that we are here because ultimately we always need incredible overwhelming fidelity
this is going to be a thing.
Even the smallest
Right. So you want to
because it's not the devil that's doing these things.
in the right place to
It's
see
almost
these people,
the
to meet these people, because now you're, it's
So
so,
we're only here because
so
we
famous
see
now. It's like
that
it's a
definition
different.
of halacha.
It's taking
Because
to be
if you see
careful,
that's
right?
the definition of halacha. This is not modeling for us a halacha in a nice way. That's not what it's modeling for us. What it is modeling for us, I would say, is those of us who Baruch Hashem are privileged not to live in. You see, Rabbi Akiva was willing to give his life to the Kriyas Adayim under dire circumstances. How careful we have to be with the details when Baruch Hashem we're not in dire circumstances. So they heard this like Hashem from the Davar Omer, Ma b'ziknu soka, Yadus Alachas Kama Kama. This is how Rabbi Akiva acted when he was old. Can you imagine his baby when he was young? Ma b'beisa asurin, Kach Shlomo b'beisa Shlomo Alachas Kama Kama. And this is how Rabbi Akiva conducted himself when he was in jail, when he was incarcerated. Can you imagine how he lived his life when he was free? So incredible. I'm Rabbi Yehuda Moshe wasn't still in run. I'm Rabbi Yehuda Shlomo B'Shach Shafike Shlomo Eruvin and Kriyas Adayim. B'Shana constituted Eruvin and Kriyas Adayim. I will say, if you look at Rashi, Rashi says like Shlomo. Shlomo constituted Eruvin Hatzeros. Regardless of all the whole season of Rosh Hashanah, Rosh Hashanah, Lasso Siyad Ba'Chaka Le'Isur Torah. שלא יום אחר כך משוצעת מתחייכות. So it's Shlomo HaMelech was the person who instituted a positive freedom concept. Remember, Mid'Oraisa, the only thing you can't do is to go from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah or Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah, to go from one private domain to another private domain is biblically permitted. Shlomo HaMelech came along and said, no, you can't even carry from one Rosh Hashanah to another Rosh Hashanah without some type of seal of Chatzirah. That's everything Shlomo Eruv. Also instituting Tilas Adayim. I will say, Shlomo instituted Tilas Adayim for the consumption of Kodshim. Shlomo said that you cannot eat anything consecrated without washing your hands. That later on evolved to washing your hands for bread. Shlomo was the first one who instituted that you have to wash your hands before you partake of Kodshim. The other Sabbath in my son, if your heart is wise, my heart will rise gamani, me as well. But Omer, come me to some of me, Vashibi Karsi Java. So let's just do one more line, then we'll stop. No, Shrava might be the puzzle you need to ask. Now, you know, the Korean Hashimo Nira in Harcha Hagefen, Hasa Hasmadar, Hinatsu Harimoni, Sham Eti as Dodi, Sham Eta as Dodi. So What does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? Come my, we'll just interpret part of the concept. Come my beloved, let's go out into this field. So let's remember again, this concept is from
during 9/11, 22 years at ladder 34. Washington Heights, and he just had the best stories about growing up in Hyde Park.
It's not
where he
clear
went to like
who the
interview
man
to be
and
the
who is the woman.
fireman,
You know,
and him and his
it's
buddies
not
just
like
soaring around in the area and just going to like
sometimes
music clubs and listening to cover
sometimes it's
bands.
male, sometimes it's female. So the male and female personality switch back and forth. So what does it mean when it says, "L'chado dinitya"? So it's come my beloved, let's go to the field. Omra pinesi son yochay karafu. Kalisa says to Hashem, "Yibon shalom, al ineni kiyoshi kraken." Do not judge us like those who dwell in the cities. Sheish van gezel ra'arayis shva shabbos shva shaker. So let's see, in the cities is when you have all of the vices. Right? All of the vices exist in the city. There's theft, there's immorality, there's false oaths, shva shaker, vain oaths. So don't think of us like city dwellers. Neitze hasoda, come out into the fields, and what will you see in the fields? You will see ultimately to learn Torah even in the midst of the so again, so we're not like those who dwell in the cities, who engage in all type of terrible and immoral things, but rather come with us into the field. We'll show you how we are. I'm sure we learn Torah even when things are difficult. Galina Bikfarin, let us sleep in the villages. Altikri Bikfarin, Ella Bikhofrin. Come back on this part, and I'll show you also Shishpat and Tova. There are so many people upon whom you shower so much good, and yet they go ahead and fundamentally don't believe in you. But us, we believe in us. Nashtumah is coming, go ahead and wake up early in the vineyards. What does that refer to? Come to the shuls, come to the Bate Medrash. You and Parka, Geffen, see if the Geffen of the vines have sprouted Elu Ba'alim Mikra. So we'll say the Geffen refers to those who master Chumash. Pasach HaSmadar is Smadar, which represents the further stage of maturation. Those are Ba'alim Mishnah. Enotza Harimonim have the pomegranate sprouted Elu Ba'alim Gemara. That refers to those who master Gemara. Sham Eftenes Dodi, Leich Erech Lodi Ugodi, Shava Banai Ubenosai. Ribono Shalom, you want to see again, Leich Erech Lodi. You want to see my greatest covet? I'll show you my sons and my daughters. Because it looks like the greatest things we produce in life are not ourselves. The greatest testament to our fidelity and allegiance to our Torah is not the personalities we built, but ultimately, again, the children we raised. We're not finished. There's still more next to the beautiful. I gotta take a few things. Tomorrow's down.
Time to put your experience to work.
All right, so we'll send Zoom. Everyone have a wonderful day.
Blower motors failing. But Granger's easy-to-search website quickly helps you find what you need to keep the office and their HVAC running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Improv or just right into stand-up?
Just got into stand-up. I was just like, I think the first Mark Gross, I think, was the first comedian maybe I ever saw. Bring him up.
What year did you start?
I started in 2005. I performed. Shark's my favorite comedian growing up. I'd seen I'd seen comedy, but I'd never seen it live.
Right.
And we went to college where it was like, at LSU, they'd call you and be like, you got 30 free tickets tonight.
Right,
like,
right.
What? Because there was paper in the room, but you'd be so excited.
Yeah, you just get a gift.
Yes.
Yeah, so you go.
And I went and I saw him, and I was like...
It changed you.
Yes, I was like, oh, this can really be like a thing.
That you wanted to do right away, or you thought...
I don't think I knew I wanted to do it, but I liked being funny, and then I was like, oh, this can... this is a real path. I just never connected the dots. I need dot to dot to dot. I need dots between the dots to connect them, And yeah, so that made me start to have the bug, and then I got to LA, and then I started just going up. You know?
Dude, I was in Vegas when I saw you and heard about you. You know how I heard about you or saw you? Your face was the whole side of the hotel.
Oh,
Did
yeah.
you see that? That was badass. I was like, this. I was like, my goodness.
I know.
Yeah, dude, that was awesome. That's really cool, man. That was
That's
cool.
crazy.
That's it.
Just to think that you saw that.
Oh,
That's
yeah. I was like, whoa, I don't get that. I never got that. That was big, man. No. I'm serious. That was cool.
Some of that stuff is pretty cool. It's like impossible to live up to that kind of height.
It is, but it's still, man, that's cool. You know?
Yeah, stuff like that's kind of interesting sometimes, I guess.
Yeah, there it is. See, it is.
Yeah.
Hold on, look at that, man. That's exactly what I saw. And I was like, whoa, this guy looks like Salomio. Hey, look at that look, right? That's a hero. Heroic look.
For the shooter from that shooting years ago.
That's right.
Yeah, that was a surprise. Anyway, I really ruined that comment. But thank you.
That's true. That's true. I remember seeing that being there in Vegas. I was like, wow. You know, it's an instant bit of like, who's this guy? Like a little bit of fear. You know, so I was like, oh my gosh, this new guy. You know, I'm trying to fill this room. I hope I do it well tonight. And this guy's got the side of a building. I'm like, good for him.
Because we needed that much advertising.
It's true.
We started small. We started on dimples.
Just anything about guitar picks.
This episode is brought to you by Pepsi, and we actually got their Super Bowl commercial that premiered last night. Let's take a look at it right here. Blind taste test. Who likes a blind taste test? This bears in therapy. I don't even know. Whatever this is about. Cheap furniture. Oh, yeah. Is this me? Staring at women through windows. Yeah. Oh, that's sweet. That's nice. Let's go, Bear. Your lady at a concert. That's a pretty cool play right there. Me and this bear are really similar. Tricky games, therapy, cheap furniture, and longing for a woman through a pane of glass. Gaping Tom, we call it. But I guess in the animal kingdom, it's more like a acceptable pastime. All right, moving on. But actually, kind of staying right here. Some of my friends bug me that I choose Pepsi over Coke. But there's actually been blind taste tests that prove that Pepsi Zero Sugar tastes better than Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. There's even a name for it. It's called the Pepsi Paradox. It's the idea that once bias and labels disappear, cola drinkers prefer the taste of Pepsi Zero Sugar. Yep. Pepsi first showed this 50 years ago with their iconic Pepsi Challenge, when they had people try Coke and Pepsi without the labels, and the results were clear. When you take labels out of the equation and you just focus on taste, people choose Pepsi. I mean, that's what the Super Bowl commercial was showing. There's a blindfolded, cola-loving polar bear, and he chooses Pepsi Zero Sugar. Dude, my freaking blind cousin chooses Pepsi. He just emailed me. How can he email? If he can Pepsi for a second, hey, quiet down, Banjo. It's the question that Pepsi's putting out there. Is your cola choice actually about taste? Because they redid the Pepsi Challenge in 2025. Guess what? 66% of people chose Pepsi Zero Sugar over Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. And it just makes you think, if nobody told you what you were supposed to like, what would you actually choose? The public has spoken. And Pepsi Zero Sugar tastes better than Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. If you're curious, go try Pepsi Zero Sugar. Let your taste decide. When your company first started, was it just something you wanted to do? Did you know it? I know it's such a old question, but you don't really know each other.
I didn't know what I wanted to do. I knew it when I got out of college. I left college. I didn't finish. I went home for the summer, and my brother started doing improv. And I was bouncing at the time, and I didn't know what I wanted to do. But I didn't want to do this. I just wanted to try something, and I always followed him into other things. So he'd be like, you coming to, whatever it is, So I ended up doing a small community theater play, and I said, then I started doing an improv group with him and their buddies, and I fell in love with it, and then it just progressed into stand-up. And I did my first stand-up. The first night was in 1989, July 26, 1989. That's how long I've been doing it, and I loved it. I mean, and I crushed the first night I ever did it, which I'm thankful for. Because the second night I ate it so bad with the same material, and I didn't know, and if I would have ate it first, I think I never would have done it again. But so I'm thankful that I did okay, and then I love it, man. I love it. And,
Is your brother weird about it that you came in and liked his thing?
Well, you know what? I gotta say he was really cool. He would tell me, you want to do this? Okay, if you want to do this, come and do it. And I would start to do it. And back then we would buy these calendars completely empty. And I was working at Granger, and it was like my last day job. It was like I wanted to get into the equipment. Yes, that's what it was in the back. It was hot as could be, and I had to fill orders. And I hated everything about it because it was miserable. I was just trying to work my way up to the air conditioning.
It's otherwise.
There's everything in there. So I'm just driving a forklift, and I'm working hard, and I'm trying to fill my calendar with these stand-up dates, and it would just be like once a week or whatever it is. And then my brother called me one night, and he goes, "What are you doing tonight?" And I go, "I'm staying home." He's like, "Well, you have to sign up for it. Go open mic thing."
He goes sometimes in advance, and he's trying to get there early.
I go, he's like, "Why aren't you at the club tonight?" And I go, I didn't get it. He's like, "That doesn't matter. So what? Why aren't you going out to make it some happen? Go look. Hey, somebody falls out, or you meet somebody or talk to somebody." And I'm like, all right. And I went that night, and I met somebody, and I became like my first agent. And so he was right, man. He helped me, a lot, and he was cool with helping me out. And
he was the funny one you said?
Yes, he was. I mean, we're all funny. The whole family was funny. He was the first one to start it. Get going that direction.
Because it's interesting how that happens. Like, my brother was a funny guy, and so I think that's why, why I wanted
to be like that. Yeah.
I think he was trying to,
did your brother do stand-up?
No, he was just like, we just started attention like me, but he was a funny guy.
Right. There are a lot of funny guys in school that were
like, get a stand-up. Oh, dude,
that would be, I'm like, the best.
I'm so glad you guys do it. Dude, my friend Scott was like the funniest kid to me, and I'm like, and some of you were like, dude, you're funny. I'm like, dude, there's so many people who just never really just went and did it.
Yeah, because, I mean, honestly, being funny with your company and making that leap to doing it in people and developing it is a different thing. You've got to create it and kind of get used to. It's a different animal, right? Because I know my buddies are so funny. I got a buddy who's so funny, but when he does it, I go through that impression in front of someone else. He can't do it. He falls like a house. It's rough, and I look bad.
Oh, dude, the worst is when sometimes you do look bad because of other people. I remember this. I dated this girl. She didn't know how to stand the way where people were walking.
See, that would drive me nuts.
I would have to go hide in the bathroom.
No, that's
we'd be talking. She would like take a step back. I'm like, this is where all the people are walking, and it was like, and people bump into her, and then guys were like, and then it just like,
I dated a girl who would take 5 seconds before she would realize that a waiter is there asking her for something, and every time I'd have to go, he's looking at me, and she'd just be like this in a daze every time, 5 seconds, and then she'd come out of it, and I'm like, I can't go on. I couldn't be there. So it's like I just know you're sweeping.
It's the little things. And I dated a girl that I was in love with, and then we were like canoodling or snuggling, whatever they used to call it. I think they don't call it that. Or canoodling, I guess that was called. And then, but her head was really small. She had big hair. And her head was so small. Yeah. And I was like,
did you like that? It was like a point where you go, I want to help her and be with her, or is it like that small, or like how small?
Like it was just
like pen. Or are we talking like
when that day when you only knew about baseball, and then one day at PE and they show you softball.
Yes, okay.
Maybe like a baseball with like intestinal issues or whatever.
Right. It's a baseball with inflammation.
Yes, it's a baseball that has not had proper diet.
Melts for people. The physical thing's more. But I dated a girl once who would just say the phrase "rattle your cage" every time. She's like, "Hey," and I'm like, "What are you doing?" And she's like, "I'm just going to rattle your cage," and I'm like, "Oh, I can't go on." It's a buddy of mine joking. So,
It is.
it happened to a buddy of mine, but that is a thing that I would literally get out.
Yeah.
So wouldn't that be something like that? Hey, just going to rattle your cage?
I would
No.
rattle my phone against the wall. I would rattle my freaking head out of it off the balcony. Dude, yes, I would also, I dated a girl. We would be sleeping. She'd get up in the middle of the night. Have some chocolate in her mouth. Come right back in bed. She said, like, sometimes I can't fall back asleep unless there's chocolate in my mouth. And I was like, that's crazy.
Yeah, there's a lot of problems with that.
But that was crazy, dude. I had a girl who made me roll her up in a blanket so she could go to bed at night. Like, look me up. Yeah.
No way, you'd like to look me
Yeah, I had a girl just, I didn't even realize that until just now.
Did you have to roll in the morning or you just left it? No. You just sleep for
Dude, I didn't even know that.
you can't get out.
Yeah.
Well, she doesn't have claustrophobic issues, so you know that. So if you ever start in an elevator with her, she's the one you want to be with.
She's not like, yeah, you're right. I need to look at the other side of the coin.
Yes.
Like, definitely.
There's always a bright side.
Yeah. I suppose it's on the other side. And I'm like, I know it's brighter over there, but
Yes.
maybe around over here.
Yeah.
In the shadows, you know.
Look at, Little Ed, Burrito Girl, all these things can be there. There is a positive side to it.
Oh yeah. That was for me. But then also, I'm like, but there's a lot of things that I think have probably kept me kind of single. You know,
Yeah.
did you ever come on those matchmaking services? Because I get approached by those all the time.
I was before I don't know if they existed, but I was before I think the internet went crap. I got married in 2000. Was it 3 or 4 years ago? What was going on 2004 I got married? What was around with it? I didn't know if anything was around, but I never used them anyway.
Yeah, when you people was ordering or whatever.
Yeah, it was, we tried, I met my wife, someone set me up because Lee Remedy was on my show with me, she saw that I had nobody, and she set me up with,
no, so it was one of her good friends.
no, it wasn't her, she set me up, she didn't set me up with a girl, she did over the years, she tried to, but she set me up with a house decorator, because she came to my, when we had the King of Queens, I got my first place, and she saw how it was decorated, and it was terrible. I had like prawn lamps and poster like I was living with and it was like she's like, no, you can't do this, you can't decorate a happy house. So she got a decorator for me. I never knew about it or anything like that. And this decorator came into my life. She was a horrible decorator, but she sent me, and she really was. She wasn't great. I didn't like her, but she saw that I was lonely and I had nobody, and she set me up with someone she knew, and then it was like it was amazing.
Did it change like that for you when you kind of realize like this is something? Because it's funny how you people go from a moment. I have a friend, she's a comedian. She was like, I don't know what's gonna happen. I'm gonna sell my eggs, I'm gonna bury them over here or whatever, And then out of the blue, one day I called her, said, "Yep, I'm moving to Florida, we're getting married," and just like
You can turn on a dime.
that's the thing.
You can.
That's the thing you gotta remember.
And by the way, I think most of the time it does when you're not trying, right? I mean, you're not
That's what they say.
right? I don't know. I think for me, it did. I was just kind of she was like trying, and I was like, I'll give it a shot. And then I know that was it.
Did you kind of a romantic guy? Are you kind of like that guy?
No, I don't think so. I had to fake, like she wanted to go out, and we went to a sushi restaurant the first night, and I never ate sushi, So she's like, "You eat sushi?" I go, "Yeah." I lied right out of the gate, just because, I wanted to make things smooth. And we got there, and it was just a rough. It was everything you don't want to eat at a sushi restaurant made an appearance. It was rough, and I had to fake it, get through it. But I drank a lot of beer, get through it, and kind of take it. I was taking it like a pill, like I would take the sushi like a pill.
Yes.
And I got through that night. I was lying about everything. She's like, "Do you jog in the morning?" I jog every morning. I never jogged. We started jogging. I was like, I gotta keep it up. And finally, we're close enough where I gotta tell you some things here. I don't do a lot of the stuff we've been doing. You know, I sit a lot more than we have been sitting. And I was like, I was in enough of the relationship though that where she was like, you know what I'm saying, like we knew each other. So she's like, okay. And then the acting things kind of fell off. That was fun.
That's cool.
Yeah. You gotta, I mean, how hard are you looking right now?
Right now, I'm actually trying to.
I need to get back into it again. I know you know what I'm
You know, I'm actually just trying to take a step back right now, and I'm just gonna like spend a little bit of time with myself and see what's kind of going on.
You working out? You taking care of yourself?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good, man. I'm fasting today, actually.
You fast? I fasted yesterday.
Did you?
Yes.
Let's go.
Let's go, baby.
Yeah, I fasted today. I fasted. Let me see. I did like 3 days last week. I just got into it this year, and so it's been interesting. I feel super dehydrated today, but it's like some days that happens.
That's the biggest thing. You gotta replace the water. And by the way, if you do fast, the next day you don't go to Nashville. Nashville, I went to the deli here and crushed it. It was great.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. Like I bounce back and forth. I can do a day fasting, and then the next day you should just kind of be good on your body because like it digests it, like it feels good. You can't put the crap back in. So I gotta stop doing that. It's obviously the battle for me, the food, but that's awesome that you fast.
Yeah, I like it.
What do you fast for? Lose weight, so you're fasting for?
Just for health reasons, just because they say like autophagy and body gets into, and then it helps fight like cancer cells and things like that. Like your body starts taking care of itself. And because my brain gets clear, I have noticed. I just noticed this the other day. I think I'm having dreams that seem more relevant to like direction in my life and like some sort of like information, not all the time, but a little bit more than just like dreaming that I'm like attacking somebody with an, like a, fighting a neighbor, regular shit, or waiting in line or whatever.
Yes.
But
that dreams of waiting in line.
Oh yeah, Frank was in a lot of them.
No,
Yeah.
You and Frank, they were waiting in a line.
Yeah, at the post office, his wife's mad at him.
No, in him or
Yeah, at him.
Are you in front of him or behind him?
Behind him.
Yes.
Yeah, and I
So
showed
you see it going on. You see the relationship, and then there's the lady behind the counter going like next, or we'll never get there. Never get there. Dude, that is the greatest dream of all time.
I've probably had it 300 times where I finally was able. You ever had a dream so many times, you're just on the edge, you wake up, you're like, what?
Yeah.
I've had it so many times. What is it, you know? And you're like, it's hard.
Yes.
Dude, yeah, that's one of a big one for me.
I love it.
But recently I've just been getting a little more information. Anyway, I just think I feel clearer in a lot of ways. It's helping me feel a little bit more inspired. I think to take care of myself because I think it starts to show me that I'm willing to make some sacrifices, even in little ways.
That's what it is.
Yeah. Have you done it in Europe?
Yeah, I did fasting. Like, I do it every once in a while. I'll do it, but I do a really long one. And then it was great. I got to get things all wrong with this. I did 41 and a half days, just water, but honestly, I didn't get myself of like I was doing it for like different like spiritual reasons. Like I wanted to clear out everything, and because the whole journey I was watching like food pictures of food and going, this is what I'm gonna eat when I'm done. I can't wait to get back there. I never really broke the habit of going back to eat food. Doesn't matter. I would feed, I would cook food for my kids, but I'd be like, hey, can I make you a sandwich? Because I was living through that, and I wouldn't eat it. Fine with that, but I need to see the food and hold it, and smell it, and I hit it off. And I didn't break the real bind, you know what I'm saying? The cord of being detached from stuff, and that's what I gotta do in my life with everything. I'm addicted. I'll just be like, I gotta cut it off. That's it.
I think that's what I'm doing, trying to do with dating right now. It's just like, let me take a break from like, if I put myself in a moment over here, I've been this over here, then I'm going to maybe a date that I'm not interested in, but maybe here's somebody I am interested in, but now I don't have time, so I'm kind of dividing it up, and then I'm like, let me just see what's going on. That's you're in the factory,
Yeah. By the way, I had a dream that I was on the ledge of a building and I'm falling. I've had this one a few times. I'm falling, but I never leave the ledge. I'm just yelling the whole time like I'm falling down. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, but I never jumped. And it's like, Yeah, and then I wake up. That one comes back anyway. I try to throw that in there.
I'd be so pissed off now. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Look at this poser.
Yes, exactly. You're looking like he's doing it. It's just, he's giving up. He's got all the accoutrement, but no fall.
Dude, the weird guy at a suicide dump is the guy just waiting down there for the guy to jump.
Yes, just like this guy doing
Runs
it.
down.
Yeah, that's what you should do. Because this guy's not either helping or pushing. Either one. He's not doing anything. Either run upstairs, do something, make a move. But he's just waiting. He's the people in life we don't need.
You're the guy that's eating.
Eating. If you get nachos and you're pulling up and you're waiting for a guy to jump, I can't.
Give me 30 seconds. There's no time. Ledge. To dream of standing on a ledge represents on the verge of something.
Is it?
Yes. Very close to finally making a big decision. Maybe feeling tense or experiencing anxiety about a difficult change. Alternatively, a ledge may reflect how close you or someone else is close to making a decision.
Wow. That's okay. It doesn't make, because you know what? It still kind of hits the area. You know what I'm saying? I kind of got the gist of it.
Yeah, it's crazy. You've been on a show before?
I did do a show. I've been doing for gotta be 35, more than 35 years. I
Oh, wow.
What's 1990? No, maybe 34 years. What is it? 1990s? 36 years, right? 26.
That's so wild.
Yeah. He's the one who got me. I mean, really, my manager, he's just, he's always been the guy that's just like, go follow your own path. And, he was what got me out of, he got me out of.
And he always seems so confident.
Yeah, he did. He just did. He was, the one who got me out of, like, I was the stand-up comedian behind the mic with the sleeves pushed up and the bolo tie. I don't know if you remember these comics with the jackets, the funny jackets, the color. And he just wasn't that guy. He was just a half backwards guy. Just go out there. He always tell me, like, I was always like so desperate to get laughs and trying so hard. And he was like, don't get your jokes on the fly. Really, he was to me, like, basically make them comfortable and knowing that whatever you say, it's funny. And if they don't know it, like, they gotta catch up.
Right, don't make it about the jokes, make it be you.
Yes. He was
did other people see him? Because now people see him. I mean, and I certainly do, like, as a, I don't know if it's a pioneer as much, but, like, he's the best in his space, like, in podcasting. His stand-up is just, he's just a killer. Like,
he's always been,
he just was like,
he's super intense in anything he did. Like, once he locks on doing it, I told him, I think God's going to make him one of the greatest saints of the 21st century. I really do. I think this guy, like you say, because God's going to use him. He's like, I don't know. He just goes and he seeks truth. And he's a guy that's just like, when he seeks it, he knows it's true. He just doesn't stop. And it's like, that's what, like, he'll go so he's crazy. So, like, it was martial arts, jiu-jitsu. We started jiu-jitsu together, by the way. I'm a blue belt 30-something years. He's crazy black belt.
He's dark black belt.
Dude, he's
bad.
He is the real deal. He really is. And he was getting into the internet before anybody and just searching these things and truth. And he was crazy about it. I was just I'm always behind the curve.
We need sleep, I think. He's like the kind of guy, I don't know, he always just seems to me like he's so, and he and I know each other pretty well now, but he's always go, and he's so curious, and he remembers everything. That's the craziest thing. You can't lie to him because he remembers everything.
Yes.
So you're about to lie, you're like, oh shit.
And he'll call you, and that's what I love about it. Like, even me, like, I'm there, I know him 36 years now. Even doing his podcast, it's like, you gotta be careful. Because like, what do you mean? And it's like, it's a dog that caught you, and you're like, you gotta come, I love that. Because there's such an innocence behind that. He just wants to know the truth. He's like, that's not true. You didn't say that, or you didn't do it. So you gotta be
He's
careful.
kind of an oracle. Like, I don't know if it's an oracle, but he's kind of like a mirror of something, you know what I'm saying? There is something about that. I think it's super. I totally believe it. Some people give him a hard time, whatever, but to me, he's always seemed very altruistic. It's just who he is, or trying to be the best of who he is.
It's like everybody falls, everybody makes mistakes, he, does things wrong, but I know this guy is searching for truth, and he's always just calling it out.
He's an astronaut, man.
He's everything.
Dude, I was at the UFC the other day, and he brings these big bags of beef snacks. It's just beef and salt that's dried out beef. And he brings
Because he wants to get down from 2% to 1% money.
He's doing something. He's doing something. He's always over there, drinking fucking bad saliva or something, doing something, trying to get an upper. But anyway, yeah, there it is, carnivore snacks. So he has 3 bags, and he had one of Daniel Cormier. And then Daniel traded one of his, and
Traded for what?
I had a tub of popcorn. And he couldn't keep away from it.
Oh, I love it.
He's like, man, just keeps it.
DC.
Yeah, but anyway, that was pretty great. But I got to eat a whole bag of those beef snacks. You know what? They're really good. They're not too salty, so you don't get like chip fatigue.
Right. Yeah. So chip fatigue. Well, someone's like you're chewing on the top of a shoe. And it's just tiring. It's exhausting for the teeth.
Oh, and it's not like jerky to me. Some of it seems like, what are we doing?
Yes, it's a give up. You give up.
Yeah, but this is nothing like that. Yeah, and it feels kind of carnivorous, I guess, in a sense. I enjoyed it.
Right.
But it's fun to see them over there with their snack. But sometimes you'll see Daniel Cormier over there. They live with the summer salts.
Yeah.
And it's freaking February.
He dips.
And he's coming in and slicing it off,
I love it. He's good, man. He's like me. And he lives golf. Yeah.
He's like golf with him?
I did golf with him and Chris Wyman. Chris Wyman lives in Yeah, I know Chris from Long Island guys. So he's in the ground. Yeah. And
so whenever you were training, was he training too?
Always training with him. And they're Ray Long going over there.
That's cool.
Yeah, they're fun. They're a fun group. Long Island, tough guys, man. There's a lot of good guys came out of Long Island.
Yeah.
So, no, but it's fun. Him and DC, we all went out and golfed and had a blast. And both him and the wife. Yeah, well, why?
I mean, it's hilarious, dude. He's got the best energy, bro.
Yeah, he's a great guy. He's incredible. And,
they have a great show now. They do, too.
Yes, he was telling me that they're doing more and more with him. And I said, man, how can he stop fighting? I don't want them all to stop fighting because I don't want to get hurt. Like, you get to know all these guys, like, they just don't fight. I can't, that's why I stopped watching. I don't go anymore. I used to go with Rothschild. There was no, I would go to these fights before and there. I would hear, the stomping on the canvas. There'd be nobody there. Everybody was waiting up. Yes, I love that. I go in quiet, you hear a crack of a fist into a jaw or something, and I loved every minute of it. But I just couldn't do it anymore because I would get to know these fighters, and I was like, I couldn't. Ray Couture and Chuck Liddell, those fights.
Chuck Liddell, after he passed away, I was like, holy shit.
Yeah. No, I couldn't. Look at you. You were there early.
Dude, I go early.
Dude, I love that.
Last time I got there too early.
I love that, man. So you're not showing up at the main event, going in there and saying,
I think this is amazing. These are like these people doing the thing that they love the most.
Right.
And some of them in the early are coming out for the first time into this UFC, and they come out and nobody's there. But dude, you see some of the best fights early. Yeah, I love it, dude.
Good for you. Yeah, that was it. And then I would start to know these fighters, and I couldn't watch them anymore. I was there with Rich Franklin when he got knocked out by Anderson Silva, and I was there with his wife, watching this, and just stunned. And I'm like, I can't do this anymore. So I stopped going. I couldn't do it. I don't want to see these guys. And I was telling him I want to get Chris out of fighting because I was like, he's had so many surgeries, broken leg, all these things, and it's like, he's a good looking guy, man. Get on TV and he's funny and he's personable. So I'm glad to see he's doing TV stuff.
Yeah, there's a lot of great guys over there. Angry Girls, it's been funny being associated with that whole thing. Man, they're so excited just to get to go watch it.
Do you train?
No, I trained for a little while, and then I just kept getting hurt.
It's
like my ribs, and I'd be having some fucking huge guy rolling over or something. just like it was a lot. So I think I'll do it again whenever I don't have soldiers.
I gotta do it when I work out the smell. You know what I'm saying? The smell of the room.
Oh yeah.
Just I can't do it not at 60. Like when I was younger, I'd say, hey, you gotta be. It doesn't matter where it is. You know, at 60, you go. I don't know the smell of this anymore.
You're gonna do it at 60?
Yeah, at 60.
No, not at all.
Yes, you're a baby. I've been around a long time. So what I'm saying is, I need the smell of a jiu-jitsu room anymore.
Yeah.
I'll do privately. I'll do it like that. For a while, and when you're in there, face him, he's cranking it, and all you got is like white gi and chest hair. And
It's past gay. It's past like a gay feeling. It's gay feeling.
It's not even.
It's beyond romance.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's a control thing, and it's just.
Yes.
And I'm not a good. Yeah, it's just not good.
And he got wet and they got cold and wet.
Yes,
That's the thing. It's always warm and wet. And then you're like,
it's actually a bath. Yeah, that feels like a little bit more like a bath. It would feel cold and wet is just bad.
yeah, that's tough stuff, dude. Not my favorite. We've got another segment now brought to you by Pepsi. You saw the bear, the myth, the legend in the Super Bowl commercial where he chose Pepsi Zero Sugar, and now you've got him in studio here. What's up, Bear? First off, thanks for coming. I don't know how you got here. Well, actually, we just had a huge freeze here, so you can't talk. Okay. I think one of the easiest to get to know you, I think, is if I ask you questions and you just use these paddles, this or that. Does that make sense to you? Let's get started. Okay, I gotta ask you out the gate, big dog. This female polar bears or that thick raccoons? Female polar bears, huh? Okay. But if you get one of those snow racks going and show it everything. Okay, let's keep it moving. This Polar Express or that Tokyo Drift? Tokyo Drift, really? Oh, yeah. But Tom Hanks narrated Polar Express. Yeah, you're right, kind of. This is for me. Have you ever had penguin? How is it? No, penguin let us have it. What's your stripper name, you think? What do you mean? You live at the North Pole. It's the biggest pole in the world. You never even thought about your stripper name. It's the last thing you ate, the street you grew up on. Yeah, I think so. I think Snowway, Zero Sugar. Go to the main glacier. I like it. Zero Sugar. That's what I'm talking about. Get that sugar out of here, boy. Don't be crazy around me with that shit. I don't want sugar bad. I want my bear to be sugar free. Sugar free. Sorry. Sugar me. Okay, that's not edible. Or you can, I don't care. I think we have another one. So this, the first sip, or that, the last sip. All six. Alright, this last one. This is a big one. This, Coca-Cola Zero Sugar, or that, Pepsi Zero Sugar. It's the truth. Pepsi Zero Sugar tastes better than Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. That's his take. That's my take. But let your taste decide. Yeah. Where are you going? Oh, wherever you want, I guess. Where does a polar bear sit? Wherever he wants. What's it important for you to adapt to before you got married?
No, once I found her, it was like, I remember I went away I was with her for a while. You know, it's like, yeah, this is it. I knew this was it. And it wasn't because, I got to get married or anything like that. I could tell because I just didn't want to be away from her. And I had to do, I think a couple gigs or whatever. I was on the road for a while. And she couldn't go. And I just hated being away from her. It was hard. And I was like, wow, I got to get back there, you know. And
You had that feeling a long time.
I had, you know, not with, you know, I was dating and going out with someone. No, it wasn't. It was totally different. You just click on so many different levels, and it's like it just becomes like, man, I need this person in my life. This is, you know, they make me better too. You know, you know what I'm saying? They were like, yeah, that's it. So she's amazing now. So that was it. I was like, I'm done. I'm happy. Gosh.
Oh, that's a great thing to say.
Yeah, no, I am. It's amazing.
You, when you get excited, when you see your wife, you get excited.
It's. Yeah, I'll give her a hug. But sometimes it's also not, you know, all the time. It's like crazy romantic all the time. You know, it's life. You know, you're tired. It's like, you know, you just pass each other sometimes. It's, you know, it's a fair get out of it, whatever it is. But I miss her this morning. She left, you know, we were out last night, and then I was like, wow, you know, it's you know you're gonna have all those feelings. It's, you know, all the emotions and everything, and all the cooking or this, that, the things that you love them so much about. It's a balance of them all. It's everything. It's the good, it's the bad, and you just realize overall, it's like I never want to be without them. You know, even in the worst moments, it's like, so you know that it's real.
You can fall like a different type of love when you're like in your late 30s, or as you get older than you can when you're younger. You think.
For me, I think I've been mature. I'm still not that mature. You know, I'm 60. You know, it's like, I still think I'm a kid and an idiot. So for me, I'm glad it happened late. You know, some people are able to know what they want when they're younger and much more mature. It's not there. You know.
Yeah, I think your career might not have happened the same.
Yeah, that's for sure. I needed to be kind of by myself and get it going. And
you would have left your family all the time to go where it would have just been really different.
But it was rough for sure. Yeah. So yeah, I'm glad I got to grind out. Now I take them with me if I'm, you know, doing a movie. You know, I'm never away from them for that long, which is good.
Do you miss some of those days, like the road days back in the day? Like, do you ever, are there any of them that you kind of romanticize a little bit?
I still do. You know, it's like the days.
I mean, like clubs at party, just like, you know, kind of talking about like, you know,
the condo and all that stuff.
Yeah. Like, did you ever stay in Mr. Walk condos? Oh yeah, dude. You ever stay in Mr. Walk up in Indiana, like right outside of Notre Dame? It's right there.
No, but I made crazy crappy condos and stuff. But it was exciting. It was me, my brother, a couple other guys, comedians that we, you know, broken, you know, but never went on the road. But yeah, it was great. It was fun. You know, you stay in the casino. Like, I used to play the Tropicana in Vegas, and I never gambled. I never played Vegas, and I remember losing my week. You go there for a week, you do 2 shows a night for 7 days.
Downstairs.
Yes, exactly.
There's no food in the rest.
Yes, yeah, exactly. It's rough, but you're excited to be there. 103 degrees. This is what I remember when they were chasing OJ. I was in Vegas at the Tropicana, and we were drinking. We got it. You're staying in your hotel. You can't know that he had maybe how much money you get, but I lost in the first night. I lost an entire week's worth of money. So we got a case of Bud Light Ice. It was so good and frosty at the station.
Do you remember that? They just continued.
Yes, I liked it. I did too. Bud Light Ice. And can you please something what it looked like?
And they had there was some dog at the same time. Another.
Oh yeah, Red Dog. Yes. I love that. You know,
frosty was supposed to be for like disabled.
Bud Light Ice. There you go. We got a case of that. We sat in my hotel room. We just pounded it, and it was like still 103 degrees at night. I remember that. OJ was being chased or whatever. It was just crazy.
I remember I would be in my hotel. I remember this one hotel I stayed at. I think it was outside of Syracuse, in like Liberty, New York, or something. And they gave you a cup of water. And it was filled up when I got up there. It was like a cup of water. I was like, wasn't like a bottle of water. And I was like,
Well, that was for your
yeah.
hotel, yeah.
Yeah, like if you're thirsty, we poured you a cup of water.
Did you stay in some rough places?
Yeah, just places where you like would have to walk on the interstate to get there, whatever, like the highway to get there. Just some places that were a little bit like, what is going on?
I drove 8 hours to a gig that I had. One gig, it was one night. I was making like no money. I get there early before the gig, and it's a crappy motel type thing. I pull the bed next because I'm tired. You drove 8 hours. Gonna take a nap before the show. Yeah. There's a roach in the blanket. I mean, I don't even know. It was this big. I literally just put the blanket back. I went to the show. Just sat in my car in the parking lot until he was ready. Did the show. Drove 8 hours. Man, but a roach. It's a miserable place.
Yeah, dude. I remember we would just save like $100. You fly into a city that was like 4 hours of like you couldn't figure out the
Yes, drive here, you had to look right.
Oh, I'll just finish the show. I'll drive and catch a flight out of Indianapolis at 5 a.m. Just everyone was like,
Did you have a buddy, like a comic buddy that you go with, or you by yourself?
I did. I was out there and I always pee in the bed. I always pee on my cell phone once it came out. So I missed certain calls or wake up alarms.
Back that up. Wait a second. What did you say?
I would wet the bed.
You would wet the bed?
Yeah, I wet the bed.
Let's start with this one first, then we'll back it in. Why is your cell phone in the bed?
I'd fall asleep.
That's not that close. You should have that close anyway. Put that on there. By the way, you would pee on it then. But why are you wetting the bed?
I was wetting the bed.
Or you just let it
I
go?
was drunk and I wet the bed till I wet the bed for a long time.
Okay.
I was in it.
Just because you got used to it when you were younger, you're like, let's just keep going with
I
this.
can't remember, dude. I just was always so nervous.
Yeah.
And whenever I was asleep, at some point, finally, I wasn't nervous. And my body's like, well, this is when we gotta urinate, you know?
You seem like a guy that operates from a place of fear, right? Everything. I feel like I'm that way. I don't know about you, but I get worried about everything. Or you're not worried about it.
Oh, I would get worried. Like, if I'm with a girl, there's like a moment of silence. It makes me so
You gotta feel that.
I get so scared.
Yeah.
I'm like, I just don't want to give her room. Not to, like, it was almost like, if there's any space here, she'll not like it.
That's exactly what So you gotta fill that space up.
Yeah.
And I would do it with one word for the next set. So it's if we were talking about, yeah, well, I went to the game with my brother. It was a lot of fun. And then it gets quiet. And I would go because, and I would say because, yes. But I don't know what I'm saying. And she's like, what do you mean? And I'm like, because, and I'm like, in my head, I'm like, hey, because it has to follow. You gotta follow with something. If you see because, so I was like, because, we just like the team that was playing. And then it's like dead again. And I'm like, I do another one. So it's just those little words like, just shut up, man. Sit in the pocket. I can't sit in the pocket.
I can't sit in the pocket. Dude, it's the same with baseball. I would get up there, I would swing 3 times, and I would go sit down.
Yeah, they just come up with it. I love it.
Going up.
I like
My mom would sit in the desk and she'd be in the van, and she would hold. She's like, if you don't hit it, we're fucking I never hit it.
Dude, I love that.
I never hit it. But yeah, there's something about that moment where it's like, I just can't, like, especially if it's like looking at a woman in the eyes too. That's always been like super tough. It's just like something. It's like, yeah, I just always had a tough time with that. But I can't let there be a thing.
Well, I could. If the woman didn't look like in high school or even beyond, I had to know the girl. Like, when she had to come over to me, like, I could never be one of those guys go up. I'd be like, yes, my friend, she's like, I should go talk to her. You know, I couldn't talk to her. I walk up.
To make certain.
Oh, gosh, yes, that's fun. That's great. That's
insane.
That's territory. You try to go and you're not doing yeah, I would need her to come over, and I would need confirmation of yes, I like you. Yes, let's go out. You know what? Are you sure? I give her every outlet, but go out.
Are you okay? That's all. If he hangs out with me a lot, I'm always like, are you okay? There's a part of me do it on purpose. There's a part of me that just asks. But yeah,
it's a sweetness, man. But it's a word that you're not good enough, right? I mean,
I'm sure. I think it's not even on the front of my thoughts anymore, but it's still just this old thing that just built in me, you know? But then looking in the eyes, like, I couldn't look one in the eye, just like, I don't know what it is about this. I don't know what I'm afraid they're going to see, you know? They're just going to see that something wrong with me, or something, or I'm going to see them. Here's what I think it is, too. I'm going to see them, see that something's wrong.
right. You look for science. She showed me just like she knows I'm weak.
Right, I'll know the look in her eyes. I'll know the look in her eyes, but she sees it when she realizes that there's something with me. So I don't know. So I don't want to lock eyes, something like that. I don't know what it is. Anyway,
You don't know. No, it's the truth. I'm the same way. You don't want to give yourself the possibility of failing. So it's like you kill it before it happens.
Yeah.
You go out self and kill it before, and it didn't fail. It just went down.
Yeah. Life gets long. You're like, what theme park am I living in here with myself?
Let me tell you, get out of it. I'm out of it now. I'm coming out of it. I really am. I don't let those things that scare me anymore. I don't care anymore. I do it, and it's been helping a lot.
Yeah. Just
do it.
Yeah.
Figure it out. You go, I don't care. She said no. She said no. This one, whatever. I don't get this. This doesn't do well. I don't care. Move it on. What's next? Let's go. We know what we got. God is good. Go.
Something to think inside.
Yeah. You gotta get out of your own way. I'm the same way.
Yeah. That's interesting, dude. But yeah, that'd be a lot of it.
Yeah.
That'd be a lot of it. But yeah, that thing, I'll be like, what else is going on? I'll say that all the time.
Yeah.
If things get real quiet, it's a weird thing. But I think that's what makes your brain is like, we gotta come up with something. What are we doing here, boys? You know?
Yes. Yeah. And I'm telling you, you would come outside, but inside it's like there's a fire. What do we do next? She's not right. But I remembered, it's over. It's cortisol shooting out of your face. You know, it's like, I don't know what to do. I can't control myself.
When you think back on it, it's so insane. That's a lot.
Don't worry, just calm down.
Spade does a good job of that.
He's always been that guy, right? Very cool. Yeah.
Yeah. My friend was the cool guy.
Yeah. The older friends were the cool guy. Like, I was never that good.
Even at times when I thought I was that guy, I was like, that's insane that you thought that. You know, because I didn't fit.
Right. Nah. Yeah, I don't know. And it worked for me to not be that guy. It's like,
once you realize, once you're not trying to be something.
Yeah, it feels better, right? It's like, it's all right. That's why it happened.
It makes everything a little bit better. Did you feel like a little bit of like your character, Matt Taylor, that's the guy's name? Which is so funny because I knew 3 Matt Taylor, but everybody does, but that's why they picked the name for a while. Bring that up. How many Matt Taylors are there? I know 3.
There's got to be 14 or more.
So whether you want to do that by
I bet there's 150,000. Oh, sorry. There's no sizable account for the name Matt Taylor and Albert. It's a worldwide name database do not exist. Databases can be derived from available national data and name frequency tools.
So the people about 3,700 times. That's it.
what happens if you have
Yeah, there's no way to figure it out.
Yeah,
There's a lot of
what happens in the next
Matt, as a first name alone, has an estimated living population of 207,000.
Then you go ahead and
I bet it's more than that. 207,000 Matts. There was a Kyle meetup in Texas. Do you see that?
I did not.
Bring that up.
Kyle's.
All the Kyles met up.
Really?
Yeah, bro.
If we were to branch out now and like go and try to figure out how many Matt Taylors there are currently living in the world, like what is the first step? Like the first step is do I go, okay, like if we just decided right now we're doing it, but do I like would I say to my guy like all right, call his agent, like we're gonna do this thing, like what is the first step? We will go down with it, we say we're gonna talk about it, or we need a first meeting of how we're gonna go about it, you think? Is that it?
The first step will be agreeing that we're going to do it together.
Right. That would take some time, though, right? Because we've been doing this. And then it's like, well, we're going to talk it out, this thing, and the logistics of it. Like, how would we do it? Okay, so then
Getting uniforms too.
searching for Matt Taylor uniforms every man. That would be sick. Would it be a jumpsuit or is it like 2 pieces?
Matt Taylor, I think it's a onesie. It's a one piece like a car work. It's hard work.
Yes.
You know how many Matt Taylors are hard to do? 207,000.
I love it.
Yeah, like the best Matt Taylor.
So the uniform would be probably the first thing we're working on.
What are we looking for? There's going to be some mail for it.
Yeah, just something like we can Yeah, just to give them a pat on the back for being being part of the team.
Yeah, being in the army, that's a militia that it is. Bring up that meeting of the Kyles again. What they do too. Somebody said that
That's cool. They're all Kyles.
yeah, those were all Kyles. And Sugar Ray performed the herd.
Oh, I love it.
Over here,
706 people named Kyle got together in Texas, but it wasn't.
Enough for a world record. Oh, how sad is that? First of all, let me say something. These guys put together 706 of these people had the dream of becoming a world record break, the most Kyles in a certain area, and they missed it. Look at that. By the way, as bad as we feel about everything that happened in our lives, if I had that one, that would tip it.
It'd be tough.
Come on. No, you're second place for most Kyles.
Second place for most Kyles. The crown is currently held in a town in Bosnia. They got 235 people named Ivan. 2017.
So it's any name. It's not just Kyles. Like, so it's like just a certain name.
But this is, I think, one of the largest groupings. What did it say about Kyle? Did it say anything else? Go back to the original article.
How does that start? Where's that first meeting?
Oh, Kyle. Well, it's right here. It's not the first time the Kyles have come gunning for the Ivans. Last year, the official count at what has become known as the Gathering of the Kyles clocked in at 1490 in the fast-growing Texas city that is about 37 miles of Austin. Oh, the city's called Kyle.
So
They did it in Kyle, Texas.
but are they named Kyle?
They're all named Kyle. That's got to be crazy, dude. When you see all the other freaking Kyles around the world. And
Dude, you see the door to come and you're knocking and going.
I'm sure they met up. So there was something online that announced it.
Okay.
And then they all showed up. I guess you have to register.
Yeah, that would seem a lot more efficient.
Oh, dude, that'd be so crazy. You look around and everybody's a Kyle. And you see some, you're like, whoa. Or they go one person out there that's not a Kyle. And the whole
Do
day.
you think there's anybody in that group of 706 that's not a Kyle? Really? That's like Kyle was his nickname. It wasn't even his real name. And he knows it. He's there. It's not on his birth certificate. And he's kind of like getting around, like not wanting to get caught. And people are looking around. And other Kyles know if you're not a Kyle. So they're just kind of like, you're like, what's your name? And you're like, I'm Kyle too. And they're like, I don't know if he, and they're like, hey, they go to get his buddy. Like, I want to check you out. And he leaves. And like, I get a quarterback look back. And he's just, goes to different areas of the field. It's so stupid.
It's so crazy to be a fake Kyle there just to fit in.
People have nothing to do. Look at what they're doing.
They're just trying, man.
I love it.
Desperate for connection.
Yes.
This is how it's getting.
But wait, this is beautiful to me.
But the worst part is, though, imagine they're what's all dudes. You go there hoping you can meet a chick. There's some chicks named Kyle.
Oh, is that?
There's a couple. Met a couple.
Okay. I met a couple for sure. Who performed?
I think Sugar Ray.
That's a missed opportunity. Shouldn't they get a Kyle? Isn't there a Kyle performer?
Kyle Kinane could have.
Yeah. That's a missed opportunity, man.
Try to break the same name gathering market this year. Okay, so Kyle's out.
Oh, because they're switching names. By the way, why don't you go with a Bob or something? You know what I'm saying?
Because the city of Kyle, Texas put it on it.
All right, we'll find that better name.
The city has been hosting the gathering since 2017. When you look back at this movie, what was different about making this movie than some of the others? Did you find it that it's easier? Do you have a different ownership of this film?
It was something that it came together really quick, but it's the first movie that like I'm really proud of. Like when everybody who worked on it was just amazing, and it was just different than any other movie I've done. And the story's not that it's not even that crazy different or anything like that. It's not. But it's a classic. We hit every mark that we wanted to hit in doing this in a different way. I hired we got the best cast, the best crew. And again, it's not me, it was them, and it was everything coming together in Italy that just made it. I just couldn't believe how great it came out. And I was like, I think, honestly, for the rest of my life, this is probably the best movie for me. And it's the best I've done so far, yes. Without
the best you've done, like even in your acting, you think?
Yeah. Because most were real, they're different movies for different reasons, right? Like, when I did Mall Cop, I'm doing it for families and kids, and you're being goofy and broad, and this and that. And a lot lot of stuff you're getting that, well, that's your kind of what they expect from you. But this was one where I was able to, like, I don't hold comedy as much as like Kim Coates, Jonathan Movie, these guys, and Allison Hannigan. Yeah. Which the last guy, which is fun for me, is Kim Coates, Sons of Anarchy. I've known him for 35 years. I did a movie with him and Ray Romano, Cold Grilled. Yeah. And it never went anywhere with our meat salesman. And I met him, and he is the greatest. He's an insanely intense actor. I don't even know what he's going to do. But that's what I want for comedy. Like, he looks at you, and he's just going to go a certain way, and you're going to go with him. And he was the perfect guy to play that role.
Yeah, it was great, dude. He was really, he was a good, he has comedy right on.
He's incredible. He crushes it.
Whenever you made, what's another favorite, like, just take me through one more favorite film that you, like, an experience that you had.
I mean, Hitch, all, the stuff with Sandler, I don't even like that stuff. Like, doing stuff with Sandler is the best always.
What about, like, a Hitch reboot today?
I mean, I don't know how you do it with me, but yeah, I guess you could do it. I think so. I think it was great. Well, that was my first movie, so I was thankful for that one. That was. It started out like I had like one line or something. That was like a very small part, and then I just connected, and he was so nice and giving me, some freedom to be funny and kind of try different things. And dude, and it made everything for me. So I was really.
There's a lot of pressure when you just said that much of a part to try to make it perfect in some way.
I'm coming in, what was a massive, movie star, and movie stars are different than it was like. It was just the theaters. It was like they were special. You didn't see them, but I remember we were doing a big table read in New York, and he walked in with his group, and I'm like, whoa, my eyes were like, whoa, that's him. It was like one of those things, and just happy to be there. Trying to pitch things, but don't want to get thrown out of the room. Trying timing and stuff like that. But he was great. Like, we would write after in his trailer, and he'd come back, and we'd work on some material and rewrite it as we were doing it. And I was just in it. It was like a dream. It was really great, and it had that actual feeling that I had in this movie, honestly, where you feel things are coming together. Because I've done a ton of movies where you go, man, this is just not working. Or, it's like, you just feel like you're muttering when you're pushing the comedy too hard. This one felt so real to me, and it was just so much fun to be a part of.
So you have other projects that they already have on the docket.
Yes. We're working on one with Jelly Roll. It's actually a drama, country music drama that we're working together. And
you said video him the other night. The Grammys video.
No, I wasn't there. He is amazing. Yeah, just I got a shirt. I put a shirt in at Walmart before coming here, and I already stained it up a little bit. But let's go, Jelly.
He sent me a pair of those shoes. They're like half of
Oh yes, the ones that he wears.
Yeah, they're something like that. Yeah,
they're great. He's an amazing human being, man. I'm so proud of him, and so excited to do this. And in this drama, here's the thing: he goes, hey, if we're gonna do this, we gotta get into like prison shit. Because we go to prison. We're both in prison in the movie, and it's real.
Where at? What city?
In Nashville.
Oh, nice.
So it's a whole thing about getting to the Opry, and it's a cool story, and there's a lot of drama in it, and it's exciting. But we said, okay, we're going to commit now to doing this, and he went out and lost like 300 pounds, and
I am
upset.
Good morning. We have a beautiful dark.
Yes, he's down like 300. I'm upset. It's a big spread.
Our sponsors, we thank our fellow sponsors, Heavy Shoot, family for dedicated years. Also, the father, grandfather, great grandfather, Saeed,
I know I can. I'm going to do it right now. I'm literally getting called this movie, which I'm shutting down from everything else, and I'm going into training mode. Like never before. I'm going to work out. I'm going to change everything. I'd say it. If I don't say it, I'll never be accountable. But you do, like,
learning.
I'm going to do everything. Like, I've been
Walter, Jack Young sponsors Jeff and Sherry Bennett and Stephen Holly Bennett in memory of their father Herman Bennett. I know you saw that Rubens' name was roughly hope their merit. I would tell all these things happen on the families come on all of our young men and women going to university. So,
not swimming. I'm not a swimmer. Which is getting in
and also the fact that let us be really incredible demonstration. The beginning of the character down is your best. You're picking up, you're picking up on your diet on the days 17
body feels good stretching.
Introduces a fascinating concept. Pussing to be low. You can go ahead and make pussing or be low. So if you low, you don't need to go. So actually, Rashi says over here, so the Shusharat wells situated in the public domain. I will say that wells pose this fascinating issue for Gabi Shabbos. Why? A well has the dimension, often has the dimensions of a society. It has the opening of 4 buckets and a depth of 10 buckets, which makes the well itself the individual well in the water is standing in the public domain. So how do you draw water from the well on Shabbos? Those is one of the celebrations. Even though the well itself belongs to the public. Right, so the well we're talking about over here is public property. But again, even though something is public property, says that most of us in the services that are looking at that, and you're from a lot of them are also possible. The hard to hack to a person halalu. Also, excedidos above
it's scary.
So let's say this. You go ahead and introducing this idea, and we're going to see why this is. But the mission is to introduce the idea that in order to draw water on Shabbos, you can essentially make inferior mechanisms. So as we just finished up the suggestions of the defects right through the list of inferior types of enclosures. So it's hard to manage the example of an inferior enclosure is going to be used to enclose well. What do you need in order to enclose a well on Shabbos? So essentially what I'm doing is I want to make the area around the well an enclosed area with protected. Therefore, I have the ability to go ahead and draw the water. So how do I do that? I thought you must nearly you make 4 buckets. You make 5 of the link receipt on 4 double panels. Essentially, panels are arranged at right angles at all 4 corners around the well. We're going to see the word in the mother as a contraction of 2 words. D-O, 2 panels. So here it is one, they look like 2. Because because they're 2 panels, you imagine 2 panels arranged at right angles at each corner around the well. That encloses the well where the appearance of quote-unquote 8 walls. See what I mean? Mayor Omer, small done in the Kishnemasas. So they're going to the mayor holds, but no, you need the 4 corner panels, so the 4 that are like 3. So the 4 panels at the corners are right angles. But according to Yehuda, mayor, you need an additional panel on each side of it. So you can imagine, in the middle of each of the double panels, you would have an additional single panel. For a total of, we will call it 2 panels that look like 12. So the Gemara says, I brought you my thing, I brought you. Go to that start talking. The rope was done, the whole blood. They will say the halacha is no one has started talking. The height of these panels, the height of these panels is going to be 10 talking, and their widths are 6 talking. What are those talking? It's like thickness, any amount. Any amount. The most is so again, I need a height of 10 talking, I need a width of 4 talking, and a thickness of any amount. Ubenehem, I will say how much space can be between each of these panels. I will say this is really going to be going to differentiate. So let's say, according to Yehuda, all that you need in order to enclose a well area are what we call 4 buckets. So at each corner, I need one of these double panels arranged at a right angle. So it's an L-shaped panel. So it closes the corner. I need 4 of these types of L-shaped double panels arranged at each Fine, the height of the panel has to be 10 tfachim, the width has to be 4 tfachim, and the thickness any of them. The shaila now is how much space can you have in between each of these panels. So the Gemara says, "Ubenehem kimali shtei levakos shalosh bakos b'ribinei." And there says there can be enough space to have 2 spoons of cattle with 3 cattle each. So you can have enough space in between each of these L-shaped panels for 6 cattle to walk in. So 2 spoons, 3 pairs of cattle each. And rumor Shalabah, Shiloh, Salami Paris. So the Yudas says, no, it's actually 2 spoons of 4 cattle each. And not only that, but they have to be tied, not loose. So they say, that means Shiloh means that they're little tighter together, as opposed to if they're untied, it takes up more space. One group going in, one group coming out. Again, we're seeing in Mishnah. However, actually referring to is 10 hours. 10 hours. Why do you have to phrase it this way? We'll see in the Gemara. And the Gemara says, after the Mutter and the Hakiv of the air, the Rabbi says, Paralosh of the Ruba, the Shin of the Shosa. And what they say now, he's just established the maximum amount of space in between the panels is the amount for either for 2 teams of camel, 2 teams of cattle, either made up of 3 cattle each or 4 cattle each, going in, tied together, one going in one direction, one going in the other direction. What about in terms of if you want to make a very small enclosure? What's the smallest amount of area around the well that you can enclose? So the Gemara says, Mutter hakiv to the air, or the bat to take paralosh of Ruba between the shosa. There has to be at least enough space inside the enclosure for a cow to have its head and the majority of its body inside in order to drink. So I want to say, what are we concerned about? Why is that minimum here? If you look at last session, that we get a Mubarak second aid, Nisbach had the air at Dena Pasin to the Rosh of Lulu Shapara, about the similar kilo, the Mamanship after Paraso, the Mokin, the Davla Putin. If the area of the enclosure is less than the amount of area necessary for the majority of the cows to be inside of the roof, we're continuing to end up growing her and taking it outside of the enclosure in order to water your animals. So the market, look at the higher place cap of the text, look at the higher place, cultural, or the right to you that it has. You can make the enclosure as big as you want, as large as you want, and I will say, provided that you add additional panels. In other words, remember, what we just established is that halacha myself, the maximum amount of space in between the L-shaped double panels is 10 ounces. That's the maximum amount of space. So if you're going to enlarge the space, you can do that. What would you have to do? You'd have to add in intermediate panels. You'd have to add in additional panels in between the double L-shaped panels in order to ensure that there's never more than 10 ounces of space in between the panels. That you don't have basic sasana. He says the maximum amount of space that you could enclose around the well is 2 days saw. It's 2 days saw. They say back to the that's the maximum space of 2 days was only given regarding a carpet. Now, what this means is that actually the carpet, there was these areas which are not enclosed for residential purposes. The carpet, like the double, which the ear, the hackles, that is from the outside. So it's like clean and carpet are large areas which were not typically used for residential purposes. That's when you have the two maximum. But if you have a deer, those it actually says deer is ultimately again look at actually about higher deer. Shall the hemos usin the sados hayom kan hayom kan today zado because this is like a movable pen. You got a movable pen, or sahar actually says that the deer is a pen that was used in a more permanent fashion for animals, or a usually actually says in like a backyard, an area behind your home, which was used for certain activities of daily living, or a cluster, That's what I said. After the base, Amesh's Koren, after the base, Asara Koren Mutter. So we'll say, interestingly enough, what the Mishnah is getting into over here is the notion that the two base maximum may be only limited to areas used for non-residential purposes. But for areas used for residential purposes, Halacha you can enclose even a much larger area. So what do I have to close to? Therefore, again, in more residential areas, for residential purposes, you can enclose as much of an area as you want, as long as you keep on adding additional walls. So almost like what we are introduced over here is an incredible idea, which is an incredible leniency of Chazal in terms of enclosing a well. Because we need water now, we'll discuss when exactly Chazal made this takana and for whom they made this. Because this is a major kula based on everything we've learned. The concept of human, the concept is to enclose a well with a series of double posts. So all you need is 4 L-shaped posts at 4 corners. That encloses the well, allows you to draw water from the Rishus HaYachid into an area which was formerly a Rishus HaRabbi. The only parameters of this is that the L-shaped posts themselves must be 10 tefachim high, must be 4 tefachim wide. Must go better than say 4 tefachim wide. 4 tefachim in width refers to each section of the L, right? So each section of the L itself must be 10 tefachim high, 4 tefachim wide. There can only be a maximum of 10 amos in between each of the L-shaped posts. You can make the area as large as you want. According to what it says, Rabbi Yehuda, you can make the area as large as you want, as long as you keep adding intermediate posts. In other words, there can never be more, so you have to make sure that there's never more than 10 posts. So if you want to enclose a larger area, you must include additional posts in between the L-shaped posts so as to minimize the amount of open space. Good. Says the Gemara. So also our Mishnah does not reflect the deal of Hananya. Why not? Nisanya, Osi passing the bar, Vichabal Nishayara. You must listen to this because we learned in a Raisa. You can make pasin. I both say pasin are boards, which the Pashtus is what our Mishnah is referring to over here. Now, right? Our Mishnah uses a lot of pasin, of boards. We only call it Yumajin later on. So the Raisa says you can make pasin for a bar. But for a caravan, you have to use ropes. Now, we'll say this is what we spoke about in the last parak, right? About using ropes that are situated less than 3 tefachim from each other to create a good type of machines, right? It says anything within 3 tefachim of each other is considered to be attached. Salach has to make first. Hananya says. Chalon the bar, about low pasim. So also listen to this. We're going to switch gears a little bit over here to a bar versus a be'er. So remember, again, it's a well. So well, we assume is something that constantly replenishes itself. It's from underground, as opposed to a bar. If you ask this bar, mayim mechunasin ba'abidi depaski. So I'll say, what's a bar? A bar is a system. So essentially, a bar is in the ground, which collects rainwater. That's what happens. So again, there's no underground spring that's doing that. It's just, again, water is falling into it from rains. So it collects there. Then we'll say, look at Rashi. Rashi bar. So often, again, a bar can often go dry. How does the bar go dry? It doesn't rain. It doesn't rain. It's just, I have no water in the bar. So actually, Shumhaki Asar Hananya is in the Paskin Maya Ubaki Mechitzas, Halahuchi Pasinilaus, Ella Mitnene Meyen, Shabahimas, Odi Regalim. We'll say, listen to this. So interestingly enough, Hananya comes along and says that the leniency of what we call the Diyu mother, the person, was only a din by be'er, not by bar. Because boros often dry up, right? They're not a reliable water source. Ultimately, again, Chazal said if you want to draw water from a bar, you need regular mechitzas, or at least have all of these ropes. But the mud in the pasuk only work for a bear. Although Rashi over here, is really very important. Rashi over here highlights that why did Chazal institute this leniency? Because of the hymn is only regalim. We'll see this in greater depth in coming days. but the notion that when people would be Ola Regal, people would come to Yerushalayim, Pesach, Shavuot, Sukkot, so they would often bring their animals with them. You needed a water source for animals. So there were public wells that were open, but the problem is if you were camping somewhere for Shabbos and you needed water for your animals, to have to erect regular mechitzas was an incredible hardship. So Chazal instituted this for those who are older. Again, we'll see this in greater depth. So the Mishnah clearly doesn't reflect the view of Hananya, because Hananya holds that ultimately, again, Pasim don't work for a bar. To which the Gemara says, no. No. Our Mishnah can reflect the view of Hananya. Why? Because they will say Hananya is going to buy a bar. He says, by a bar, Pasim don't work. But by a be'er, which is what the Mishnah is talking about, Pasim, these double boards, do work. Others see like this. From the fact that Hananya didn't say that you have to use ropes for a bar and Pasim for a be'er, so we'll say others say no. From a simple reading of Hananya does not distinguish between a bar and a be'er, and therefore it could very well be that Hananya holds that, or just like a bar needs chavalim, ropes to create a lavud mechitza, so too a be'er requires ropes to create a lavud mechitza, and pasim boards or yumadim do not work. To which the Gemara says, "Leimas is no Hananya." Our Mishnah then will clearly not reflect the view of Hananya. To which the Gemara says, "Hananya." Let's say it's possible not. When Hananya is commenting in the Brisa, Hananya only comments on bar, ultimately, again, because that was what the Tanakama was talking about. But we don't see from the Brisa what Hananya's position would be Lagabe Be'er. Okay, Lema Maslitin goes to Rabbi Akiva. Our Mishnah does not reflect the view of Rabbi Akiva. How so? This lands Echad Be'er Harabin, or Bar Harabin, or Be'er Hayachid, also and Pasim. About Bar Hayachid, also Machitza, Gavo Asar Tzachim Din Rabbi Akiva. You won't say, because remember, Rabbi Akiva is on record as saying as follows. But have a Be'er that belongs to the public, or a bar that belongs to the public, or a Be'er that belongs to an individual. For all of those cases, you can use Pasim. You can use the boards. However, a bar, which is just the system, just the hole to collect rainwater, that belongs to an individual, that requires a regular mechitza. These are very good. The Biros, our Mishnah, was like only speaks about the ability to use boards for a be'er. You can only use pasim or diyumadin, right? The L-shaped enclosure. You can only use it for a be'er. The be'eros in the boros low. You'll hear Rabbi Akiva. No, I'm not sure if you don't reflect the view of Rabbi Akiva. How so? The Gemara says, be'er na'im kaim. So I'll say when it comes to a be'er, right, which has which has a spring, a be'er ma'im chaim, where the halacha is decisive, that's ultimately again where we make no distinction between a be'er owned by the public or a be'er owned by the individual. Everyone agrees in those circumstances that halacha you can use the boards to impose it. Bar, if we're nothing, the low procedure. When it comes to halachas of a bar, which I will say it does not stem from a spring, but rather it's just collected water. The low procedure, but the halacha is not agreed upon. Low honey, ultimately again is not agreed in the Mishnah. Very much these look at you doing both. Our Mishnah doesn't reflect the view of doing both. The house so this doing both Omer ain't also possible. El Lebe'er Harabin Gilbad. Because also Yehuda ben Bava said you can only use the boards to include a be'er that belongs to the public. I will say, if you look at our Mishnah does not seem to make a distinction between a be'er owned by the public or a be'er owned by the individual. Mishnah seems to indicate that any be'er can be enclosed by the person. To which the one I feel the payment at Yehuda ben Bava might be rose da'alma. Also, you could say the Mishnah doesn't follow the view of Rabbi Yehuda ben Bava. What does Rabbi say? What is rose? What are wells? General wells. So general wells. I will say general wells. We assume in this context means what? Public wells. Public wells. Also, like meaning a partial meaning of the Mishnah is that the wells that we are talking about about are not individually owned wells in someone's Rishus Hayah. Again, general wells which were public wells. Fine, so let's say, so bottom line, we tried to highlight the mission does not reflect the view of these three different opinions, but in fact, that's not the case. In fact, again, it may reflect all of these. My Diyumadin, what is the word Diyumadin? Or Rabbi ben Elazar, Diyo Amud, two pillars. As I will say, the Diyumadin are the L-shaped boards, two pillars, contraction. But so the Gemara goes back. I will say here, so this incredibly beautiful Gemara. Shnar Hasa, and Yehuda Omer, has she, so I will say, so you want to point out from this so far, nothing's changed in our understanding of the Mishnah. Right? The concept that we outlined in the Mishnah still is solid. It could be these views. Do agree with the Mishnah, don't agree with the Mishnah, fine. Shnar Hasa, and Yehuda Omer, Halashisim Turin, Chutz Min Hadiyufra. So let's say, interesting enough, switching gears a little bit over here. Rashi says, Shisim. To those in the interesting halacha. The concept of Demai means that was a takana of Chazal that if you buy produce from an Amoretz, you must go ahead and tithe it. Why? Because we're not sure Amei Haaretz took proper tithes or not. And interesting enough, the Gemara seems to indicate over here. Let's say, what's the concern? Why wouldn't an Am Haaretz go ahead and tithe his produce? So one possibility is he doesn't know the halachos. Interesting enough, the Gemara doesn't even seem to feel that's the issue. Usually, the Gemara seems to feel that over here is that the Am Haaretz doesn't want to lose money. Remember again, tithing plus the produce. The Am Haaretz doesn't want to lose money. So because he doesn't want to lose money, therefore he doesn't go ahead and tithe. So the Gemara says something very interesting. She's in their inferior figs. So because they are inferior figs, we assume the Amaretz does tithe. Why? Because since they're inferior, he doesn't feel like you're losing anything by tithing them. With the exception of the Yufra, because apparently the Yufra was a better type of fig, so that the Amaretz would be a bit more reluctant to tithe. So the Gemara says, my Yufra, what's the Yufra? Amar Ula, Ilan Ha'u said Dio Pelos Bashana. So Ula said this is the type of fig where the tree produces 2 crops a year. So Dio means, which is supposed to say, the reason this is being brought down is because Diyumadin means 2, right? Two boards, 2 planks. So we're using other examples of other things that have this Dio identity. So Diyufra is a type of fig where the tree produces figs twice a year. I'm Rabbi ben Elazar. Those who listen to this, now the Gemara is going to get into some beautiful agadata. Some beautiful agadata. So I'm Rabbi ben Elazar. Dio Pirtz Upanim, Hayelo Rishon. Adam Rishon was created with literally 2 faces. 2 faces. The Adam Rishon was created, well, let's see, Shnei Amar, Achar Bekedem Sartani. This is the Gemara quotes the pasuk. Quotes the pasuk from Tehillim down. Literally again from the front, from the back, you have created. Ksiv, Vayiben Hashem, so says, Ksiv, Vayiben Hashem Asad. So before you go on, the Gemara is going to create the image over here that the first human being, Adam Rishon, was created with two parts from the front, or one part was man, and the back was, or the other part, the other side was woman, and then after Baruch Hu split the two into 2 beings. Ksiv, that the pasuk says, Vayiben Hashem Asad Selah. But the pasuk also says that Hashem built up the rib, which sounds like, again, Chava, woman, comes from the rib of man. Rabbi Shmuel Chad Amar, Pirtzot Chad Amar Zara. So one says, Nahogas Rabbi Shmuel. One says that ultimately, again, woman was already built into man. Pirtzot also means that there was an image. So the first human being, the first person, was a 2-sided being. On one side, it looked like man. On the other side, looked like woman. But they were all one entity, and the Baruch went ahead and subsequently split them off from each other. The other thing it says the son of that Adam was born with a tail. And I will say, tail doesn't literally mean tail. Tail just means perhaps some type of additional appendage that was then removed Adam and built up to woman, built up into Chava. So Bishlam Alamandam appears of Hanadixit Akarekedem Sartani. So according to the opinion that says that there was literally an additional, call it facade, right? That there was an additional, that woman was an actual side of the first human being. That makes sense because David HaMelech says you have 4 feet on the front and on the back. But according to the opinion that says that it was a tail, my Sartani. What's the meaning of that phrase? You have 4 feet from the front and the back. It means man was the last creation, yet the first to be punished. So the Gemara says, so I understand that man was the last. He wasn't created until Shabbos. But what does it mean that he was the first, ultimately again to be punished? Right? What does that mean? He was the first to be punished. So the Gemara says, if we say ultimately again, it's because the curse was the first entity, the first being to be cursed in the aftermath of the hate of the eating from the Eitz Das Dobara. That's not true. The Gemara says, I'm sorry. It's not true. When it came to punishment, first the snake was cursed, then Chava was cursed, and in fact Adam is only cursed all the way at the end. Rather, when it says he was the first to be punished, it meant for the Mabul. That by the Mabul Hashem erased everything that was on the earth from man unto animal. So it was the first thing to be punished by the Mabul. So it's like according to the opinion who says that the first human being was really able to say, if you could imagine, it's hard to imagine, if you could imagine that it was 2 beings essentially fused into one side man, one side woman, and then HaKadosh Baruch Hu ultimately again splits them all to be 2 independent beings. So according to the opinion, it says that's how this first human being looked. It makes sense. That's why it says the word Bayitzer, the fashion Adam with 2 yuds. The 2 yuds really representing 2 different aspects of creation. And within that first human being, there are base tzuros, Rashi says. There are 2 beings in one. So this is incredible. A whole shas is worth for this next line. But according to the opinion who says that it was just an additional appendage that Adam was created with, and that appendage was then removed and built up into Chava. Why 2 yuds? Kidlo Shun Ben Pazi. Oili mi yitzri, oili mi yotzri. Shem Pazi says it will say it is one mantra that captures the entirety of the struggle of life. Oili mi yitzri, woe to me because of Yitzer, because of my inclination, because of my wants, my desires, my proclivities. Oili mi yotzri, and woe to me because of my Creator. It will say we are locked in a constant struggle between the Yitzer and the Yotzer, between the inclination and the Creator. My Creator wants me to do one thing, and my Yetzer wants me to do another thing. And if I make my Yotzer, if I make my Creator happy, then my Yetzer is angry at me. And if I make my Yetzer happy, then my Yotzer is unhappy with me. Let's say he's marked by this constant struggle between the Yetzer and the Yotzer. Look at Rashi. My Yetzer makes me miserable. If I try to fulfill the will of my Creator, and woe to me for my Creator if I fall prey or if I fulfill the will of my Yetzer. I will say, isn't this incredible? Doesn't this sum up the entirety of the human condition? The double yuds are embedded in the very creation of Adam Harishon, because from the moment that we are born is the moment the struggle begins, and it only ends when we take our last breath and leave this world. The struggle between the Yetzer and the Yotzer is the struggle of life. There was like one thing that says that it was a picture that literally again there was a full image of a woman and man in one body. This is what it means when it says Zachar Mikeva, that Hashem created us Zachar and Mikeva, male and female. But according to it, it says there was an appendage that was then removed and built up into the Chava. So what does it mean to create the male and female? Look at Rabbi Abo. Rabbi Zachar Mikeva says on one hand that Hashem created them male and female. Also, so let's listen to this. The Tchila also Machshava, the Baros Shnayim. This is what it means to say as follows. In the beginning, Hashem thought that, you know what, I will create two human beings simultaneously. I'll first create man, and I'll create man and woman together, right? Two separate beings simultaneously. But then Hashem decided to ultimately create them as one being. What if that one being had two facades, two sides, or that one being had an extra appendage? We'll say the idea of person hashkafic love that the Torah who wanted to create for us is an incredible yesod and paradigm in marriage. This notion that husband and wife view themselves as one entity. The fact that Adam and Chava came from one body, it tells us that the yesod ultimately in the union between a man and woman is not two people coexisting, but rather it's two people. It's two people. Let's say, to think about it. That's right. That's the Torah frames marriage. They will become one entity. Why do husband and wife become one entity? Right? Go get along as long as you coexist. No, because they'll say, what is all of marriage? All of marriage is striving to get back to that point of Adam and Chava before they were split. That's the essence of marriage. Getting back to what that original human being was. The Torah was created a paradigm, where everything was created was a paradigm. Adam and Chava, husband and wife, as one entity, as one group. The Hayula Basar Echad, Mamish is Adam and his husband and wife getting back to what marriage was supposed to be. It's an incredible. So according to the opinion, it says that it was a pirtzuf, another facade. That's why it says that after the Rothschild created Chava, he sealed off Adam's flesh. But if it was just an appendage, what does it mean when it says that he closed off the flesh underneath it? It means the earth, there was an appendage. That's why the pasuk says, "Hashem built Chava." That lashon makes sense that there was a rib. He took a rib and he built the rest of the Chava from that rib. So the Gemara says, "I know a pirtzuf my baby then," but according to the opinion, it says that it's a pirtzuf. There's a facade. What does it mean that he built it? The Chiddush Menashe. Notice listen to how beautiful this is. The Dar Hashem Menashe. Vayivan Hashem Elokim Asatzala. Hashem built the rib. So listen to how beautiful this is. The Lami Shekila Kadosh Baruch Hu Lechava. The Rebbe before he brought Chava to Adam, what did he do? He braided her hair. And then he brought her to Adam Arishon. She came because in the distant land they call braiding built. So it says that Hashem built her. It means he braided. He wanted Chava to look beautiful when she first met Adam. So the Ribono Shalom braided. So listen, do you understand the imagery in that? What is it? Who braided her hair? Listen, who normally braids the hair of a little girl? So the mother, maybe the father sometimes also. But the idea is how much love Hashem has for us. That sometimes we look at the Baruch Hu as, Avinu Shabashamayim, the Melech Malchei Hamlochim, this great king who lives in the celestial sphere. What the Baruch Hu did for this first woman? He braided her hair. Just like a loving father. The emotion loves us so much and cares for us and just wants to be with us and literally just wants to take care of us, just like a parent wants to take care of a child. So such an imagery. Even other understandings to be in a more physiological sense. That HaKadosh Baruch Hu built Chava like a storehouse. What does this mean? L'chava kibinyan otzer on the days. Ma otzer zeh racham milamata. V'karta milamala. Just like a storehouse, wider at the bottom and thinner at the top. Why? The storehouse needs to store produce. So therefore the bottom is wider than the top. So the way Hakadosh Baruch Hu built woman, the way he structured woman, is that she is wider on the bottom and thinner at the top, so as to be able to conceive and to carry life. Incredible. So the Gemara says, "Vayiveh El HaAdam." This is that beautiful. This is that Hakadosh Baruch Hu brought Chava to Adam. It shows that Hakadosh Baruch Hu made all of the wedding arrangements for Adam. He was supposed to be Kivyachol. The Ribono Shel Olam was Adam Arishan's best man. He was Arishan's best man. He brought Chava to the Chasana. Right? He took care of all the arrangements. He can. Legadosh Yasesh Shashlinas Lekaper. Va'al Yira. From here we see that the great sukkos in taking care of wedding arrangements, even for someone who was of a lower station than you. The Shbaruch Hu took care of all the chasana arrangements for Adam Arishon. So from here you see if you have the ability to help someone out with their chasana, help them get married, help them have a beautiful celebration, even if they're quote unquote lower than you, it should not be something light in your eyes. The Mandam appears to according to the opinion, let's listen to this Gemara. According to the opinion, it says that Adam and Chava were two beings fused into one. One side Adam, one side Chava. Listen to this. Hey, no Sagi Bereisha. Who walked in front? Who walked in front? An important fact, right? Who was the front? Who was back? Or Nacha by Yitzchak. It must be that the male side walked in front. Why? The both said why. A man should not walk behind a woman on the road, but even if behind his own wife. The both said, now what's the shot over here? Look at Rashi. Rashi says, the concern of walking behind a woman is the concern of Hirah Avira, impure thoughts. The man walks behind the woman, he may gaze at her. And again, now Rashi points out that it's interestingly enough that these concepts apply to marriage. Because a married woman, of course, is Mr. Erva. It's interesting that he applies it to a married woman. Others actually understand this to be even in the context of a single woman. The idea is that a man should not do things that are going to bring him to an impure thoughts. Impure thoughts. So therefore, the Gemara, even one's own wife. First of all, not everybody knows who your wife is. That's number one. And number two, a person should just accustom himself to conduct himself in a moral fashion. So we'll say, isn't this incredible? So Rav Nachman says it must have been that the male side walked first, because for the female side to walk first, that would be Kiviyachol, the male side would be walking behind her, and therefore again, a man walking behind a woman, by definition, is a fundamental breach of tznius, fundamental breach of morality. So the Gemara says, "Nizdamnu lo ala gesher." What happens if a man is walking behind a woman on a bridge? We saw Kenel, it's doesn't. Ultimately, she tried to pass her. The idea being both like, so again, Chazal understood that one of the strongest drives we have is the drive for morality. One of the strong, you see, it's Maisim B'chol Yom, that great people make terrible because of this desire, because of this taiva. So it might sound a little bit dramatic, because you can't walk behind a woman, your own wife. Chazal knew what they were talking about. And a lot of times when we think that we are not subject to the temptations that Chazal said we're subject, is exactly those times that we get ourselves in an incredible amount of unnecessary trouble. So Chazal said, don't walk behind a woman. Walk behind a woman. Not misogynistic. It's not something wrong that it's like women. It's because Chazal understood how men work. And at the end of the day, something as seemingly innocuous as walking behind someone could spark multiple thoughts that could end up in a really bad place. Anyone who walks behind a woman in a river, someone say, what's happening in a river? Rashi says, because in a river, if a woman was crossing a river, she would often lift up her clothing in order that her clothing shouldn't get wet. So ultimately, again, if he's walking behind a woman crossing the river, he'll see her raise her clothing. A person like this has no portion of the world to come. That's a very dramatic statement. What is it? He has no. She has. So again, I want to say, obviously, it's not literally saying that if you walk by a woman, it means that if this is the lifestyle you accustom yourself to, that you're not careful what you look at, and you're not careful with Shmira Sainais, you're not careful where you are, that'll lead you to do things which will deprive you of a portion in the world to come. And the act of walking behind the woman that you trust is certainly not good. Because that one act to deprive you of all the time. No, we'll say what Chazal is saying is like this. Bad things, right? Sinful just appear from nowhere. They're often a combination of a result of a series of smaller acts, smaller indiscretions that usually lead me to something much bigger. So if I'm not careful what I look at, if I'm not careful to walk behind, at some point in time, unfortunately, that'll lead me down the road to the commission of a serious avera, which could deprive me of my old Haba. Yomar goes back and will say, so along the same thing, Hamarat Ma'os the Isham Yado Yado, Miyado Yado, O Miyado Yado, Rishoshi is Takrabah. Let's listen to this. If a person literally counts money, meaning a person engages in a financial transaction with a woman just in order to gaze upon her. So again, he's doing business, but again, he's doing something just with the intention because he wants to look at it. Now he's not doing anything else with her. He has the intention to gaze at her lustfully. After the Doma Moshe Rabbeinu Shekiva Torah Mehar Sinai, Lo Yinoken Medina Shogeh. Let's say, do you hear this Gemara? So if a man goes and he goes out of his way to intentionally look at a woman, even if he, and again, I'm using in a lustful fashion, even if he is as great as Moshe Rabbeinu, who received Torah from Har Sinai, he will not be saved from Gehenna. Will not be saved from Gehenna. Same idea. Doesn't mean that this is sending you to Gehenna. No, what Chazal are teaching us is the little things we do. We'll say, what's wrong with gazing at a woman lustfully? Okay, so maybe it's so again, it could be it's a lot of so is it a rayus? Is it we'll say, I'm just looking. Because I'm understood things, a lifestyle that started, I'm just looking, usually ends up with something more severe. Life is all about creating a proper lifestyle that is conducive to Kedusha. Because so many times in life, what we just try to figure out is, okay, it's simple. Is it mutter or is it asr? If it's not asr, then I'm going to do it. If it's right, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. It's not structural lifestyle of Kedusha. Because if my lifestyle is not filled with Kedusha, I'm going to end up in Gehenna. It's just the way that it is, not because God is angry. It's because if I don't structure the right kind of lifestyle, I'm going to end up in all the wrong places. Manoach Amaretaya. Manoach, the father of Shimshon, was in Amaret. Shneimar, Vayakam Vayelech Manoach Hacharei Ishto. Manoach, so we'll say the pasuk says that Manoach walked behind his wife. The fact that Manoach walked behind his wife indicates that he was Amaret. Maslo Rakam Yitzchak on the Ato. Rabbi Elkino Vayelech Elkino Hacharei Ishto. But it says that Elkino, the father of Shmuel, walked behind his wife. He's also Amaret. So Elkinami Gabi Elisha that says Vayakam Vayelech Hacharei. Yet the pasuk by Elisha also says that Elisha walked behind the Isha Shuna. They're also going to say, Hakanami, Elo, Achari Dvar Veitzasa. And they're both saying, in those contexts, what it means is that Elisha followed after the counsel of the Isha Shuna. Or that Elkanah followed the counsel of his wife Chano. As the Gemara says, Hakanami, Achar Dvar Veitzasa. So to Bach, it need not mean that he actually walked behind her. Rather, it means that he followed her counsel on Mashu. And according to the Venus, that Manoach was really a Ma'aretz. People say, Rab, he didn't even pay attention in Yeshiva when it's talking to Sid. That's talking Mitzvah and Arrow. So, we'll say, in Parshas Chaisara, when Rivka's coming back to Yitzchak, what does the pasuk say? Rivka and her maidens got up, went on the camels, and they walked behind the Ish, and the Ish did not walk behind them. Once they will finish this, Rabbi Yochanan, Achare Isha. This Gemara is better to walk behind and not walk behind a woman. Which also means better to place yourself in physical danger, to place yourself in spiritual danger. I should say, better to place yourself in physical danger, to place yourself in moral. Better to place yourself in moral danger than to place yourself in spiritual danger. Achare avodas kochavim, v'lo achare beis hakneses b'shar shem mispar. Listen to this Gemara. But yet it is better. So we'll say, what are we concerned about? That if you walk behind the idol, you're going to be pulled into idolatry. But better to walk behind an idol than to walk behind the shul at the time that they're davening. Because they will say to walk behind the shul at the time that they're davening and not to walk in looks like you're guilty repudiating avodas Hashem. So better to go ahead and walk behind the idol and run the risk of being pulled into idolatry than to have someone walk behind the shul at the time that they're davening and not enjoy it. So we'll have to stop over here. It's beautiful. I kind of for tomorrow as well. So I think tomorrow morning we're going to start at 5:45. We'll get a little bit of an earlier head start on the dot. I'll put it down on the WhatsApp. Let's see. All right, so we'll say good morning. We have a beautiful, beautiful dot ahead of us today. The dot is science. We are kicking off on 17. We're kicking off on 10 silent days. 16 we have 2 dots. So we're section 6 lines up. Well, that's the bottom. Right. So we're over a while like running about should be Sunday. Should be appreciated have very much enjoyed the shoot. Thank our sponsors, our full sponsors, for Elo and Wolf, and family memory of your father, grandfather, great grandfather, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom and Fish. We can learn sponsors, Jack Bennett, Jesse, Rocky, Guidance, and Malat Anders, Barry, and Google, and I'm also so all of these look like great trust. You guys rock the ball, football, football. That global time is definitely showing that Stephen and Tommy Bennett, then we have the father William. I know you saw them moving from the run on from Dr. Moshe Devan on behalf of the whole Dr. Appreciation of the global for the that was and once they got to let us in, beautiful dance ahead of us. So we're picking up 2 dance on the days, test design on the days 16. Let nourish your back to Rabbi Mishnah. Yochid knows the most basic society. Let's remember again, the topic of our Mishnah is if you go ahead and you are using these type of pieces, which are less than ideal. Less than ideal in the pieces. Either again, chassis poles, RA poles, vertical, horizontal, we have other castings that we spoke about. Mobbed pieces, Chanel. So not the first one, but not the name of Rabbi Yochid for an individual knows the low base size. So once for an individual, the maximum space that you can enclose with these types of pieces, these interior pieces, is going to be an area of 2 days soft. Look at that. No split lines up in the body. No split base sign. The pieces is this type of piece. So remember, under normal circumstances, if you use regular participant closing area, there is no limit on the amount of area you can enclose. The discussion we are having is not so much we're using an interior type of pieces. Therefore, the maximum area that you can close, so I'm not sending Rabbi Shmuel, is too soft, too big soft. So today, what if there are 2 people? No someone has that sign. So 1 person, 2 persons, 2 people. Still have the same exact maximum area of big size, 2 big Gimel. Once you have 3 people, now with the 3 people now become a caravan. And once you have a caravan, the no still have base shake. And now a caravan can have 6 days of land. Says the Gemara, I understand Shashis, Rabban, and Abad, the Gemara asks him of Nachman, how could it be that you have left the side of the position of Rabban? Because the Rabban say that you can enclose as much area as you want. So how can it be that you left behind the position of the Rabban and take up the position of Yosef Rabban? Hadr of the Nachman Amora Ale. So there's a subsequent of Nachman in Kabul. This Nachman called Muslim. This Kabul, this point. Darash, and he said, Barim Shamar with Nechem Kaos. That which I said to you before is in fact mistaken. Baruch Amu, this is what the Allah is. Yochid knows no base sasai. This is an individual who is enclosed in an area with inferior mechitzas. The maximum area he could enclose is 2 base of shtayim knows no base sasai. Similarly again, two people are also limited to base sasai. But what happens? Shlosha nasu shayarav, the notes still have close. Also, once you have three people become a caravan, and halacha l'maisa they can enclose as much space as they need, even with the use of inferior. I don't understand this part. The safe rabbi. Are you then going to come with that? First part of this reflection is Rabbi Yossi Rabbi, and the ending is going to be the rabbi. Reish Rabbi Yossi Rabbi, because our Yossi basis of science. The rabbi to the Yossi, also here. So this is what just happened over here. Rav Nachman by Yitzchak, Rav Nachman, the name of Rabbi Shmuel, kind of adopted both positions. On one hand, when it came to 1 or 2 people, he took the position of Rabbi Yossi. He said that you are capped at enclosing an area of 2 base saw when using inferior pieces. Yet, when it comes to Gimel, when it comes to 3 people who are now becoming Shayara, they can enclose as much as they want, like Sarabanan. So why would it be? Why would it be that the ratio would be affected Rabbi Yosef and the sake of the Rabbi? Yes, we should fight what we should have said. We can actually we should because literally again look at that Rabbi Yosef from Rabbi Yehuda now they get those who are elevated sometime in the ultimately again ultimately Rabbi Yehuda has the same and therefore again that's Rav Nachman chose to go ahead and find solutions. Therefore, what Rav Nachman is coming out with is as follows: if it's 1 or 2 people enclosed in an area, they are limited to an area of 2 base saw. They become a caravan, and they can use any maximum area they want with even if they however, listen, she says to tell you the halacha is not we'll get to that a little bit. It's actually quite interesting to see how we are the college. We definitely make it the amount of area you can enclose with regular people, what the Gemara is calling those 2 rules. So Amarav, most of the Chamish the shadow of the part. Well, so that's the same about the college. Sometimes you could have people who enclose 5 base saw. And yet they will be prohibited from carrying in that area. Yet for Shabbat Mikhail, yet sometimes they will enclose an area of 7 base saw, and it will be prohibited. Sometimes 2 people can enclose an area of 5 base saw, and they can't use it. Sometimes it will be 7 base saw, and they can use it. Amulay, he said to the people, our Rabbi, he will say, first man, because all that. Says, I'm a little different. He responded, Oraisa Mudi'i Sibis Amarabah. Swear by the Torah, by the Nadim, by the Sibis of the Absins. Amarabah, starts to say, my kasha, what's the big deal? Once again, remember, the reason they just couldn't imagine that Rabbi said this because at the end of the day, it doesn't make all that much sense. So come on, you're actually my kasha, what's the big deal? Maybe this is what God really meant. Good for the shades, the Sheva, after the Sheva Mutarim. Let's say you have a group of people, and let's say what happened. They went ahead and they needed an area of 6 base saw. That's what they needed for their use on Shabbos. But they went ahead and they enclosed, again, about the inferior measures, they enclosed 7 base saw. So that would be mutter. We'll say, why would that be mutter? The Gemara is making the assumption right now that maybe Rashi is in the fire. As long as the area that you're enclosed is necessary and is being used by the people occupying it, it's fine. As long as there are not 2 base saw which remain unused. So if you have a group of people who needed, let's say, 6 base saw for use on Shabbos. But instead, they went ahead and then closed an area of 7 base saw. So there's one additional base saw that is unused. That's okay. That area will still work. However, if you might say, no Rothschild, they keep the Shabbat, but if the group needed only 5 days off, but they enclosed an area of 7 days off, after the commission, but see again, they will be also to use even the first 5 why? Because there are 2 unused bases off inside of those pieces. That's a hard to kind of go back so you base a time probably. My law, when the Rice says, but there can't be 2 pieces that are open. Is that the unused from people, or I should say, totally or empty of people? Well, honey, the kid. But I mean, empty people. Okay, with Rabbi, I let it do something higher for you. You must do things like this. A local nice, so here's what it appears to have. If you're 1 or 2 people, the maximum area that you can go and enclose the interior of the pizzas is what? Is 2 bases off. If you're 3 people, you become a shayara caravan and you can enclose whatever area is necessary. What's the definition of necessary? What's the definition? So now what Rob is coming along and saying necessary is not just enough space for people like to sit, but we're assuming that if you're a caravan, if you're a group of people, you want to use space. If you're in the beaches, presumably you're traveling, you have stuff. So necessary means enough area for your stuff. But interestingly enough, it doesn't have to be exactly enough area for your stuff. As long as you do not have 2 bases of unused area within your enclosure, so ultimately again you must use this over. But even if you have a shayara, but you have 2 bases of unused area, the mechitzos, the rows, these inferior mechitzos will not work with possession. You run the Itmar, social is Echaman. Social is Echaman. Social is 3 people traveling together. It's Echaman. And one of them died. Shnayim bini post-swallow. And we'll say what happened here. 2 people. And then the third one joined on. What's here's happening over here? In both of these cases, we started Shabbos with 1 cohort, and the cohort changed over the course of Shabbos. So case number 1, we started Shabbos with 3 people. That's the Shayara. What's the halacha with the Shayara in terms of the pizzas? You can enclose what? As much as you need. And need being defined that as long as there are not 2 bases of unused space, your enclosure is good. So you start Shabbos, but then again, never one guy over Shabbos. Now, if you were, you started Shabbos with 2, and then a third one joined on Shabbos. So let's say, so what's the answer? Halacha? The Gemara says, we're going to tell you, the Rabbi Chaz Amar Shabbos Goremes, the Chaz Amar Digu in Goremes, what is that right? So first of all, one of the men said Shabbos Goremes. So also, what is that in Shabbos Goremes? Look at Rashi, Shabbos Goremes. Moshe is Ephraim. Olio Pico, Remes, Shabbos Bahakir, return at Matthew Vlad Judah. Stein the Pico Yosef is a sign. Ahadish, Tosva, maybe you in Asuna Judah, sources to this. So, one of the men says Shabbos means the identity of this cohort, and I should say the identity of this enclosure, is determined at the onset of Shabbos. So, for example, if at the onset of Shabbos you have 3 people, you're a shayara, you're a caravan, you enclose an area of, 7 days off, because that's the amount you need for the attention brought by all these individuals. Even if someone dies over the course of Shabbos, that does not change the status of the cohort. Cohort identity is established at the onset of Shabbos, and that is the identity that remains, even if the cohort somehow changes. The second thing is no, you regard that that's not Shabbos doesn't go and concretize the identity of the cohort, but rather again, the identity of the cohort is determined by what? The makeup of the cohort. So if you start Shabbos with 2, and then a third comes, then that's a Shayara. Or conversely, you start Shabbos with 3 and 1 dies, that's now individuals. And therefore, the flexibility of the enclosed area could absolutely change along with the circumstances of the inhabitants of the group. Look at actually just a moment. So you're involving Gimel Umeis Echem Nehen, the Batsi, you're Surim Ekipi Yosef Sign. So what's the therefore, absolutely really fundamental, which doesn't sit above your actually seen come off in other circumstances. And as there's always Shabbos, does the onset of Shabbos solidify and consecrate the identity of something, or is the identity fluid based on the circumstances governing the object, or in this case, the person? That's the fundamental of our focus. So if he's talking about the other Shabbos, also the opinion of the opinion is what it says that Shabbos is no rest. But ultimately, at the end of the day, Shabbos is what solidifies and consecrates the identity of this group. And therefore, even should something change in the group, someone dies or someone joins, it doesn't change. Whatever the circumstances were at the onset of Shabbos, those are the circumstances that are embedded for the rest of the Shabbos. Remember, Rafuna is the one who says, the Shabbos is like number Rabo, Boy, Rafuna, Uboy, Rabiuda, so for Erev, Darel HaPesach, we'll say, let's say, in this case of the year, you may be able to do that. Actually, Erev, Darel HaPesach, all you base materials to Pesach for him. What's the case of here is you have two courtyards, and there's an extra space between them. The Erev, Darel HaPesach, and you may be able to join the two materials through the doorway. All you base Sanuyos, Pesach, the name, the Ibu Al Dan HaPesach. The action wisdom of Shabbos should not take on a pause. Here's the case. I joined two areas through an Erev. But ultimately, again, something happens, and the ultimate that served to join two areas is now closes up on Shabbos. So now, what's the halacha? He said, Shabbos, all of the rituals. So again, Rabbi said that Shabbos, once Shabbos permits something that can be significant. So to step, you see from here that it is Rabbi, in fact, who holds that halacha l'maisa, the identity of a particular thing is concretized and solidified at the onset. Leva, Rabbi Yitzchak, and Rabbi Yossi, so let's say that Rabbi Yitzchak had the same mathematics as Rabbi Yossi and Rabbi Yitzchak. This time, I will say the good this mathematics. Usher, she did put some mishtei b'chosah. What happens if you have a usher which was preached two songs? Different bias. She did put mishtei b'chosah. Or you have a home which is reached on two sides. Different mabui. She did put kolosa polakay. And a mabui, lucky of whose kola was taken away. So what happens here? So the idea over here is that you had a chutzner in this case, or a bayis, or a mabui, which were properly adjusted at the onset of Shabbos. So when Shabbos began, you could carry in this chutzner, you could carry in this home. The mabui had a left or a properly adjusted. Then what happens? Changes over Shabbos. There's an additional breach up the wall of the chutzner, which is speaking, the chutzner is no longer enclosed. A breach in the home is no longer enclosed. The left of the chutzner is the bubble. Both sides. See what's happening? I started Shabbos one way. When I started Shabbos, all of these areas were properly adjusted so as to allow for carrying inside of them. Something now changes over the course of Shabbos. Halacha l'maisa, how does that impact the areas? So the Gemara says, Karma also Shabbos, Lasur also of the Rebbe. Rebbe says, you can carry in these areas for the duration of Shabbos, but halacha so like only Karma also Shabbos, Karma also Rebbe. Rebbe says, if they are mutter that Shabbos, then they are mutter the future as well. Sorry, in Mutter, don't read that again. Mutter also Shabbos, Karma also Rebbe. Masuna also Rebbe. Asuna also Shabbos. Rabbi Yossi doesn't make any sense. If it's going to be usher for the future, it's usher now. And if it's going to be mutter for the future, it's mutter now. As well, see what's happening over here? Rabbi Yehud is in a peer that what's happening with like this. Rabbi Yehud is saying that halacha l'maisa, Shabbos koremes, the identity of a particular space is solidified and concretized at the onset of Shabbos. And even if something changes over the course of Shabbos, the identity of that makom does not change. Versus Rabbi Yossi, who is saying that no, We look at the Metzias, we have to look at the area. So let's just keep it simple. It's very nice that your mother that you had a cola or less by your mother at the answer of Shabbos. You permitted carrying inside of the mother. If that lessee or cola is gone, then that's it. There's no longer anything to see. What is there to talk about anymore? We're done. Well, so you see, what's happening over here? Remember again, the machlokas we had beforehand. The machlokas we had beforehand is what happens if you start Shabbos with this. Keep it simple. You start Shabbos with 3 people. 3 people are a shayara, a caravan. A caravan is limited to enclose how much area? How much area? As much as you need. Provided that there are not at least 2 bases of unused space. So we have Ruben, Shimon, and Levi, and the host of Ruben dies over Shabbos. Now, what's the shayla? Now, let's say together they enclosed 7 bases saw. So that's 3 people that are allowed to do that. As 2 people, they'll only be allowed 2 bases saw. So what's the status of the enclosed area over Shabbos? So Rav Huna is one who says Shabbos Koremes. Nope. Once the identity of the cohort is established at the onset of Shabbos, and that's it. Versus the Yitzchak, who said that no, halacha l'maisa is the urine farming. So the Gemara wants to suggest Lema Rav Huna Rav Yehuda. So Rav Huna would say like Rav Yehuda, and Rav Yitzchak would say like Rav Yossi. Rav Huna would say not necessarily. Other than Rav Yossi, the truth is, in my position, can even go with Rav Yossi. Why is that? As coming from Rabbi Yossi, as the lesson over the pizzas. In Rabbi Yossi's case, there are no pizzas. In Rabbi Yossi's case, what changed over here is the fundamental enclosure. Right? You have a chutzah that was reached. You have a mali that the left ear quarter was removed. So there's mechitzas missing. So you might say, how can you still mechitzas? But in my case, what changed? So the cohort has changed, but the mechitzas remain the same. So Rav Huna would say maybe the only time we say Shabbos Koremes is at least when the enclosure is the same, but the cohort changes. But if the enclosure changes, you can't ignore the reality that this area is no longer enclosed. So the Gemara says, Rav Yitzchak would say, Rav Yitzchak would say the truth is my position. Even though when the house of Ad's going to come in regard of this urine. So the Yehuda says this condition when there are people who dwell there. The residents remain the same. But in my case, the Yehuda says, well, actually, started out with 3 and when 1 died, less than the urine. Ultimately, again, there are not enough residents. So therefore, again, the Gemara suggests that we try to pair off the Machlokas of Huna and the Yitzchak with the Yehuda and the Yossi. They don't necessarily like that. If Chachamim omrim after Mishnim Barim, the Chachamim will say that halacha actually will say this is very interesting because the interesting halacha l'maisa in this is as follows. So first of all, in terms of a yachid, so yachid yachid shavas b'mikah. Hekef mechitas gulas, shesi below orev below shesi, as sasayin musar palkobo. He sasayin the electrum the kalkulum bo ela bedalim. Sechina jin in shnayim. So we'll say first of all, like really just like our Gemara. It says that you have an individual or 2 people who are using mechitos genulos, inferior partitions. So what's the definition of inferior mechitza? Either you're using vertical poles, right, and again spacing them 3 blocks apart sectors level, or horizontal poles, 3 blocks apart sectors level. That's called a mechitza genulos. You are capped at enclosing in the area of 2 bases. So I want to point out, although we saw yesterday that also, although you might have raised this, like in the context of someone who's traveling, a lot of the lights are used to use the pizzas to do off anywhere you go. So let's say you live in there with no backyard, you want to enclose, there's no areas, you want to enclose your backyard, you can enclose your backyard with some pieces to do off, as long as halach l'maisa, you do not enclose more than 2 bases. So, right? So if you're 1 person or 2 people, that's the same happening. However, in a Gimel Yisraelim, Hashuv and Jews, we have the status of the caravan, and Mutter with Kalka with Kula, because of Tardes. If you're bad, Shelo Yakifu Yosef and Beit Sarkam. Shelo Yishar Beit Sasayim Tamu Shikin Sukin Molokai. So it says halacha says really the halacha follows that I have to ignore it. So three people are caravans. Caravans are permitted to enclose as much area as they need. Need is defined by how much space you need for your stuff. So as long as there are not going to be two bases of unused area, you can go ahead and enclose as much as you want. So it's interesting enough. Halacha you can enclose as much as you want. There's no limit. As long as the space that you are enclosing is not all of it is utilized, as long as there's less than 2 feet of unutilized area, your enclosure works. Good. Fine. He gives a couple of other qualifications that I love for another interesting. Okay, I almost said we'll leave that. There's actually another couple of interesting halachas here that's supposed to do with that. So the Gemara says as follows: Come say after the same bar. Because remember again, the Chachamim said that halacha l'maisa that just to give you the context, the end of the mitzvah said. Come with each thing shall set you various in the mitzvah. Give you ideas for you. But if you say any mitzvah that is not chesed and vertical and horizontal, right? Crisscross. Ask that in the mitzvah. Any mitzvah that is not a mitzvah. The come say after the stage run. The come say no. Either one is okay, right? Whether you have an Arab made or a mitzvah made of chesed or a mitzvah may be okay. Says the Gemara Hainu Tana Kabbalah. So I don't think the Chachamim will say at the end of the Mishnah are pretty much saying the same thing as the Chachamim at the beginning of the Mishnah. So why do they have to restate their position? Oh, Ikabenayu Yoch. I spoiled this a little bit. I'm sorry. Ikabenayu Yochid B'Yishur. Once again, the community between them is can an individual use a mechitza gerua when in an inhabited area? You know what this is? Ikabenayu Yochid B'Yishur. Tana Kama Kamar Lo Gibu B'Shar Ela B'Hoben. Uli Olam Yachidani Mutter Yochid B'Shar Derek Lo B'Yishur. Hold your philosophy. Okay, so let's listen to this. The first opinion of Mishnah Tanakama holds that halacha l'maisa, the license to use the pizza gerua, you don't need to travel. You're traveling, so obviously you're going to relax that up a little bit in the changing circumstances. If you're traveling, you can go ahead and use the pizza gerua. But if halacha l'maisa, you are b'yishur, you are in habitation, then halacha l'maisa, you are not permitted to go ahead and use the pizza gerua. Rabbi Basrai, I'm not sure if the Kakamah, the Kamara, even the Pizza, go with that for the Shaba. I mean, I'm going to actually say the one on the Shetty or the Pizza. You have to get that land, then you have to use the second Rabbanon. The second, right, the second Rabbanon, the end of the shop, all the Kabak and the Pizza, you can use a Pizza Gerua even if you are in the because that's how he passes. He passes like Rabbanon Basrai. The last thing he said in the Mishnah, Rabbanon Basrai, using the pizza gerua, an exterior of the pizza, even if you are in an inhabited area. It is not only a license to touch on the pizza when traveling to the even in an inhabited area of the pizza. Good, I will say you have a little bit of halakha, nice movement. Beautiful. Mishnah, I will say this is a fascinating subject. Our board Dvarim Pachulama. I will say there are 4 things that Chazal said are not required when you have a group undergoing out to war. That's the maximum. Jewish are going to work 4 things you don't have to do. The vehicle is simply come up with. You can go ahead and bring wood from anywhere you want. You will say that the soldiers don't have to be worried about theft. Not worried about theft. You will qualify this. You don't have to wash their hands. Now, which the spirit family sometimes will have to see. They are also much more dry. What's remember is deny is that was concerned that animal organs, individuals ultimately who are unworthy, do not properly provide for use. Therefore, halacha l'maisa, you have to have that compromise. Apparently, soldiers do not have to be worried about the army. Nor do soldiers have to make, she said, to be an ilum katseros. So you don't have to go ahead and worry about the areas in which they are. Let's say, not can I use this to come out? Have it just incredible. And again, you look into the Hamas Arishus, if you have a Jewish army that goes out, so the Hamas is supposed to obviously the difference between the Hamas Arishus and the Hamas Mitzvah. The Hamas Mitzvah war ordered by HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the Hamas Arishus war waged for any other purpose, to acquire territory, to repel an enemy. That's what Hamas Arishus. So the Gemara says, if you have a Jewish army going out to the Hamas Arishus, return the guest on intimidation. They can go ahead and take dried wood. Dried wood. And the Yehuda ben Yitei Omer Af Konim B'Chamakom 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 B'Chamakom. This is what Yehuda says. They go to camp wherever they want. They can camp wherever they want. And wherever a soldier is killed, you can carry right in that place. So we'll say now another price that seems to go ahead and hold on this. So this price again, you're saying soldiers are permitted to take dry wood. I must understand. Dry wood versus moist wood. It's a bigger finish to say that you have dry wood. Why? Dry wood obviously set aside for use. Right? When you have dry wood, that becomes fuel, that becomes fire. Moist wood is really useless for any type of fuel or for any type of building. So the finish over here is that even if the soldiers find dry wood, they can take it, they can requisition it. And furthermore, again, they can camp wherever they want. They can utilize personal property for the army to use. And ultimately, again, because we're assuming that a soldier like a mason mitzvah, so he acquires the area where he's carried right now. Said the Gemara, we currently get what is intimidation. I can't be Yeshua. I don't understand. We'll say this, that soldiers can go ahead and take dried wood. So that Yeshua ben Nun already instituted during the 14 years of the people's history, right? During the 14 years of time when the Israel, Damar, I started to understand Yeshua. Yeshua made 10 conditions, like 10 conditions when we went into Eretz Yisrael. And some of them were Marin Bakashim, that you can allow your animals to graze in the forests of other people. So that's very significant. That if I own forest land, in some sense people often don't harvest the stuff, they don't cut down stuff in the forest of land. Because of that, if I allow my animals to graze in the forest of land, I'm not going to number one, our animals in the covered forest areas. And ultimately, again, to collect wood from their fields already instituted that soldiers can go out and take wood. Husky was a field instituted that they could take trees from burn bushes of bushes. Literally like low bushes. Talk about the shouting. So originally when Yeshua instituted this, the soldier can essentially take inferior trees or inferior growth. So that kind of Mishnah is that soldiers could even take dried wood, which was clearly dried and set aside by the owner for his own use. Barring pollution, when Yeshua allowed the soldiers to take wood that was still attached to the ground trees, but here the Mishnah allowed them to take even detached wood. Inami Hassan Barakin, Hakav Yiddish. Kind of Yeshua allowed them ultimately to take moist wood, which was not really set aside for anything just yet, versus the kind of Mishnah allowed them to go and take even dry wood, which was obviously set aside by the owner of the pretty abuse. The Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, said, soldiers can camp anywhere they want. And wherever they are told they are buried, shoot them, Meish Mitzvah. Also, you assume that a soldier killed in battle is a Meish Mitzvah. And a Meish Mitzvah is Kalamakom, right? A Meish Mitzvah acquires his area. So what's the Kiddush over here? Versus, again, so by those things. So Tzvita, Afal Gav, and by the way, if you look at the last chapter of that 41 days, they say, Echad Yitana Shishim Yoshua. Of the idea that a mason that if a person dies, and we make a little fun in this instance, the moment a person dies, that they acquire the area where they die as their burial spot. That was one of the Tachana's said. What you see is something really incredible. What you see, the kind of feeling of the curse of Yeshua is as much as Eretz Yisrael, is divided up amongst the Shvat. And each Shevet has their own parcel, and therefore, again, there is definitely personal property in Eretz Yisrael. There's this underlying dynamics there that is, we all own this land. We all own this land. Okay, let's say you think about it, although it didn't really work, like if you think about the of like everyone living together, which is rooted in not things, but like it's interesting to have stuff that is beautiful. The actualization of it is problematic. But the nice stuff, this notion that although there's personal property in Eretz Yisrael, at the end of the day, every part of the land is shaykh to every single Jew. That's what Yeshua is trying to be master over here. So therefore, yeah, I can graze my land in your forest. I bet that's your forest. Okay, but you're not cutting it down. If you're logging the wood, that's something different. But assuming that you're just leaving it a forested area and it doesn't impact you if my animals graze, that's going to be okay. Mitzvah Kalmakum, signs on the earth of Earth snow that they could be buried in the middle of my field. You know, if you were doing that. But what nice, it shows an incredible level of connection that every Jew has to every little bit of space in Earth Yisrael. It's quite dramatic. To which the Gemara says, I don't know what this is saying, that if the soldier is killed, that he's buried where he is. He's a mitzvah. And a mitzvah kalmakomo. It's Sricha Afagav, our days, Afagav, these things also. Well, here's the difference. Even though who died has family. Has family. Don't say he has family, he could retrieve the body and bury the body elsewhere. This time, he's on his mitzvah. Well, so what is a mitzvah? The whole shit will look close. What's the mitzvah? It's only individual, there's no one burying. That's a mitzvah. Right, so basically, no one to help take care of the needs of the mace. The quarterback here only knows that he's a mitzvah. But however, if you put out a call that Tony died, and people will come and take the body and bury it, but of course that's not a mitzvah. It makes what Gemara says. So look, so therefore again, the Kiddush over is as follows: when you have a soldier who dies in battle, the Gemara's Mishnah saying is he's kind of a you bury him right where he died. Why we're calling him a mace mitzvah, even though what? He's not really a mace mitzvah. Why is not really a mace mitzvah? Because halacha l'maisa, halacha is how you expect your family. Halacha you have to understand. Halacha like it should also reflect about the time. So, which is that somebody died in battle. What are you going to do with the body? What are you going to do with the body? There's no nothing. So what are you going to do? You're going to let the body sit until you go ahead and finish the war, come back home. Where's the battle being fought? There was a the Mishnah section says that the soldier who dies in battle, like the case of mitzvah, that you can bury him ultimately wherever he dies. Even though in reality he does not conform to the true definition of mitzvah, which is someone who has no one to clean the body, no one to take care of the burial of both families. This soldier might have a very large family. Because of the realities of war, we treat them like a mitzvah. So you must be mitzvah kind of come with that true. That a mitzvah wires the spot where he died as his burial spot. You must say, God, Hamotzi mitzvah to the Sraksha. So if you go ahead and you find the corpse on a main road. With Baneli Yamin Asraksha, all the small Asraksha, so you don't bury him on the main road, wherever you can move to the right, you can move to the left. Sunday bar to stay here. Listen to this. If ultimately, again, once the religion was choice to bury him in, Sunday bar means those that was not plowed. See a field, a fallow field, but a field that was not plowed, or a plowed field, but on the Sunday bar. If you bury him, so say his foot, burying him in a fallow field or in a plowed field, you bury him in a fallow field. Here, the Gemara says, we're learning Sunday near the Sunday Sarah. What happens? You have a plowed field and a planted field, but then on the Sunday here, you bury him in these plowed fields. How you stay in, it's also you see so here that when you have the place where you bury this mitzvah, you do so through burying him in the place where you have the least impact on other individuals. So there's a difference between a fallow field and a plowed field, between a fallow field. The difference between a planted field and a plowed field, put it in a plowed field. What happens? How you stay in burrows. What happens if they're both plowed fields, both planted fields, or both fallow fields? You can put them wherever you want. So we'll say, so what is it? So again, this is kind of what we just said. What did we just say? Mace means something of a comment. We'll say, what does mace mean something of a comment? What does it mean? Where do you bury him? Right where you found him. So I understand, by the way, in the case of where it dies on a main road, can't put rating on a main road simply because it will be an incredible stumbling block in Rabbi. But here, the prices seems to indicate that you have some level of discretion as to where you put it, where you bury it. But if you see mitzvah, one of a komo, then there should be no discretion. Wherever you find it is where you should bury it. We'll say, what are we talking about? We're talking about the case that he died in a way that his body was like goes across the width of the road. So his body actually, where he dies, actually goes across two different rishus, two different areas. Both shenikah rishus with no summon hamitzar, with another follow-up. First, technically speaking, you're right. Under normal circumstances, that love is basement of Karnaval. So wherever he dies, that's going to be where his actual burial is going to be. Like that's halacha. But in these types of situations where, let's say, the body straddles two areas, then you're not going to bury the nation across two different areas. Once you're permitted to move in, you can move into the place where it's going to be the least amount of impact. Let's say, for example, if he dies and he dies across the width, the body straddles a plowed field and a fallow field, you can put him in the fallow field. Once you're permitted to move him, you can move an area that has the least impact upon the community. Incredible. We're supposed to come back from this, and therefore again, what you've seen so far is, although you're still going to you take them soldiers to take wood, either you're only allowed them to take moist wood, cracked wood, and if you want to say, you can even take dried out wood. And the finish of that is, when you have mostly dried out wood, you might have to see people have fireplaces, they stack wood to dry it out. We'll say, so there, really, if I'm the owner of that wood, I cut it down, I'm drying it out, because I want to use it myself. That's what I'm doing. And yes, again, Halacha L'Maisa was saying that the term Yeshua is the soldier can take that wood for their own use. That's number one. Number two, Mason Sakala, even though a soldier may not normally satisfy the real mitzvah, he may have a very large family, be happy to take care of his burial. Halacha L'Maisa, when a soldier dies in battle, he requires that area that he died on as a burial spot. The only difference would be is if he dies in between two areas and you have to move the body anyway, move the body in a way that has the least amount of impact on it. Yes. The pure mechita tonight, their culture might be the army, the soldiers are part of the tonight. What is that? All right, so mechita tonight. Rabbi lo shalom mishon. Rabbi, what are they touching from? They're touching from the tonight before they eat. Before they eat. You don't have to wash before they eat. Or manachronim chova. Incredible. So manachronim, they have to wash. Manachronim is obligatory. Why is that? Why is it that in general we said that my macron ultimately is obligatory? If they not remember that my macron referring to the small washing, the washing we do before breakfast and before that drink. If they shemelach domestic, shemsana sainai. It was regarding sodomite salt. So melech stomas, which apparently was very powerful, with a little bit gets into your eyes, because someone falls to one. There was a concern that what would happen, and everybody always has salt on the table, right? You always salt, because again, salt is supposed to have salt on the table because the table is something to stand. The pasuk says a cold carbon, cold package, doesn't circle of a carbon. Without salt, you always have salt on the table. Plus, of course, to make the pizza out more enjoyable, you have salt. So there's a concern that there be some of this melatonin that was mixed in with the salt, and halacha might cause blindness. So he went to Rabbi and Mishnah is first of the Kula. So and Rabbi said, even in a whole pour, of course, a very large number, in a whole pour of regular salt, you can find a little bit, just a kernel, of salamite salt, enough to cause blindness. Melatonin in a very small amount could be kind of useless. So Chazal said, soldier, you're losing battle, you don't have to about it before you eat, but you must wash my macronim because this is a din of sakon. This is a din in danger. What happens if one is weighing salt? Let's say one's not eating, but they're weighing out salt. You have to wash my macronim if you're weighing out salt. I'm going to lay on the if you're weighing salt. You also have to wash hands after you finish. We'll say, again, we just don't talk about salt in the context of a meal. But if you have to be a salt merchant and you spend your day measuring out salt, you must absolutely wash after you finish your day. Or you have to end up putting some melatonin in your eyes. We'll look at that. Toast in just a moment. But if you do my Macron and Kova. So here the Gemara is a very strong statement. The my Macron is obligatory. Says Tosis, but one side will say it's a problem. My Macron is obligatory. Why don't many people do my Macron? Akshok, Tosis says, Akpat Tosis, he's saying on the base. Akshok, Monogo my Macron. The Ein Melech Stomus Motsui Benenu. You know, say, so again, Tosis says, the reason why many people don't do my Macron today is because Melech Stomus is not really found amongst us. Inami, the Eastern American, the Kabbalah, it's called Zima, Melech Achat. What's the other possibility is that, remember, when they used to eat often with their hands, and salt, really, salt, not like the salt shaker, like we have today. You're a salt dish, and you dip your food into salt. So therefore, again, the concern about actually having salt on your fingers and going ahead and putting it in your eyes is much more acute. So those gives two answers as to why that many people don't do my macaroni today. Either because A, we don't really have melech stones, or B, just our eating habits have changed. I will say the reason why many people still do my macaroni today is because there's another reason of my macaroni, which is Nikios. The idea is just to clean your hands. Should there be any schmutz, to clean your hands before Birkas Hamazon as a demonstration of coveted Birkas Hamazon. Therefore, even if there's no melech stones, there's still a very strong argument to be made for using a my macaroni today. Good, more like this. We'll read the mice, and we'll say, I love the mice, the soldiers permitted to use the sign your master, and sign your sign into mine. The Mishnah said you can go ahead and give 4 people. Well, first, sign your in this context doesn't consider visitors, it means soldiers who are quartered, right? So if you are housing soldiers, you are feeding soldiers, you can give them denied. The Shama says you can't feed them denied, but they still are over Machina Sanian denied, that's not Sanian. So some of the Mahogi Fishan, I love when we pass me like case of and I love when I see your soldiers are permitted to deny. It doesn't make sense. The whole institution of that kind of denied is Shirabanon. Out of a concern that maybe Amir Arab didn't properly tied, rabbis suspend that and find everyone. Umila Ari, enough to make it Rabbi they don't have to make it Erev Hatzeros. About a Rubei Kumin Hayot. They must make an Rubei Kumin. They don't have to enclose the area in which they are camping, like which the encampment is, but they must absolutely make it Erev if they need to extend their scope. So the Gemara says, the kind of video, looking out Rubei Kumin Bakora, the video said, I will say, Erev Kumin Doraisa. Erev Chatzeros is the Rabbanon. So therefore, the Rabbanon lifted their halachas, lifted their requirements in a time of war. But Erev Kumin is Gaoraisa. And Rabbi Kia Lokin are Erev Kumin Bargora. Ask Rabbi Yonasan, the Lokin Allah Sheba'al. 1 second. We'll say, the love of Kumin is a great Seish from over Yonasan. That's the person shall not leave with Shabbos hours over the course of Shabbos. So the person to give Malchus for a lot that starts with Al, Maskir and Akabayakov, Elam can sit. Al Tiffin Ella Obos Valley, you don't have to go lucky. What about context if you should not turn to the next answers? Don't turn to the source first. Don't forget Al, and yet if you go at the first thing, maybe only give Malchus for a lot that starts with Low, not with Al, but that's not true. Here it says you should not consult people who deal with sorcery, consulting with dead, and you get Malchus if you do it. How can I go lucky? You think you don't get Malchus? Yeah, but you'll have to. Lav Shinita Hearts and David. They call Lav Shinita Hearts and David in local. Mostly watch this very quickly. The Gemara says, I would have thought you don't get Malchus for this Al Yetzi issue coming on the Shabbos. Why? Because also the Gemara is assuming that Lav of Al Yetzi coming on the Shabbos, not the Israel, is also the Lav that prohibits Mutzah, carrying an item from one domain to another. And I will say, if you carry an item from one domain to another, and you get Hasla, you get more than there are witnesses, this is which means that Lav also serves as the Lav to ultimately warn me about that at the hands of the human court. And the general halacha is that once a Lav serves to go ahead and serve as a warning for that penalty, it can also be used to administer Malchus. So says the Gemara, Rashi Miksiv Al Yotzi Al Yetzi. And the Gemara essentially says, no. This Lav ultimately again does not teach us about himself. It does when we learn that elsewhere. Rather, this Lav simply teaches us about Chum. It tells us that Chum is the thing of your God, right? So therefore, halach l'naisa. When the Mishnah Mishnah says that the soldiers are coming with Eruv. Which Eruv were we talking about? Eruv Tatseros. So Eruv Kumin. If you live past the 2,000 Amos, they need to go and make their own Kumin. The Gemara says the Eruv Kumin is Zalisa. Hadrin Allah Mavoi was a Shvaya Mazutov. You devour to the entire that dedication, the Wolf family on the first sponsor. We also have Judah and Rothschild Bookwater as a sponsor in the morning in memory of that Bookwater is that section of Elo. Have recent learning sponsorship by Baron Rubin, the novel such as Noam, graduate students studying Israel. And we also have a sponsorship from Jessica David Becky and Aiden Silverman. Rebecca, Gabi, and Najee Brown. We are so sorry for the loss of your grandfather. Those members be the blessing of you and your family. Thank you to all of those sponsors. Okay, so today's daf is daf Test Zion, and we left off 7 lines from the bottom. So the topic that we were discussing is the question of if you have a, we've been talking about Omen Merubal Aparit, the Aparit Merubal Omen, if you have more standing than open or more open than standing, and the particular question we're dealing with now is Parit Omen. What happens if if they're exactly even? The physical barriers are equal in size and space to the open areas. So what's the halacha there? We know that if it's Parit is Merubal Omen, if there's more open than it's puzzle, and if it's more Omen, more closed than open, it's kosher. But what if it's exactly even? And we said our Papa said it's fine, that's valid Mechitza, and Rabbi said it's not. Okay, and so now we're going back and forth with some proofs here. Says the Gemara, 7 lines up in the bottom. Tashma, I'm a paras to kosa b'shifudin o batamita. So if someone covers, they just took on sukkahs, not they covers it with shifudin are like spits, or aruf amita are the posts of a bed. And the problem with those are that there's something that's makabel tumah. So we know that a keli that's capable of being makabel tumah is not eligible for skach. So it says the Gemara, what's the halacha? So in Yesh Rabbi Feinan Kemoson, if there's enough open space between these invalid kalim, between these bedposts, for example, so we say if there's enough open space, and in that open space, you put kosher skach, then it's going to be cherub. So that seems to be supporting. Because obviously the skach of a sukkah can, the halachas imply similar to a mechitza. It's a question of when do you see things as tossing it. In this case, instead of the open space, it's invalid skach. So we see that as long as there's enough equal space to put kosher skach as there is for the puzzle skach, it seems kosher. So that should tell us that the halacha like Rav Papa, that parat's kolmid, if it's even, then it's okay. Where it says no, this is the answer. We're going to rely on a number of times here. What are we talking about here? That what it's saying is when it says even, it doesn't really mean even. It means if you have these bedposts, let's say, and then there's enough space that you can put an equivalent number of bedposts easily, where you can put it in and take it out, right? But if you could do it easily, then that means that the open space that easily allows you to put an equal number is going to be a little bit bigger, because if it was exact, it would be very tight. You'd have to squeeze it in. And for the fact that you don't, you can put it in easily, that's what it means by even, as Rashi says, and that makes sense because that is, he says, "Ain't derech with something makat." Rashi assumes, and we're going to see the question in the Gemara in a minute, but that's not how people work. In other words, we don't generally get the exact same thing. When it says even, it means that you're able to put it in relatively easily. But if you're able to put it in easily, it means that actually the open space is a little more than the puzzle spot. So therefore, so that answers the Gemara. This is not a true case of paras k'omei, where the standing is equal to the open, or in this case, the puzzle stock is equal to the kosher stock. The truth is, the kosher stock, because it's able to go easily between the splits, is actually a little bit more than the puzzle stock, and so then you have a case of Ovid Merubal Aparat, which is not a chiddush. So we're saying it's not a raya one way or another to this masuk with Rav Papa. Ask the Gemara, but I have something. But wait a second. So Rashi explained that's not the way to do it. It wasn't in derech with something because that's not how people do it. So it made sense to say that it's nechnas yotzei. But the Gemara asked, wait a second. The truth is, you could exactly do it. You could make the exact space that you have with these bedposts. You could put kosher stock, and Rashi says the kasha seems to me that it would appear if you can do that. So then we don't say in derech makat that it's not the way to do it exact. So it would seem that if the Gemara is asking if you can in fact precisely measure and have an equal amount of schach kosher to the shikutin, we're capable of doing that, and therefore we should do that. Which the Gemara says, Rabbi says, I disagree with the premise of your question. It doesn't matter whether people can or can't make an exact assessment. The reality is that when the Gemara says you have shikutin and you put an equal number, equal amount of schach, it means equal amount of schach that you can put in relatively easily, which means the schach portion is slightly larger than the bedpost portion, and therefore it's not relevant to the question of paras k'omei. Rava says a different answer about why the schach is kosher, even if you have the exact, in other words, even if the open space is that's not occupied by bedposts is exactly the same as the space that is occupied by bedposts. But at the end of the day, there's going to be a lot more stock here, because Rabbi says in what Rabbi is saying is when you're going to place the stock down, you're going to have in other words, the stock has to rest on the thing. So as Rashi points out, it's going to rest on the Amr Rabbi I'm sorry, that's so he says even if the open space is not low space, there's more schach kosher than there are bedposts. Why? The kiva the nasno orev. If the schach, let's say, is going this way, and I'm sorry, the bedposts are going this way, and the schach is going that way. The extra lamod elam came Moshe after munachal shechach munachal shechach. How they can enter? If the bedposts are going this way, how is the schach can go that way? Only if it rests on top of each of the spits, each of these bedposts. So therefore, you're going to have a scenario where even if the bedposts are exactly even to the open space, but the schach not only covers the open space, the schach has to rest on top of the shikutim in order to be suspended. So therefore, you're ending up with a scenario where while the spaces are even, there is substantially more schach than there is shikutim. So that's a different answer. So the first answer is saying no, there's actually more open space with stop, and that's why it's covered. And the second one is saying even if it's equal space, but in this case, actual stop, forget the space, and therefore it's considered a kosher hookup. But either way, it doesn't relate to this question, and we're dealing with the part of it. Says the Gemara Tashma. If you had a caravan that was resting in a valley, we said this yesterday, that it's therefore it's a Carmelist, and they can't carry in a Carmelist. So what do they want to do? They want to establish a rudimentary Erev. They keep Malin, so they surround themselves. This is similar to what we learned in the Mishnah. They surround themselves with with various things in order to make a machita. So they surround themselves with Malin, with donkeys, well, couples, with a saddle. Bitin, Rashi says that's a pillow that goes underneath the camel. Schliefin is matzua. These are things you carry or bundles. Kanim, you have branches. Kochos, Rashi says those are the stalks of vegetables. So kind of whatever you got there, you kind of put it up to create this wall. The Allah says metalton, but hopefully carry in it. And Bubash and Gumel, Gumel. As long as between each camel there is not a space equal to another camel. And between each saddle, you can't have the size of a saddle. Between each pillow, you cannot have something the size of a pillow. So the question is, it seems very clear that if you were to have a camel, and then you have the space that's equal to a camel, it would be puzzle. It's not a good machita for purposes of Shabbos. So that seems to be like Rabbi Yeshua. Which is my answer is no, when it says you can't have the space for a camel next to a camel, means you can't have space where a camel could easily go in, which would be for Rabbi, where it would be the Madif, where we're talking about the fact that it can easily go in. If it can easily go in, then it means you have to be careful that you don't have a scenario where the opening that another camel could go is slightly larger than the space occupied by your current camel that's creating the machita. But if in fact it would be exactly even, it would be okay. Says the Gemara, Tashma, 5 lines down on Tazayin Amid Aleph. So this is a halacha that we learn as the and this is talking about the fact that we talked about this a little bit ago, the idea that Klayan, you can't plant different kinds of seeds, and you can't plant Klayakar, and you can't plant grain, let's say, in a vineyard. But the halacha is there needs to be a certain amount of distance according to these halachas about how much distance and working area. But what happens if you have a wall? So the halacha is if you have a wall there, you can go right up to the wall, and it's not considered Klayan. And one of the chidushim of the fact that the Torah looks at it, if the Torah says the machita is a wall, then it's a wall, no matter what, and therefore we're going to see later cases, and we've dealt with before, cases where it doesn't seem like a traditional wall, it's a halachic wall, but nonetheless it enables you to plant right up against this stuff. So we're going to deal with a series of cases about machita. So says the Tosefta, we find that there are three measurements or three measurements that we have to make by machita. So the first one is as follows. All of these should hopefully be familiar concepts to us at this point. Anytime that you have the open space is less than where the filled space, the omei, the actual physical things that comprise your machita are less than 3. So then, then you need to just make sure that the spaces between them are not greater than 3. So that a little goat can't go in the Vasrosh, head first, meaning to go through. So basically, what is this saying? This is saying if your mechitza, your standing part, is less than gimel tefachim, no matter what size, it could be one tefach, it could be a half a tefach. If your standing space is less than 3 tefachim, so then you have to make sure that between each of those, you don't have any more than 3 tefachim. Why? Because if you have a half a tefach here and then you have open and a half tefach of standing, you're fine. Even though you, in that scenario I just mentioned, you have 2.5 of open and you have half plus half of closed, which is 1 tefach closed, but it's fine because you have lavud. So lavud works. We treat it literally as it's closed. So we don't count parrots. We don't count it as parrots if you're using lavud to close. So basically saying, if you have Omed that's less than 3, you need to just make sure that you can apply lavud. Up to 3, you're fine, even if the amudim are very thin. But as long as it's within 3 of the one next to it, so we say lavud. Continues the kosher gimel. Anytime you have an omed, you have your machisa that is 3 tefachim, umi gimel adalit, and anywhere up to 4, but not including 4, as Rashi says, that's why I have a file. That is anywhere from 3 to just under 4. So then we have to say as follows: you have to make sure that there isn't between your boards that range between 3 and just under 4 cannot have open space that's equivalent to it. So that it shouldn't appear like so you shouldn't have an equivalent amount of open space as you do closed space. Now, obviously, this is going to be the critical point initially in the price. The Gemara is going to say, it seems to be saying that Paretz Kolmate does not work, because it says you have to make sure you don't have Paretz Kolmate. So we'll address that, but continues in Tosafta. Because if you would have Paretz Merubal Omed, then Av Keneged Omed Aser, then what would happen? That once you have more Paretz than Omed, the whole Mechitza is no good, right? So therefore, and that would therefore it would not close up. It would not close up the. It wouldn't consider them Sufim, and therefore we would not have a valid here. Now, when it says Akin Eged Omed Aser, well, that'll make more sense in a second. So continue this stuff. The Kosu Dalet Me'arba Adas Amas. Once you reach Dalet Tvachim, from Dalet Tvachim all the way up to 10 Amas, you have to make sure that you don't have open space that's equivalent to your closed space. So you don't have more. You don't have equivalent amount of open space and closed space. Again, seemingly saying like Raccoon, that part is no good. Continues. Continues the entire part made. What would happen if it had part made? That's a problem, as we just said, because it would seem to be saying part made is a problem. So then the halakha would be as follows: Keneged omed mutter, keneged part aser. That opposite the omed, it's mutter, and opposite the part is aser. So what this is saying is how this case is different than the case before it. Is in this case you have pieces of wall that are greater than 4 tefachim, 4 tefachim or more. Now 4 tefachim or more is already a substantial mechitza. So therefore, meaning it's a sufficient size that we're going to look at it as a standalone mechitza. So we do not have, because we have parts made, and we'll see exactly what that means, but because we have at least the equal amount of open space as we have closed space, so therefore this entire thing is not considered a mechitza that you could carry in, or in this case, plant koyim everywhere. If you have more omed and parrots, then we look at the entire mechitza's clothing to plant everywhere. But in this case, we have parrots omed, where we have the again, what we think is an equivalent amount of open space and closed space, and that's no good. So therefore, where can you plant koyim? Up to in front of the pieces that are 4 tefachim or greater, because those pieces themselves are meaningful, and therefore they constitute a mechitza. But they cannot combine with the others to allow you to plant across from the open space. So now the what we said before makes more sense. If we're dealing with pieces that are from 3 tefachim to just under 4, if you have more or seemingly equivalent parts to omed, then the halacha is nothing here is good. You cannot plant koyim anywhere, because there's parts equal to a merubal omed, and therefore it's not a valid mechitza that's surrounding this area. And the actual pieces that are omed independently do not qualify as a mechitza because they're less than 4 tefachim. So you can't plant anywhere. In the third scenario of the Brisa, it's saying if your pieces are 4 tefachim or greater, which are meaningful size pieces, so if the parah is equal to a merubal omed, so then we're not going to look at the entire wall as if the open parts are closed. So we're not going to treat the entire thing as a mechitza, including the open spots. But we will treat the individual boards that are 4 tefachim or greater because they constitute a mechitza on their own. So therefore, you'll have this scenario where you can plant up to the wall over here, then you're going to have to not plant up to the wall because there's no space, then you can again. Okay, continues in Tosafta. if your standing part is greater than your open part, can I get a part mutter? This is what we just said. And Rashi points out this is a general rule. This is not going on that last case. So it's saying, in general, as I just said, if you're going to say, if you have omen merubal aparis, that makes it a mechitza. So then even though, let's just take this wall that you're trying to plant, it looks like closed, open, closed, open, closed, open. You can plant up to even in front of the open part. Why? Because as long as it's omen merubal aparis, that's a valid mechitza. Once it's a valid mechitza, you can plant upward. Continues the brayta. Nifritz of yosem me'aser. Let's say you do have omen aparis, so you have enough standing things, but one of the openings is 10 amas or more. Usher, then it becomes usher again. Rashi learns that the whole thing becomes usher. So you see the Mishar Shas brings in OK, brings it close to Yishanim that says no, only the parts that are open, that are not connected to mechitzas, but whatever. The point is, continues the Tefeta. We actually dealt with this case a little bit ago. We learned it on your album base that if you had these poles, the kranim just means that they come to a they come to a point, so you can stick these posts into the ground relatively. So you put in these posts. You put a vine that's a twisted vine on top, right? So basically, we talked about this in Yudalef. That creates a Tzuras HaPesach. So if you have, because what do you have? You have two poles, and you have going across the top. So that's a Tzuras HaPesach. So then even more than 10 is mutter. To us, that's not a tremendous goodness because we've learned that in our Mishnah, although there was an opinion that was not to learn the Mishnah the other way, but the way we learned the Mishnah was a Tzuras HaPesach helps for greater than 10 amas. So that works with Playim for sure. We talked about the fact whether it works for Shabbos, but the way our Mishnah, the way the Yersa we have in our Mishnah, that even for Shabbos it works, that as long as you have a Tzuras HaPesach, that is considered a closed mechitza even greater than 10 amas, and therefore you would be able to plant in this scenario all the way up to the wall, including the open area where the Tzuras HaPesach is, because the Tzuras HaPesach is considered a halachic mechitza. The case I was telling you before, if you have a very large opening here and you only have two small poles, nonetheless, we're treating that you can plant right up to the edge, and even though the plantings will come close to each other, because halachically there's a mechitza, we trust the Playim as being two separate fields. Okay, so that's the conclusion of the Tosefta, and now we're going to analyze. Okay, so says the Gemara, Tani Mihas Reisha. We learned this is actually the second case. The first case was talking about be careful if you have less than 3 tefachim pieces to not have more than 3 tefachim because then you could apply lava. The second case says Migimel via Dalit, if from 3 tefachim to just under Dalit, it says as long as between these pieces that are between 3 tefachim and just under 4 tefachim, as long as you don't have between them open space that's equal to them, so then it's going to be something where we said that's considered a valid mechitza, and you'll be able to plant up to it. So ask the Gemara, that means the spiritual papa, because it's saying that if you have equivalent open space to the standing space, where lava doesn't apply, because we're talking where obviously the equivalent space of boards that are 3 or greater up to just under 4 means the space is going to be greater, 3 or greater. Therefore, lava doesn't apply, but omen merubal parts would apply. And here the Gemara the Tosefta seems to be saying that if it's even, it's no good. So that's a tiyopus or a papa. So everyone, I hope, can guess the answer. I'm going to look for a papa or a papa. Say to you, mind the rule. What does it mean when it says equivalent open space to the board you have? That means nefesh yotzi, where it goes in and out easily, which means that the open space is actually a little bit bigger than the closed space. And if the open space is a little bit bigger than the closed space, then technically we're dealing with a case where it's parts merubal omed, where the open part is greater than the closed part, and then everyone knows that parts merubal omed is not a valid mechitza. Now continues the Gemara. We're going to turn it upside down on the test. We thought this was a kasher and a kappa, but now we're going to say that actually this explanation we just made, that when it says the merubal means nefesh yotze, where it's a little bit bigger, actually makes sense. It also makes sense So let me just tell it to you outside, and then we'll see how the Gemara phrases it. So basically, if you look at the case, this is the about 8 lines down. We learned that Koshu Gimel, Viadalit, anything 3 to just under 4. Sarah Shaloya, hey Ben Zel is actually. You have to make sure it doesn't have equal amount of open space. Today Shaloya hey Paris Soulmate, so it shouldn't be Paris Soulmate, right? So that seems to be saying, not like Rapapa, although we just answered Rapapa's sociology, but then continues the Tosefta and says, the Imhaya Paris Merubal Omeid, but because if the Paris would be more than the Omeid, then Afkeneged Omeid also, then even, because these are non-4 twakim pieces, then even against the Omeid it would be also, you can't plant anywhere. But if you notice, it says, if the Paris is more than the Omeid, so the implication would be that when is it a problem? When the Paris is greater than the Omeid. The implication would be that if it's even, then it would be okay. So basically, what the Gemara is going to find here is it actually makes sense that you to say like what Papa said that the first part where it says if it's even, it's a problem. It's talking about Vanessa Siyoti because otherwise, within the very statement of the Brisa, we have an inconsistency. On the one hand, it says even is a problem. On the other hand, it says if the paris is more than the omeid, it's a problem, which seems to imply that if it would be even, it will be okay. So it says the Gemara, Hakinami Mistabra, it actually makes sense how Rav is answering. It's funny because we learned Im Haya Paris Merubal Omeid, because after we finished saying even is a problem, we then said, and if the paris is more than the Omeid, Afkeneged Omeid also, then you can't plant anywhere against this wall, even against the standing portions, so they're not for Tfakim. The implication would be Haka Omeid Mutter. That would seem to imply that if it's Omeid, it's Mutter. So Shmamina, we in fact learned from there that it makes sense what we're saying with Rapapa, because now the way we're explaining the Brisa is as follows. It says that if you have pieces, standing pieces that are from Gimel Tfakim to just under 4 Tfakim, so the halakha is as follows. Make sure you don't have miluo, that you don't have open that is equal to it. But what does that equal mean? It means nechnas v'yotze. It means actually slightly more, not exactly equal. So therefore, make sure you don't have slightly more open space than closed space, and then continue the Brisa, because if you were to have Paris Rubal Omeid, you were to have slightly more open space than closed space, then the entire area would be usher, both in the open area as well as across in the closed area, because those closed areas are less than 4 tefachim. So it's saying it makes sense to explain it like Rapapa, that the beginning of this second scenario was talking about where it wasn't exactly even, but the open was slightly more, because otherwise, within this very statement, we have an inconsistency, because the beginning seems to say even is a problem, whereas the end of the same statement seems to be saying when is it a problem only if paris is greater than omeid, but if omeid and paris will be equal, it's not a problem. So therefore, the way Rapapa explains it is great, because in the beginning when we say even is a problem doesn't mean really even, it means if you have slightly more open space than closed space, that's a problem, as the can use to say, because more open than closed would mean you wouldn't be able to put anywhere here. So the Gemara says, good point. This in fact implies that Papa's answer is a good answer. So now, once we have the Brisa that seems to have an internal inconsistency, and that internal inconsistency is best explained like what Papa did. We're saying, what does it mean when it's even? It means slightly more open space. So so now let's turn it upside down and say, well, now this Brisa, once it's been explained by Rav Papa, seems to support Rav Papa, and he said that the internal logic of it seems to support Rav Papa. So let's say that this Tosefta is a kasha on Rav Yeshua, who says that even is a problem, and we're saying here that even is a problem only if even means a little bit more open. So Rav Yeshua will tell you, you think this Tosefta is so good for you? Well, it's Haimeh, according to you. Aim safe. But let's look at the end of the Tosefta, or the part, actually the first thing that said after the 3 cases, which said in Haya Omed Maruba Aparetz, that if you have a scenario, this is a general Mechitza halacha, that if Omed, if the standing part is greater than the open part, Av Keneged Aparetz Mutter. So then the entire wall, we said, is a Mechitza, even the open part, because you have Omed Maruba Aparetz. But that's saying that when do we look at this as a valid Mechitza? Only if the standing portion is greater than the open portion. Hakkat Paretz, but it would be even. The implication is Aser. that the implication would be that doesn't work, and that's like Rav Huna Bar Yeshua. So therefore, Rav Huna Bar Yeshua is answering. You're telling me from the second case there was cases 1, 2, 3. Then the set out a few rules. So this is you're telling me Rav Papa would say that case number 2 supports me. Rav Huna Bar Yeshua is saying, but that's okay because rule number 1 that comes after the 3 cases supports me. It says in Gemara, Seifa Kasha Rav Papa, that the Seifa, that the first rule, the first of the 3 rules in the Kasha Rav Papa, Reisha Kasha Rav Huna Bar Yeshua, and the Reisha, meaning the second case of the 3 cases, is the Kasha Rav Huna Bar Yeshua. So therefore, Rav Huna Bar Yeshua says, don't be so fast to give this Tosefta as a Kasha on me. I could point out to a point as a Kasha on you. So says the Gemara is going to answer up either way. And it's really the same answer, but just going in different directions. So it says the Gemara, last thin line on Tef Zayin Amud Aleph. Seifa l'Rapapa Kasha. So the fact that at the end that it said that if it's Omed Merubal Aparetz, that it's mutter even Keneged Aparetz, and that implies even as a problem, because that's not precise. I need to kind of ratio parts Merubal Omed. Since we needed to learn the ratio to say parts Merubal Omed, so once that language parts Merubal Omed, then on a Seifa, when we were learning the Seifa, we said Omed Merubal Aparetz, but really what it meant is whether it's Omed Merubal Aparetz or even Omed Tip Paretz, either way, it's going to be okay. So the couple would tell you that the Reisha was precise, the one that supported it, and the Seifa, the first of the 3 rules, was phrased a little imprecisely because we wanted to have symmetry in the language used between. Now, this we've encountered many times. The reason why Bryce says the Tosefta might have a slight imprecision just to match the symmetry is because they used to do this to every single person about that. So they have to give a mechanism to remember it well. Okay, so basically, Rav Papa says the Reisha is Dafka, the one that supports me, and the Seifa was a little language just to keep stylistic symmetry. Reisha, so we say now Reisha L'Rabuna Bar Yeshua Lo Kasha. Now what about the fact that the Reisha, meaning the second of the 3 cases, seems to support Rav Papa and go against the L'Rabuna Bar Yeshua? Since that's not a problem, the Reisha is not a problem. I need to buy in the Seifa. Since we wanted to learn the rule in the Seifa, and the Seifa was telling us that Omen Merubal Aparetz is mutter against the entire wall because of the valid Isa. So since the Seifa was correct, and we wanted to learn Omen Merubal Aparetz, so therefore Tana in the Reisha we learned Paretz Merubal Omen. We learned the similar language, but really, even if it would be, but if it would be even, so the Reisha said Paretz Merubal Omen is a problem. The implication would be that it's even, it's not a problem. This is the passage of Rav Huna Bar Yeshua. So Rav Huna Bar Yeshua is going to say, no, that was imprecise. The Reisha was imprecise in its language. It also meant even if it's a problem, it only used that language of Paretz Merubal Omen. So it should have stylistic symmetry with the Seifa, which said the halacha that he wanted to say. So both of them have been able to answer up. They said that different parts of the Brisa support and another part of the Brisa is a question on each. So they'll each say the part that supports me is right, and the part that supports my disputant is imprecise, and it was just done to create stylistic symmetry. So says the Gemara, this formula of Papa, Mishum Hachi Lo Arav Lahu V'Tani Lahu. Okay, so let me just say this out and then we'll read it. The Gemara is going to ask an interesting question now. You see that the Gemara has dealt with 3 scenarios in its 3 cases. The first one was where your Omed pieces are less than 3 tvachim. That was case number 1. Case number 2 was 3 and up to just under 4. And then case number 3 was 4 and greater. So in this case, in the Tosefta's case, 3 was lumped together with now the Gemara is going to ask this: if you learn like Rav, and what is the first Reisha said that and in other words, if you have pieces that are less than 3, make sure your gap is not 3 or greater, because then you don't have love. So what he's saying is now as follows: according to Rav Papa, it makes sense why 3 gets lumped with greater than 3. because the race is telling you less than 3, make sure you don't get up to 3 because 3 would be a problem. Once you get to 3, according to Papa, if the wall would be 3 and the opening would be 3, you'd be fine. So as far as Coleman is mutter. So therefore, the racer which says if you reach 3 tefachim, it's a problem. According to Papa, makes perfect sense why 3 is together with 3, because according to him, 3, where it's equal to 3, would be fine. So therefore, he didn't want to put it in the race, because the race is saying you have a problem if you reach 3. But Papa works well. That's why we didn't combine 3 in the first case. But according to Yeshua, why not make the first case say as follows? This shlosha, so include 3 in the first case, not in the second case. You need to make sure that there isn't a gap of 3. We should, so if the halacha is the same, basically less than 3, you have to make sure you don't have 3 because otherwise, if you can't apply level, you're going to have part move element. And even if you have 3, you also have to make sure that you don't have open space of 3 because according to Rabbi Yeshua, part element is usher. So you could have included 3 in the case of 3 in the Resha, and then the halacha that says make sure you don't have a mechitza of 3 would be accurate. So according to Papa, makes sense why 3 ended up in the second case. But according to Rabbi Yeshua, 3 could have been in the first case. So the Gemara says, no, the reason it's not in the first case is we should have dummy tool the Resha, tool the Seifa. Because while it's that whether it's less than 3 or 3, you need to make sure that you don't have an opening of 3. The reason for that is different. Tool the Resha today, so you talk about the reason the Resha said make sure you don't have 3 is because the Resha was talking about where you have these thin boards and less than 3 to the next thin board. So we said love would apply. But if you would allow there to be 3 spots in between them, that would be a gedik which destroys love it. So love it wouldn't work. So that's why if you reach an opening of 3, it would be a big problem for love it. Sula the Seifa, but the case of Shalosh, it's true that the halacha also is you cannot have an opening of 3, but the reason is different. Because we wanted to make sure that you don't have, in other words, when you have a opening, when you have a omade of 3, the reason it's telling you to make sure you don't have an opening of 3 is because if you do, then it's part of omade, and that's going to be other. So that the first one is a loved halacha. This is what Rabbi Yeshua answers. The first case is a loved halacha. The second case is a mechitza halacha, and therefore the case of 3 that I'm talking about, even though it's true that 3 needs to make sure it doesn't have 3 of opening, that's a mechitza halacha, and therefore it belongs in the second case and not in the first case. I'm sorry if I didn't explain that well enough. So we gotta move. Says the Gemara, Pachas Mishlosha money. Rabbanan he dami Pachas Mishlosha money. So who says that 3 is lovud? That's Rabbanan and we'll have an argument. Is it 3 or 4? So we say Samrin and lovud. So therefore, and we use the number 3 because Rabbanan holds less than 3. You say love it 3 or more, you don't say love. But Ema Sefer, look at the Sefer, goes to the Arabah that if you have 3, and up until just under 4, on the base, the third was Shimon Gamliel, that goes according to Shimon Gamliel, then we're talking the Arabah love it. Who says, I'll explain this in a second, who says that less than 4 is love it. The Rabbanan was supposed to be an Arabah, Kadu. Because if it was going like Rabbanan, they would hold, why should you have a separate case of 3 to 4? 3 and 4 are the same. What's going on here? So the ratio which said, be careful, you don't have a gap of 3 spots, was because of Rabbanan, because love we only say less than 3. But what is the following? You see that Gemara distinguishes between case number 2 and 3. What's the difference between case 2 and 3 is just what's the size of the piece. In the first case, we say if it's 3 and just under 4, you cannot plant anywhere. The whole thing is other because there's no mechitza here. If it's 4, but it's still part of the Rubala Omek, so then you can plant across from the pieces that are 4, but not across from the pieces that are open, right? So the only distinction was less than 4 is not considered a mechitza. More than 4 or more is considered a mechitza. So therefore, there's a distinction in halacha. Ask the Gemara, who is it that would say that there's a difference between less than 4 and 4 And why would 3 and 4 be? Why is there any distinction at all between 3 and 4 according to the Rabbanan? Of course, the Shimon Gamliel comes out well because he holds Dalit is kosher with its own mechitza. So up to Dalit, you're going to say lavud. More than Dalit and more, you don't say lavud. But according to the Rabbanan, who it seems we're going like, why is there a distinction between 3.5 and 4? They're both kosher because once you cross 3, you go out of the category of lavud and you're into the category of mechitza. So the Gemara seems to say. The Gemara says it seems that there's an inconsistency here. The Reisha is the Rabbanan and the Sefer of the Shimon Gamliel. The Gemara says, Rabbi and the Reisha Rabbanan say the Nami Rabbanan. No, they're both going according to Rabbanan. Well, the Rabbanan, the whole Mr. Connecto, he had a month of my ball. Low chassid. He's saying, you connecting, you're thinking that the Rabbanan holds that once it leaves the category of lavud, meaning once it hits 3 and there's no more lavud, it's automatically now a makom chashuv that its own mechitza. Says the Gemara, says the Baya, no, it's those are two different halachas. Lavud goes up to 3, it's halacha l'moshe Sinai. When does something become a chashuv mechitza that on its own is considered mechitza? 4 tvachim. You try to link those laws and assume that once you get out of lavud and you reach 3 tvachim, that the Rabbanan would say now a chashuv mechitza on its own. Those are two different halachas. One is lavud, one is mechitza. One runs out at 3, the other starts at 4. That's why we needed the second case of the Tosafta. Continues, Rabbi says, I'll give you an answer that says that it's all Rabbi Shimon Gamliel. It's Shimon Gamliel, Reish, not Rabbi Shimon Gamliel. So maybe the whole thing is Rabbi Shimon Gamliel. So it makes sense why at 4 we switch to a chashuv mechitza. So then the question is, well, wait a second, but then why don't we say lavud up to 4? Why did we say lavud only up to 3? So when it says, Rabbi Shimon Gamliel, I mean in lavud, when did Rabbi Shimon Gamliel say that we say lavud even up to 4 tvachim? So we were introduced to this concept before on Daf Yudal Amud Beis. The idea that when does Rav Shimon Gamliel say that lavud works even up to 4 is only by something that's not talking about reaching the ground. For example, if you had a korah and it was short of the wall, from one side it was attached, from one side it was short of the wall, we said if it's less than Daled Tvachim, that's okay because we're not worried about Gedim, the korah is up 10 tvachim or 5 amas, whatever it is. So we're not worried about sea walking through, but going through on the ground from the to-go point 4 tvachim and down. But even though theoretically love should work, Shimon Gamliel agrees that we don't say lavud going down because since Gedim can go through, it destroys the ability to say lavud, and so therefore, the case we're dealing with here is if we leave gaps. In order, so the question was, why did we say lavud? We have to make sure to keep the gap less than 3. Why not less than 4? Because we're going to say if it's less than 4, even though lavud should apply according to Shimon Gamliel, the fact that Gedim can just walk through destroys lavud. So therefore, we're saying the entire thing is Shimon Gamliel, and that's why a mechitza becomes a makom chashuv on its own only when it's 4 tvachim. But so then why doesn't lavud work up to 4 tvachim? Because Rabbi Shimon Gamliel agrees that if we're dealing in a scenario where Gedim could walk through, we only say up to 3. So the whole thing is Rabbi Shimon Gamliel. Says the Gemara. Tashma, first wide line. The Fanas Halalu, we had this case also before. Fanas Halalu, Shirufim Tachem Halonot Mutter. So we said if you have walls that are primarily composed of doors and windows, so what does that mean? That means it's paras. It would seem to say that has a lot of opening, a lot of paras. So we say it's mutter. So that says, and it's rubam tachem halonos. That tells us the majority of it is open, the majority is paras. It says mutter. And continues as long as the omid is more than the paras. So the Gemara says, how could it be? These are contradictory statements. You say if you have majority windows and doors, which means majority paras, we say it's mutter. But then we say as long as you don't have more paras than omid, in which case it'll be also. So which is it? So the Gemara says, Ella, you have to read it. It has a lot of windows and doors. Mutter, it's okay if you have a lot of openings in a wall, but it will batch as long as you don't have, as long as you have more standing parts than open parts. So it says lots of open parts are fine. We can still have a mechitza and we'll consider them stopping as long as the omed is more than the parts. But says the Gemara, if it says as long as the omed is more than the parts, that is the parts, but if the omed will be equal parts, we would say asr. So the implication of that is that it's asr. So we say so that's in fact a valid question or a couple because this seems clear that if omed meruba parts, if it would be equal, it would be a problem. And continues with Gemara, help us talk about the but the halacha follows the couple. That's the as we dealt with this before the other day with the price of the shield of the health. So you just finished telling me that you have a proof against a pup. Right now you're saying the halacha follows it, and when it says in, we should be documenting about it because our Mishnah implies like him. Now this is actually interesting because yesterday we learned the Gemara. The Gemara asked for my Mishnah. Rav tried to answer it. They said Kasha didn't make perfect sense. So the Gemara is now saying because our Mishnah implies, even though maybe Rav had an answer, because our Mishnah implies like the Papa, we're going to pass it in that way even against the Brisa. So even though you have to steal from a Brisa, we're going to rely more on our Mishnah just now because we learned Loya Hirsa's opinion. You have to make sure that the openings are not greater than the built-up part. Huck opinion, the implication would be, but if the open parts were equal to the built-up parts, mutter would be mutter. So therefore, our Mishnah implies like Rav Papa, and so then therefore we're going to pass on like Rav Papa, even though there's a brisa that seems to imply not like Rav Papa, because if I have a choice between my Mishnah and the brisa, we'll take our Mishnah over the brisa. That's the Mishnah. Now keeping Shlosha Kavalim Zel Ma'un Zat, Zel Ma'un Zat, or eventually Haten Kaval Chaver Shlosha Kavalim. Here, sorry. Okay, so what we're dealing with here is that's all. So I think I should send out the pictures. Thank you. So this is picture number 118. So the basic idea here is with 3 ropes, you can pretty much create a machitza. What do you do? You stick up poles and you stick the bottom rope slightly above the ground, just under 3 tefachim. Then you do the next one just under 3 tefachim, and the next one just under 3 tefachim. So basically what you have is you have 3 panels of lavud, and it should add up to 10 tefachim. Now obviously, if I just told you less than 3 plus less than 3 plus less than 3 means a little less than 9. So we're not at 10 yet. So that's what the Mishnah says. Well, so the ropes need to add up in the aggregate to a little bit more than a tefach. So you have a little less than 9 tefachim of lavud, and you have 1 tefach and a little bit of rope. And so in the aggregate, you end up with a machitza. All you need is 3 ropes and some poles, and you have a valid machitza. Continue the Gemara, Makim Makanim. Similarly, this was talking about horizontal lavud. Now we're going to talk about vertical lavud. You could surround your camp with poles, branches, that as long as you don't have more than 3 tefachim between each of these poles, that would be okay. So that's the case that we're dealing with. It doesn't show the physical. Okay, fine. But that's basically a vertical version. You have a pole, as long as the next one is less than 3 tefachim, you can create a machitza by just putting poles that are spaced less than 3 tefachim from each other. So now, with respect to who was this said, so we're going to read the Mishnah, but then the Gemara is going to change what this means. The Shiara Dibru, so Dibru of Yehuda. Rabbi Yehuda says, when do we allow people to rely on this kind of kula? Is only when we're dealing with a caravan, but not when we're dealing with an individual person or two. Caravan is 3 or more. The Summer will come and say, no, they call it a Shiara because that's typically who would create these kind of machitzas because you're traveling on the way and they need to make a makeshift machitzah, so it's easy for them to use poles and some ropes. But even if an individual is doing it, it would also be fine. That's the second opinion. So Rabbi Yehuda only works with Shara. Charim says it works by both. Now a third opinion, Rabbi Yehuda says, look, at the end of the day, the way we're going to initially understand is at the end of the day, this is going horizontal or it's going vertical, but it's not doing both. That's not a valid machitza. Either one. You could either have vertical, or you could either have horizontal or vertical. Tomorrow, next time, we're going to deal with what's the difference between the 2 versions of Rosh Hashanah. But in any event, we have this machlokas. Hopefully today we'll get to the point to discuss it, although I'm not optimistic. Okay, says the Gemara, Amar Avuna, Amar Hamnuna, Amar Rav. The Hamnuna said the name of Rav. Hare Amru, they said, Omen Meruba Aparit V'Shasi Have Omen. So they said that if you have Omen Meruba Aparit, that is going this way, vertical, that's Omen. So everyone we've encountered that many times. And in fact we had that in the Mishnah where it said if you put the okif apart from each other, as long as it's within 3. If you put the okif there, that as long as it's omid mubal paretz, or maybe even like a papa omid kip paretz, that works vertically. But what would be the halacha does? Now again, we know for sure that lavud works from like horizontally. From the bottom up, we just did a case in our Mishnah. From the bottom to the first rope is love, from the second rope is love, the third rope is love. The question here is to follow the question of Omen Merubal Aparetz. Are we going to apply those same rules if the gap is in a horizontal opening? Why should that be any different? Because when it's vertical, we say that those openings in the wall that look like this, those are psukim, those are doors. If you have a wall and then there's an opening in the middle, that's not a pesach. So maybe the halacha is not the same. So that's what we're going to do with that. It says, I'm Rabbi here from our Mishnah. Tashma, I hear from as follows. Our Mishnah says, he said you needed to create you wanted to create an Arab with 3 ropes and some poles. You needed to have ropes that added up to a little bit more. So now he says, if and say Omen Merubal Aparetz works even horizontally, I don't need a case where the ropes have to be a tefach and a bit. I can do it even with pieces of thread, something much thinner. If it's true that you could say Omen Merubal Aparetz works only lumel yesar al tefach, why do I need yesar al tefach? Why not do the following? The other tefach mishlosa v'chevel mashu, tefach mishlosa v'chevel mashu, tefach me'arba v'chevel mashu. So he says as follows: what if you say Omen Merubal Aparetz works horizontally? Why do I need the case where it's 3, 3, and 3, and then the ropes need to add up to a fair amount? Why not say 3, 3, and 4? So the 2 3s become lavud. So now you have just under 6 tefachim of omeid, and then you're going to have an opening of 4. So granted, lavud won't work, but at that point it's 6 to 4. There's more omeid than paretz. So why not say it? So he says, from the fact that our Mishnah doesn't say it, would seem to imply that Omen Merubal Aparetz does not work with a horizontal opening. The Gemara says, you think that makes sense? If you're telling me that our Mishnah could have done that, explain to me exactly where you were going to put that opening of Dalit. He says as follows: if you're going to say that it's going to be, and this is picture 119, if you're going to say that from the floor to the first rope is just on the 4 tefachim, then 3, the problem is that's a case of more than from the floor to the impediment, which is the rope, is going to be just on the 4 tefachim, but Gedim are going to be able to go on to know that doesn't work. The mechitzas don't work if Gedim can go through it. Okay, so we can't put the opening of 4 on the bottom. Maybe we should put the opening of 4 on the top, which is picture 120. So then the problem is because now you have a scenario where you don't have lavud that would treat that as closed because it's 4 tefachim. So what do you have? You have open space between the top rope on one side, meaning you have open space above and beneath the top rope. Because in the scenario in our Mishnah, because since the top third is closed with lavud, that's considered omeid, not paretz. But now they're saying the top part is 4 tefachim, so there's no lavud. We're just trying to rely on Omen Merubal Aparetz. But the problem is, as we learned in the case of the Mavoi, where he put the different pieces that Asavir, the Hagisa, didn't work. So the Gemara says, so maybe you'll tell me that I'm going to have 3, an opening of 3, an opening of 4, opening of 3. So then what happens? I have it's as if it's omeid for the bottom 3 and omeid for the top 3. So then I have only the middle part is open, and I should say that Omen Merubal Aparetz. So the Gemara says, Omen Merubal Aparetz, we say Ruchos. But that, in order to make the Omen more than the Paretz, you're going to need to add together the 3 from the top and the 3 from the bottom. And we learned previously, so he says, we should learn from there. Omen Merubal Aparetz, we say Ruchos Have Omen. So what you're trying to say, that if you have to add up the 2 pieces, 3 plus 3 to get over 4, that is an Omen. But we learned halacha that's not an Omen. So therefore, we dealt with that machlokas previously. So therefore, he's saying this scenario you thought maybe instead of doing 3, 3, and 3, and then I need 6 ropes, I could have done 3, 3, and 4, and used thin ropes and been able to make a valid mechitza with less, meaning with more space and less rope. So it says the Gemara, it doesn't work because wherever you put this opening before, it's not being closed. So if you put it at the bottom, the Gedim can go through. If you put it at the middle, you require both the bottom and top to overrule it. And if you put it at the top, it doesn't hear the high some about the way. So rather, when Rav Hamnuna asked, is there horizontal? You know what? I will record from here to the dot. I'm sorry. should be back tomorrow. Hey, good morning. To stop that book. I just want to come and first sponsor of the month for Elul, Edison Wolf family memory of beloved father, grandfather, and great grandfather Cyrus Wolf, Jones, and hairstyle. Our Daf Yomi, the first part of Erevin, our sponsor is dedicated memory of Nishmas Memory Bennett, Honey Self, and Ruben Self, but Jeffrey Cherry Bennett, and Stephen and Holly Bennett, memory of beloved husband, father, grandfather, great grandfather, and longtime pillar of our Kehillah, our collective learning serve as an aliyah for Israel Summer. We also have the week of learning sponsored by Yehuda Brock Football Fair in Namia, Florida. Football Fair is the website, June 6th of Ella. Okay, so we are going to pick up right at the top of the top on Daf Tesvav. So it says the Gemara, Itmar. So we learned Lechi Omen Me'elav. So we're going to grapple with this case. This is the question of if you have a Lechi that that came to be there by itself. Didn't prepare it specifically to be a Lechi. So Baya Omer have a Lechi. So Baya says it's a Lechi, and Rav Omer lo have a Lechi. That's not a Lechi. We'll see later. This was a long time dispute between them. Okay. So so the Gemara is gonna make an assumption now, and we'll see that a little bit later. We'll question this assumption. The Gemara assumes that if the way Rabbi understands this means that if we did not before Shabbos start intend that this lechi should serve as the lechi as being matter the Torah, so then everyone will agree that lechi. The question is, though, when do they argue? Where Shabbos is going to start, and you're saying, this is my lechi, but the reality is that lechi, you didn't construct it, you didn't put it there, it's be there. We'll see later, for example, in case of a tree planted right by the edge of the mavoi, then, can you rely on something like that? So that's what they argue about. They argue where you intend to use it as your lechi, but you didn't put it up as your lechi. So by Amar, Avilechi, the lechi does something to Lemeasmo that you relied on from yesterday. Rabbi Amar lo Avilechi, Rabbi says not a lechi to make car lava daiti to Hachi Abidi. Since you didn't make it from the beginning, you didn't make it with this in mind. Lo Avilechi, it's not going to be a lechi. Now later on, we'll describe, we'll explain why they hold what they hold and why they have these opinions. But that's what we're taking from that. Just to look at the structure of the Gemara. The Gemara is going to give us a hint. The Gemara says, initially, the Gemara is going to think, the Pligi Delachi, Pligi Naman and Mokitza. The Gemara is going to make an assumption, which we will change, that just like they argue about a lechi, that if you have a lechi that you didn't actually construct for the purpose of a lechi, it's just there. Does that count? We assume that we have the same argument with Makita. And so what the Gemara is going to do is it's going to go through a series of proofs to try and establish, like a Baya Barava, if in the case of Makita, with the assumption that would also relate to a lechi. Ultimately, the Gemara is going to decide that those are not necessarily the same case, and then we'll go through a series of cases to try and understand a series of cases relating not to Makita but relating to lechi itself, to see if we would bring a proof to a Baya or Rabbi. Says the Gemara, Hashma. So again, we're going to look at some cases of Makita with the thought that those would be informative for purposes of a lechi. Says the Gemara, that if someone makes a sukkah in an area where there are trees, the Ilanos Stefanos law, and those trees can serve as the walls, and he said that that's acceptable. You can have a sukkah whose walls are made of standing trees. So the text here of that cutter, so that seems to say one would imagine that these trees weren't planted for that purpose, and yet you see there are trees that happen to be in a shape that allows him to rely on those as walls of a sukkah. And it says it's kasher, so walls of a sukkah we know are a pizza, and it seems that even though it came to be there by itself, you didn't construct it for that purpose. It still constitutes a mechitza. Where it says, what are we talking about here? That it could be that we're talking about a case where he planted those trees. He planted them close, people plant bushes to create a wall. He planted a tree or a bush for the purpose of making that a wall of the sukkah, but there's no proof as to what the halakha would be if he came along and found, if he came along and found trees there, could he use them for sukkah? The Gemara says, okay, if you're going to tell me that he planted them for that purpose, so that's obvious. Like anything, if you construct walls, what difference does it make if you construct the walls out of a tree or anything else? What would be your thought? What would be the havamina that you cannot use that's not a valid mechitza? Gemara says, I might have thought, Gemara says, as we know, Chazal were very particular and basically didn't let you do anything with a tree on Shabbos. You can't climb a tree, you can lean on a tree. Generally speaking, you can't use it. Why? Because Chazal were concerned that someone was going to come to pull a branch off the tree, and that would be problematic from the perspective of Hilchos Shabbos. So, therefore, I might have thought that even though he's planting the trees to be the wall of his sukkah, then maybe Chazal would say no, that doesn't work because we don't want you. We don't want to come to a scenario where you might come to utilize this sukkah or that. Making them your wall, telling us that those walls are in order to teach us, despite the fact that you're utilizing a tree, it doesn't matter, and nonetheless, that is a kosher wall of a sukkah. Next case, Tashma, Hayasham, Elon, Ogeder, Okita Sakanim. If there happened to be, or if there was a tree or a fence, or Okita Sakanim is basically a machita of kanim, of reeds, of branches, of sticks. So there's some kind of blockage there. Nida mishum diyumet. That it's judged to be a diyumet. Now what's diyumet? We've encountered this many times, but we haven't called it by that term in this discussion yet, I don't think. So a diyumet is those same things we talked about Pasi Biros, and you see there's a picture Rashi has, Pasi Biros. We talked about where the Oler Regalim were going up, and we wanted to create a place in Rosh Hashanah where even on Shabbos they could draw water. So we rely on certain fulas, but we say these basically these four L-shaped machitzos are sufficient to create this Rishita Yachid within what's otherwise a Rishita Rabim, such that you should be able to draw water from the pit, which is the Rishita Yachid, up to the ground level, which you can only do at the ground level, also Rishita Yachid. So we've talked about that. That's Pasei Biro. So the Pasei, we call them Pasim boards of a bar. Now we're referring to them as Diomed, which comes from Dio Omed, that it's a double or it's two it's two Omed, something that's standing. Basically these L-shaped things. So it says in Gemara, so if you had a tree or a gate or this a branch fence, you could need them in some Diomed. So that seems to say that a diomed is a mechitza like any other. It's a mechitza that we apply kulos to, but it's a mechitza nonetheless. So you see that you have a tree there or a fence happens to be there, you can rely on it. So you see that even though you didn't build it for that purpose, nonetheless, it's a valid mechitza. So here also, same answer. What are we talking about? Some that you made it for that purpose. That when you set up this fence or you set up this branch wall, it was for the purpose of making the diomed for Pasei Biro. Somebody says the Alfi Mashmachuan. So then what's the chiddush? You stuck up this gate, purposes of being a diomed, so of course it works. Somebody says Mashmachuan, Pizza Bakanim. Chiddush here is the specific case of pizza that can have a pizza of this, and what the kind of bucket is close of bucket. Because The question, because we're relying on when you have a machita takana, you have branches put together. Those branches don't fit together perfectly and create a smooth surface. There's gaps, but we don't worry about those gaps generally speaking because, as we know, we apply the halach of lavud. Anything less than 3 tefachim, presumably these are well less than 3 tefachim. But the thought would be that we're going to see later on that Abaya asked Rabbah this question, and the thought would be presumably because we're dealing here with Pasibi Rose. As we know, Pasibi Rose is already a very big chiddush because we're saying you can have a little wall on each corner, and we've discussed that allows somewhere between 10 and 13 and a third amos of space. And as we'll talk later, we spoke later today also that if part of Merubal Omed is more open space and closed space, generally that doesn't work. By Pasibi Rose, Chazal said, no, we're going to make a special exception, and it does work. So therefore, I might think that lava doesn't apply. But that was the pivot by telling me Pita Zakanim. When you have these branches that are creating a pita which have gaps in them, spaces, and you have to rely on lavud. So can I rely on lavud in the same case where I am relying on the kula, on the leniency of Pasibi Rose, that even though there's more open space and closed space, nonetheless you can, and we see that later on, Abaya asked Rabbi this question, and Rabbi in fact points to this price of Pita Zakanim, and to use lavud even in conjunction with Pasibi Rose. We'll see another example of this later. Lavud is different halacha than some of the other things. Lavud is literally looked at as, once you can apply lavud, it's literally looked at as if it's a wall. We'll see a little bit about that later. Says the Gemara, next case, Tashma. Elon Hamesach ala Aretz. This is a mission we're going to deal with later. That you have a tree that's spread over the land, over the ground. So you have a really, later, maybe it's a really, really big tree, but you have a big tree, and the branches, as Rashi points out, start from their source at the trunk of the tree, start higher than 10 tefachim, and it comes down and basically creates this overhang that creates a space that's covered by these leaves. Now, obviously, you'll see we're relying on this as a pizza. You need those leaves to be somewhat substantial, and in fact, they have to be a little more substantial than just blocking, because as we've discussed in the past, that in order to be valid pizza, it can't flap around in the wind. So these are fairly substantial leaves that are coming down. So Elon Amesach al-Aretz said you have this overhang over the ground of the tree. So you say, in Ein Nofel Mevom and Earth, as long as the leaves don't end higher than 3 tefachim on the ground, i.e., the leaves go down within 3 tefachim of the ground, and we know that is within 3 tefachim of the ground, it's considered part of the ground. So therefore, Metalpa and Pasta would be carried underneath it. So what do you have? You have a machitza. You have this canopy over here of tree, and it constitutes a machitza. And yet, presumably, you didn't plant the tree for that purpose. So the Marianne says, no, we're talking about where you planted this in order to create this machitza. The Marianne says, then you should be able to carry, if this was a tree that was created to serve as a machitza, you should be able to carry under the entirety of this tree, of this canopy. Then why would one of the son of Yeshua say in the top of the base of science that you cannot carry under this tree except for the area of base of science, which is base of science is the amount that you saw of wheat you will plant, which is established is basically 50 by 50, so this would be an area of 100 by 50 amos. It's a huge area. I'm not saying you have such a big tree, but if you had such a big tree, they're saying you couldn't carry beyond, it would not work if that. And Rashi explains that if the overhang of the tree would be more than the kata of the Mishkan, which we know was 50 by 100, shear then nothing from a full hektar from the Sukun. The full hektar from the Sukun, meaning the Sukun called charcoal. He says anytime you have a machita that is it's there, but it's not a perfect machita to go. Machita shemba shasi va'arev v'haipirka, where you have a machita that relies on loveless, but it doesn't have two directions. Shasi va'arev l'hekes l'hokus l'dira. If you have a machita that's not set up for someone to reside in. So if you hold, so now he's saying so now if you have something that's omen me'elov, so if we're talking about a tree that happened to grow this big canopy, it would make perfect sense why we would apply this rule that you can only carry in Beis Hasayim, because Beis Hasayim, as Rashi just pointed out, is something that when you're dealing with a substandard machitza of some sort, it's not an ideal machitza. So Chazal were mistaken that you can't use that machitza to cover an area greater than this 50 by 100 or 5,000 square amos, right? So if the tree was not planted for the purpose of machitza, it makes perfect sense, because you have this like somewhat substandard machitza, and it makes sense why Chazal say only 2 sa is the area you can carry. But ask the Gemara, if you're telling me that you just answered me that this was a tree planted for that purpose. So if so, why is this a substandard machitza? This was not just a tree that happened to be there. This was something you planted for that purpose. It should be a perfectly valid machitza. Where it says no, because even if you planted it for that purpose, you shouldn't have a hirshet tashmish la'aver, but hirshet tashmish la'aver ain't entitled to elevate the sign. The Gemara is going to say that this is not a substandard machitza in the traditional sense of the other ones, but there's a different reason why Chazal say you can't carry under this canopy greater than 2 sa. Why? Because it's a dira, it's a residence that tashmish la'aver, that its purpose, its use is for the outside. What does that mean? So Rashi explains that we're dealing with when would someone be relying on the machitza of under a tree? Is if they're out in the field or wherever it is, and they're watching over the field, or they're watching over the animals, right? So Rashi says it's a case where Baal Karcho who darsha, it's against his will. In other words, when someone picks a house, they go to the city, they want to be on this block, that block, fine, you build yourself a tira, then that's a regular tira. But if you go out to where you have to watch those fields, you have to watch the animals, you didn't pick where you're going to be, circumstances pick for you. So tira is tashmish la'aver, that's so much for the inside as much as for why you're there, for the outside, for what it was on to. So when you're dealing with, even though it could be valid machitzos, at the end of the day, Chazal are going to say, this is like a substandard in the sense that you didn't pick this place. You had to be there for some external purpose. Chazal says then you can only create machitzos that cover the sign that cover that area of 5,000 square amos. Okay, so now it says the Gemara, where the Shabbos is Ubayat Torah, who may Amas got things to sign. We say as follows: that if we know that we have the halachas of cook, so someone has basically the area they're in or the city they're in, plus 2,000 amos in every direction. So that's determined by where you are when Shabbos starts. That's where your Shabbat, that's where you have Shmita, and that's where your 2,000 amos is floating. Except that we know if you're in some broader area, for example, we're in the city, so then your 2,000 amos doesn't start from your house; it starts from the edge of the city. So now we're talking about if someone was he had a shvisa, that's where he was at the beginning of Shabbos. He was on a tail, some kind of raised surface that is at least 10 fucking tall, and when Rosh points out, once you have 10 fucking on height, that we use good asics, and therefore the walls go up, so we're going to treat those as a shvisa. And we're dealing with a case where it's arba amas until Beis Hasayim. And Rashi explains why does it start in arba amas? Because if the tail is less than arba amas, it didn't help us at all for these purposes. Because even if I was sitting in the middle of a field, Rashi says, I have the daled amas around me. So that I get daled amas, my 2,000 amas start from 4 amas from me. I don't need to be on a tail for that purpose. That's anywhere. That's in a field. But if this tail helps me, because if the tail is 200 amos in each direction, then I rest there at the beginning of Shabbos. It means that my 2,000 amos start from the edge of the 200 amos of this pail. Okay, so we have this pail, this raised surface that has it's 10 fucking tall, so it has the pizzas, and it is you can rely on that pail to say this is that my shvisa, my 2,000 amos of tefillin will start from the edge of the tail as long as it's less than basis science. Continues the Gemara, but so too, if you have an indentation in the rock that is at least 10, you have a natural rock, you have bedrock, and there's at least 10 tefachim of depth to this indentation. And this is between 4 amos and saw the amount of space you need to plant saw. Similarly, the kama, the tura, the sibolas, makifos also. That is where if you have a kama kasura, if you have a wheat that was cut and it's presumably in some kind of piles or bundles, or shibolas, makifos, that you have grain that's still growing. So basically, either the mound of cut grain or the standing grain is creating a mefisa. In all of these cases, we're going to consider that his shvisa is there on the entire tail, or in the entire indentation, or within the entire area of the field that's surrounded by either standing or cut grain. So we see that even though these mefisas weren't made for this purpose, we're treating it as mefisa, that your shvisa covers that entire area, and your 2,000 amos only starts from the end of it. So you see that even though these things were not created to be a mefisa, nonetheless they're valid as a mefisa. So the Gemara says, wait, I've gotten the hang of this. You keep answering my questions by saying, well, no, it was created for that purpose. So now we ran out of that answer, because the Gemara says, if you're going to tell me how you're going to tell me that he created those things to be a mefisa. That's why they're valid mefisa. But says the Gemara that Bishlama kama lakai. So he says that the case of the standing wheat or even the bundled wheat is okay. You might have chosen to cut the wheat in a way that created you a mefisa, or you might have bundled the wheat and created you a mefisa. But it'll tail the neck up, Michael and Neymar. But when we talk about this natural mound, this raised surface, or we talk about this indentation in the rock, clearly the guy didn't create the ground rock. He didn't create this raised ground surface. So you can no longer say you ran out of answers to say, maybe it was a bit of a stretch to say he planted the tree for that, he planted this, but you obviously can't create rock or raised ground surfaces. So therefore, as I said before, and as the Gemara prefaced by saying, we're going to conclude so rather, we're going to say mechitzos. We were trying to learn from mechitzos to lefi. Mechitzos are different than lefi. Mechitza is a reality. If you have a mechitza there, then it's halachically going to be deemed a mechitza. It doesn't matter whether you put it there, whether you planted it there, or whether it was there from the beginning. But that doesn't necessarily resolve our question between a Rabbi and a Rabbi about a lefi only love. You have a lefi that came to by what Allah, but when do they argue the lefi? Now we're going to give the answers, as I said before, the explanation for why Abaye and Rabba hold what they hold. Abaye the Mepharshim discussed where we saw that Abaye said this, and I'm going to get into right now. The Amar lefi mishum mechitza. Mechitza asumei Elohim mechitza, havi mechitza. So we said Abaye is of the opinion that the purpose of a lefi, what a lefi serves as, is a mechitza, and as we just established, a mechitza that's there by itself is going to be considered a valid mechitza. Rabbi goes to his reasons. Amar lefi from Hecker. The lefi is from Hecker. So if you remember on Daf Yud that we talked about the question, we said that lefi is from mechitza, according to Hecker, and Rabbi said that, and then we saw Rabbi from Hecker. Rabbi said that both Torah and lefi, the purpose of them is Hecker. So therefore, have a Hecker. So Rabbi would say that if someone crafted a lefi for the purpose of being a lefi, then that's a valid lefi. Lo have a Hecker, but it's not a Hecker. Why? Because if someone, we actually were introduced to this concept earlier. We talked about it in our mouth law, which was the decorative thing on the top. So we said that if you use that kind of Torah, it has a cold. People hear about it. So too, a lechi, if you put up the lechi, the way Rabbi would understand, if you put up the lechi, people hear about it. Maybe not in the next town, but in the people carrying that mugly. So they know, oh, that thing's a lechi. So therefore, it is a hecker. But if you would just put up a lechi, then if the lechi would just be there by itself, people wouldn't know that it's there to function as that purpose. Like imagine, as I mentioned before, a case where there's a tree right by the edge of the mugly. Rabbi would say, it doesn't help because if I didn't put it there, people don't realize that it's there to be a lechi. Whereas the buyer would say that it's a machita. So that it's a machita. So now the Mepharshim discuss a lot. Once we say it's a machita, a lechi is a machita according to a buyer. And then the question is at the beginning, he said that both the buyer and Rabba agree that you require that it has to be something you're relying on it from before Shabbos. The Gemara asked, or the Mepharshim asked that if a buyer says the reason for a lechi is Mishum Machitza, we just finished saying a Machitza doesn't need to be set up for that purpose, and who cares whether you had in mind to use it before Shabbos or you didn't. So the question goes different ways. The Kiveger says that even when you hold it to Machitza, there's still an element of hecker there. The Meiri discusses the idea that a lechi is theoretically such an insubstantial item that it needs the added aspect of otherwise it might be considered something that's meaningless. So by having in mind that you're going to use it and relying on it, that invests it with the significance that we rely on it. So there's still some element that even though it's a machitza, it's a little bit of a different machitza, and therefore you require that kind of intention. Okay, so as I said before, the structure, the question we're dealing with is, if you have a lechi that stands by itself, it wasn't put there for this purpose, is that a valid lechi or is not a valid lechi? Abaya says a valid lechi, Rabbi says not a valid lechi. We tried to prove from a bunch of cases of mechitza, and we answered most of them, but then we got the one that we couldn't answer, and we said, okay, clearly Abaya and Rabbi are not arguing by mechitza because we saw this case where it couldn't be said that it was done on purpose. So now we're saying, okay, so therefore we're not going to learn from mechitza, and we're left with just lechi. We want to know lechi on me'ela. Abaya says it's good, Rabbi says not good. We're going to try and bring some proof. Says the Gemara. Tashma, we're about eight lines down in the Y line. Avnei Geder, Hayotos, Mina Geder, Mudalah, Zumizum, Papa, Mishlosa, and Sarah Flashi. Acher, so we say as follows. If you have the stones of a gate that come out from the gate, so we've described this before as Nefesh Yotze. We talked about it in the concept, but it's basically, it's like this, that you have brickwork, and if you pull out some of the bricks, you're going to have like indentations every other one. So it's going to look like this, right? So that's I'm going to get there. Yosef's going to get there. That if the height of from one brick that's sticking out to the brick beneath it, if all of those have less than 3 tefachim of height, then you don't need a different lechi. Why? Because Lavud would treat this entire vertical area that has these bricks coming out as if they're connected to each other. Once they're connected to each other, it's like a wall that's coming out into the edge of the mobile. And like any lechi, that's what a lechi is. But if the vertical height between the bricks is greater than 3, then they're not connected, and you don't have a wall sticking out. You don't have a lechi, so then you need another one. So now, the Gemara is assuming, presumably you didn't build the wall and stop in the middle. Presumably that was there. You didn't do that for the purpose of a lechi. Makes a lechi like that. You could stick up a little stick. Where it says no, you built this wall in the middle, and you left it that way, where it had these bricks sticking out. Where it says the opposite. So if so, then if you built a brick thing, even though you built a bunny sticking out of a brick, but that should for sure be machita. Why do you need to tell it to me? Where it says, because I might have thought, now again, we're answering Rabbi, we'll hold this in Hecker. So if you leave these be like bricks in every other one, in and out. So what does that look like? It looks like maybe I'm in the middle of building a wall, and I just haven't, I haven't gone further in. But people aren't going to know that they should rely on it for lechi. So Mashman, yes, it's a valid lechi because at the end of the day, it creates that lechi on the side. Tashma, coming there to tell you Rabbi learned as well, taught as well. Kotos of Tito Echad Kamis Mechavero. So we dealt with this case before. So this means that a wall that was somewhat indented from its friend, and what happened from the other wall, and what happened? So a scenario would be that if you're going from the inside, and then you have a wall this big, and then the wall becomes narrower on the outside part. So if you're standing inside, you no longer see that narrow part that's sticking out because it's not in the same plane, because the wall basically took an indentation in. That would require you from inside. It looks like you don't see the lefty, but from outside, when you're looking, you see that there's a piece that extends on the left width of this wall. If you're facing the mavoi, or you have a mavoi from the outside, it all looks flat, but the wall goes a little bit into the mud. There's kind of like a little indent behind the wall that you can only see. If the wall happens to be built in this way, engineering or something else, you see it from outside, but it's from the inside. Engineering from outside, you see it, but from outside, it looks like a flush. And presumably, I didn't build the wall to stick this way. It just happened to be that it covered the mudway at some level. I said, no, that you did it on purpose for this. The Gemara says, if you built the wall to be a lefty, of course it's a lefty. What's your point? The Gemara says, no, this is the very point to tell you. As we debated, the Gemara debated on that test about whether if you have a lefty that you can only see from the outside, but from the inside you don't realize that it's a lefty. Is that a valid lefty? We had a machlokas. So the purpose of this brisa is to tell you, Rabbi is coming to tell you his opinion that Nir Mimachas and something of him is Nir Misham Lefty. We dealt with that specifically to talk about Rabbi's opinion. Okay, says because that was previously on that test. Says the Gemara, Tashma, the Rav. Now this is going to be the end of the road almost. We say Tashma, the Rav of the Yasser Bahumu Baya. Rav was sitting in a certain mavui. Avayatim Rav Huna Kamei. Rav Huna was sitting in front of Rav. Amr Leila Shamei. So Rav said to his servant, his person who's helping him, Deal icy likuta the Maya. Bring me a pitcher or flask of water. At the Asa Nafal Lechya. But while the guy went to get the water, the lefty, that is what enabled you to carry in the mavui, fell down. Now you no longer have a lefty, so you can't carry anymore. So Rav saw the guy coming back with the flask of water, and he said, hold up. He showed him with his hand. So the guy was just standing there because he didn't want to carry anymore because the lefty was down, or he didn't want to carry because Rav told him to stop. Maybe he knew, maybe he didn't. Then later, Rav Huna, who was sitting in front of Rav, said, so Rav Huna said to Rav, it's true that lefty fell down. But the truth is, there's a tree that's standing right next to the wall. That could serve as a lefty. So Rav said back to Huna, Amr, he said, this Rav over here is as if no one explained to him what's going on, what the discussion was. Did we rely on it from yesterday? It's true. It seems to be saying that's what the Gemara is going to say in a second. A tree might be able to serve as a lefty. But as we said at the very beginning of our Gemara, that if people didn't rely on it, if you weren't planning when Shabbos came in to use it as a lefty, then everyone agreed that that's not going to be a valid lefty. So they said, what is Rav Huna talking about? Because obviously you can't use a tree because when Shabbos started, people were planning to rely on the regular lefty. Then that lefty fell down on Shabbos. No one was planning to rely on the tree at the beginning of Shabbos. So therefore, Rav said, sorry, that doesn't work. But now, says the Gemara, time of the Losamtina. Rav's answer was, what was the problem with relying on the tree? Is that when Shabbos started, we didn't rely on this tree. But if we would have relied on the tree, had we relied on the tree before Shabbos, that would have been a valid lefty. So we see that the problem with this lefty was not that it wasn't planted or erected for this purpose. The problem was that when Shabbos started, we weren't relying on it. Seemingly, if next Shabbos they said, you know what, the other lechi fell, will rely on the tree, seemingly Rav would be fine with that. So what do you see? You see lechi al me'elov, that a lechi that you didn't erect for that purpose, you didn't plant the tree for that purpose, could be a valid lechi. So ultimately, that's going to be the proof that we have that seems to support the opinion of Baya. And in fact, the halacha is like a Baya, which is, as people would know, it stands out a little bit because normally Machlokes Rabba and Baya, the halacha is a Rabba, and we know that the Yalki Gam, in such cases, we've dealt with five other places where they paskin like a Baya in place of Rabba. Not all of the Rishonim agree. Rashi though does hold that this is one of the Yalki Gam. So now, the Gemara just says, wait a second, maybe let's revisit an assumption we dealt with at the beginning of the Gemara. So in the beginning, the Gemara said, we're assuming that if we didn't rely on this lechi at the beginning of Shabbos, everyone would agree it's not a valid lechi. But what just happened? We just had a story, and Rav Huna had a thought that maybe you could rely on it. So now the Gemara says, Lema Abaye v'Rabba v'Delo Samchina lechi. Maybe Abaye and Rabba only argue what you did not have in mind for it before. But maybe it's the opposite. Maybe everyone agrees that if before Shabbos you were planning to use this thing as your lechi, both the Abaye and Rabba would say that that's a valid lechi, even though you didn't establish it for this purpose, the lechi on the me'ela. And maybe they only argue in the case where you didn't rely on it before Shabbos. That Abaye then would be saying, even if you didn't rely on it before Shabbos, the lechi on the me'ela is a lechi. And Rabba would be saying, no, it's not a lechi. Now, what's interesting about that? Because if that's true, then what Rav Paskin, where he told Rav Huna no, Rav was saying in this case it doesn't work. So then he would be saying, instead of initially he was saying like a Abaye, which is that it's only if you're somach on it. And Abaye was saying it's good, but if Abaye is saying it even when you're not somach on it, Rav was saying, sorry, you can't be somach on it. So then he would be saying like Rava and not like Abaye. So in other words, if we switch what Rava and Abaye are arguing about, it turns out that the story with Rav would now support Rava because Rava is the one who says, yes, I agree that if you relied on it from yesterday, you can use it, but if you didn't rely on it, you can't use it. And in fact, Rav says, since we didn't rely on this tree, you can't use it. So now we switch what Rava and Abaye are arguing about. It turns out that the story with Rav supports Rava instead of Abaye. When it says you shouldn't think that that's what they're arguing about. Yahu Barka, there was a Barka, which Rashi says is a Yitzia, a porch, or something like a porch. The Havit Bey Bar Chavu, that there was this porch by Bey Chavu. Basically, the idea was the porch was held up by some kind of support, and that support was positioned in such a way that it could be used as the lechi of a neighboring area, which was a mavli. So you have a lechi on me'ela because it was built. Hold up the fort. It wasn't their years. They argued about what's the point. So clearly, this is the case of where even if you were so much on it, why? Because even if the first week that they figured this out was Shabbos. Okay, so they said we didn't plan to use it, but the next week, right, they would say they planned to use it. So if Abaye or Rava agree that if everyone agrees that if you plan to use it and you were so much on it, that makes it a valid lechi, then everyone would agree. Then Abaye and Rava would both agree that it's a valid lechi. And yet they argued all their years. So clearly they're arguing in a case where clearly it's like we initially thought, that where you did not have in mind to use it, everyone would agree you cannot use it. And the question only is, if you had in mind to use it, can you use the lechi on the me'ela? Abaye says yes, Rava says no, the halacha is like Abaye. Says the Gemara, the Mishnah, that lechi can be made of anything. It can even be a living animal. You can stick a living animal at the edge of, presumably you have to chain it there, at the edge of the mavli to serve as your lechi. Rabbi Meir holds you cannot use a living being. And Rashi on Ramsey says because that a mechitza that relies on ruach chayim, like a living spirit, is not considered a valid mechitza. That's Rabbi Meir's opinion. Continues the Mishnah, that the Tanakh holds that if you have a living animal, you can use that as a golo. Rashi understands the golo to be the covering of a coffin, basically. Whatever you bury someone in, you would put the animal as the cover. And the Rabbi Tam and others learn that it's talking about the matzeva, the gravestone. But in any event, the time is golo that a living animal, even though animals normally don't cause tumah, then in this case they're going to tumah with maga. With maga, with touching, and with ol. Closer to Shana Masa. Whatever the point is, you could have a living animal convey tumah if it's serving as the cover of a coffin or as a gravestone. Rabbi Meir Mitayr, Rabbi Meir says no, it's not, because Rabbi Meir is of the opinion this is like a pizza, and you cannot have a living being doing a pizza. And the Tanakhama says, if you have a living animal, you can write a get for a woman on the animal and give her the animal, and that's going to be a valid get. Rabbi Yossi Aglili says, no, that doesn't work. Okay, says the Gemara, Tanya, we learned that in Bryce, Rabbi Meir says, also, that Rabbi Meir, as we just learned, he holds anything that has living, that's a living item. You can't make it a wall for a skull. You can't make it a lefty for a mavoi. You can't make it for the L-shaped brackets for Pastor Rose. You can't make it as a cover for a coffin or as a gravestone. So all of those are there. So we already learned that at some level. And the name of Yosef Glilu, they said, you cannot write a get on an animal. To ask you more, my time is Yosef Glilu. Why did Yosef Glilu? Okay, so the mayor told us he holds a living being can't be. You can't rely on a living spirit to be a mechisa. But why can't you write a get on an animal? So my time is Yosef Glilu. The Tanya, because we learned in Bryce as follows: Sefer. The Torah says by he got to be Isha of all of our and the next month by every summer. Because of a sefer priestess, he writes for her a sefer of priestess. And Rashi proves from Nevi'im that sefer means a cloth, a parchment. Ain't a sefer, so I only know that you could write it on cloth. How do I know that I should be able to write again on any surface? A cost of law, you write it for her, so as long as you write it, it doesn't matter what you write it on. Now, as many people know, and we just dealt with recently, on Shabbos, the cost of law is where we know the Shema. The Tosfos points out there's two places where it says the cost of law. And this is one of them. So in Cain, Matam Alomer Sefer. So he says, okay, so if it's the cost of law tells you to write it any place, then why did it say Sefer, which seems to say only cloth? So Lomer thought that comes to tell you, my Sefer, just like a Sefer, just like a cloth is something that has no living spirit to it, and it's not food. That's so too, forget, you can use anything that does not have living spirit and is not food, but you would not be able to use an animal. So that's why the Rabbi Yosef Glilu understands it says Sefer, even though subsequently says the cost of law, which means you can write it anywhere, but it says Sefer in order to tell you that you cannot use a living animal for a get. The Rabbanan. So what do the Rabbanan do with the fact that it says Sefer? Why don't they learn out that you can't write a get on an animal? So Miksit Bas Sefer, he said, did it write the cost of law Trisus Bas Sefer, in which case it would clearly mean that you write it in a cloth. Sefer, it just says Sefer Trisus. So that implies, by the fact that I wrote Sefer Krisus and instead of Krisus Bas Sefer, he was spirits that the point is Sefer Krisus just means a Sefer like a recounting or a retelling or a restating of the facts in written form. That's all it is. But not written form. Sefer Krisus is just saying you say the matters that you need in order to create the same husband and wife. It does not mean a cloth, and therefore I'm not stuck saying that you cannot write on an animal. I'm going to have a custom law my darbe. Okay, so Rabbi Yosef really needed the law because he understood that safer. You might think he's only. How do I know you can write on anything else? So there are some courts that have a custom law in all cases. But since the Rabbanan don't on safer to say it needs to be like a cloth, they don't need the custom law to expand it to other things. So what do they do with the custom law? They needed to see them in characters, they needed to catch them. That is to say that it has to be. The custom law that has because they didn't want you that you could. They want you to realize that you have to write. You can't just give money, for example, in order to become divorced. Now, why would you think that? That you could just give money to become divorced? Something like that. I mean, I might have thought, well, the issue is that since we compare in the pasuk where it talks about the woman leaving her husband's house and getting remarried, so ma havaya the ketchup, because of getting married, when she gets remarried with the first marriage, you could do it with money. After you see the ketchup, and so too, when you end the marriage, you can do it with ketchup. Therefore, it says the Rabbanan, I needed to write the pasuk law to tell you that the manner in which you divorce a woman is getting a get, not by giving her money. Rabbi Yossi Aglili, hi, so okay, so if Rabbi Yossi Aglili can't use the pasuk law because he uses it to say that you can write on anything, where does he know the idea that you have to divorce a woman in writing and not by giving her money? You say not to let me safer krisus. Safer karta, they davar acher karta. From the fact that the Torah chose to write safer and krisus together, it tells you that even though we're using safer to tell you a class and the Chazal was to expand it, but the fact that it wrote safer next to krisus tells you safer karta, they davar acher karta is the writing that he puts in this cloth, or as the Chazal tells you any other form of writing, that's what tells you that just like that the writing is what separates the marriage and nothing else. For example, money. Rabbanan high safer krisus. What do they do with safer krisus? So we say it's on earth because they're not using it to say, they don't need it to say that you need a written form to divorce because they know that from the Chazal law. So what do they do with safer krisus? That they needed to explain that a get needs to be something that actually definitively severs the relationship between husband and wife. Because it's something like we're in the right, right? They take I'm actually Tishti Yayin, I'm actually Tesla, the base of East, the Olam, Angel Krisus. So if someone gives his wife a get and says, here, this is your get, but as long as you never drink wine or you never go to your father's house, or if you do either of those things practically, the get's going to be disqualified. So then she's basically attached to him for life, because at any point, if she were to drink wine or go to her father's house, the get would be undone. So that doesn't separate them. But if he says for 30 days, so then it has the ability to end at a certain point. So then Harry the valid krisus. That's what they learn from safer krisus. So Rabbi Yossi Aglili, he uses safer krisus to tell you that it needs to be written and not money. Where does he learn that it has to be something that separates them fully? Not when he carries krisus. He says because the Pasuk could have written the Pasuk was safer carry, and instead of wrote krisus. So therefore, I learned this added element that it needs to be something that actually divides, permanently divides. Rabbanan carries krisus or darshan. They don't darshan. They don't see there being a distinction between writing carries and krisus, so therefore they don't see that as a drasa. So we now explain because of Yosef Glili needed the pasuk. You can't use an animal. Rabbanan didn't, and we walk through all of this. It says in Mishnah, Siyar shekanta b'dika v'kipua klebahima. So you had a caravan that was traveling, and then they got to some bika, a valley, which is a Carmelist, and they wanted to rest there for Shabbos. So what did they do? They surrounded their camp with the clay behema, with saddles and stuff like that. So with halto the telko, you can carry that. That's a valid machine. So as long as these things you put up are 10 fucking tall, as we've been discussing, you can't have parts of the Rubal Omed. You can't have more space than you have standing things, these animal influence. So that any opening that is 10 amos or less is mutter because it's like a pasach, as Rashi points out, as long as in the aggregate you have omen merubal aparet, where you have more standing than it's another good thing. Up to 10 amos is not a problem, as long as in the aggregate you have omen merubal aparet. But yesterday kind of it's more than 10 amos utter, as Rashi points out, even if the entire rest of the area would be a solid wall, if you have an opening greater than 10 amos, that destroys the mechitza. Continues the Gemara. Itmar, Haretz Ba'omed. What would happen if you had the equal amount of animal implements with open space? So it's not Haretz Meruba Omed, but it's not less than the Omed. It's equal. The Papa Mutter, why? Because the whole thing says is Allah Sinai. Papi Agmer Moshe, the bonus one told Moshe, well, different rupa don't have the majority of in the pizza be open air. If the majority, right? So therefore, we would say that, as the Papa would say, but half and half, it would, the Rebbeinu Shalom told me don't have more than half, but half and half would be fine. The Rabbi brings Rabbi Shua, Rabbi Shua says, it's Asher, because Halchi Amar Rabbanan Rahman al Moshe. When the Rabbanan Shalom was teaching Moshe the halacha of Moshe Sinai, he said, Gedar Ruba, you should fence in the majority. What would that tell you? That if you do it even Steven, then you haven't fenced in the majority, and therefore that would not be a valid Mechitza. So ask the Gemara, Tanan, we learned in our Mishnah. There's our opinion that you can't have the openings be greater than the closed-in part, but that implies hak opinion. But it will be even, it will be mutter. So that seems to for a papa. The Gemara said, well, Tamer, don't make that inference to say it will be like the binyan will be mutter. In binyan, yes, I'll appear to mutter. So there's a little bit of a funny. Normally we would say if you say the majority can't be parut, that would mean even is okay. But he's saying no. The implication is when is it mutter if the majority of the if the homemade, the built up part is when the pirta. So a little bit of a tough explanation, but that's how we would answer it. But if it would be, if it says well, let's say it would be perfectly equal, usher. So then it would be usher. So the Gemara says that's what you're telling me. If the Mishnah is trying to tell me that even the couple would say, if you're trying to tell me that even is usher, if so, listening lo yehei pirtus binyan, then why not say instead of saying lo yehei pirtus yoter mi binyan, should be more than binyan, the pirtus should not be like the binyan, which is telling you the case of even, which the Gemara says kasha. As we know from the Rashbam and Bavas, we talked about many times, kasha means there is an answer. It's a little bit of a tough answer. It doesn't necessarily tell us what the answer is, but we haven't yet the opinion of Rabbi Yeshua, and on this tomorrow with different sources to try and prove it. That the Papa says that if you have even, standing, and open, that is a valid mechitza.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Dr. Yomi. Everything is dollars, God. So I hope you all give us a yeah. So we have a Talmud Torah sponsor for the month, the Eden Faith Wolf and family, in memory of their beloved father, grandfather, and great-grandfather, Wolf, Talmud Ben's first dog. Leah and Dr. Yomi, learning sponsor. By Jeffrey, Sherry Bennett, and Stephen and Holly Beck. Thank you very much for all of the sponsorship. And we're going to jump into every video dollar, but we'll start at the Mishnah, your Gimel, and we're actually going to rewind 1 second. So if you missed yesterday's daf, if you knew the game, Rabbi Huda is hosting the mitzvah yesterday. Amazing daf, and it's worth checking out. If you missed it, please go to rabbisilver.com and check it out. It's amazing philosophical concepts that are very appropriate for Elul. The conclusion we said yesterday was that the Shammai and the Shua were arguing whether it's better that man is included or not. And they both concluded, would have been better off. This is not some nihilistic sort of weird thing. This is important in the world. This is spiritual in the Shammai. We have nothing to under Hashem's glory. Now you're getting Hashem, high level of perfection, making